by the very cells that built you in the first place. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. A tough weekend for Valley sports fans. ASU football lost their first home game in 700 days to Houston on Saturday, 24-16, already without their star wide receiver Jordan Tyson, and then having quarterback Sam Leavitt be compromised. The Devils lost a tough one and moved to 5-3, and here was head coach Kenny Dillingham post-game.
That's a good football team. This league is filled with good football teams. That's a good football team. And when you don't play good enough and you face a good football team and there's no takeaway, they get a takeaway and you don't get a takeaway, there's a lot of, you're not going to win many of those games versus good teams.
And the Phoenix Suns did not have a weekend to remember, losing both their games to the Clippers and Nuggets by 20-plus points, but they will wrap up their road trip tonight in Utah at 6 against the Jazz and be without Jaylen Green still, and Dylan Brooks is day today, and you can hear that on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And tonight over on ESPN, 6:20 Game 3 of the World Series between the Dodgers and Blue Jays. First pitch from LA will be at 5, and this report is brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit prosmile.com today to book your free consultation.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
All right, so we may have reached critical mass in Arizona in terms of our psyche as a sports town. Yesterday, Vinny uncorked a really good idea. Maybe we need to do a disco demolition type event and invite everybody in the valley, bring some high priests,
like
some rabbis,
a Phoenix sports
some
exorcism.
pastors.
Yeah.
And just do something.
I got to this point.
Let's blow up stuff.
What did you call it? A critical point?
Critical mass. Yeah.
Critical mass?
Yeah.
A Valley sports exorcism, essentially.
Yeah, I got to the point this weekend when it was just one thing after another and just watching all of these events and even events that don't even involve Phoenix athletes anymore, and we'll get into that. But the point of, why do I care so much?
Mm-hmm.
I could do this job and just be an observer.
Yeah, you could.
Why do I care?
Yeah, listen,
you could do
George
this.
Carlin, the comedian, famously said that the state of the world and the state of the country bothered him so much he had to shift over into that lane, just be an observer and not care.
What I was going to say is you could do this job and be a completely emotionless husk with no thoughts, no opinions, no emotion at all.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the midday shows host, for example, that hosts the show with Wolf.
Yeah, you got a mentor right there, man.
Yeah, Luke can show you how to do it.
I went a long way to set up Jared.
Yeah,
I know. Thank you. I
that?
appreciate it.
How about that?
No, but
again,
it's true because it's not just one thing after another this weekend or in a particular season. It's one season after another.
After another.
It's this Sun season and this ASU season following the D-back season, following last Sun season.
Yeah.
It's like you just one frustration, one disappointment, one heartbreak after another.
So
After
this was not
another.
A local example. I don't know if you saw the video that went viral, not this weekend, but last weekend. It was outside the Jets game. And there was somebody outside doing this viral man on the street video type thing.
This poor young dude.
And this kid who's probably, 14, 15 years old walks by, and the guy just says, hey, what'd you think of the game? And the kid doesn't say anything initially, and he stops, and he sheepishly walks back, and he says, I hate this team. I was born into this, and I'll always be a Jets fan, but I hate this team.
I saw that.
Dude, I feel you.
And then, right, and then you realized, okay, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't be so mad at all these mixed allegiances here in the Valley, because we'd all end up like that kid. Like, we're born into this, and this sucks, and it's never going to change. Yeah, you know what?
That way right now.
It was the ASU game on Saturday. I didn't expect the Suns to win either of those games, to be quite honest with you. It was the ASU game followed by the Skattaboe injury that just kind of made you go, all right, you know what? This is ridiculous.
But wasn't it the optics of the Suns games, though?
Yeah, maybe that too. Yeah, okay, I would agree with that.
It was 96 minutes of not very competitive.
Right,
I would agree with that.
You know how you felt in the first half of the first game that the Suns had? We were like, oh, no, are they going to be as bad as some people said?
And then they were.
And then they won the first game, but then like those next two games, you're like, oh, no, maybe they are.
But I think what we need to do, instead of complaining and bemoaning all of this, we need to figure out what exactly would we be trying to accomplish. Is there really a curse that we need to lift? Do we just need to get everybody together? I mentioned in Canto Park. We could do it there. Let's get sales involved. Jared, you could even sing a song.
Just burn a crap load of sage.
Maybe do that. Maybe burn
I suggest
maybe burn, like, we could bring all the replica jerseys people have of shamed athletes in the Valley.
I said everybody can bring one piece of memorabilia from one of their favorite teams, because we don't have to tell people that they need to burn like a jersey they spend $100 on or something. But if you have like one piece of memorabilia,
if you got an Eric Bledsoe jersey, what are you holding on?
Right, if you got a Bradley Beal jersey,
that's a good
right?
point.
All right, we could,
let's think about this.
Let's workshop this.
All right, let's workshop it. Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Suns wrapping up their first road trip of the season tonight in Utah, also trying to get back in the win column after blowout losses to the Clippers on Friday and Nuggets on Saturday. Suns 1-2. Early on, while the Jazz come in 1-1 on the year, if you were hoping to see Jaylen Green's debut with Phoenix tonight, sorry, he's still out with that right hamstring strain. And now Devin Brooks, also questionable with a groin injury. Groin injury. You get that reference, Jarrett?
No.
You don't?
I loved it, though. I'm going to put it in the end of week montage.
I don't get it either,
when Sam Malone on Cheers was doing he did sports on the local news.
Ah, yes.
And he rapped he rapped about groin injuries.
Wow.
A little old. Tip-off tonight from Salt
Cheers,
Lake City.
Sammy.
Yeah. It's a good show. Available. You can binge the whole thing.
Sweet.
Tip-off from Salt Lake City this evening at 6. You can hear all the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 5. Yesterday in the association, Victor Wembanyama. Have you heard of this guy? 31 points, 14 rebounds, 6 block shots. Spurs beat Brooklyn 118-107. Celtics fall to 0-3 with a 119-113 loss to Detroit. Charlotte scored 88 points in the second half in a 139-113 win over Washington. LaMelo Ball had 38 points for the Hornets. Dallas got its first win, 139-129 over Toronto. You seeing these scores? Cooper Flagg had 22 points. Clippers over the Blazers, 114-107. Bradley Beal out with a back injury for the Clippers. And the Lakers got by Sacramento 127-120 without Luka. But Austin Reeves turned into Luka. 51 points for Austin Reeves in the win for the Lakers. And football, Cardinals, of course, had the weekend off. Arizona at 2-5 in last place of the NFC West at the bye. They're back at it a week from tonight in Dallas against the Cowboys on Monday Night Football. Only one team in the division active on Sunday. That was the San Francisco 49ers. And that was debatable in the first half of that game.
That's a good point.
They lost on the road in Houston to the Texans 26-15. C.J. Stroud threw 2 touchdown passes for Houston. Mac Jones started at quarterback again for the 49ers, but was only able to guide them to 223 yards, their lowest total of the season. San Francisco falls to 5-3, a half game behind the idle Rams and Seahawks.
McCorkle's coming down to earth.
He is.
Sometimes those guys, the longer they play, the more they get exposed, the McCorkles of the world.
Elsewhere around the league in Week 8, Philadelphia moves to 6-2. They beat the Giants 38-20. Jalen Hurts 4 touchdown passes. Giants lose Cam Skattaboe to a dislocated ankle, and it was ugly. Buffalo got back in the win column with a 40-9 dismantling of Carolina. James Cook, 216 yards, 2 touchdowns. The Jets rallied from 2 touchdowns down in the fourth quarter to upend Cincinnati 39-38. Breece Hall ran for 2 scores and threw the game-winning touchdown pass to Mason Taylor with 1:54 to go. First win for the Jets. Everybody's got at least one win now. Denver clubbed Dallas 44-24. Bo Nix had 4 touchdown passes. The Colts, the first team to 7 wins. They destroyed Tennessee 38-14. And the Packers buried the Steelers in those god-awful uniforms, 35-25 on Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
Jordan Love, 360 yards and 3 touchdowns, 2 to tight end Tucker Kraft. Week 8 wraps up tonight in Kansas City with the Chiefs hosting the Washington Commanders, who are playing without Jaden Daniels. Marcus Mariota gets the start in his place, not only for the Commanders, but for my fantasy team.
Oh, boy.
Who's currently losing by like 90 points to Jared.
Yeah.
Wow.
I need that. But the Commanders do get their receivers back.
They do.
So it might be a good game.
Sad note from the football world, former New York Jets offensive lineman Nick Mangold passed away at the age of 41 from complications with kidney disease. He was a first-round pick in 2006, spent his entire career with the Jets. ASU once again bounced from the AP Top 25. Third time that's happened this season. They struggled in a 24-16 loss to Houston at Mountain America Stadium on Saturday night. That didn't seem that close.
I was going to say, not as close as the final score.
ASU played without star wide receiver Jordan Tyson and lost quarterback Sam Levitt in the second half. Sun Devils now 5-3. They'll travel to take on Iowa State. Special teams coordinator Charlie Ragle taking a medical leave of absence effective immediately.
Oh, my health! It's broken!
Assistant special teams
Sorry,
coordinator.
Jared. It was a great line. I had to steal it.
Jack Nudo will take over the duties for the Sun Devils. Wildcats were off. They'll travel to Boulder to face Colorado on Saturday. NAU beat Idaho State 31-18. I'm running out of time, and I got way too much to talk about here. Bayou Brian Kelly out at the head coach at LSU. Scott Woodward, the AD, made the move after LSU's 49-25 loss to Texas A&M on Saturday. Kelly, 34-14 in 4 seasons. They had lost 3 of their last 4. He still owed $53 million. World Series resumes tonight in L.A. Dodgers and Blue Jays knotted up at a game apiece. Toronto slugged their way to an 11-4 win in Game 1 on Friday. Dodgers responded with a 5-1 win in Game 2 on Saturday. Yoshinobu Yamamoto with a complete game win.
Filthy.
During which he allowed just 4 hits and struck out 8 for L.A.
Back-to-back complete games.
Yeah.
Filthy.
In 2025. The Dodgers will send Tyler Glasnow to the mound tonight against Toronto's Max Scherzer. First pitch just after 5 o'clock on Fox. Orioles hiring Craig Albernaz as their new manager. He was on the staff of Stephen Vogt in Cleveland. And one note from college basketball, ASU guard VJ Wallace, a JUCO transfer, suffered what is believed to be a serious leg injury in the Sun Devils exhibition game against Texas A&M Sunday. He was taken off the court on a stretcher. Texas A&M won that game 95-88. There you go. There is your splash on a jam-packed Monday, October 27th, which also the annual Sports Equinox Day, Bick.
Oh,
we got
is it
baseball,
really? Whoa.
Football, basketball, hockey, and soccer in the United States
Holy
today.
cow.
You know what that means. Lots to bet on.
You know that, have you ever seen that that meme of Michael Jordan said, "Get help"? There's your splash on this Monday. Coming up next was this weekend a dire sign of things to come for the Suns this season. Let's hope not. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Allen on the drive, floats one up short. Now watches there to throw it down. He picked it up mid-air and then turned and jammed it.
Suns at the Jazz tonight. Pregame at 5, 6 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and sports fans know better than anybody you need more than goals to get where you're going. You need the right team, the right teammates, and you need a really good plan, which is why if you're thinking about retirement, if you're worried about retirement, if you're seeking financial independence, if you're not confident that your current plan is going to pay off in the end, set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. Get that game plan that will assure you're making the right financial moves for your future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, not beholden to certain products or portfolios, which means they can offer you a multitude of options. Plus, they are fiduciaries, which means they are obligated at all times to act in your best interest. Now, when I met with Trajan Wealth, I was really impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just straight talk. And when you meet with Trajan Wealth, you'll see it all begins with relationships. And I'm talking about customized strategies, personalized plans based on your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you that Twin Peaks is the place to be all month long. Baseball playoffs, football going strong, hockey and basketball starting up, plus the great scenery that Twin Peaks is known for. If you're ready for all this, stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, max out your savings. The more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Plus, get free home delivery on any smart bed with base. Limited time. Check it out at a Sleep Number store near you or at sleepnumber.com today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Let's go. You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Luke. What did we learn about the Phoenix Suns over the weekend against the Clippers and Nuggets? We'll talk about that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Back at it on this Monday morning. Want to wish a good morning to our great listeners in the fine city of Mesa.
Mesa!
Spanish for table. Good morning to our listeners in Mesa, Arizona. We appreciate it.
Nuggets will bring it across the timeline and dribble out the final seconds as Strother holds on the final far side. Down to 3, 2, and 1. And that'll do it here at Ball Arena in Denver. Nuggets win it 133 to 111, the final score.
John Bloom on the call. That was Saturday night at Ball Arena. Friday night, the Suns got blown out by the L.A. Clippers at Intuit Dome, 129 to 102. 3 games in the books, Pick.
Yeah.
One thing has been constant with the Suns through 3 games. Their first half defense,
atrocious. Yeah, it has been, right?
In the NBA so far this year, there has been, I think, 8 teams that have given up there's 8 70-point first halves allowed so far around the league. The Suns have allowed 70-plus 3 times in all 3 games.
3 times.
Not a recipe for success.
No. They've given up 116, 129, and 133 points. The 116 is even high-end acceptable. The latter 2 are obviously well beyond the pale.
Well, if you go back to the Sacramento game in the opener, part of the reason why they gave up that many points was Sacramento was red hot from three-point range.
Mm-hmm.
The Clippers, red hot from three-point range. The Denver game on Saturday was a little bit more alarming because Denver did not shoot the ball well from three-point range in the first half of that game.
No.
They were 6 for 19, and that included a three-quarter court heave at the end of the first quarter by Jamal Murray.
Uh-huh.
And they still ran up over 70 points. Now, Denver's one of the better teams in the league, and you don't expect this to be a finished product with a new coaching staff and all these new players and some injuries mixed in too, but it was a very discouraging weekend.
Oh, I totally
Suns.
agree.
There's no other way to say it.
Because, like you said, that was not Denver's best game by any shot. It was a weird, agitated game from Nikola Jokic, too, who looked for most of the game like he was striking against shooting the ball. He almost looked like Kobe in that famous Game 7 in Phoenix.
Yes. He did not shoot the ball until there was like 2 minutes left in the second quarter.
One shot, right?
He wasn't even interested in shooting.
No.
Here's the other thing I noticed about Nikola Jokic. Nikola Jokic has gained some muscle in the chest area. He's got a little Shaq-like effect to him now. He was throwing it around a little bit in that game.
I felt bad for Malawach when he had to try to guard him. It wasn't even close.
Yeah.
Well, there was a lot of frustration from Suns fans on the officiating. There was also a lot of Sun Devil fans officiating.
Oh, well, yeah, listen.
We'll get into that too.
Sun Devils fans have reason to be. And listen, I would really like to watch a Suns game at some point in time without the constant focus being on the officiating. Come on, guys, you're better than that.
There were 2 instances that I saw where just, and everybody knows this that watches the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Superstars get calls, but Nikola Jokic twice just two-handed pushing the back of Devin Booker to the point where Booker went down. Not a foul either time. That's not why they lost the game.
No.
Defense has been terrible. Mm-hmm. Jordan Knott talked about it after the game on Saturday.
Yeah, we got to be better. I mean, there's no excuse for that. We're going to have to be better there defensively. This is a defensive-minded group at times. And then we just lose our way. But we're 3 games in. There's a sample size to all this. Right. A lot of that is who you play. Mm-hmm. I think we've played some good offenses. I think historically those 3 teams are going to be, and this year they'll be pretty good. So we'll keep looking. Find ways to guard better, find ways to attack better. But yeah, 133, doesn't matter where you're at, that's probably not going to get it done.
Another thing that stood out was the carelessness with the basketball. Not a team-wide issue.
Mm-hmm.
Devin Booker against the Nuggets had 9 turnovers.
Yeah, career high.
I counted 6 passes, Bick, where Booker was airborne
Mid-air.
or in the middle of his shot form,
mm-hmm.
and then opted to pass, and it led to a turnover.
Which leads you to what conclusion, Vinny? Because you said it earlier. I don't want to steal your point.
What did I say? It's early in the morning.
He's not a
point guard.
Not a point guard. They don't. Colin Gillespie is a point guard.
Mm-hmm.
He's the only true point guard they have on this roster.
Mm-hmm.
Even when Jaylen Green comes back.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
Jaylen Green's not a point guard either.
No.
And they willingly did this to themselves this year.
I wouldn't say willingly. That's the package they got from Houston for Kevin Durant is the package they got from Houston. I don't think that was their ideal return.
No.
But they were, to quote Kellen Olson, they were punked by KD.
And maybe I'm wrong on Jaylen Green, and maybe since it was talked about in training camp in the preseason, a lot of the ball handling duties will happen or go to him.
Yeah.
Now, Devin Booker can be much better. We've seen him be better in that role. And again, I think this has a lot to do with chemistry. But, we talk about, hey, it's year 7 for Kyler Murray. When is it going to click? This is year 11 for Devin Booker.
Yeah.
And whether you're a shooting guard or a point guard, don't get airborne to pass the ball.
No.
That's like day 1 stuff.
Yeah, I noticed exactly the same thing you did. First of all, he wasn't active at all Friday night against the Clippers, only shot the ball 10 times.
No.
And then, like you said, Devin Booker, when he leaves his feet, when he is airborne, He should never be thinking, oh, do I have somebody open right now? Unless he knows, oh, that dude is wide open. Unless he knows he's going to deliver the ball to somebody for an easy bucket. That to me just tells me, okay, this can't be how they play basketball. What we wanted from Devin Booker was exactly the opposite. We wanted him taking over the whole thing.
The games like Friday night when he has 10 shots in a basketball game, those are the games that frustrate me the most with him, because I get it. The last 2 years, Durant, Beal, you can somewhat defer. This is his basketball team now, and for him to only shoot the ball 10 times, that's frustrating as a fan.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, here was Devin Booker real quick taking some accountability for it.
I just need to start playing off one foot in the paint, get to 2 feet, and make the read. Just careless with the ball. This could be more shot attempts. Still gauging it out, still learning our spacing, and just developing that chemistry I was just talking about.
Yeah, again, is this harsh? Maybe. Is it the reality of what they're in? Yes. Will it get better? Man, you hope so.
Mm-hmm.
With more chemistry and more reps together. We'll have a lot more on the Suns coming up, but now not only Jaylen Green not playing tonight, Dillon Brooks, who has played a massive role on offense so far, at least in terms of field goal attempts.
Too massive.
Too massive. No, it's exactly right. And you saw the first flip side of the Dillon Brooks experience Friday night when James Harden went nuclear in that second quarter.
Oh, my goodness.
And said, yeah, Dillon Brooks got me fired up. All that and I said, okay, let's go.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
Exactly.
Sometimes you're going to get the DeMar DeRozan effect. Sometimes you're going to get the James Harden effect.
That's it, Vinny.
It's just, I guess, life with Dillon Brooks on your roster.
That's it.
Coming up next, ASU unable to overcome the loss of Jordan Tyson and unable to recapture the magic from last year in a loss to Houston. We'll get into that frustration next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Oso crosses over on Jokic to the rim and lay it in with the left hand. Nice move by Oso Iguodala.
Suns at the Jazz tonight. Pregame at 5, 6 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to let you know about amazing deals being offered right now in the best place in the Valley to get into a new Ford vehicle. That, of course, is Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where GM John Nissen, his entire team, they're marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like on the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, it's now available with 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Looking for a truck? Look no further than America's favorite F-150 XLT EcoBoost, ready to roll with a 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. You can find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. See dealer for full details. Approved credit is required. These offers do end November 3rd, 2025. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler. They've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. You can shop online anytime at earnhardtford.com.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving.
because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Sports fans, it's showtime at Talking Stick Resort. Rock out to ZZ Top, the global symbol of rock and roll. Laugh out loud with multi-platinum comedian Bill Engvall or viral sensation Matt Matthews. And get your country music fix with chart-topping artist Jody Messina, or celebrate the holidays with two-time Grammy Award winner Leanne Rimes and her greatest hits Christmas concert. Talking Stick Resort is your go-to spot for incredible entertainment. Grab your tickets now at TalkingStickResort.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch, Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football in the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through October 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Kenny Dillingham and the ASU Sun Devils lost more ground in the Big 12 after Saturday's 24-16 loss to Houston at home. The now 5-3 Sun Devils will need a lot to happen if they want to get back to the Big 12 championship game this season. The Phoenix Suns over the weekend lost their first two games of the season in LA to the Clippers, 129-102 on Friday night and 133-111 in Denver to the Nuggets. Here was head coach Jordan Knott on the defensive struggles to start the season.
Yeah, we got to be better. I mean, there's no excuse for that. We're going to have to be better there defensively. This is a defensive-minded group at times. And then we just lose our way, but we're 3 games in. There's a sample size to all this. But yeah, 133, doesn't matter where you're at, that's probably not going to get it done.
The Suns will wrap up their road trip in Utah tonight. Tip-off will be at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 3 of the World Series will be tonight over on ESPN 620. That series all tied up at 1 apiece between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. Game 3 in L.A. will get going at 5 tonight. And this report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, an A-plus with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Was Arizona State able to continue its streak of home victories against a tough Houston team over the weekend? We'll talk Sun Devils Cougars at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Hate to spoil your tease there, Luke, but the answer is no. They were not.
What a disappointing day.
Yeah, here was Kenny Dillingham after the 24-16 loss to Houston on Saturday.
That's a good football team. This league is filled with good football teams. That's a good football team. And when you don't play good enough and you face a good football team and there's no takeaway, they get a takeaway and you don't get a takeaway, there's a lot of, you're not going to win many of those games versus good teams.
Yeah, it was a frustrating night.
That's a great word for
Arizona State football. They fall behind 24-0 in that game.
Nothing went right.
They rally to make it 24-16. They were sloppy. They didn't have the same fire. I mean, again, for the third straight week, which defense is going to show up? You had the defensive performance in Utah, which made people scratch their heads. Then you had the defensive performance against Texas Tech, which made people say, okay, we can get behind this. Defense really didn't do much in this game. I honestly think when it was 24-0, it should have been a lot worse.
Listen, this was such a disappointing game for so many reasons, but it was all wrapped up into the same theme that this is what it felt like the old Sun Devils would do. The classic letdown game, just when you thought ASU football had turned a corner. Now, I know we're well past that iteration of ASU football, but that's what Saturday felt like, right? You had this home winning streak. Suddenly now you're shut out at halftime. After handling really good Big 12 quarterbacks so far this season, you get eaten alive by Connor Wigman.
He's a good quarterback, and as they pointed out, 3.7 million times on the broadcast. At one time, he was the number one recruit in the country. One of the other frustrating elements to this was when Houston got their lead, the style of play that they put out there offensively was very effective.
Oh, yeah.
It was very frustrating.
Very clock draining
because it was
chain moving.
It was a snap to Wigman, and it was a very deliberate design quarterback run, and ASU had absolutely no answer for it. Kenny Dillingham talked about that, too.
They ran the ball, too efficiently with their quarterback, 21 carries, most of those direct runs for 124 yards. Running backs, 24 carries for 70-something, so that's pretty good defense, 3 yards carry, but the quarterback, direct +1, you got to give it to that kid. You got to give it to Connor, man. That dude was a warrior for them tonight to take the snap and run quarterback direct run 20 times, 18 times. You got to give him a lot of credit because he did a nice job. They did a good job up front.
Yeah, and I was worried going into the game, not necessarily, and we knew Jordan Tyson wasn't going to play, but there was question marks on some key defensive players. Prince Dorba, Boogie Wilson, Ghost Rouser. All those guys ended up playing in the game, but really it didn't make Dorba didn't play, but the others did. Tyson didn't play on offense, but the offense looked out of sync too. They threw the ball a ton. They did have some guys step up in the passing game, but they didn't. There wasn't a real commitment to the run game, which frustrated me. Go back to the Mississippi State game. They're down 17-0 to Mississippi State on the road, and how did they get back into that game? They ran the football. But their offensive line could get no push, and Aaron Murray, who was doing the color commentary on the ESPN2 broadcast, said it pretty succinctly. This offensive line got whooped for 60 minutes, and it did.
Yeah, and that's an issue. And then, Sam Levitt going down early, that made the entire stadium go silent because we've seen this team without Sam Levitt, and it's not pretty. And then he came back, and then there was the huge fumble. Just when you thought maybe that they were going to pull that, okay, we can crawl out of this 17-0 hole. And then the officiating became an issue, and then the fans started throwing things. So it was a mess. It was a mess from start to finish. It was a mess.
I thought early in the game, I think it was 3-0 at that point in the second quarter, that the Sun Devils were trailing when the Sam Levitt fumble happened. And it wasn't your garden variety fumble. He's back to pass. He's in the shotgun. He kind of pump fakes, but doesn't. And then in his throwing motion, he certainly had an empty hand. I don't think the ball was hit. I watched the replay a bunch of times.
I'm not sure I saw it either.
But the ball goes forward, quite a ways forward on the ground, and Sam Levitt, I don't know if it was a mistake or a great play for him to make a beeline for that ball. Because obviously, when there's a chance it's a fumble, you want your player going after the ball because they know where it's going. He had a perfect line of sight. They didn't get the ball. Houston recovered. It was a huge play in the game. But also, you got to sell that better as a quarterback?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Hey, that's a forward pass. Because there was a long review.
Yeah.
And the verbiage from the officiating crew, the Big 12 officiating crew, wasn't exactly all that dead set, hey, that was a forward, that was a fumble. The ruling on the field is upheld because Levitt didn't sell it very well.
Here's what that play sounded like.
1st and 10, Sun Devils from just shy of midfield off the fake toss. Levitt drops back and now loses the football as he tried to throw, dives for it, it's loose at around the 35-yard line. Houston falls on it, but I think it's going to be an incomplete pass.
Looked like his hand was going forward, but then the guy who supposedly threw it is the one chasing it down. So
cornerback Will James fell on the loose football. It looked like Levitt was trying to throw, like the ball slipped out of his hands.
It was a fumble.
Yeah. So in other words, in the process of trying to do the right thing, you did the wrong thing. Because what you do in that point in time is, wait, no, I was throwing the ball. I was throwing the ball.
No big deal. It's an incomplete pass.
It was one of the stranger plays I've seen in a long time.
Man,
they were down 10-0 at that point, by the way.
And then the catch by Mateer, which was absolutely fantastic for that to be ruled a penalty. I watched that play 10 times, and I still can't see what the ref saw.
There was a minor flinch, and Kenny Dillingham, to his credit, said this about that play.
Yeah, we got to get set. I mean, that's on us as a staff, not making sure guys are knowing where they're supposed to be and getting set, and before the motion, getting guys set. We just really switched our feet. It wasn't even on or off, which that's the part that kind of sucks. It's kind of like a small detail switch, and he recognized it halfway through, and it was an illegal motion. I mean, had no effect on the play, but was it a penalty? 100%. Just one of those unfortunate. We can't have it, and that's on myself to not let those things happen.
And then there's the special teams, Vinny. We haven't even gotten to those yet.
I don't think they should be called special teams anymore. They should
just
be
call
called
teams.
Because 2 weeks
Take
in a
the
row,
word special away.
after the Texas Tech win, Kenny Dillingham came out and said that's the worst special teams performance I've ever been a part of.
Yeah.
It was not better.
Well, listen, I was a little worried when we talked to him, and I asked him, hey, you were down there, boots on the ground, in the huddle, hands-on coaching. Did it work? Are things fixed? He's like, we'll see. And I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah, they missed 2 field goals, a kick out of bounds, a roughing the kicker penalty, a fair catch on the 4-yard line when you need field position, a number of penalties on kick coverage or blocking. Just everything went wrong.
Everything.
And then yesterday, you get the announcement last night that Charlie Ragle, the special teams coordinator, Kenny Dillingham's coach that he got started under at Chaparral High School, taking a medical leave of absence effective immediately. It was clear in the reporting from several different sources that he was not asked to resign. He's not being fired. This is a medical leave of absence. But he's not going to be on the job.
Yeah, Kenny's not going to fire his high school coach.
No.
But obviously they need to change that. It was just, listen, this is a reminder again at how difficult what ASU is attempting to do is to actually achieve in college athletics. What they need to do now more than anything, because they obviously did not handle the letdown of coming off that incredible win against Texas Tech. Clearly they failed in that regard. They need now to focus on beating Iowa State in Ames. They need to focus on being a 9-win team. You win 9 games, you don't get to the college football playoff, but it's still a number that shows you're hovering around the elite. They've got to stay grinding. It's just the sad reality of what they're trying to do. It is very difficult to be a winning program in the Big 12 every single week.
Yeah, Kenny Dillingham did point it out. They've got the same conference record right now than they did at this time a year ago, and you saw how that ended. So there's a lot of football left to be played. But the difference is the teams around them. Yeah. You got 2 undefeated teams at this point in Cincinnati and BYU.
Yep.
So neither one of those teams stumbled over the weekend. We'll have a lot more on ASU as the show goes on. You can join the excitement at the 2nd Annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Santan Ford. It's happening November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park. Compete for cash prizes and the legendary Golden Paddle. Proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus. And we'll have an epic mascot matchup at noon that day featuring Big Red and the Suns Gorilla battling it out on the court. Text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team now. That's PICKLE to 620-620 and secure your spot. Coming up next, while the Sun Devils are having a rough year, a former Sun Devil was having a great year. And unfortunately, it just came to a rough ending. We'll get into the painful New York Giants injury for Cam Skattaboe next. It's Pickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd Annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Santan Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620.
Rates may apply.
All right, my friends at Chapman BMW not only committed to hooking up every listener of Arizona sports, they are committed to helping those that help us. So all first responders, all military members, all military veterans, Chapman BMW believes your service deserves to be rewarded. You can get up to a $4,000 rebate on a brand new Chapman BMW today. One of many reasons you head on down to Chapman BMW, a family-owned, award-winning business for nearly 60 years. Everything they do, from Ted Chapman to the techs in the garage, first-class red carpet elite. And so many of our listeners have reached back and said they cannot believe how great the experience was shopping at Chapman BMW. One even told me it took him longer to buy a suit on a Saturday afternoon than it did to drive off in the ultimate driving machine at Chapman BMW. This is your premier destination for luxury and performance. Two great locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find. And like I said at the start, every member of this listening audience, you have a hookup waiting for you. Find what you like, take a test drive, then ask for my guy by name, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour, so the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Second and long. Dart, pressure up the middle, throws tipped, and it's incomplete. Eagles came free on a stunt up the middle. I think it was Zach Bond that time. It was on the coverage, and now Skattaboe was slow to get up. Oh, no. His ankle. Oh, no. Oh, man.
Time out for injury.
Just Dart's reaction alone. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, that's the way it sounded on Fox. Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady on the call in the second quarter. Cam Skattaboe over the middle, getting a pass. Wow. Getting a pass from Jackson Dart, getting taken down by Zach Bond.
Yeah.
And
on an illegal tackle, nonetheless.
I don't know. I'm glad you said that. Zach Bond is not the first time. The hip drop tackle is a source of big controversy in the NFL. And if you go on social media right now and just do a search on Zach Bond hip drop tackle,
what he does.
It's what he does. But there's also a debate. The language is so weird on what is a hip drop tackle that there's a debate on whether or not it was. Regardless, and the officials on the field are getting absolutely skewered for not calling a penalty. But that's not the problem. The problem is players continuing to employ tackling tactics like this that are injuring players. And this time it was Cam Skattaboe, who was lighting the league on fire.
I know.
And reigniting a fan base, and now the New York Giants and Cam Skattaboe season is basically over.
Yeah, this is not only a big blow to the thousands and thousands and thousands of Cam Skattaboe fans in Arizona. This is a big blow to the league. This was a rising star for a lot of reasons. He's got underdog spirit written all over him. He's got that toughness that is just legendary. That I'm putting my head in the fan kind of thing. That makes football so great, and now just like that, in an instant, his season is over.
He was becoming a star in a market that the NFL would desperately love to have a star in.
Yes.
Yeah, no, listen, and it wasn't lost on anybody watching the game that shortly after they showed him on the cover of the New York Post flexing at a Knicks game, that he went down. And it's you saw the visceral reaction from Jackson Dart, from the teammates who obviously love this kid. Here's what blew my mind. So he either had his ankle snapped or dislocated.
And everything I've read, they're calling it a dislocation.
Okay. He didn't look like he was feeling any pain whatsoever. As you pointed out, he's lying there. His one foot is normal. His other foot is pointing directly the wrong direction, and he's putting his hand out for a teammate to help him up.
Yeah.
And teammates are like, dude, no, I wouldn't get up if I were you.
No, and it was weird, too, because you saw the reaction from his teammates immediately calling to the sideline. Zach Bond just gets up, doesn't even look at Skattaboe. You could tell some of the Eagles players were distraught by what they just witnessed, but Zach Bond wasn't one of them. And when Skattaboe first goes down, you could see him. He put his hand on his helmet like, oh, no, something's wrong. But he did do that. He put his hands out to be helped up, like, I'm going to walk off the field.
Right.
I mean, the guy's on a different level.
On a different level.
Here was Jackson Dart, the quarterback of the Giants after the injury.
Yeah, I was devastated. It's my boy, man. So seeing him go down and obviously, like, reacting to what happened, and that sucks. It's the worst part of this game.
You're my boy, Boo. On the verbiage of what is not a hip drop tackle, it is a foul if a player uses the following technique to bring a runner to the ground. A, grabs the runner with one or both hands and wraps the runner with both arms, and B, this is the key part, unweights himself by swiveling and dropping his hips and or lower body, landing on and or trapping the runner's legs at or below the knee.
That's the key.
Zach Bond did not land on Cam Skattaboe's legs. Did he unweight himself? Which is a new word.
Unweight himself.
He unweighted himself.
I wish it were that easy.
Certainly, by the results, trapped the runner's legs at or below the knee. And again, a penalty is not going to bring Cam Skattaboe back if they throw a flag.
Right.
This needs to be a hefty fine.
Yeah.
To start to the rules in place. It's obviously not curbing this stuff for certain players, and Zach Bond is one of them.
It also sucks that, like, for a guy Cam Skattaboe who plays with such reckless abandon in a positive way that makes him so appealing, this is how he gets injured. Like, everyone could believe that this guy was going to eventually get injured in some way because he plays so hard and he throws his body into things. This was just a freak tackle. It wasn't like, because of his aggressive way of playing. It sucks that it ended that way.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to sound flip when I say this. I mean, I thought this for 2 years at ASU watching Cam Skattaboe play. It's like, wow, that's really refreshing to watch a player play like that. I hope it's sustainable. and you don't count on it being a lower body injury on somebody like Cam Skattaboe. It's a total bummer. And not only, I mean, you could see if you go back and you watch, or if you were watching the game live, you could see the wind just taken out of the sails of the Giants, who were a brash, confident football team. And now, couple this with the loss of Malik Neighbors, I think their season's absolutely over.
It's done. Yeah, I know it's absolutely done. They're going to struggle to win a game. I think that this is going to be gutting for them. I mean, this is Jackson Dart and Cam Skattaboe were the whole vibe of that team, and it was taking the NFL by storm and giving New York something it never thought it was going to have this season. It's really a shame. It really, really is. You know, it's for Cam Skattaboe, I was worried, obviously, coming out of college, will he be successful in the pros? Will he find any rushing yardage at all? Will he get swallowed up? And for him to pop and look like he was destined for stardom, and then this to happen before October or before Halloween, that's gruesome.
For the other concern we had is he even going to get the opportunity in the pros?
Yeah, right.
And the fact that he got such a great opportunity pretty quickly.
Landed in the perfect place.
Yeah, it's gutting. It really, really is.
Join Wolf and Luke next Monday at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Your pregame for Cardinals versus Cowboys on Monday Night Football. Stop by for your chance to win Cardinals tickets and Innings Festival tickets. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details. Coming up next, the Cardinals are coming out of their bye, but can they come out of their funk? We'll get into it next. It's Pickley and Murata mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and Arizona is finally cooling off, which is great news. But before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. A fall HVAC tune-up from Parker & Sons makes that happen. It's fast, it's affordable, can save you from a chilly surprise down the road. So put that on your checklist of to-do things. Also, cooler weather means open windows in Arizona, which is equally fantastic. But what about the air quality in your home? From duct cleaning to air purifiers, Parker & Sons can keep your family breathing easy. Their Captura air scrubber cleans the air in your house 24/7. It is a great idea with cold and flu season ahead. Keep your family healthy. Get your home holiday ready by calling Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovik Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovik Santan Ford, located in the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A tough weekend for Valley sports fans. ASU football lost their first home game in 700 days to Houston on Saturday, 24-16 without Jordan Tyson, and they lost Sam Levitt in the second half as well. And the Devils lost a tough one and moved to 5-3, and here was their head coach, Kenny Dillingham, post-game.
That's a good football team. This league is filled with good football teams. That's a good football team. And when you don't play good enough and you face a good football team and there's no takeaway, they get a takeaway and you don't get a takeaway, there's a lot of, you're not going to win many of those games versus good teams.
And the Phoenix Suns did not have a weekend to remember either, losing both of their games to the Clippers and Nuggets by 20-plus points. But they will wrap up their road trip tonight in Utah at 6 against the Jazz, and with Jaylen Green still being out and Dylan Brooks being day today. You can hear that one on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Tonight over on ESPN 620, Game 3 of the World Series between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. First pitch will be at 5, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. The Suns are in Utah playing the Jazz tonight. How can they keep pace in the West? We'll talk about it today at 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show, 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, now the bye week came a little bit later. We're at 10 games, right? We're at 7 now. So, the schedule was the first thing that comes to my mind is the schedule coming off of this bye is not going to change much, where last bye was changed significantly where we were at in the year. You look at, Monday night game, you look at Thanksgiving, Christmas, how many padded practices you're allowed left, all those things. So you kind of, put that, the health of the team, what does it look like after this bye week as opposed to last year? It's going to be a lot different. And then you just try to put the pieces together and put a good plan together, As far as what we're doing this week, couple tweaks, with the coaches and the players, what I asked, but not much, The main thing, I want those guys to come in here on Monday refreshed and positive and ready to go.
That's Jonathan Gannon last week talking about this year's bye week after 7 games as opposed to last year's after 10 games. The difference is, and there's a lot of differences, last year the Cardinals, when they hit their bye, they were in first place in the NFC West.
Mm-hmm.
This year through 7 games, they're in last place in the NFC West. But with 10 games remaining, time to turn it around. That's the big question is that possible? Obviously, the Cardinals need to do a lot of things better just on their own, and they put themselves in a situation where they need a ton of help to get back into this thing. But that's what's being mulled over, and we'll see how refreshed this team is coming back to the facility today.
Yeah, listen, well, they've got a Cowboys team that clearly they can't defend anybody. So whoever is playing quarterback for the Cardinals on Monday Night Football against the Cowboys, you better be able to produce, right? This should not be a game where the Cowboys defense provides significant challenges for you, because they're providing significant challenges for exactly nobody. Dak Prescott and that offense can be very problematic, but this is an opportunity for the Cardinals to beat an average team, an average to poor team, on a very, very big platform. And if they can do that, you could create a little momentum that might be able to elevate you a little bit. The issue is, after that game against Dallas, you have to go to Seattle against a very good Seahawks team in a very hostile environment. Then you come home to play the 49ers. So this is what's right in front of the team, and they've got to sort of reverse engineer what they did the previous year. We mentioned it last week. They went into the bye last week at 6-4. They came out of it a different team, a much worse team, a team that was not nearly as physical, a team that just didn't look like the iteration that went before the bye. They need to pull off the exact same thing this year.
6-4 is not good enough. Unfortunately, it would only get them to 8-9.
Yeah, that's true.
But it would be a positive step, at least with this crew.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, focusing on the Cowboys, you're right. That defense is not good.
No.
It was really lit up yesterday by Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos. They're getting some players healthy, but on the flip side of it, the Dallas offense is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Is this defense primed to stop anybody?
The Cardinals' defense better be better primed to stop the Cowboys than the Cowboys' defense is to stop the Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
That's my point. The Arizona defense should be good enough to hold their own at times against the Cowboys.
Yeah, but let's also talk about the bigger question that is hovering over this team right now, and you mentioned it, is the quarterback situation. Jacoby Brissett started the last 2 games. I think even the most ardent Kyler Murray defenders would say, okay, there were different elements. There was a different look and appearance, especially in the passing game with Jacoby Brissett at quarterback. I think the Cardinals and Jacoby Brissett missed an opportunity to make this a really, really burning question this week. Had they won those 2 games that were certainly winnable with him at quarterback, this would be a really interesting week. But I'm also on the flip side of it. If Kyler Murray doesn't play a week from today, that's like going on 4 weeks.
For an injury that no one saw happen.
Nobody saw happen. He was practicing before the last game. I mean,
there's some weirdness in my head.
If he doesn't play on Monday, I think something's up.
Yes. So here's what's going to be interesting to me. So you've got the team coming together. Then their first live practice is generally Wednesday.
Yeah,
generally
they'll get the extra practice today. Because of it being the bye week and because they're playing on a Monday and not a Sunday.
Yeah, I'm going to be real curious to see what this looks like, because even today, if Jacoby Brissett is taking first-team reps, that to me would signal that maybe they're not taking the ball from him. Because Kyler Murray, health-wise, you think he'd be ready to go. Then you've got the Wednesday traditional quarterback media availability. Do they blow that off again? What I'm saying is there will be tells along the way this week as to where this team is leaning, and it's going to be fascinating, because what we don't know is what the honest-to-God reaction is inside that room. You know, everybody went out, stop rubbing your face, Jared. Both of your eyes and your face. That's a new one. What we don't know about the Arizona Cardinals is exactly what the players in the room think about the quarterback dilemma that they've got in front of them right now. They all say good things about Kyler. They all do. You know, after after Andrew Whitworth questioned Kyler Murray's leadership, on cue, Marvin Harrison Jr., I don't know why people say that. I think he's a great leader. They're all saying the right things, which is good. You'd expect that from a football team. But what do they really feel? Because if you give the ball to the wrong guy at the wrong time in the NFL, you can lose everybody. And I don't know if it's critical mass in terms of that, but I do know if I'm the wide receivers and if I'm Trey McBride, I'm probably feeling pretty good about Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, it's strange because in the midst of this 5-game losing streak, you've had 3 games with Kyler Murray at quarterback where they've lost, but they've been in position to win. And the 2 games with Jacoby Brissett, that's the similarity in the situation, is Jacoby Brissett had them into position to win as well. They're close. And the research is out there. The only other team in history, I believe, that's had a 5-game losing streak with a 13-point minus differential in that 5-game span, because that's nothing. The 2017 San Francisco 49ers did it.
Oh.
So the Cardinals are that close to winning football games. To me, I think all signs right now, and I might be completely off in this evaluation, all signs point to Kyler Murray returning.
And yes, and again, part of me thinks that given where the record is, maybe this is what we need to see. Maybe we need to see this right here and now. Whether or not this offense can look just like it did with Kyler as it did with Jacoby Brissett. And I think we all know the answer, but now Kyler knows what it has to look like.
So is it 1 game, 2 games, 3 games, rest of the season? Like, what's the evaluation window, I wonder?
Look, if it's 1 game, 2 games, 3 games, and nothing really changes, are the Arizona Cardinals going to bench Kyler Murray and possibly ruin any trade value he may have?
How about that?
That's the other thing that's looming. The Cardinals play Dallas next Monday. That's November 3rd. The next day is the NFL trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
And I know everybody gets, tingly when they talk about the NFL trade deadline.
Uh-huh.
I don't.
Hey, the Atlanta Falcons might need a quarterback.
I don't expect anything to happen with the Cardinals.
Not this year. I don't think so.
I think they have 1 player, probably, maybe 2, that would have interest. I could see somebody picking up the phone and calling Monty Ossenfort and saying, hey, look, you're going nowhere. Calais Campbell still has some gas left in the tank, even though he's 39 years old. We could sure use him for our playoff push. Jalen Thompson's an unrestricted free agent, but he's only 27 years old.
Yeah, I'm not sure I give up on him.
I'm not sure I would not want to re-sign him next year. But yeah, there's not a whole lot in terms of attractive trade chips. And the Cardinals, they lose on Monday night. Are they going all in to get more
to the
talent?
bottom?
Yeah. I don't.
Listen, no, again, this is really, we're giggling about this, but this is really, all this stuff is in the air. All this stuff these are plausible outcomes. Yeah, brutal. So, and it's going to be interesting, too, the vibe of the coaching staff. Jonathan Gannon's trying to still play it right down the middle and process-driven, not too high, not too low. There will come a time when that is no longer feasible. Your fan base will not tolerate that. If you come out of this bye week and you stack 3 more losses, and now you're sitting there at 2-8, no one's going to want to hear we just got to have a good day tomorrow.
No.
And so
the shelf life on that line is
coming to an end.
It's coming to an end.
Coming to an end. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of stuff that is either going to get better or we're going to get some ruptures, if you will.
And I will say this in conclusion of this segment. There's always that question. Did the bye week come at a good time? I can answer for myself.
That's such a
I think the fan base would agree. It came at a good time.
Did it come at a good time for you?
There was could you imagine if we were here talking about another Cardinals loss on top of everything else that happened this weekend? It was a nice respite.
Yeah. Well, listen, I told my family yesterday morning, hey, no Sunday football for me today, so let's be familial. Let's do something together. And I turned on the TV. I'm like, oh, my God, the Bears are playing the Ravens on this channel and Cam Skattaboe's on this channel. I made it out the door, though.
Did you?
I taped the games and watched when I got back. I did. Well, I take that back.
Let's be familiar.
I take that
Your
back.
family's like, nah, we're good.
I taped both of them. I watched the Giants game through the Skattaboe injury and the Bears game. I'm like, I'm not watching this. So, I'm not watching this dreck.
You want to stay up to date on all our contests at Arizona Sports, from tickets to the Cardinals, Suns, Innings Festival, and more. Just text the word contest to 620-620. We'll send you the latest on all our giveaways. That's contest to 620-620. Coming up next, more reaction to ASU's disappointing performance versus Houston. And what happens for the Sun Devils now? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata morning through on this Monday. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Santan Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. May apply.
All right, we all know the scorching Arizona sun can take a toll on our homes, particularly our windows. And if you've been in your home 15 years or more, if you've noticed a spike in your energy bills, your windows might be shot. Do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from a great local company, my friends at Advanced Window Products, currently offering $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. And I've got to be telling you, folks, you will not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible. The installation process was fantastic. It was professional, right down to the cleanup process, which was immaculate. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. No middleman markups. They've got their own factory here in the Valley. They will build your windows. They will install your windows. Then they will guarantee them for life. And that lifetime warranty, by the way, is transferable. Give them a call at 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top-quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How much longer will ASU be without Jordan Tyson? And how can they survive without him? We'll discuss today at 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show. 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
And Wigman does take a knee, and that will do it to it. And Houston has come into Mountain America Stadium and handed the Sun Devils their first home field loss since November of 2023 as Houston builds a 24-0 lead through 3 quarters and then hangs on in the face of a Sun Devil rally in the 4th.
Yeah, there's Tim Healy, final call on the Sun Devil Radio Network on Saturday night. Sun Devils home winning streak snapped. Their winning streak against teams from the state of Texas snapped 24-16, a game that Houston led at one point 24-0. It was a shell-shocked Sun Devil crowd at Mountain America Stadium. And you knew they weren't going to have Jordan Tyson. It was going to change things offensively. And I don't think offense necessarily was the problem. Obviously, they didn't do everything great. But my overwhelming thought after that game, and there was a lot of thoughts, but all season long, Bick, we've been talking about ASU being not good in the red zone.
Mm-hmm.
That continued.
Mm-hmm.
Being pretty terrible on offense on third downs. That continued. They were 5 for 15 in this game. And having below average to bad special teams. And they won 5 games.
Yeah. Well, listen. Listen.
Overcome a lot.
No, I know. And this is, to me, there's the makings, there's the shell of a really good football team, but there's things about the football team that are getting in the way. And so hopefully this will all be a learning process for Kenny Dillingham, that as the years go by, it will become clearer and clearer to him exactly who you need to recruit and what you need to build to be that team that can win every single week in college football. I know I've been saying this for a while, but it's really been not a reminder, but it's really been illuminating watching ASU go on this journey of just how difficult it is to do this in that environment when you're dealing with kids, right? And you see they're getting close, and you see Kenny Dillingham really working every angle he can. But there are things about this football team, like you said, that are getting in the way, and the special teams are at the fore. The fact that their running game hasn't been what it was prior, which is very natural and understandable. But they're just things getting in this team's way, and they need to. What they can't do at this point is stack losses.
Yeah, before we move on, I want to send a shout-out on this Monday morning to our listeners in Sun Lakes. We appreciate you out in Sun Lakes. You mentioned the special teams problems, Bick, and Kenny Dillingham was asked several questions in his post-game press conference about that.
Yeah, we got to play better. I mean, all across the board, we got to play better. We got to play better as a football team, though. We didn't play good enough as a football team tonight. That was one of the phases that didn't play good enough, but all the phases have to play better.
And then our own Jeremy Schnell asked Kenny Dillingham in the post-game presser, hey, at this point, with 2 straight special teams stinkers, are you going to consider changing some personnel on that side?
Yeah, I mean, we're moving people around. But, in season, there's only so much you can do from that standpoint. So, we've been moving people around. Wiggles got in there a little bit today, and he did a nice job when he got his opportunity. He did a nice job in the Peach Bowl, too. So we just got to, flush it and try to move forward and be better in those areas.
You a big Wiggles fan, Vic? I love the Wiggles.
Oh, listen, I'm not a fan of the Wiggles.
Soundtrack of my parenthood.
Oh, but it was same here. Same here. There was a time when I took Skylar to meet the Wiggles. They performed here in Phoenix, and I was one of many parents trying to get their child to meet them in a post-show meeting. It was pathetic.
I'll say this about the Wiggles, because I've become accustomed with my nieces and nephews on them as well. One of the original Wiggles is still around.
Yeah,
he's
Jeff,
right? He's like 60 years old, and he's still in a sweater, dancing around. So God bless that guy.
One of my favorite jokes that went unrewarded ever. Patrick, when he was young, big into the Wiggles, so we went to the shows. And I remember right before the show started, I remember saying to my wife at the time and everybody that was with us, I was like, man, I hope they play a lot of their old stuff.
That was a great line.
Nobody appreciated
Hope they play Fruit Salad, Yummy Yummy. Yes,
great song.
Great song.
Sammy's got Wiggles experience too because you were a viewer, weren't you?
I was a viewer.
Yeah. So, oh my God, I could go right down their list of hits. I could probably sing some of them.
Captain Feathersword.
Oh yeah. Skylar used to put a bandana on. She had this little sword, and she would whoa. Yeah, that's how into it she was.
Sorry.
Here's what I've noticed about ASU football, and this is why this idea of week to week grind and what it can take out of you. They played the back-to-back games against Baylor and TCU, and those were heavyweight fights. That was like Frazier, Ali kind of stuff. And ASU clipped both of those games, both those teams at the very end. Then they went to Utah, and they didn't have Sam Levitt, but they didn't have a lot that night. That wasn't just a quarterback problem. That was a football team that just was burning low after 2 heavyweight fights. Then they responded with that great effort against Texas Tech, and then they came back this week and burning low, too low. And it's hard, man, to be at that intensity level when you've never done it before.
Kenny told us that
Yes.
Last Friday is
Yes.
like every game becomes the biggest game when you're at this point of your program. But the bottom line is they need health. I mean, last year they, in the one game that they didn't have Sam Levitt, they lost. They lost that game to Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
They won a game without Cam Skattaboe last year. He didn't play in the UCF game. They found a way to win that game. They won games without Jordan Tyson. But not having Cam Skattaboe, I mean, you don't replace somebody like that who was just the linchpin of your offense. And I thought the receiving corps actually did a nice job. There was a couple of drops, but for the most part, those guys stepped up. Mateer made a couple of great catches. Malik McClain, I know we're going to go over it in the weekend checklist, and I said it tongue-in-cheek, he was going to have 200 yards. He almost had 200 yards. He had 159 yards. So those guys stepped up, but, man, they just had too much missing. And now you have questions about Tyson this week. You have questions about Levitt this week. If those guys are on the field, I think everybody feels pretty good.
Yeah.
Without those guys, they got no chance to go to Ames and beat Iowa State.
No. You're absolutely right about that. And so it's, again, I know Valley sports fans feel gutted because the college football playoff is probably a pipe dream this year. But that doesn't mean this can't be a high wattage kind of ending with a very big, important bowl. 9 wins, to me, that's the number that separates the borderline elite teams and the really good teams from teams that are just having a good year. And that's what their focus has got to be. Their focus has to be now, okay, you know what? We got worked again for the second time, well, actually the third time this year, but that's the end of it. This is not happening to us ever again.
Yeah, and going back to the special teams issues, Kenny Dillingham considering changing personnel, moving people around, but the big move last night was Charlie Ragle, the special teams coordinator, on a health-related leave of absence. And look, I don't want to sit here and be completely cynical and say, sounds like a ploy, because health is involved. I hope he's okay, but the timing of it is a little curious.
Yeah.
We could say that, right?
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah. The
special teams has been atrocious the last 2 weeks.
And so this is a delicate way of addressing a very obvious issue, right? And if you're Kenny Dillingham and this is your high school coach, what are you going to do? Call him in and berate him and kick him out the facility? No, you're not going to do that.
No.
And so, but clearly there has to be some significant change in that department. Like you said, for now you could take the word special away from the unit.
Yep.
Just call them teams.
Just teams.
Just teams.
S teams.
S teams.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to get us caught up on the big stories on this Monday morning in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Allen on the drive, floats one up short. Now watches there to throw it down. He picked it up mid-air and then turned and jammed it.
Suns at the Jazz tonight. Pregame at 5, 6 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. And building wealth is difficult to do, if not impossible, when you're starting from scratch. But the sharp people will tell you the best way to do it is to reduce your debt. And if you're in the market to buy a home, if you're looking to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan. If you're a good fit, they can save you a ton of money. This is an innovative program that allows you to pay off your mortgage in years, not decades. You do all of your banking inside your mortgage, and all of your income is working towards paying down all of your debt, and you have zero fear because you always have access to your equity. That is the magic of Life Changer Loan. 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home. You also get 24/7 access to your equity. Like I mentioned, gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Now, this is not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials. Give them a call. If you're a good fit, I can guarantee you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250. Say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When you give a diamond, it's not just jewelry, it's a promise.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has seen it again and again, how one diamond can change everything.
I've helped people find engagement rings that start a lifetime together, anniversary gifts that reignite the spark, and holiday surprises that bring real tears of joy.
Because it's not about the size of the diamond, it's about what it means when she opens that box.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we make sure every piece tells a story, your story. Custom made or ready to go, you'll find something unforgettable.
And if you've been waiting for the right moment, this is it.
I'm Diamond Dave. Call, DM, or come see me, and let's create that memory that lasts forever.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Kenny Dillingham and the ASU Sun Devils lost more ground in the Big 12 after Saturday's 24-16 loss to Houston at home. The now 5-3 Sun Devils will need a lot to happen if they want to get back to the Big 12 championship game this season. The Phoenix Suns over the weekend lost their first two games of the season in LA to the Clippers, 129-102 on Friday, and 133-111 in Denver to the Nuggets. And here was Suns head coach Jordan Knott on the defensive struggles to start the season.
Yeah, we got to be better. I mean, there's no excuse for that. We're going to have to be better there defensively. This is a defensive-minded group at times. And then we just lose our way, but we're 3 games in. There's a sample size to all this. Right. But yeah, 133, doesn't matter where you're at, that's probably not going to get it done.
The Suns wrap up their road trip in Utah tonight. Tip-off will be at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 3 of the World Series will be tonight over on ESPN 620. That series all tied up at 1 apiece between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. Game 3 in LA will get going at 5 p.m. tonight, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Oh, let us delve into another level of the misery in the Rush Hour Reboot this morning.
Hey, well, you came to the wrong guy. I'm Sammy the Optimist.
I know, Sammy the Optimist. What are you doing on this show?
Man, it was a struggle to find some stuff today, but I did. We'll get to it in a couple of segments. But yes, the Rush Hour Reboot. There we go. Want to shout out everyone watching on YouTube. And if you're wondering how you can be one of those people, just go to YouTube, type in Arizona Sports, and we'll be the first people you see there. So it was a tough weekend for Arizona sports fans. It feels like we've been saying that a bunch lately, and the Suns contributed to that, lost both to the Clippers and the Nuggets by 20-plus points. What were some eye-opening things you noticed from this team this weekend?
The defense is not as promised. I think there might be some reasons for that. We might get into this later. The Denver head coach said he noticed the Suns are so obsessed with creating second chance opportunities on offense that their guards are not getting back, and the Nuggets promptly burn them in fast break points. Maybe there's some tactical stuff you can do, but the want to, the will, the aggression, it's not translated into good defense yet.
Yeah, there's got to be a balance. Bick hit on it. What David Adelman said about not getting back. Watch when Colin Gillespie's on the floor. Colin Gillespie is normally the smallest player on the floor. He's also an excellent offensive rebounder for his size. And the Suns are really playing hard, and they're crashing the glass, very, very hard. But it's not leading to defensive success right now. So that's one of the things that stood out. The other thing is just on a real 30,000-foot level, this is a brand new basketball team. New coaches. Most of the roster is new. They're feeling each other out. They don't even have all their pieces yet. There's going to be a lot of grinding moments early on. And hopefully it gets better.
Yes.
We don't have any proof that it will, but hopefully it does. But it was a rough watch this weekend.
It really was. And the dysfunctional nature of their offense, and I don't mean dysfunctional in the sense that they're throwing the ball all over the yard, but they just don't have enough scores.
Yeah, and
that's why I can't wait to see what Jaylen Green brings.
So it's kind of raised the bar on this return of Jaylen Green and what he's going to look like.
And that leads right into the next question. It's only been a 3-game sample size without Jaylen Green. So what will adding Jaylen Green to this lineup hopefully do for the team and Devin Booker, who's had kind of a lackluster start?
Okay, so I've got mixed feelings about this before I let Vinny speak to this, but because basketball IQ is not considered one of Jaylen Green's strengths. So him as a point guard, I don't think is a good long-term solution in Phoenix, but I don't want Devin Booker playing the point anymore. So how Jaylen Green is able to do in that moment, I just want him to be full of motivation and ambition to kind of stick it to Houston for them saying, you're the guy we don't need.
I don't feel differently than Bick does. I don't think there's going to be a change, honestly. I think if Devin Booker is healthy and Jaylen Green is healthy together, I think most of the point guard duties, if you will, are going to fall on Devin Booker. Through 3 games, he's got a negative assist to turnover ratio. Like going into yesterday, he had the most turnovers in the NBA. That's got to stop.
Yep.
But Jaylen Green, he's a 20-point per game scorer, and he's athletic, and he's going to have opportunity to do a lot of things in this offense. I think his return is going to level out. Devin Booker needs to be option 1 scoring-wise, and he is the leading scorer, but he hasn't taken the most shots on the team. I think it's going to knock Dillon Brooks' field goal attempts down to a more acceptable level.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
And the way this offense is structured right now, I can't fault Dillon Brooks for shooting because he finds the ball in open situations, and he's going to shoot the ball. But for him to be in the top 10 in field goal attempts right now and Devin Booker not be, that's kind of an issue.
Yeah, I agree. So the Cardinals, they couldn't win this weekend and they couldn't lose over the weekend. They remained on their bye. Yes. There we go.
Neutrality.
Right? They play 1 week from today, Monday night in Dallas, and we had Kurt Warner on last Friday to talk about the quarterback situation, if there's a debate, and here's what he had to say.
I don't know if there's really much of a debate here. Even though, Jacoby, like I said, has played good football and the offense looks different because they're built a little bit differently as quarterbacks and how they play these last couple games. But, I mean, to me, this is Kyler's job.
So do you agree with Warner, and why or why not?
A lot of our listeners pointed out that Kurt was kind of tap dancing around that question, and I get the idea that Kurt, living here and being a former member of the Cardinals, that he doesn't want to add to the noise around this particular debate. But I think if you get into the dynamics of what Kurt Warner said and has been saying, he's a big proponent of playing the position, which is from the pocket.
Yeah.
So I think what Kurt Warner believes is that the Cardinals need a more prototypical quarterback, but I just don't think, being a former member of that team and given all the noise around the team, that he really wants to get into that debate.
Yeah, I agree with Kurt. I don't think there's much of a debate because just erase the Take the uniforms out of it, take the players out of it, take the franchise out of it. How does a quarterback controversy actually develop when injury is involved? When a starter goes down for X team and the backup comes in and plays better, but it all has to come down to winning.
Yes.
They're 0-2 with Jacoby Brissett. I think this would be a debate if they had won those 2 games with Brissett at quarterback.
I don't even know if it'd be a debate.
Yeah,
I think they couldn't take the ball from him if Eddie won.
But that makes it a hell of a lot easier on the coaching staff to
it sure
justify
does.
it. Like we're going to run with the hot hand.
Yep.
For that reason, I think if Kyler Murray is ready to go, it's his job.
Yep. All right. And so this was a pretty interesting thing I found today. The Cardinals are 2-5 and they're, quote, close, right? They're just the 3rd team in NFL history to lose 5 straight by 1 possession or less. And out of those 2-5 teams since 2016, they're 3rd in point differential, -1. And both those teams in front of them went on to have a winning record. So think what that's the
really?
That's the
Who are those 2 other teams? Do you have it in front of you?
Yeah, I do. It's the 2018 Colts. They went 10-6.
Okay.
After starting the season 2-5 with a 4-point differential. And then the 2022 Jaguars finished the year 9-8. They had a point differential of +18 in their 2-5 start. So I guess there's hope, but if there is, how can the Cardinals right the ship? Does it come down to quarterback play? Or?
It's funny when you've lost 5 in a row. It seems like you're miles away from winning games. I mean, this just comes down to I'm not pinning it all on the quarterbacks either. It's running the football. It's making one timely stop, or causing a turnover on defense, which they really haven't done.
It's playing buttoned-up football in the 4th quarter, closing out a game. Listen, if they play a really good first 3 quarters in Dallas, take the lead, and then close them out and shut the book and the door on the Cowboys, that's step 1.
They'd be a tremendous hockey team.
Yeah,
they would.
Yes, they would. 3 periods, baby.
And on the way out, so the Athletic has this playoff simulator that they put up today, and I was doing it with the Cardinals of what they really need to do. They'd have a 33% chance to make the playoffs if they went 7-3. That's the highest percentage they can have.
Is that right?
They go 7-3.
If they go 7-3, it would still only be in the 30s?
Yes.
Right.
And so
let's start getting ready. Get the mock draft tracker ready to go.
But,
right. So so a 9-8 team then is given a 1-3 chance of making the playoffs.
Well, given because the other 3 teams in their division are the 3 teams that they are.
Yeah.
The Rams, the Seahawks, and the 49ers. So ideally they would have to go 8-2, and 8-2 gives them above an 82% chance to make the playoffs.
Wow.
So
they'd really have to flip this thing to go 8-2.
Really have to flip it. So
they're much closer to a top 5 draft pick than that.
They are.
Especially with the schedule. They got through the easy part of their schedule already.
Yep.
On paper.
Indeed. So there you go.
7.
The Rush Hour reboot.
Thanks, Sammy. Coming up next, things ended badly at LSU for that old Southern dandy, Bayou Brian Kelly. What does it mean in the bigger picture of college football? We'll get into it next, I guarantee, here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, so here's some Sonic trivia for you on a Monday morning. So I met Reba McEntire on a cruise a few years ago, and I learned a couple of things. I learned that she loves Sonic, and more specifically, she loves the tots at Sonic. And true fact, her fiancé actually calls her Tater Tot. That's her nickname, and there's even a ceremonial Valentine's Day meal at Sonic dedicated to Reba McEntire. So her love of Sonic obviously runs deep, and why not? At Sonic, you get a unique experience, a diverse menu, and meals that are packed with flavor. They've got an all-star lineup of burgers, from the Double Sonic Smasher to the Garlic Butter Bacon Cheeseburger. They offer iconic classics like those tots, onion rings, cherry limeades. They feature a ton of new favorites like mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and their drink menu is legendary, featuring tens of thousands of different combinations. Here's a pro tip as well. Order ahead with the Sonic app. You will score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking. Chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French onion dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Hey, it's Luke. Was Arizona State able to continue its streak of home victories against a tough Houston team over the weekend? We'll talk Sun Devils Cougars at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, this is a great way to get started, and I haven't even won all my games yet. It's a great night to be a Tiger. I'm here with my family, and we are so excited to be in the great state of Louisiana, but more importantly, to be with you great fans, and to be part of what is going to be an incredible ride here at Louisiana State University.
What a dope.
What a poser.
Did he just pick up
poser.
that accent?
Yeah, Sammy.
Like, oh,
yeah,
man.
that
Sammy didn't know about this.
No, in real time, this was nauseating. When he tried so hard to ingratiate himself to the Louisiana culture.
He said it wrong. He should Louisiana.
Yeah.
That was painful.
So this was during his introduction, at a LSU basketball game.
December 2nd, 2021.
Yeah, when they first, and yes, it made huge. Everybody responded to that. All of a sudden, he became this Southern gentleman with this accent that he never had before.
Yeah. Then there was also the post of him with the recruit.
Yes, I remember that.
Danny Lewis, the tight end, where they were on the spinning platform and Brian
goodness.
Kelly was doing the dance.
Oh, yeah.
He's the worst.
He is the worst. No, listen,
I'll
I
reiterate
never
what I
liked
said.
him.
What a dope.
What a dope.
Man, his 34-14 in 4 seasons at LSU doesn't make it through the 4th season. But I will say this, at least he wasn't responsible for the death of any students at LSU. So he's ahead of the game there.
Okay, so this is the sign of the times in college football. So over the weekend in Louisiana, Politicians, athletic directors, and boosters met at the governor's mansion.
The governor's behind this.
Yes, because we're getting to the point now in college football where the money is so insane and the impatience is so insane that politicians are having to get involved so people don't start questioning, why are we paying a college coach $50+ million to go away? Because that's what it's going to cost.
Yeah, $53 million is what he's owed.
Which is almost the same number they owe Mike Norvell at Florida State, which is why he hasn't been fired yet. And now there's currently a politician in Pennsylvania was spotted meeting with Urban Meyer. And people are thinking maybe they're brokering a deal to get him in at Penn State. And so now politicians are getting involved because the money is so insane and because the impatience is such that there's likely a chance you're going to swallow a huge buyout with these coaches. Man, what a time to be a college coach.
Well, you used to never see big-time coaches fired mid-season in college football. In the NFL, it happens, but in college football...
Well, here's the jobs that are open right now. It's not Halloween yet. Penn State, LSU, Florida, UCLA.
Wow.
Florida State could open. Auburn could open. I mean, and that's just, I mean, there's other jobs, not as popular or coveted jobs that have been open. I mean, UAB fired their head coach in Trent Dilfer. Brian Kelly was asked after the LSU Tigers got absolutely blown out on their home field Saturday night by Texas A&M about his future.
It's impossible for the head coach that's been here, for 4 years and 35 years of doing this to think anything else but this is my responsibility and we've got to get it turned around. And that's not my decision in terms of whether I'm here or not, but that's what I will do as a head coach that's been doing it for over 3 decades. When things are not going well from a football standpoint, the head football coach has to be agile enough and able to make those changes and find out what we need to do to get our football team to play better.
The same athletic director now responsible for negotiating whatever these buyout terms are. Ross Dellinger had a really good piece on Yahoo Sports today kind of outlining it. He wants to coach again. He probably will get a job at a lesser program. But if he doesn't, he can just sit back and make $800,000 a month.
I know. It's that's why I'm saying what a time to be a college coach.
But Scott Woodward also was the guy behind the Jimbo Fisher buyout at Texas A&M. So that's like $129 million worth of coaching buyouts that he's engineered.
Here's the other thing, though, too, because I think we as sports fans, as ordinary people, you look at something like that and you go, man, that would be unbelievable to get fired and then to be paid $50 million on the way out the door. I wouldn't have to work for 4 or 5 years. I could do anything I wanted. People don't understand how horrible a purpose-free life can be. So it sounds great.
That kind of money, you could find a purpose.
Maybe. But if all you've ever done is coach football, then I don't know where you're going to find happiness. It's certainly not going to be on a beach in Thailand. Although I might like that. But you know what I'm saying?
It sounds great to me.
Yeah, it sounds great to me too. But I think when you get into that and you're 6 months into the unbearable lightness of being, where you've got no commitments, you don't have to make any money, you're set, your kids are set, everyone's set.
Yeah, and your legacy has been ruined, and your future prospects are shady. Who knows? And the people's opinion of you,
and then
there's a lot to weigh into that. It's not just money, I guess, for these guys.
And the longer you stay out of the game, the more irrelevant you become. The softer your voice becomes. So it's not what it sounds like, even though it sounds pretty darn terrific.
I can't get past the part that it sounds terrific.
Yeah, I'm like, I
sit here, I wake up, and I want to work as long as I can, as long as my body and my health will allow me to work. You know why? I like getting an income. It's really cool, but I'm not making coaching money.
No,
if they told me to go away and I would never have to worry about money again for the rest of my life, see you.
You'd go away.
You'd never hear from me again.
We'd hear from your ex account.
But
no,
you would stop responding to.
Listen, you say that, but where would you be a year into that? Would you still be just
face down somewhere? I don't care.
Oh, my goodness.
Jeez.
I did see Tim Ring retweeted this funny video of this is live. This is footage of Brian Kelly showing up to the UCLA interview for head coach.
Dude, you get the best barrels ever, dude. Just like you pull in and you just get spit right out of them. And you just drop in and just smack the lip. Back, drop down, snap, and then after that, you just drop in, just ride the
bruh. It's one of the best.
Hey,
videos.
bruh. Hey, bruh.
Brian Kelly's purpose can be breaking 80 for the first time.
I hope
there you go.
Brian Kelly ends up somewhere where the football program is located in a city and state where there's a real accent. I just want to.
Right.
I just want to hear what that sounds.
Boston College is Boston College hiring or?
I just think
he'd pull that off because he is Irish.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Brian Kelly, and I just want to say it's wicked pissing being here at BC. We're gonna win. I'm gonna win all my games here.
Well, okay.
Wisconsin.
Real quick with the purpose thing is like Brian Kelly, James Franklin. Those are both guys that if they wanted, they could probably get another job somewhere. Like a team's going to want to hire them. So with both of them, they'll probably take some time off, be with their families, do whatever they need to do. And then when they're, quote, ready, they'll be like, okay, I'll go interview for a UAB spot or like when a...
it's a coup for these mid-major schools.
Mm-hmm.
You see it all the time that they get these big-name coaches 1 or 2 times removed from when they were actually good.
It's the Rich Rodriguez model.
This is Kevin Sumlin. U of A.
Yeah. Although Rich Rodriguez actually built his way back up to get to a Power 5.
He did. He did.
It's not going real well in Morgantown for old Rich Rod.
What's their record? How are they doing?
Not good.
2-6 overall, 0-5 in the Big 12.
Oh boy.
When do they play Oklahoma State? That'll be a win.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oklahoma
Even with
State
that ice cream machine,
it's another one that's open. Yeah, it's another one that's
pretty
open.
good job.
My goodness. My good. And you know Kenny Dillingham's going to be a candidate for about 9 of those jobs.
For all of them.
For all of them.
Yeah, playing Kiffin.
Coming up next, we'll hit the halfway point on this Monday show. Bick's going to unleash the blast.
Fire!
Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Do you lay this all at the feet of Kyler Murray? And do you just think a reset at quarterback in the offseason
throw him
is
right
enough?
under that bus and make it all on him?
And just say, we're going to try this again with everybody else and just make a change at quarterback and see what difference that makes. See if that changes the equation. I don't know. This is where it gets complicated.
I love that question, and I think the fan base would buy that. We don't think it's any of these people. We think it's him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
For nearly a century, Southwest Gas has been proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hey, it's Vince Murata. And whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers, or creating ambiance for family gatherings and holiday traditions, Southwest Gas continues to provide safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service to customers in Arizona. Natural gas bills remain one of the lowest utility bills a customer receives each month and continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, cooking meals, and fueling business. A typical new home, in fact, can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas service. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes, but natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the kitchen. It supports economic development and growth in the community. And for almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you want more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. A tough weekend for the Valley. ASU football lost their first home game in 700 days to the Houston Cougars on Saturday, 24-16. And without Jordan Tyson and losing Sam Levitt in the second half, the Devils lost a tough one and moved to 5-3. And here was their head coach, Kenny Dillingham, post-game.
That's a good football team. This league is filled with good football teams. That's a good football team. And when you don't play good enough and you face a good football team and there's no takeaway, they get a takeaway and you don't get a takeaway, there's a lot of, you're not going to win many of those games versus good teams.
The Phoenix Suns did not have a weekend to remember either, losing both of their games to the Clippers and Nuggets by 20-plus points, but they'll wrap up their road trip tonight in Utah at 6 against the Jazz, and you can hear that game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And tonight over on ESPN 620, Game 3 of the World Series between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. First pitch from L.A. will be at 5 p.m. And this report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
At almost the exact same time as Cam Skattaboe was being carted off the field in Philadelphia, ASU's football team was carted out of the top 25. It was that kind of weekend in the Valley, a stark reminder of how cursed we can feel as sports fans. We are a market badly in need of a hero, a market that badly needs the best of Devin Booker, and so far, we're not getting it. In 2 of 3 games, he has scored 30 or more points, but he was strangely passive against the Clippers, attempting only 10 field goal attempts, and he was very sloppy Saturday in Denver, where he committed 9 turnovers. But this is way bigger than the numbers. This is the eye test. A year when Book needs to be more than the driving force. He needs to be a force of nature. He needs to put his fury and his will into every game. And while I'm a big fan of no-stick basketball and selfless passing, this is a different team and a different time, and Book needs to be selfish. It's really early still, but he needs to stop facilitating and thinking like a point guard. He needs to be the hero the moment requires in a sports town yearning for a savior. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Being at Fort Morris, I have a mark here too, but, we got to learn quicker than ever. The league's not waiting on anybody. There's a lot of teams out here with a lot of experience, so, even the nights where the chemistry might not hit, we're going to have to steal some. I'm playing hard and, using our youth and our athleticism.
Yeah, one thing has been constant through the 3 games, and Devin Booker standing in front of the shower nozzle there talked about.
Oh, it was power washing his speedboat at the time. I forgot to mention that.
Look, it's obvious to watch this team. They play a hell of a lot harder than last year's version of the Phoenix Suns did. That's a good place to start. The chemistry will get there. They didn't have Mark Williams in the game against Denver. I guess early on, there's evidence that he's not going to play back-to-backs because he's not on the injury report for tonight.
Yeah.
So there's something to deal with. There are big issues with this team. The gist of the blast, the lack of a point guard right now for the Phoenix Suns. Devin Booker, undeniably, was at his best when he had a traditional point guard in Chris Paul. Chris Paul brought out the best in everybody on the Phoenix Suns roster while he was here. The problem is the Suns don't have a traditional point guard right now, and there's very few guys like Chris Paul running around on planet Earth.
Yeah.
That's the reality of the situation. But if you go past that, look, we knew that this was a wonky roster. It's a wonky roster.
Yeah, it is.
They've got 4 centers right now. They've got a lot of guards and a lot of wings and very little in between. I mean, Oso Ighodaro is starting at the 5. Could he eventually turn into a 4? That remains to be seen. I have my doubts about it. The only other player on the roster really that's going to see any time at all, and it won't be significant time, that fits that really lengthy 4 is Rasheer Fleming. He's a rookie, and he's a second-round pick. He's not going to play that much.
No.
They just have – there's roster construction issues with this team right now.
I totally agree. And so while they work through those roster construction issues, I do think that it would be best for this basketball team if this looked like early-era Michael Jordan Bulls, where once Devin Booker gets the ball, get out of his way. It's not going anywhere. He's scoring the basketball. And build that up.
But the way they're constructed right now, we've seen this through 3 games – it's very easy to defend Devin Booker right now. The fact that he has 2 30-point games with the way that he's defended says something about his offensive prowess because he's going to see more double teams than just about anybody because of the way the roster's constructed.
Yeah,
Does it change at all when they have Jaylen Green? I think so, but Jaylen Green's going to have to prove that he can be a reliable scoring option. Otherwise, it's going to be a really long year.
Yeah, no, those are the facts. And I thought that on Saturday – started okay in Los Angeles. That second quarter when they were outscored 38-23, that was a cursor of what was to come this week, and that's a big number to give up in a quarter, obviously.
But again, 3 straight 70-point first halves for Suns opponents.
Which is bad.
You're digging out of holes, double-digit holes in each of those games.
Yeah, and it was a weird game in Denver on Saturday. Nikola Jokic, strangely passive when it came to shooting the ball, but very, very physical. A very hard, intentional foul on Oso where he just kind of hammered him with his right arm across the shoulder. And like I said earlier, it looks to me like Nikola Jokic spent some time in the weight room because he looks bigger from the waist up. And it looks like he's got some some bully elements to his game. Now, he always had that little bit of a thug mentality where if he kind of gets off the rails, he might do something stupid and dirty.
You know his brothers are.
Right. Right. But I saw Shaq-like elements where you're just constantly leaning into people and bodying people. And that Denver team's going to be a problem.
Yes. They're really good at what they were able to do to improve their roster, bringing in Cam Johnson, bringing in Tim Hardaway Jr., and Bruce Brown and Jonas Valanciunas. I mean, if Oklahoma City doesn't win the title, Denver is the popular pick to do it. But don't you get the feeling that, too, at this point, Jokic picks his spots? Yeah. Like, he knows he can do whatever he wants.
Yes.
So if he is up against a team and the Nuggets are up against a team where he has to score 50, he'll score 50.
Yeah.
I think that was just, hey, you guys can all eat tonight. I'll have 15 assists.
I think you're right.
And we'll win easy.
I think you're right.
Didn't Larry Bird used to do that? Didn't he have a game where he only shot the ball with his left hand?
Yeah.
So, he's kind of in that. I mean, he's far and away the best player, I think, in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
And he's in that stage in his career where he's kind of just better than everyone else. And I think he knows it now. So he's like, all right, this half, I'm going to shoot the ball one time. Let's see what else we can do.
The guy's ridiculous. He's making chest passes the length of the court and hitting guys in stride with chest passes.
He is top 5 passer of all time.
Easy, yeah.
Yeah. At the center position, look, there's been some great passing big men.
His basketball IQ's off the charts.
We can't get a passer at the point guard position. They got one at the center position.
Yeah.
And with the Suns, I think we all can agree they were dancing a little above their weight class with the Clippers and the Nuggets this weekend.
Yeah.
We get the Jazz, the Grizzlies, and the Jazz this week. I think hopefully you can start to see the team build that chemistry that they are lacking, they say.
Yeah.
And hopefully that can produce wins.
I mean, they played the Kings, who are not a good team, and didn't have their best player.
And they won. But
they really much have played one really good half to win that game.
Well, listen, there is patience. There is a definite learning curve that we have to kind of adhere to with this basketball team. This is, the beginning of a new regime, and Jordan Knott's got to get his chops and his feet wet, and he's got to get his comfort down. It's gonna be curious to me after all this good vibage and being there for your players and all this friendliness. What's going to happen if Jordan Knott is going to have to, crack the proverbial whip, if you will? That's a hard thing to do for a first-time young head coach who's come in and established himself as such an ally of the players.
But it's also easier to do with this roster than it would have been last year.
Well, you're right about
Here's
that.
Jordan Knott talking about getting off to slow starts each game.
I think last night was a pretty good start. Tonight we obviously got behind early, tried to stabilize a little bit where we were 4-6 points down. And once we got into the second unit, it felt like we, were right back into the game early in the second quarter, and then the end of the second quarter hurt us. The end of the second quarter really hurt us. Again, all at that high post area. They got us with some switches. They got a little bit of everything. They had a 3, they had some layups. I think they had multiple layups, so that end of the second quarter really hurt us.
Yeah, by the way, talking about slow starts, the Suns have a win. Every team in the NBA has played either 2 or 3 games. There's only 5 teams that don't have a win yet. And here's 3 of them. The Boston Celtics are 0-3. The Indiana Pacers, who went to the finals last year and went to Game 7 with Oklahoma City, 0-3. And the Houston Rockets are 0-2.
Wow. I
There's
know.
only 2 teams in the Western Conference that haven't won yet, the Rockets and the Pelicans.
The Celtics thing sounds crazier than it actually is, because I think people thought they would take a big step back this year.
Oh, look at that. They're not good.
No,
Their roster is terrible.
But the Pacers and the
they
Rockets
lost their best player, too. But
yeah, I like.
that's true.
I
Yeah,
still
right.
like Halliburton's out. I still like the makeup of the Pacers, even without Miles Turner. They still have that grit to them. Houston's they're gonna find their footing at some point.
You'd hope.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of good teams in the NBA.
Yes.
So you got to watch out.
Yep. Cautionary tale or cautionary instructions from Jared Carlin. Suns and Jazz tonight. Suns will be back home for their second home game on Wednesday night against the Memphis Grizzlies. Coming up next. What is coming up next?
More of Bickley and Murata Morning. Stay tuned.
World Series.
Second half of the show. That's what's coming up
What
next.
is up?
It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. ASU Special Teams Coordinator Charlie Ragle is reportedly taking a leave of absence due to his health. Dylan Brooks is questionable for the final game of the Suns' road trip. And Arizona State guard VJ Wallace was hospitalized after injuring his lower leg in an exhibition game. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here. Maybe you've noticed artificial turf has become the rage in Arizona. You can see it in my neighborhood. Lots of people trading in that dull front yard of rocks for beautiful green, sparkling lawns. And if that sounds good to you, my friends at Turf Monsters are the company you call. They are the leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful, sparkling lawn without the seeding, without the mess, without the hassles, without the water bills. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. I've seen them myself at their warehouse. They look fantastic, and once they install it, Turf Monsters can also take care of the maintenance, making sure that turf is always looking good and free of debris. Turf Monsters, a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. Their range is incredible. Everything from fire pits to barbecue pits, all the way to pergolas and pavers and pickleball courts. They can build you anything you're looking for, and their customers rave about their dedication, their professionalism, and the quality of the finished product. Check them out online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, max out your savings. The more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Plus, get free home delivery on any smart bed with base. Limited time. Check it out at a Sleep Number store near you or at sleepnumber.com today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone.
Where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Mitch Vareldes here for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, the home of the 29-degree beer and the legendary 100-ounce Balón, served ice cold and even better during happy hour, Monday through Friday, 2 to 7 p.m. Wind down with more deals that bring the flavor and the fun. With 4 Arizona locations, the party's always close. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Our reality is pretty realistic on what we deal with every week. So we knew we had a tough game versus Atlanta, and we felt we had a tough game today. So all those things, I mean, you guys can write about that stuff. But, yeah, it's definitely harder when you lose really good players. But we've had that situation throughout this year, and all I want us to do is play as good as we can play, and then you can deal with whatever. And today we didn't play as good as we could play.
It's Kyle Shanahan, the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. They lose to the Houston Texans yesterday, 26-15. They fall to 5-3. They've lost 2 of their last 3. Man, you want to talk about a team that got off to a slow start and really didn't possess the football at all. The play differential right before the end of the first half was like 43-10.
Oh.
San Francisco didn't have a first down until that drive. It was their final drive before halftime. They were able to get on the board there. But Houston held the ball for 41 minutes and 22 seconds to 18-38 for the 49ers. and just kind of coasted to this win. And there's Kyle Shanahan, and all coaches will say this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they'll talk about the reality. Kenny Dillingham talks about this a lot too. Nobody feels sorry for you. Nobody feels sorry for the San Francisco 49ers. But when you lose that much talent, it's really hard to sustain winning games. They proved that yesterday.
Yeah, so this was not a very distinguished weekend in the NFL. There were a ton of blowouts, and there were a lot of backup quarterbacks playing football.
Yeah.
And as a result, you get what you get. And who would have ever thought that the Jets-Bengals game was probably among the best of the lot? Yeah, listen, I think that I was surprised. I think I was surprised by the San Francisco outcome because they had been so resilient.
Houston's starting to play better.
I think that's the takeaway here.
Yeah.
I think what you're seeing now is this year of parity. You're starting to get some of these teams really establish themselves. I think that the Colts have made it very, very clear that we're 7-1 and we are for real, right? Jonathan Taylor is having a monstrous season. He might
be the MVP.
He might be.
Packers are showing they're for real.
The Packers yesterday in that fourth quarter, and Jordan Love got on a roll in the back half of that game, completed 20 straight passes. They kind of look like the team they were supposed to be. The Eagles yesterday, now they've got this passing game unlocked. Yesterday, Saquon finally housed a long run. They look like, okay, maybe they're not drowning in dysfunction after all. Then you've got the Chiefs who are...
Well, the dysfunction was not playing yesterday.
Right.
A.J. Brown didn't play.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, the Chiefs tonight could reestablish themselves. They're on the upswing. The Bills destroyed yesterday after bouncing back. So, and then there's the Dolphins and the Jets got wins. So even the horrible teams are.
I know Michael Penix Jr. didn't play.
Yeah.
But the most surprising outcome of the week for me was not only Miami winning, but blowing out Atlanta in Atlanta. And I brought this up Thursday when we were doing the spreadsheet about this idea of these teams that hit rock bottom, and when it gets really embarrassing publicly, they find ways to win. Tennessee, earlier in the year, their own rookie quarterback, the number 1 overall pick, said, "We ass." They came out and they found a way to win. They haven't won since, but they beat the Cardinals.
They did.
It got really bad for the Miami Dolphins, and it got really bad for the New York Jets. And those two teams, while circling around rock bottom, both found ways to win.
Yeah.
Now, neither one of them beat good football teams. Atlanta's decent, but again, with Kirk Cousins at quarterback, a different team.
That was that was one of my takeaways, is that Kirk Cousins looks
washed.
Yeah.
Looks like his time is done.
Yeah.
Looks like the Atlanta
Nobody's going to be
should've-
trading for him.
No.
Well, I was going to say Atlanta should have traded him when they could have probably got like a third round pick for him.
So go again, circle it back to the Cardinals. You need a win? Hit rock bottom.
Yeah.
Quit being close.
Yeah, it's a great point.
I like to call those games kitchen sink games. You
Yes.
just throw everything in it, and it's time. I think Monday
Well, this
night
is the
for
week, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Monday night for the Cardinals feels like.
Because you 2-6, you're done. 3-5?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Here's another team. The Ravens finally won a game without Lamar Jackson, and they've got a cream puff schedule in front of them. They actually think they can get back in this. So for all the new teams and the parity, a lot of the old stuff is starting to kind of
Just when you start believing in the Bears, they become the Bears again.
The AFC North is not good. So, like, if there was ever a division that the Ravens could get back into, because the Steelers are pretty much frauds, and the Browns and Bengals stink.
Yeah.
By the way, the other story with Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, there was all kinds of confusion on the injury report.
Oh, this is a good story.
Yeah. John Harbaugh had to make reference to it yesterday.
It's an honest mistake. I mean, it really is an honest mistake. I can tell you this. Nobody's trying to hide anything. I mean, there's no advantage. There's no advantage to be gained, with that. I mean, it was, he practiced. His status was what it was. He was questionable. I do think if we'd have had the old status, maybe they would have said doubtful. Maybe, I don't know. But questionable or out. We weren't going to say out because he wasn't out, until Saturday when that conversation was had on the medical side.
John Harbaugh addressing the media and said with a straight face on the subject of injuries in the NFL to a quarterback, a multi-time MVP quarterback, nobody's trying to hide anything.
What a joke. What a joke.
Honest mistake. Well, it's his first day. Give him a break.
We're not gaining any advantage.
Well, not only that, in light of the whole gambling fiasco in the NBA, this is getting perilously close into that territory.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because there's a standard operating procedure now based on those kind of things. And we just had a case in the NBA of, you know what? If you could bet on a team based on availability, and if a player is there and listed as, and if a player is reported as practicing on Wednesday and it's Lamar Jackson, the logical assumption is he's playing. He's playing.
Yeah.
And that affects betting lines, and you see the slippery slope here.
Staying in the AFC North, the not good AFC North, and speaking of not good, the Cleveland Browns lose again. They lose to New England 32-13 in a game where Myles Garrett, their star defensive end, had 5 sacks of Drake May in a game they lost by 19 points. Here was Myles Garrett after
I want to win. I don't care how much time is on the clock. They got their starters in. There's a chance we can win. I want to be a part of that. I don't care how dire the situation looks. I'm going to try to make something happen. So I hate coming out of those situations. I hate, that kind of inevitability and not being able to do anything about it, because I want to win and I'll do anything.
How tough is it for you guys to have such good defense for you to put a team on your back and just to not have any offense to go with it?
It doesn't get any easier. Each week you ask me, so.
How do you feel about your performance then? Does the loss diminish how you feel about your performance today at all, I guess?
I would throw the whole performance away for a win.
There's so much to unpack here. He was talking about being taken out of the game late. When the Cleveland coaching staff said, yeah, we don't have a chance to win, we're going to rest our star player, even though he had 5 sacks. They lost by 19 points. But for Myles Garrett to get up there and say, I want to win, wasn't that the same thing he said when he demanded a trade after last year? And then Cleveland came and Jimmy Haslam came with a blank check, basically, and said, oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah?
Why don't you come back? And
Are you
came
really
back.
that unhappy, Miles?
Cleveland is Cleveland.
Yeah.
I can't feel bad for the guy's an amazing football player.
He took the money.
He took the money, and now you're reaping what you sow.
Yep. It's a real good point, because I think in that situation, as a player, you've got to reap what you sow here. And when you took that check, I think you kind of forfeited the right to act like that. Right? You voluntarily accepted that money knowing you were stuck in an organization that obviously has got issues.
And had he stuck to his guns and upheld the trade request demand, it was a trade demand. We were all convinced that he had played his last game in Cleveland, correct? Had he stuck by his guns, it's not like he wasn't going to get similar to better money elsewhere.
That's it.
On a better team.
You think Micah Parsons is happy in Green Bay right now?
Yeah, I think he's doing okay. Unbelievable.
Right. It really is.
Yeah.
It really is.
Join the excitement at the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Santan Ford. It's happening November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park. Compete for cash prizes and the legendary Golden Paddle, with proceeds benefiting Operation Santa Claus, plus the big mascot matchup between Big Red and the Suns Gorilla going at it on the court. Text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team now. That's PICKLE to 620-620 to secure your spot. Coming up next, Cardinals back from the bye, getting ready for the Cowboys on Monday Night Football. We'll talk to A.Q. Shipley about all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Allen on the drive, floats one up short. Malawatch is there to throw it down. He picked it up mid-air and then turned and jammed it.
Suns at the Jazz tonight. Pregame at 5, 6 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
So your dream of buying a home has been on the back burner for way too long, right? Let's be honest, it's tough to know when to jump in. And making the right decision at the wrong time could really cost you. But not when you work with Lund Mortgage. They are so good at making that decision easy with their free rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates tailored to your specific situation. When your ideal rate hits, you're going to get the heads up. So if you're serious about buying and you want to do it right and on your timeline, you owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 5-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey folks, it's AQ Shipley inviting you to experience amazing at Earnhardt Lexus, your locally owned Lexus dealer. And folks, local matters, today more than ever. And listen, if you know Earnhardt like I do, then you know they've been a trusted name in the Valley since 1951. It's easy to see why customers can't stop raving about their no-bull way of doing business. Take my word for it, their state-of-the-art facility is designed with you in mind, elevating the process of buying and servicing your vehicle. The latest in Lexus innovation is on display, and their beautiful and spacious showroom complete with an in-house cafe that offers the next level of hospitality, comfort, and convenience you deserve. See and feel the difference at Earnhardt Lexus, winner of the Elite of Lexus Award. Located at 8th Street and Camelback, and online, EarnhardtLexus.com. Remember, shop local, support local. Again, that's EarnhardtLexus.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Kenny Dillingham and the ASU Sun Devils lost more ground in the Big 12 after Saturday's 24-16 loss to Houston. At home, the now 5-3 Sun Devils will need a lot to happen if they want to get back to the Big 12 championship game this season. The Phoenix Suns over the weekend lost their first two games of the season in LA to the Clippers, 129-102 on Friday night, and 133-111 in Denver to the Nuggets on Saturday night. And here was Suns head coach Jordan Knott on the defensive struggles to start the year.
Yeah, we got to be better. I mean, there's no excuse for that. We're going to have to be better there defensively. This is a defensive-minded group at times. And then we just lose our way. But we're 3 games in. There's a sample size to all this. But yeah, 133, doesn't matter where you're at. That's probably not going to get it done.
The Suns will wrap up their road trip tonight in Utah. Tip-off will be at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 3 of the World Series will be tonight over on ESPN 620. That series all tied up at 1 apiece between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. Game 3 in LA will get going at 5 p.m. tonight, and that's what's trending now.
Former Cardinals center and current Cardinals color analyst. 12 years in the league. All 12 spent in the trenches. Super Bowl champion. AQ Shipley. The center of the Cardinals. With Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com. A trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. And that ain't no bull.
Yeah, Cardinals had their bye week in Week 8. They're back at it a week from tonight against the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football with a 2-5 record. Is this salvageable? We will find out. But here to talk about Cardinals football with us, their color commentator on the radio, the Cardinals Radio Network, former Cardinal, the center of the Cardinals, AQ Shipley, joins us via video this morning. AQ, good morning, man.
AQ.
How are you?
Good morning, boys. How are we?
Doing good. With the bye week, and we know you got other duties that you're in charge of. How did you spend your NFL Sunday? What caught your interest on Sunday?
It was nice to be able to sit back and watch the whole gamut of games. I mean, it was good to see, and there were some good games yesterday. Some teams it's interesting, right? The parity of this league, because everybody's wondering, can the Cardinals fix it, right? And you can sit there and look at the Philadelphia Eagles. There's a prime example. Hey, they haven't had a run game all year. What did they do yesterday? 260 yards rushing. So you can fix things in this league. So it was good to see things like that. Buffalo Bills have been trending downward, and then boom, they explode again, right? So teams are able to figure things out, especially after a bye week.
Would activating the running game be number one on your list for things for the Cardinals to have fixed going into this week?
Yeah, 1,000%. I think the biggest thing that they need to do is figure out what worked last year, get back to doing that. And I know there's some things that have been done differently on defense this year amongst the league that have kept rushing yards down a little bit, but we still got to find a way to get to that 100-yard threshold. We have to find a way to get the running game going, because that will open everything else up. If you look at the Indianapolis Colts, Jonathan Taylor, maybe the last couple of years, hasn't been the Jonathan Taylor we're seeing now. All of a sudden, he's back to Jonathan Taylor. And guess what else? It makes Daniel Jones' job a heck of a lot easier.
AQ Shipley, our weekly guest, talking Cardinals football, NFL football with us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Obviously, there's also the burning question at the quarterback position, AQ. Whether or not it's a question, I think will be addressed early this week by Jonathan Gannon if Kyler Murray is healthy. And we were talking about it earlier, and I made the point, hey, Jacoby Brissett could have made this a heck of a lot easier had they found ways to win games. I'm not pinning those losses on him, but I don't think you can stick with a backup quarterback after 2 straight losses if your starter's healthy. That being said, how much more pressure is on Kyler Murray to figure this thing out for these last 10 games, for the rest of his career, basically?
Yeah, you nailed it right there. I mean, I think at the end of the day, I think when you look at him and you look at what he's been able to do, he's obviously shown in terms of Kyler, he has shown that he is a good quarterback. He's shown flashes of brilliance and greatness and all of these things. And the one thing that continuously lacks is consistency, right? And it's consistency in play. It's consistency in winning games. It's consistency in getting to the playoffs and getting over the hump, right? And so I think that is what everyone expected going into year 7 this year, especially after they improved the defense and did some other things and they kept their offense together and all of the things that were said going into the season. And now you're sitting at 2-5, and it's an uphill battle at this point, right? And so I think the biggest thing that he's going to need to do is come out and show, hey, I can run this offense as efficiently. I can take care of the football. I can push the ball down the field. I can do a lot of the things that we've seen happen the last 2 weeks, whether or not that was play calling that maybe adjusted to Jacoby's strength, whatever it may be. But at the end of the day, we've seen what the offense has been capable of doing, and so he needs to come out and show that same thing.
Do you think Kyler could get up under center more, and more to the point, sell the play action the way Jacoby does? Because Jacoby really does sell the play action. He didn't just run it; he sells it, and that's a trait that you've got to embrace, and you've got to have experience doing it. And I'm not sure Kyler ever had to play that way. Do you think it's imperative that becomes part of his game?
So for me, I'm an old school type of player. I come from an old school world of the league. I came into the league in 2009 as a player. And for me, the game was different then, right? Like the game was completely different then. Quarterbacks in college were under center. Now you take a look, for instance, Atlanta, Michael Penix Jr. never took a snap under center. So their way of getting to under center is running the pistol. You notice they're in the gun and then Bijan's behind him, right? Like that's their version of getting to under center, because he's never taken snaps under center or comfortable taking snaps under center. So it's a different world with some of the quarterbacks that have come in recently where they've spent their entire life in shotgun. And so I would think, I'm a big believer in under center. I think under center sells everything when you look at the teams that really have great play action games in Tampa, in Seattle, in LA, right? Like they get under center and they sell the run game underneath, but then off the run game underneath, you have all the naked boots and the play actions and the rollouts off of that. It's a lot harder to sell when you're in the gun.
No doubt.
I'm fascinated by this topic, AQ, just from the big picture, because people will say, is college football doing a disservice by having quarterbacks play that style? And then I always come back to, well, it's not college football or an individual coach or program's responsibility to really worry about a quarterback's development. They have to win games to keep their jobs, but we're talking about the spread offense and a lot of these quarterbacks being exclusively shotgun for the last 20 years. Do you think it's ever going to shift back? Do you think we'll see more pro-style offenses ever return to college football?
So this is one of my favorite topics to talk about, because I think in the NFL, it's cyclical, right? It constantly moves, right? The run game goes, and then 5 years later, now it's air raid and it's all pass game, and then it's back to run game. And go back to defensive linemen. When I came into the league, it was the Vince Wilforks of the world, the Casey Hamptons, the monsters. And then Aaron Donald and J.J. Watt came around, and then it went to speed. And then everybody started smash mouth football again, and then we get back to the big boys, right? So it's constantly cyclical at the NFL level. I don't know if it will ever get back that way in college football, and I agree with you 1,000%. It's done a disservice to the NFL product and what has been able to get developed for the next level. But at the end of the day, their job security remains, we have to win games at this level.
Yes,
and so
right.
How is the best way to be able to do that? Well, I want to put the most athletic product on the field in terms of play actions, RPOs, putting everybody in a bad situation on defense, because the defenses aren't the level of what they are in the NFL. And so it's a constant struggle battle for me, because my whole world is the NFL at this point, and I want that product to be the best, but we're not putting the quarterbacks in the best situation to now come into the league prepared as they once were.
And I say this all the time, because every other student in college, you're being trained for your profession. That's the entire point. And if you're a football player, they don't even play the same game of basketball in college. So you are taking the two most high-profile sports and high-profile athletes, and you are not training them to be professionals. It's insanity.
That's a great point. It really is. And I think the two most, in my opinion, the two most affected positions of the college game to the pro game are offensive linemen and quarterbacks. I think offensive linemen are the same thing. They're never in a 3-point stance. None of them are always in a 2-point stance. They're not asked to do all the things that they're going to be asked to do at the next level in terms of recognizing this Mike Sam blitz or this Will Free safety blitz, or all of these things that make what offensive linemen once were in terms of smart, right? We have to be able to recognize and see things and be able to fix problems and diagnose things and do all of these different things. Oh, and by the way, we got to get in a 3-point stance and run a tush push or a short yardage play and have an attitude play on the goal line. Well, I've never been asked to do that. I've never had to snap the ball as a center to a quarterback under center, and now I get drafted to LA, and now all of a sudden I got to change the way I hold the ball. I got to change the way I snap the ball, right? There's all of these different intangibles that go into this.
I wanted to ask you about one more thing, AQ, while we got you, and we appreciate your time as always. The Camp Skattaboe injury yesterday, ugly sight. Nobody wants to see that on the field. There was no penalty called on Zach Bond. There's this debate on the hip drop tackle. The language in the rule is a little bit murky and open for interpretation. I've heard people who've spent 15 years as players in the NFL say, I don't know what a hip drop tackle is at this point. Obviously, throwing a flag's not going to bring Cam Skattaboe back, but do you expect the NFL to levy a hefty fine on Zach Bond to try to curb this?
Yeah, 100%. Because listen, like at the end of the day, I know the way the NFL works, and everything's optics. Everything's optics, right? Like you're 100% right. You are 100% right with everything is murky, but that's what every rule is. Like the cut block rule is murky. Every rule is subjective, right? And so every penalty is subjective. It's this crew calls it differently than this crew, but they set everything up where there's one guy that can make the ultimate final decision, and if it optically affects the way that people are viewing the NFL, then there's going to be some type of consequence. That's just the way this league works, right, wrong, or indifferent, right? And so I think when you look at it, there's going to be some type of penalty that's dropped down.
AQ, great stuff.
Great
as
stuff,
always,
brother.
We'll talk to you after the Cowboys game, man.
Always, boys. Take care.
Thanks. AQ Shipley joins us weekly here on Bickley and Murata Mornings to break it down with no Cardinals game, a little more of a league-wide focus.
That's fine. It's cool.
It was good stuff.
That's great stuff.
Enjoyed that conversation. I always do, but really enjoyed it today. Thanks to AQ Shipley for joining us. Coming up next, I almost read the wrong thing, Jared. Coming up next, Valley sports fan just had another nightmare weekend. So how do we wake up from this nightmare? We've got some ideas next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm starting to think about, if you look at sacks, the Denver Broncos lead the NFL with 34.
Ooh, I like where you're going.
The Rams are 26, the Lions are 23, Seattle's 23, Pittsburgh's 22, Tampa's 20. The Arizona Cardinals have a measly 12 sacks in 7 games.
Okay.
I think they got to blitz more.
Ah, you got it. That's it.
I think they got to bring. I think they got to blitz more.
That's where I was hoping you were going. That's a big reset of what they need to do.
They're not getting home.
Nope, they're not.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, you've seen the billboards. You've seen his face on Valley buses and television commercials. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name. It's a fun brand. But know this, the work they do is extremely serious. And when you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Talking about a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've got a full in-house trial team. And all that trial experience their attorneys have really makes a difference, folks. It gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, and that's where it all begins, because the insurance companies know they can't nickel and dime, they can't deny when dealing with Sweet James. It's why Sweet James not only wins 98% of the time, they constantly deliver some of the largest settlements in the country. And remember this, having the right attorney can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. And if you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-266-3845. Again, that's 800-266-3845. 800-266-3845.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implant implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The All-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the All-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Message and data rates may apply.
Does music give you the chills?
Yeah, it does.
It's that time of year.
It's one of the scariest movies ever made, and it was made how many years ago? 50? 55?
I think it's older than me.
I have
So
0.
100 years. This is Tubular Bells from The Exorcist, Sammy. You ever heard of The Exorcist? Yeah.
So I bought this cool T-shirt that I wore to a band gig, and it's got Linda Blair, the Exorcist character, on the T-shirt. It scares me just to look at it in my closet. I think I'm just going to burn it.
1973.
Yeah, 52 years ago.
Younger than me.
It was a terrifying movie.
I'm not huge into scary movies, but I have seen The Exorcist, and it wrecked me.
Yeah, it wrecked a lot of people.
I was I think a young teenager when I saw it. Oh my goodness. Just didn't sleep for a while. Why are we playing the theme to The Exorcist? Because we need to perform an exorcism
We
in
do.
this city.
We do.
The demons are winning.
They are. And I say this before, there are towns, sports towns, that can lament their misfortune and they're cursed and they're this and they're that. None of them are metropolises of 6 million people. We are such a boom town market. We should not be tolerating these kind of results. Now, look, I know Matt Ishbia is trying. Hopefully he's going to get it right. I know Ken Kendrick and the Diamondbacks have been trying really hard. They've been doing very well, contextually speaking, the last few years. They may yet get a championship with this group. Cardinals, we don't know where this thing is going. And if you go back and you look at the history of the Cardinals, it will make you want to, it'll make you want to throw up pea soup like Linda Blair.
Well, I mean, on the Cardinals front, and we'll get more into the exorcism idea, because every weekend it's just like you're hit with just pain after pain after pain. But on the Cardinals front, last weekend I wasn't there at the Packers game. You were there. I've heard people suggest that in terms of crowd makeup, it was the biggest takeover that we've seen in Phoenix as an NFL market. And that's saying something because it's always been an element to the Cardinals' existence here since they moved here in 1988. But people were like, I just can't get past the fact that, and I'm not calling you out when I say this. But people will say, oh, don't sell your tickets to the opposing fans.
I do say that a lot.
I'm so past that now. It's not up to the fan base to create reasons to continually go.
It's up to the organization.
It's up to the organization.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt about it. So here's what, and to tell you what spawned all of this, I'll pull back the curtain. There was a little text exchange that began yesterday at 11:02 a.m. Sammy the Buck, he texted us, "Oh my God, the Skattaboe injury. I genuinely feel so bad for him." Vinny said, "Terrible." Jared said, "Just a cursed sports weekend." And then Vinny responded, "They all are, Jared." and that's what got us thinking. So is there something to be accomplished? Vinny came up with the idea, maybe we should get everybody together in the Valley. Maybe go down to Encanto Park, right? And have us a big pep rally. And sort of like disco demolition without the disco music.
Yeah, we can
explain what that is to the younger
The disco
listeners,
demolition
like
was
Sam.
in the late 70s. Disco had become such an insidious force in America. It was literally everywhere. You go to the Billboard top 100 hits of that year, and 8 of the first 10 are either Bee Gees or Andy Gibb. So it reached the point where everybody hated disco music.
Well, especially rock and roll people.
Yeah, so a rock and roll DJ in Chicago named Steve Dahl, he sold the White Sox on this idea of in between games of a doubleheader, let's let everybody come onto the field and we'll just blow up a ton of disco records, which they did, and it turned into a full-out riot, and they had to cancel the second game, and it turned
one
into
of the more infamous moments in...
Right, exactly. In radio events gone sideways.
Right.
But is there something to be done? I mean, could we have, a high priest, a pastor, a rabbi, a Native American, some religious person cleansing the land, removing the curse?
Shaman?
A shaman? Could we burn some sage?
My easy idea is first we need a name for this curse. Because you have like the curse of the Bambino, the curse of the Billy Goat, the curse of the Black Sox. We need a name for it. We can't just keep saying the Valley Sports are doomed. We need a name for this. So
we
then
need to give
broken.
a name to our enemy. I see what you're saying there.
We need to establish it.
We need to establish exactly what we're trying to exercise. So listeners, if you have any ideas, you could help us flesh this out.
Because I'm going to ask our listeners to name the curse. That's a good idea.
That's good. That'll be the first step.
We don't have enough time before social studies today, but tomorrow maybe we'll go through some of their suggestions. And the bigger thing in context that's making this all feel extra cursed right now is that we're gone through now several seasons where we actually had hope. And we actually had expectations, starting with the last Suns season, where we all like the big three, this is year, and the 8-1 start and all that stuff. That was an obviously miserable experience. Then the Diamondbacks, in a lot of circles, one of the favorites to win the World Series, and they don't even make the playoffs. ASU coming off of one of the most fun years anyone can remember with real expectations, and they're pretty much out of the playoffs now already. We're only about 2/3 of the way through the season.
And by the way, when they got there, it was targeting.
Yeah, okay. Right, exactly.
Yeah, right.
That's the other thing is, even when things go good, they always end badly.
Yes.
100%.
They always end in very memorable ways.
And then we're mad as hell, and we're not going to take it anymore.
Then there's the impending agony of other people trying to poach Kenny Dillingham, which you know is coming. I don't think Kenny is going to bail anytime soon, and by that I mean another 3 years. I think he's going to give this place, but you never know. You never know.
Well,
right? He gets one of those Myles Garrett checks.
No doubt.
Well, also, you got to have sustained success to make yourself, wanted by other big schools.
And I bring this up because you look at these other sports towns and what they're gifted with. We've already talked about the state of Indiana and this crazy run of great fortune they're on. The Indiana football team is so legit, it's not even funny.
UCLA played him pretty close. I think that was
pick on that UCLA game,
a good prediction by me.
They blew the doors off UCLA. I blew the doors, and UCLA beat Penn State.
They were up by like 50 points, and I was like, oh my God, there's still 11 minutes left in this game.
Well, even look at Boston.
Yeah.
Boston, they went through a lot of misery for a lot of years, but the 2000s have been owned by the city of Boston, essentially. And it looked like finally things were turning. They lose Tom Brady. They lose Bill Belichick. The era is over. Misery. Here comes misery.
How quick they turned it around.
Now they have their franchise quarterback, it looks like, for the next 15 years.
Drake
and they're
May's
good
an
again.
MVP candidate.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And so, again, I wonder if there's anything to be had by doing something. And who knows? Maybe it works. Right?
By the way, I got two things.
Uh-huh.
How do you feel about disco now?
I like it.
I'm still sick of it.
And 1978, the year-end top 100 Billboard singles in America. Half of the top 10 was either Bee Gees or Andy Gibb.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody was singing in falsetto. It was just there was no
punk music saved rock and roll music. That's spraying out of the disco era as a counter. And
Don't tell me you don't jam though when you hear the number 9 single of 1978, Boogie Oogie Oogie by A Taste of Honey.
Yeah.
Still a toe tapper for me.
Oh, yeah.
Sammy's going to take us through some social studies next. It's Pickley and Murata mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Santan Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and is every step you take a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, a reminder of how far you have drifted from a life without pain? Well, I've got great news for you, because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, they will tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. And this is not science fiction. Advanced regenerative medicine is mainstream now. It's got a 92% satisfaction rate among clients. It is your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. And remember, this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care at QC Kinetics, they will donate another $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. Great time to book your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
At Bank of America, we asked our people, how do you take ownership of your career?
I'm able to grow my way by putting the priorities that I have for my career first.
I thrive on being a leader who's behind the team, not in front of the team.
Every few years, I'm being re-energized because I get to do something different and learn something new.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, the original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be.
With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A tough weekend for Valley sports fans. ASU lost their first home game in over 700 days to Houston on Saturday, 24-16, without Jordan Tyson, and they lost Sam Levitt in the second half as well. And just a tough loss for the Devils. They moved to 5-3, and here was their head coach, Kenny Dillingham, post-game.
That's a good football team. This league is filled with good football teams. That's a good football team. And when you don't play good enough and you face a good football team and there's no takeaway, they get a takeaway and you don't get a takeaway, there's a lot of, you're not going to win many of those games versus good teams.
The Phoenix Suns did not have a weekend to remember either, losing both of their games to the Clippers and the Nuggets by 20-plus points, but they'll wrap up their road trip tonight in Utah at 6 against the Jazz, and with Jaylen Green still out and add Devin Booker to the injury report being day today. You can hear that game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And tonight over on ESPN 620, Game 3 of the World Series between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. First pitch from L.A. will be at 5, and this report is brought to you by Legacy Green Solutions. Go green with Legacy. The grass may be artificial, but the guys are the real deal.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour upon us on this Monday. Time for some social studies with Sammy.
Yes, good morning. Happy Monday. If you're looking for our social medias, we are at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. And if you were lucky enough over the break, my mic fell off its tripod or whatever this is, and me figuring out how to put it back on, you would have enjoyed a good show on YouTube. So we're at
Get
Arizona
used to
Sports.
it. It's happened to all of us.
Yeah.
Not so much with these microphone arms that we have now, but the old ones, we used to have that same style.
We had to do that on the fly many times.
Trying to screw it back on. Yeah, so you would have enjoyed that. But at Arizona Sports on YouTube. And so our first question for all our listeners out there, Suns related. So what have you learned about this team through 3 games and why?
Work in progress.
Yeah. Listen, it's going to be challenging. Put it that way. I think that we need to get Jaylen Green in here and see how he fits before we really begin to make any kind of conclusions. But it's going to be challenging. I think that much became very clear the last couple of games.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, Steven Ruiz said, this is funny, he said that Bill Simmons might know ball, given the defense is getting up that much.
And again, that's why if you're Matt Ishbia, you don't respond to that.
You just
don't. You put it away and you save it.
Sight unseen, he responded.
Right.
It was just like, I'm not going to take this dragging that I'm getting from Bill Simmons.
That's right.
I don't care what he says.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. You shined.
Shown
a spotlight on the team and the defense now. And now when you're one of the worst teams in the league in defense through 3 games.
That's it.
You could have used the word illuminated, dumbass.
Daryl Lees was good too. He said, unfortunately, the game's called basketball, not grit, effort, hustle ball. If you can't put the ball through the hoop, it doesn't really matter what you do. That's fair. All right. So our next question is for ASU fans and I guess Valley fans in general too. What is the biggest difference between this year's ASU team and last year's ASU team? The 4 options are missing Cam Skattaboe, Sam Levitt not being, quote, elite, the defense is not as dominant, or the special teams El Succo.
Cam Skattaboe was the obvious answer, but
is that actually the biggest?
I expected more from their defense, to be quite honest.
Because we've seen, if you could bottle what that defense did against Texas Tech for 3 quarters, that's national championship stuff.
Yeah.
because I'm not. We knew Cam Skattaboe wasn't going to be part of this team. It's not like he just didn't show up or he got hurt. I got to go defense too.
I think that's the answer.
And Sam Levitt to start last year wasn't. I don't think he was great, but he got better every game that he played. That hasn't happened this year, and he's taken kind of a physical pounding as well.
Yeah, I think aside from the Utah game, ASU's defense, they haven't allowed more than, in the Mississippi State game, more than 30 points. I feel like you got to win games when you...
Well, Mississippi State only had 23 on him, I think.
I feel like you got to try win those games. Skattaboe, it's a tough guy to replace. And that's where a majority of the responses are. Tom Foss says Skattaboe was the main reason the Sun Devils got to the college football playoff last year. We just need to face the facts that this team isn't as, quote, good as last year's team, especially if they keep losing. It'll be very disappointing. Buddy Thompson said, I think Skattaboe brought more to last year's team than just a hard-nosed running back. I think they missed the overall leadership and infectious hard-nosed attitude. It's hard to replace a
Mississippi
guy like that.
State also, by the way, has lost every single game they've played in the SEC.
And they blew one against Texas. They should have beat Texas handily.
They've been in a bunch of those games.
They've been in them, man. There's still four losses in a row.
They hung with Tennessee, too. I know. The SEC is just, it's a gauntlet. All right.
Except for all the sucky teams at the bottom.
Like Kentucky. That's it. I mean, Arkansas and Auburn aren't good, too. Okay. So we've talked about this a lot today. The, quote, what is this curse or this weird mojo going on with Arizona sports? So, Valley sports fans, what would you be willing to sacrifice to change the luck of the local cursed sports teams?
Jarrett.
What?
Jarrett.
I was thinking about this because Jarrett brought up the idea, too, like, if this does become an event, everybody bring in one cursed item. That's a tough one. I'm trying to think of this because I have a lot of stuff.
Well, the first thing you said earlier was like, for example, like an Eric Bledsoe jersey.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Something that like
I've got one of those.
A Josh Rosen jersey, something like that.
A Bradley Beal jersey.
Even DeAndre Ayton, you could say, because of what it represents.
Is it too early to go Kevin Durant jersey?
No. Ooh. See, I'd have a hard time bringing my Kelly Oubre all orange jersey though.
But he's not. He wasn't.
No, I know. That's what I mean.
He was a good Valley boy.
He was part of the turnaround.
Yes, that's why I would. So, well, just do you have a?
It doesn't have to be
like
sports
that?
related.
Yeah.
It could just be something in your life. How about you, Sammy?
We're not trying to change lives. We're trying to change the Phoenix sports landscape.
Here we go.
Jared.
I have one. Man, this is crazy. I would sacrifice never hitting a hole-in-one.
For your whole life?
For my whole life.
Wow.
To fix the local...
Something that you probably wouldn't do anyway.
Well, hey now. Hey. It's out there.
That's not an indictment on your golfing skill.
I was playing golf with a foursome recently, and this one dude was quite a player, and he nearly flushed a hole-in-one on this long par 3. And I said, man, would that have been your first? He's like, no, I got 13.
See,
and I'm like, I
13?
hate you. I hate
I would give it up.
Were you playing with Kim Jong-un?
I want to read just a couple ones real quick. JJ said that he would sacrifice the Phoenix Open being in Phoenix for...
Wow.
Yeah, that's
a big one.
Tyler says, for legal reasons, I will not be saying what I would allegedly do to get the Coyotes back. And then Tom Foss said, look, if I could guarantee the Cardinals would win the Super Bowl, I would quit eating ice cream for the rest of my life. And I like ice cream as much as anybody else, but I would sacrifice just that. Tom,
that's pretty big.
That's a big one. And then Z-Man said he would sacrifice a cool summer, and to my response is, none of them are cool. So there you go. And then we have next, we're doing that question tomorrow, right, Jarrett? The name of the curse.
Yeah, let people keep sending us your ideas for what we should name this curse.
Starting to get some activity on that.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. We're building something.
Because you can't eliminate something if it doesn't have an identity.
Correct. Phoenix
At least
Suns
that's what we're going with on this front.
Yeah.
All right, Sammy. Thanks. Social studies every morning at 9 o'clock. And you know where to find us at this point. And if not, Sammy will tell you again tomorrow because I don't want to repeat it. Coming up next, 3 games into the Suns season. It was a rough weekend for the boys in purple. We'll get into it with Kellen Olson, our Suns guru from here at Arizona Sports next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Injuries happen, I get that. Garrett Williams is the one that certainly nobody nationally talks about, but should we really be surprised the defense hasn't been as good since their best corner got hurt?
No, and he's great. Garrett Williams is everything you want. The way he prepares, I think as a young guy, he's shown that he can be a leader in the way that the standard that he sets when he's out there.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're a dedicated sports fan, do not shop for your electronics at the big box stores. Get in your car, head on down to Waltz TV and Appliance, and here's why. When you step into Waltz, you will see the difference. A great selection of big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches. You can check that out in the theater room if you've ever wanted to see what a television that big looks like. Great selection of outdoor televisions. This is the time of the year to put a television in your backyard and start watching football outside, along with a knowledgeable staff that's going to show you what products work best with live action sports. You won't get that insight from big box stores. You'll hear the difference at Waltz. They've got a great selection of audio components from speakers to sound bars, and when you put that right audio component together with the right television, you will have magic. You will literally feel the difference, and I know this because Waltz did all of that for me. They gave me a great price. They'll do the same for you, plus one better. Drop my name when you're at Waltz. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Thursday, October 30th at Dirty Blonde in Chandler, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer. You know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Ben SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now, get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What did we learn about the Phoenix Suns over the weekend against the Clippers and Nuggets? We'll talk about that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
We continue on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. We're going to talk some Suns basketball in a second. But first, before we do, shout out to our great listeners out in Maricopa. We appreciate you.
Maricopa.
Out in Maricopa. Suns and Jazz tonight. Suns got bludgeoned over the weekend in L.A. on Friday against the Clippers and on Saturday against Denver. The Nuggets just took it to them for most of that game. Can the Suns turn it around? Will we see a different version of the Suns tonight? Here to talk about all of it with us, Kellen Olson, who covers the Suns for us at Arizona Sports. He is our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Kellen, good morning. How are you, man?
Morning, guys. Doing well. Thank you for having me.
We'll start with what was talked about a lot over the weekend, and that was the lack of defense, especially in the first half. I mean, 3 70-point first halves yielded by the Phoenix Suns. And the first two had a lot to do with hot shooting from Sacramento and the Clippers, but they gave up 70 to a cold shooting Denver team, and at least from three-point range. How big of a concern is this early in the season?
It's a decent-sized one for sure. I think we do fall into the trap a lot when we watch teams that don't try and say, like, defense is like a certain chunk percentage effort, whether you want to say like 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. And believe me, it certainly plays a role into defending, but at the same time, you need to be organized. You need to be engaged. And I thought the Denver first half especially was the one where the effort, engagement, all those buzzwords that we used for last year dropped a little bit. That was the first time we saw it drop, and that's what can happen when it drops against a team that good, because Denver has been around for so long that when you're deciding to switch and you're deciding to play Nikola Jokic a certain way, they know exactly what they're going to do. Every single guy knows exactly what they're going to do on the floor. He was making some great plays, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, whenever he gets doubled on the near side and everyone else is on the far side, you know guys are going to cut, and yet that cut was open all game long, so they were unorganized a little bit. And, like, yes, Denver deserves credit for their continuity and how easy it is for them to play that way, but at the same time, this is 3 opening quarters, 2 quarters in a row, guys, where you can tell how confident and comfortable opposing players are against this team. They do not really have an elite on-ball defender, in my opinion. They have a couple good ones, but I think we're starting to notice that as well, is that in terms of their identity for everything that they want it to be, it has to go to a certain length in order for opponents to feel them and feel their physicality. And we're not seeing that just yet, not at all.
No doubt about it. All right, so Book has 2 30-plus point games, and yet they've been kind of wonky. Now, clearly, playing the point is not, I think, something that I wanted from him. I really wanted him to be kind of like back to the early Jordan Bulls, where he is just a force of nature and he's just leading the offense and all that stuff. And maybe Jaylen Green helps, maybe he doesn't. Your thoughts on what Book's put out there so far?
It's been weird, Dan, because I think that you could tie it to any sort of number of things, but having watched nearly every game, pretty much every game that he's played over these 11 years, like seeing him get caught in the air. Can you guys remember seeing that from him?
No.
Like, it's been 2 out of 3 games where I think I'm sure if I go through the videos right now of all of his turnovers this year, half of them are him just getting stuck in the air with the ball, and he never does that. I think the number one issue there is pace and playing very quickly. I think that is something that he is trying to do to match the style of play that the coaching staff wants, rightfully so. But with that, it's clearly speeding him up too much. The Suns are taking a lot of shots early in the shot clock. They're attacking the defense very early in the shot clock. That's not just a them thing. That's what every single team in the league wants to do. But clearly some mix of that, playing point guard, not having any other offensive threats on the floor with him, and knowing that is setting him up in this position where he's just getting stuck with the ball in situations where we don't normally see him. It's totally throwing off his balance in terms of when he should be scoring, when he should be passing the ball. And again, this is something when we watched this guy at his best 2 to 3 years ago, he had no problem balancing that quarter to quarter, possession to possession, no problem. So I think the hope is here that once Jaylen Green is back, he starts to find that balance a little bit more naturally. But again, if he doesn't find that balance, this team's in real trouble, because the only way that this team is competitive on a night-to-night basis is if he's at his best. And this is a really bad 3-game start to the season for him.
Yeah, and we're talking with Kellen Olson here on Arizona Sports as he joins us to talk Suns basketball. Jaylen Green helping Devin Booker, I agree with that. But overall, helping this offense kind of find a flow, and even though it's only 3 games, to see the field goal attempts differential between Dillon Brooks and Devin Booker at this point, is alarming on paper. Now, if you watch the games, Dillon Brooks is ending up with a lot of open shots, so you understand why he's taking it. But overall, what does Jaylen Green do for this offense in your mind?
Yeah, Vince, it's a really good point because I think that whenever the ball does find Dillon Brooks and you're watching the games, you're like, okay, that was a fine shot. Okay, that one makes sense. There's been I think 2 or 3 shots a game where the ball is finding him on the other side and they're running through a motion. He's coming around a curl and you're like, okay, we don't need the default action of the set to be him attacking downhill with how many shots he's finding already as it is. But with that being said, it's one of those things where you zoom out and say, okay, the ball's finding him. It's fine. Someone's got to take the shots. And then you look at the box score after the game. You're like, okay, 20 shot attempts. All right, that's probably a bit too many. And then you watch the games again. You're like, okay, who is finding the ball? Who is finding those shots? And that is where Green is really going to help this team as well. With that being said, whether it's designs, whether it's someone else finding the ball, you would hope that the ball finds someone else a little bit more. I think Grayson Allen is the guy that you would like to see. If anyone, you would like to be seeing 10 to 15 threes a game right now because Brooks took double digits in the last game. That's who you want Grayson Allen to be for sure. But again, teams are going to play him differently, and they're going to play Dillon Brooks differently as well. They're giving Dillon Brooks space on purpose. That's where you go to Book again and him trusting his teammates, and he's always going to trust Dillon Brooks. After the home opener, I asked him about having someone on Dillon Brooks like your team who fans might say is a little bit trigger happy, but he co-signed that he just wants his teammates to be confident and shoot the ball, and that's what Dillon is going to do. At 3-game sample size, so when Green is back, and if we're still having this conversation, that's when the Suns really need to go back to the drawing board because I think Dillon's just doing what he's told to do, which is shoot when he's open, but he's just been open every possession, guys.
All right, what do you think of tonight's opponent, the Utah Jazz? They were roundly picked as the worst team in the Western Conference, and they slapped the Clippers in the face on opening night. Are they a little more problematic than you think, or should this be a layup for the Suns?
They're a little bit more problematic than you think just because Will Hardy's one of the best head coaches in the league. I think he's gotten 2 or 3 contract extensions while they continue to win 20 games, and that's because that is the Utah Jazz front office and ownership being like, Will, we get what you're going through. We get what we're asking out of you. We totally value what you do. We don't want any other team to come in here and start talking to you. They want to keep re-upping him. And they're in this really weird zone right now where they've been tanking for a couple of years and haven't really had any draft picks hit. They're hoping Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton from this year sort of change that. But they've got Lauri Markkanen, who is a star, but it's been a weird 2 years for him as well. And then they've got a bunch of players who are just fine. Keontae George is fine. Taylor Hendricks is fine. Walker Kessler's fine. Isaiah Collier, who's out tonight, is fine. They need to start hitting on draft picks, and these new lottery rules have really affected no one else more than them because after all they went through last year, how hard they tanked in some of these games last year, it yielded them the 5th overall pick. They are incredibly talented just because of the amount of young talent they have from all this tanking. But with that being said, that this should be a win for the Suns, even if Dillon Brooks misses this game. They do not have a good roster at all. And this is especially one of those games where playing in Utah, you guys both know this, that's one of those buildings that Book really shows up in. I'm expecting him to bounce back in a big way tonight.
Real quick, 30-second version. We've seen all 4 centers in action to different degrees through the first 3 games. What do you make of how Jordan Ott has handled the situation at the 5 so far, Kellen?
I've liked it. Iguodaro stylistically fits what they need. Oso's just got to play better. I think Mark's just got to, again, get on the floor consistently. It's got to be frustrating when he gets 2 games, then he has to miss the 3rd. And I guess he's going to have to get used to that until we get updates on him. Richards really struggled, and Kaman's been okay in the minutes that he's been in, but you can see why they're taking time with him.
Yeah. Great stuff, Kellen. Always appreciate it. We'll talk again soon.
Yep, thanks, guys.
Kellen Olson, our Suns insider at Arizona Sports. You can hear him on Arizona Sports at Night, part of the Empire of the Suns podcast as well. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. I want to remind you that we are broadcasting live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. And you can join the excitement at the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Santan Ford. It's November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park. Compete for cash prizes and the legendary Golden Pickle. Proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus. And don't miss the epic mascot matchup at noon that day featuring Big Red and the Suns Gorilla battling it out on the court. Text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team now. That's PICKLE to 620-620 and secure your spot. Coming up next, we'll hand out some hardware. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Do you lay this all at the feet of Kyler Murray? And do you just think a reset at quarterback in the offseason
throw him
is
right
enough?
under that bus and make it all on him?
And just say, we're going to try this again with everybody else and just make a change at quarterback and see what difference that makes. See if that changes the equation. I don't know. This is where it gets complicated.
I love that question, and I think the fan base would buy that. We don't think it's any of these people. We think it's him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football and the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through October 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all of the legendary JT, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Is every step or reach a reminder of what hurts? A reminder of what you're not able to do and how far you've drifted from the life without pain? Well, do I have good news for you? Because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, we tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. Just your body remembering how to feel alive again. Let QC Kinetics regain what pain took away. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics is giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Sammy Savolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Kenny Dillingham and the ASU Sun Devils lost more ground in the Big 12 after Saturday's 24-16 loss to Houston at home. The now 5-3 Devils will need a lot to happen if they want to get back to the Big 12 championship game this season. The Phoenix Suns over the weekend lost their first 2 games of the season in LA to the Clippers on Friday night and Saturday night in Denver to the Nuggets. And here was Suns head coach Jordan on the defensive struggles to start the season.
Yeah, we got to be better. I mean, there's no excuse for that. We're going to have to be better there defensively. This is a defensive-minded group at times. And then we just lose our way. But we're 3 games in. There's a sample size to all this. But yeah, 133, doesn't matter where you're at. That's probably not going to get it done.
The Suns wrap up their road trip in Utah tonight. Tip-off will be at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 3 of the World Series will be tonight over on ESPN 620. That series all tied up at 1 apiece between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. Game 3 in LA will get going at 5 p.m. tonight. And this report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, an A+ with the BBB, and the winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is what one thing do the Suns need to improve on this week against the Jazz, Grizzlies, and the Jazz? Is it the turnovers, the points in the paint, or free throw attempts?
I would say none of the above. I mean, I think it's first half defense, give themselves a chance in the second half of games. But of those 3 choices, I can go turnovers.
Yeah, that's
specifically from Devin Booker. And I think it will improve.
That's where I put the vote. 59% of the vote on turnovers, 21% points in the paint, 20 free throw attempts.
All right, that is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now at ArizonaSports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're going to go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
Oh, it is that time of the week where we hand out our very own customized awards based on what we took in over the weekend. We call it hardware. What do you got for us to start?
All right, outside of the world of sports, my first award is the Listen to This Award, and it's this fact. In 1991, the following albums were all released within 57 days of each other. Metallica's Black Album, Pearl Jam's 10, Guns N' Roses' Use Your Illusion 1 and 2, Nirvana's Nevermind, Soundgarden's Bad Motorfinger, and the Red Hot Chili Peppers' Blood, Sugar, Sex Magic. That is 7 epic albums released within the span of 57 days of each other.
Yeah, but whatever happened to any of those bands, really? That is a crazy. I've seen that before. It's a crazy statistic.
Yeah.
My first award is the Shaqtin' a Fool Award, and I'm giving it to Shaq himself. So the Inside the NBA crew, they don't even call it that anymore, do they? On ESPN, do they still call it that?
I think they do.
I think so, yeah.
They made their debut on ESPN last week, and they were going through some of the teams in the Western Conference and what's new on these teams, and the Denver Nuggets came up, and, well, it was Shaq's turn to spit some knowledge on the Denver Nuggets.
Chris Brown was there before. Reminds me of Rick Fox and hit the open shot and do all the dirty things. Tim Hardaway, when he gets going, is a phenomenal shooter. I'm not familiar with Davis Adams. Jonas Valanciunas.
He's a coach, man.
Is it?
What do you? Is that a heck of a jumper?
I don't know who it is.
Come on, we can't make this up. I says, hold on. I need a 20. I need a 20. I'm familiar with everybody, but that David Allen guy, that's hilarious.
Let me tell you something about me. It's 2017. I'm not memorizing 27 coaches.
Okay, sir. There's Shaq.
Oh, my goodness.
That is bad on so many levels.
I hate when they get defensive like that, too. Literally, it's your job, Shaq, to know what's going on
as
in
the
NBA.
exchange went on, and then he challenged Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley to name every assistant coach on the Orlando Magic. That's a little different. David Adelman is the head coach of the Denver Nuggets, a team that is one of the favorites to win the championship. Then he doubles down by saying, there's 27 teams. I'm not going to memorize 27 coaches. There's 30 teams.
Well, he's not going to memorize 27 of them. He knows 3 of them.
And this is coming from a guy who highlights mistakes players make in the heat of battle on the court. Look, I love that show, and sometimes I can tolerate Shaq, but when that crap comes up, and it's just a free admission of I don't know, and I'm not going to bother to know because I could study a roster for Denver, or I could go make another $2.5 million making a commercial. We know what the choice is every single time.
Yes.
My first award is, that's how you break the curse of the Valley. You leave it award, and it goes to the former Phoenix/Arizona Coyotes, the Utah Mammoth,
Never heard of them.
who currently have the best record in the entire NHL, who currently have won 7 games in a row, and look like they're on their way to the playoffs with a nice, young, fun team.
In 28 years, did the Coyotes ever win 7 games in a row here?
Not that I can remember. The Utah Mammoth.
Wow.
Wonderful.
All right, my first award
Goodness gracious,
is
that's
the
awful.
Circle of Parity Award, and I'm giving it to the New York Jets. So now every team has won a game in the NFL, but this is the concept. So the Cardinals beat the Saints, who beat the Giants, who beat the Eagles, that concept. You're familiar? Mm-hmm. It now goes all the way around with every NFL football team. It's the earliest this has happened since 1999. So the Jets beating the Bengals completed the Circle of Parity yesterday.
Very interesting.
Very interesting.
The Well Done Award goes to FIFA Lopakti, ASU golfer who qualified for the British Open and the Masters. He stormed from 6 shots down to win the Asia Pacific Am, qualified for 2 majors. So FIFA, congratulations. Do not act like a moron like other ASU golfers have. Do not take a leak in Rays Creek when you're at the Masters. Try not to do that. Try not to go to Live Golf like John Rahm and Phil Mickelson. And, make sure you show up every year at the WM Phoenix Open and everything will be great.
Funny story. So I worked the PGA this weekend. I covered that.
Did you?
Yes. Very interesting. So I got familiar with FIFA.
FIFA, say the name again?
Lopakti, is that it?
I wasn't even going to try.
He's a Thai. He's from Thailand.
Very cool.
Yeah.
My second and last award is the Nobody Wants This Award, and it's twofold. I'm mentioning it, giving it that name because the television show on Netflix of the same name, Nobody Wants This, is back for season 2. It's kind of this is not a derogatory term. It's kind of a chick show.
Okay.
But I like it.
I'm watching it. I'm watching it right now, Vinny.
Are you? It's really good, right?
Right now? Like right this second?
Oh, no, not right now. But yes.
I think it's entertaining. But what I'm talking about on the Nobody Wants This front is the free throw trend happening in the NBA so far.
Oh.
Adam Mayers, who works for DNVR Sports in Denver, has pointed out that after last night's action, there has been 11 games so far where a player, or 11 different instances where a player has shot 15 or more free throws in a game already through 42 games.
Okay.
Jimmy Butler, Devin Booker, Benedict Mathurin, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Zion Williamson, Luka Doncic, Kevin Durant, Wemby, Austin Reeves, Jaylen Brown, and Giannis have all shot 15 or more free throws in a game already. We're not even a week into the season. 15 or more free throws attempted in a game happened only 67 times all of last year.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's numbers for the first 2 games I saw were insane. He had like 40-something after 2, and it was like, all right, come on, man.
I mean, both of those games went into double overtime.
That's true,
but
that's true.
It's not going to be out of the ordinary, though. He's still going to shoot a ton of free throws.
Foul merchant. Yeah, listen, it's you know me in that. I just free throws, they're too much a part of basketball.
Jarrett's giving me I didn't come up with a second award, so go to break signal.
I got one last one.
I have a good one, but we got to break.
It's 9:40.
That's when we're supposed to break. That's when you're supposed to start doing the tease, read the thing, and get the break at 9:41.
You could have made that clear to us any number of times, and you chose to do it now. Okay, break.
You guys know when to break. We've been doing this show for 10 years.
I've always
15
been told.
years.
I've always been told 41 is break time.
I've always been told
break
41.
time. Yes. It's 9:41 now. We're still talking.
No, it's still 9:40.
57 seconds.
I'm just going to stall now.
Oh.
I'm just going to be indignant
I did have one, though.
Yes.
This was not my normal. I didn't have a second one. I had 2 other ones.
Okay.
Yeah, so?
I'll play it and off the grid if you want.
That's hardware. We'll have some final thoughts, including a rewind on the weekend checklist next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Santan Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
You've got plans to have the whole gang over to watch some football at your place this season. We want you to know that don't fumble the food responsibility. Spinato's has got you covered. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Spinato's, they are legendary for their catering menu. It is legit. We're talking crispy Chicago-style pizzas, mouth-watering pastas, monster wings, meatballs, fresh salads, and gluten-free options. So everything you need to feed the whole crew without missing a play is available to you. And it's easy to do as well. Just hit up the catering menu at spinatospizzeria.com, place your order, and you will be the MVP of game day. And want to remind you, you've only got a few days. If you haven't sampled it, Spinato's brought back a fan favorite for the last couple of months on the pizza menu. It's called the Wizard of Za, but it's only available through the end of October. It is a spicy Chipotle peach pizza, brimming with sweet heat, and they are pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. It is bold, it's different, and it works. So whatever the occasion, whether it's game day, pizza night, or you're just hungry for something awesome, Spinato's always delivers. 6 Valley locations: Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Tempe, Ahwatukee, Scottsdale, and Gilbert. And, of course, Spinato's, the official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. Take care of all your game day catering needs and order online at spinatospizzeria.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Going back to 1978. I was going to play the number 1 song from 1978, but this is the number 2 song, and it's a much better song.
What was the number 1 song?
Shadow Dancing by Andy Gibb.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was like the outcast Gibb.
Yeah, it's true.
I was looking at, you brought this up when we were talking about the disco demolition thing.
Yeah.
1978's year-end singles charts. It was dominated by 2 soundtracks, Saturday Night Fever and Grease. Debbie Boone's You Light Up My Life was in there. The Commodores. The first rock and roll song that appeared was at number 16. The Rolling Stones with Miss You was the highest ranking.
That is why a big chunk of the country had it with disco.
Yeah.
It was just, it had reached the point of absurdity.
I mean, it feels like rock music doesn't even exist anymore, though. Like in 2025.
Have you seen Youngblood?
But I'm talking about on the pop charts.
Oh, okay.
What's popular? It's sort of solo singers, pop music, stuff like that.
That's true.
Yeah.
It just.
I mean, it's been like that for a while.
It just doesn't chart anymore. But and the way they determine popular songs now from streams and whatnot. There's all these old songs on the charts too, and they pop up. It's weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, Bee Gees' Night Fever from the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
We Will Rock You and We Are the Champions by Queen, number 25 for that year. Whew. I think that song had legs.
Yeah, you think?
We got to take a look back at our weekend checklist and how we did, and looking into the crystal ball of the weekend, Sammy.
Yeah, so Jarrett and I were combined 0 for 6.
Oh!
Of all the things we do that I'm bad at, this is the worst, I think.
Okay, so
I'm never good at these.
We've talked about this before, but I think it's fun sometimes. Jarrett took a big swing for UCLA to beat Indiana. If UCLA somehow beats Indiana, we come here on Monday.
He looks like a genius.
And we're like, what a pick, Jarrett, But that's...
What a pick is right.
Yeah. Vinny, so you went 2-1. Malik McClain did indeed have over 100 receiving yards.
That might have been the biggest leap of the whole weekend.
Yeah, and there will be a 50-point scorer in the NBA this weekend, and it was Austin Reeves.
And he did it in the last game of the weekend.
Yes,
Austin Reeves checking the box for me.
At the buzzer. And like Jarrett, the Dodgers did not go up 2-0, but like Bick said, the Dodgers and Blue Jays will split the first 2 games. I didn't see... Did they boo the national anthem?
No, it was everything was above board.
Okay, so that's good. We'll still give you the point, and then myself and Bick had ASU winning. They did not. And then Bijan in that beatdown by the Dolphins did not rush for 200.
No, that game did not go anywhere near the way I envisioned it going.
So
it was a weird weekend in the NFL.
It was a weird weekend. Very weird.
So we did okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad. You did okay. More updates tomorrow when the NFL week wraps.
All right, so I was pointed out from a friend that as much as lamenting that we do as a sports town, the city of Minneapolis or Minnesota in general as a sports market, they won the World Series 34 years ago tonight.
That's right.
In the 34 years since, no men's professional team from Minnesota has reached the championship round in anything.
It's not even reached?
No. Ooh. Yeah. So
that's...
Yeah, that's an underrated, tortured sports city. You don't usually hear it with the other ones. But the Vikings, for years and years and years, have always had that.
Yeah. And
they've lost a hockey team. They've lost a basketball team. They've got them back.
They're a basketball. Their first franchise was a basketball team like ours.
Yeah.
Which is rare.
It's a Timberwolves city, I think.
I think it's a Vikings.
No, it's definitely a Vikings city.
Almost every city is the football city.
Almost.
Yeah.
But should we extend an olive branch and make this a two-city exorcism?
Oh, Minnesota.
Oh. Woo.
We can get a Diamondbacks Twins World Series.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, I don't think that's
do
gonna happen.
numbers.
I'll give out my award. My award that I was going to give in hardware before we ran out of time was that
you got awful defensive about that.
because it was sort of like a defensive sort of etched in truth there, because sometimes I do when I say Sammy, why don't you go?
Right.
I had
the award is titled, and somehow he makes even less sense than the current Steelers quarterback award, and it goes to Terry Bradshaw. I don't know if you saw this viral clip.
I did.
I did not see
this. Play it, Jarrett.
It works even better as a video clip because you could see the reaction from the other people on set. But this is Terry Bradshaw.
But the thing that I would worry about more so in Washington is the other day I text Andy Reid, and I got a text back, and I thought it was Andy Reid, but it was some guy selling pigs. But it sounded good. I should have told y'all that, so y'all would have thought I actually talked to Andy Reid, but I didn't really talk to Andy Reid.
I wish you could see the people behind the cameras, because they're like...
The point is...
Michael Strahan's face.
So instead of reaching out to Andy Reid, he reached out to a pig farmer. The jokes, Jared.
I don't even. What was he even trying to say there? And everyone's face is like, what?
Do we have an emergency sports kebab tomorrow?
I know. Terry. Anyway, you should just Google or search in Twitter Terry Bradshaw, because yes, the reaction of the people on set are like, what are you talking about?
Whoa.
We didn't really talk about it much, except in the beginning of the show and kind of in the recap of the weekend checklist.
Mm-hmm.
The World Series, I'm glad I did miss that, because I don't want the Dodgers to win the World Series. And for the Blue Jays to come out in Game 1 and batter of all pitchers Blake Snell, who had been probably the most unhittable through the course of the postseason, I thought, wow, are we going to get an easy series win for Toronto? And then the Dodgers pitching staff showed up again.
Well,
Yamamoto
in Game
was
1,
ridiculous in Game 2.
Listen, their approach in Game 1 was to make Blake Snell throw pitches and get to that Dodgers bullpen, and the plan worked fantastic. They got to the bullpen in the 6th, and it was lights out. I thought that game yesterday was going in the same, or the Game 2 was going in the same direction, because early on in the first inning, they had a runner aboard, and then the pitch count was 16, 17. Then Yamamoto just flipped the switch and just was filthy.
Yeah, during Game 1, Joe Davis, who's doing the game's play-by-play on Fox, and he's also the Dodgers play-by-play announcer during the season, but he pointed it out. He said, look, if Toronto wins this series, they're going to have to get to the bullpen. Probably not going to do it against the starters. I don't know if in my lifetime, Bick, there has been an easier key to victory in any World Series for any single team than what the Toronto Blue Jays are facing.
Yeah?
And yes, I know that big 9-run inning started against Blake Snell, but they got to the bullpen and they just poured it on.
Yeah, that's the key.
If the Dodgers can get 7 innings plus, which they have for most of the postseason, I think they're going to win easy, even though Toronto's lineup is great. But my goodness, it normally you're like, I have no idea who's going to win. If the Dodgers stick to their plan, they're going to win the World Series.
Yeah, that's it. If you limit the bullpen exposure, they're going to win. I completely agree with that.
Yeah, and their bullpen is marginalized, too. They don't even, Vesia's not even with the team.
Are they going to break out Ice Cube tonight, you think? Is he going to come in from center field and a drop top?
Maybe.
It's going to be Randy Newman.
Oh.
Thought Jarrett was going to do his impression.
Yeah.
Thanks to Kellen Olson and AQ Shipley for joining us. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are next.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Oso crosses over on Jokic to the rim and lay it in with the left hand. Nice move by Oso Iguodala.
Suns at the Jazz tonight. Pregame at 5, 6 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So, folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Kenny Dillingham and the ASU Sun Devils lost more ground in the Big 12 after Saturday's 24-16 loss to Houston at home. The now 5-3 Sun Devils will need a lot to happen if they want to get back to the Big 12 championship game this season. The Phoenix Suns over the weekend lost their first two games of the season in LA to the Clippers, 129-102 on Friday night and 133-111 in Denver to the Nuggets. And here was Suns head coach Jordan Ott on the defensive struggles to start the season.
Yeah, we got to be better. I mean, there's no excuse for that. We're going to have to be better there defensively. This is a defensive-minded group at times. And then we just lose our way. But we're 3 games in. There's a sample size to all this. But yeah, 133, doesn't matter where you're at, that's probably not going to get it done.
The Suns wrap up their road trip in Utah tonight. Tip-off will be at 6 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, and that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw.
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this fine Monday. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing?
Great.
All right, excellent. Yeah.
Sure do love sports, don't you?
Can I just say right now, Basinonians, one of the great things about living at the Wolfley compound is when Hoopy comes to visit.
Yeah, there's some good news.
Of course, Hoopy is my mother, Basinonians, and she is in town. There's no doubt about that. She's visiting, of course, and just a great thing to have Hoopy here. So, you know what? Every time we start talking about sports here in the Basin and what happened over the weekend, I'm just going to remember that my mom, at 88 years of age, is actually here. Thank you, Lord God.
Man, that is a good move on your part to do that, because this was supposed to be the best sports weekend of the year. You had the World Series, you have the NBA season going, you have the NHL season going, you have the NFL season going, you have college football, you have everything in one week, and wow, did that suck.
I like the way you said that, Luke.
There's no other way to say it.
You didn't even put the suck buttermilk at the end of it.
No,
we're not even going to add.
Not today. No.
We're not going to add the Amish and what the Amish like to say about it.
I would love some buttermilk right now at this point.
It really was. It was bad. I'm just going to lean into it. You know me.
You have to at this point. It's a joke.
I am not a negative person, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley reporting. I am not. I think you've...
My source.
Yeah, you know what? I think, Rick, that most people have listened to me over the last couple of decades. You realize that I am a positive person and had to be a positive person. Grew up a positive person right now. And because of that, I'm going to remain positive. I'm not going to let this weekend change me. I'm not going to do it,
Luke. That's good. All right.
It might change you.
It might.
And apparently, you already said it. It sucked.
It did.
You said that.
It's
not going to change me.
Where is the reprieve here in this city for the sports teams? And you hear like any other sports fan base of any team at this point, I'm just like, shut up. You have some team in your town that's doing something good, so shut up. We already know what happened with the Suns last year. We'll get into the Suns this year, but I mean, we've lowered our bar and they got smoked twice this weekend. The Cardinals have a lot of work to do. That has not been a fun conversation for anybody lately. I don't even think the Cardinals have wanted to talk about it lately. The Diamondbacks, that was a frustrating season. I guess the good news is the Coyotes have the second best record in the NHL, but oh wait, they're in a different city. And then ASU lost to Houston.
But that was the coup de grace.
That's really all
as we like to say.
All you can do is laugh.
The killing blow. Yeah, it is. Honestly, where do you want to begin on the misery?
ASU.
It's ASU.
Yeah, because they were the one team that was still giving us legitimate hope, that I didn't have to reconfigure my expectations or my aspirations for them, and that's a brutal loss to Houston over the week. Not a bad team. Houston's not a bad team, but that's a brutal loss.
Yeah, so much for not playing anybody, right? I mean, that was something that some people were pointing a spiny, ruddy finger at the Houston Cougars, saying, they haven't played anybody, and yet at the same time, they played the Sun Devils, and it was 24-0. That's all I can remember right now. You know what? They've gotten down in a couple of games 17-0. It was 24-0. It did not check the boxes that I thought it was going to, and so much of that had to do with the injury situation.
Yeah, let me get these two things out of the way, because I know we're going to be talking about this game and this season now a lot this show. So if we're going to be doing that, I feel like I have to get these two things out of the way just so I can speak more clearly on it. The injuries are brutal. They're not the only team that's had injuries, but the injuries are You basically have to be a blue blood powerhouse team that has 4-star recruits 3 deep in your depth chart to be able to withstand the injuries that they have right now. Not giving them excuse for falling behind 24-0.
Sure.
But the injuries, they're not going to make it to the Big 12 championship now. And even if they did, they're too beat up to do anything. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like, especially after watching that game. And the other thing, and this is going to sound like an excuse, and I'm not saying an excuse, they were down 24-0. Do you know anybody who watches the football game just to watch the referees throw 500 flags?
Oh, my goodness,
That
no.
game was horribly officiated.
Yes.
That felt like one of those games where you go in. It felt like ASU had the reputation they had like 15 years ago where they would take dumb penalties after, like, hey, we stopped them on 3rd and 12. We're going to hit the passer late or whatever. Back in the Dennis Erickson era where they would just take a ton of penalties. It felt like those officials came in like, hey, be on the lookout for ASU. And if you see anything close, especially in a pivotal moment, or 6 pivotal moments in the game, make sure you throw a flag that swings things.
Yeah.
Not saying they weren't all penalties.
Right.
But I'm just saying that, wow.
Yeah, for me, based on earnings, it really was the injury situation that has got my attention right now. And I'm talking about Sam Levitt, of course, and what is going on with Sam Levitt. The fact that Jordan Tyson did not play in the game. Would you say that was a big deal? Of course, that was a big deal. Don't make me go into the chain reaction that is set off when you take a wide receiver like Jordan Tyson out of the game, away from Sam Levitt, and the damage that can actually do to the entire team. But then all of a sudden, in the first possession, after 5 plays, your starting quarterback goes out, goes into the blue tent, and then goes into the locker room. What they were doing in the locker room, nobody knows, based on Onions item. I have no idea what was going on, yet at the same time, he did come back and played in the game. And you know that he was taken out again in the fourth quarter after it was 24-9. Listen, when there is uncertainty about your quarterback, there are certain players, based on Onions, you can get over. You can. A guy who's a wedge buster, a guy who's a fullback, you can get somebody else is going to come in there and play, and they'll do a nice job. And nobody's going to sit there and be impacted by the fact that a wedge buster, which they don't even have anymore, and a fullback, of course, which they do. Don't talk to me about that. Don't at me, Ed. Don't do that, all right? Because they do have a fullback. Over half the league in the NFL still has a fullback. Just so you know, Ron Wolfley reporting. Having said that, quarterbacks are a different breed. And when you have Sam Levitt who's banged up, how did it go in Utah? How did it go up?
Poorly.
In Utah.
Very poorly.
You know, and once again, it wasn't because of Jeff Sims. It wasn't just because of Jeff Sims. I thought Jeff Sims went up there and played hard. It's everybody else that has got to step up and pull their weight as well. When your quarterback gets banged up, you're in trouble. And it can impact the psyche, the mentality of the entire team, and it did.
Yeah, it did, and they were getting shut out for the first 3 quarters. You know, the Utah game, you look at that, and you just say they got outplayed, and their defense got pushed around. This one, you hold Houston. Houston was 6-1. Houston's now 7-1. You hold them to 24 points. I'm not saying that's like an amazing defensive effort. There were issues in this game. But if you hold them to 24 points, you feel like you have a pretty good chance to win that game. And yet ASU was getting shut out through 3 quarters. And so no Jordan Tyson, obviously. That takes away what makes your offense special. It takes away like 90% of what makes your offense special. The running game has just not been real impressive the last few weeks. And Levitt was clearly hurt, as you said. He left, he came back, he left again. And it showed. I mean, Malik McClain, who has really struggled to catch passes or be on the same page with Sam Levitt this season, had a monster game. 7 catches for 159 yards, made some great plays. Shimon Mateer, an amazing touchdown that got called back because they hadn't thrown a flag in almost 2 minutes at that point, so they had to throw one. He still came up with a touchdown. Guys stepped up, but it just wasn't just not enough. I mean, you're playing a good team, and you know, the other part of this, ASU starting slow. That's the part that's been an issue in some wins this season. They start slow. I don't get the starting slow. I really don't.
I don't either, or either if you're from the East Coast. I do not get it, but
I might be moving to the East Coast.
I do believe that offensive line, once again, is all banged up. Ben Coleman, I think Ben Coleman and the loss of Ben Coleman is something that cannot be measured with human hands at this point in time.
Yeah.
The offensive line triggers everything else. You've heard me talk about it before many times, but it's very true. It allows your skill to do what they do. And when you have a reduction in that skill and that offensive line is struggling, you're in trouble.
And then as we all kind of recalibrated and said, well, at least we have Cam Skattaboe, he gets hurt yesterday. When our favorite Arizona sports moment was somebody who's playing for the Giants, every time he was on the field doing stuff, now he gets hurt too. So, yeah. Join us next Monday at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Your pregame for Cardinals versus Cowboys on Monday Night Football. Stop by for your chance to win Cardinals tickets and Innings Festival tickets. Head to the contest page on arizonasports.com for complete details. We will get into the Skattaboe situation, obviously, here in a little bit. We're going to talk Cardinals a lot throughout the show as well. When we come back, though, the Suns were a feel-good story in the middle of last week. Played 2 games against 2 pretty good teams and got blown out twice over the weekend. What do we read into that? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm starting to think about, if you look at sacks, the Denver Broncos lead the NFL with 34.
Ooh, I like where you're going.
The Rams are 26, the Lions are 23, Seattle's 23, Pittsburgh's 22, Tampa's 20. The Arizona Cardinals have a measly 12 sacks in 7 games.
Okay.
I think they got to blitz more.
Ah, you got it. That's it.
I think they got to bring. I think they got to blitz more.
That's where I was hoping you were going. That's a big reset of what they need to do.
They're not getting home.
Nope, they're not.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Presidential Pools, they first started out as a little company right here in the Basin, ladies and gentlemen, all the way back in 1991. And now they have reshaped the pool industry in Arizona by becoming the largest pool builder in the state. That's right, Presidential Pools and Spas. They've been improving their brand for decades, of course, and really set themselves apart with their process, the way they do things, their products, of course, and the quality thereof, and their people and the quality of those people. They build pools, and their history and expertise is worthy of your attention. Most of their sellers have been here for decades. Of course, James Frabasilio, the president and CEO, is a good friend of mine and someone you can trust. It's a family-run business right here. You know what? Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Hey, it's Mitch Vareldis for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, where bold flavor meets big energy. Ice cold 29-degree beer, massive 100-ounce bolones, and street-style tacos and wings that don't hold back. Wall-to-wall TVs, fight nights, football, and the kind of deals that keep the crew coming back. 4 Arizona locations, this is how real fans do game day. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Like we always do with this time, I go for mine, I get to shine. Now throw your hands.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. The Suns are in Utah playing the Jazz tonight. How can they keep pace in the West? We'll talk about it today at 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show, 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Yeah, I want to thank our listeners in Scottsdale. I mean, our listeners all throughout the valley, and really all over the world, because you can listen on the app. But especially in Scottsdale right now, Wolf.
Scottsdale?
Spent some good time in Scottsdale in the last couple of days.
I've heard that place is real nice.
Perfect. The Phoenix Suns, 2 games over the weekend. We figured going in, probably a tough ask to beat Denver. Second half of a back-to-back, both road games, second one at altitude. Also, let's just be honest, Denver has a much better roster, top to bottom. And they did. They lost that game by 22. They also lost to the Clippers by 27, though, on Friday. And it's very early in the season, Wolf. We all really enjoyed the Wednesday game against Sacramento. But do we need to sort of prepare ourselves for games or stretches like this where, hey, the Suns are playing 2 playoff teams, they're not going to really have much of a shot in these games?
Yeah, I think, it'd be something that is good if you're preparing yourself for a loss in that situation. I think that is probably the prudent thing to do going into it.
I hate this.
Knowing how difficult it is. What is it that you hate?
Well, it's just I hate
the
that
most?
I even asked you that, and it's just kind of like, all right,
yeah,
let's switch topics. Okay, how do we prepare ourselves for basketball losses in this city?
Yeah, once again, this is something that I was talking about last week, Basonians, was just the fact that it's not the wins. It's not about the number of wins. It's about how many games are they competitive. How many games are they competitive in? That's what I was going to count. And right now, they've been competitive in 1 game that they've played. Of the 3 games that they've played, 1 game. It was the game they actually won, the first game of the season against the Kings, of course. These last 2 games, they were not competitive in game 2 of the season. They weren't. Down 32 points in the game at one point. They lost by 27, but the second half was not really competitive. I'd say the same thing about the Nuggets game as well.
What did we measure? How did we decide this last week? I don't know if we came up with a specific number, but it was basically like going into the final 5 minutes of the game. Is the game in question?
Yes.
That's kind of, and I know, I get it. If you're driving through town and you're a fan of any other team in any other sport, you're like, hey, look at where the Phoenix sports fans are. They're just measuring if they can accept certain levels of losses. Yeah, that's what we have right now, okay?
That's what it is.
If they're close
unless you want to deny it, la, just
maybe we should try
act like it's not real.
What if we just came on the air and we're like, well, the Suns are 3-0, and I feel like they're off to a great start and have a chance to win a title. Like, what if we just committed to calling all their losses wins on
Can
the
you
air?
imagine if they were 3-0 right now?
I'd be losing my
we all
mind.
could just pretend.
I would actually have a parade in the parking lot.
It's brutal right now. It is. The Nuggets game, of course, they were down by 25 in that game, and they lost by 22.
Yeah, I'm going to deem that not competitive.
Can I just also say, too, it was what was also very, very clear, I would say, in the Denver game, was just every time the Suns cut it to 11 or 12, all of a sudden, boom.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, all right, so you're going to bounce back, which is good that they showed a little, Yet at the same time, you could see Denver just say, okay, now the hammer goes down again, and then they build the lead back.
Devin Booker, 31 points in that game against Denver. He's averaging 26.7, so just slightly less than last year. But he has 18 turnovers in 3 games, 9 turnovers against Denver. on Saturday. I mean, he's the focal point of the defense. All of the focus is on him. He talked about the turnovers afterwards.
I just need to start playing off one foot in the paint, get to 2 feet, and make the read. Just careless with the ball. This could be more shot attempts. Still gauging it out, still learning our spacing, and just developing that chemistry I was just talking about.
He's in a pretty small group. I'd have to go through the whole league and make a list. Maybe I can do that during the break, of really good players that are on a team where if you're the opposition, you can focus almost all of your attention on that one guy. So like Devin Booker's going to have – it's going to be a challenge for him this year because most guys that are as good as him are on teams that have a few other weapons. I'm not talking about like a big three, like a few other Hall of Famers, but he went from having a Hall of Famer by his side to, the second best scorer hasn't played yet in Jaylen Green. Dillon Brooks has been really solid. Dillon Brooks is questionable for tonight's game, but yeah, it's going to be a challenge for Book this year.
Yeah, for me, again, I did not expect the Phoenix Suns to win a lot of games this year, but I did expect them to be better on the defensive end of the floor. I did expect to see them be better in terms of competing. That was the biggest disappointment to me. It was, and I realize it's early in the season. I understand that. I understand what Jordan Ott is saying, that it's early in the season, of course, and they're trying to establish how they're going to do it. And the communication might not be up to par right now, but to watch the Phoenix Suns get hammered on both ends of the floor, especially on that defensive end of the floor, was really, really difficult to watch. Number 27 in 3 games, ladies and gentlemen, number 27 in points allowed, giving up 126 points per game. Field goal percentage allowed, number 28, giving up 53.2%. I just, again, thought they'd do a better job knowing that how much of defense is just wanting to play defense. It's so important to this team and the culture of this team. Communication must be horrific if this is what we're getting through 3 games.
Well, it's funny. You bring up 2 key words there, defense and communication. Here's Jordan Ott talking about the defense.
Yeah, we got to be better. I mean, there's no excuse for that. We're going to have to be better there defensively. This is a defensive-minded group at times. And then we just lose our way. But we're 3 games in. There's a sample size to all this. Right. A lot of that is who you play. I think we've played some good offenses. I think historically, those 3 teams are going to be, and this year they'll be pretty good. So we'll keep looking. Find ways to guard better, find ways to attack better. But yeah, 133 doesn't matter where you're at. That's probably not going to get it done.
And then here's Devin Booker.
Being at Fort Morris have a mark here too, but we got to learn quicker than later. The league's not waiting on anybody. There's a lot of teams out here with a lot of experience, so even the nights where the chemistry might not hit, we're going to have to steal some. Playing hard and using our youth and our athleticism.
Sounds like there's like somebody deflating all the. It's like Tom Brady's back there deflating footballs while he's talking or something.
Yes, it was just, man. Again, I realize we all do that communication is really important on the defensive end of the floor. It just seemed like the intensity level, the athleticism, the effort level wasn't where it needed to be. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
And that really, to me, Base Earnings is the biggest disappointment of what we watched in the first 3 games. Now again, they won that first game, and that was big. But even there, I talked about this, thought the defense would be more competitive, more intense, more competitive on that side of the floor, and they really haven't been that competitive on that side of the floor in 3 games.
I'm assuming the defense is going to get better. I'm almost – I don't know if this is the right way to do it or not, but I'm almost treating this like it's an expansion team. Wolf, like that's because last year the roster makeup was just so different than it is this year. And the coach is so different this year than it was last year. And they wanted to make drastic changes. I'm almost approaching this season like we have an expansion team, and you have a real nice piece on your expansion team to build around with Devin Booker. I'm expecting everything to get better as the season goes. I'm really interested, though, specifically to see how they do in games like tonight, where you're playing a team that there's not a lot of teams on paper you probably should beat. They're actually underdogs tonight against Utah, but I think Utah's a team you should beat. I want to see how they play against those teams.
So you would say this is a should win?
It's as close to a should win as you could have right now.
Should win.
You should be able to beat Utah, right? But, I mean, this is almost more of a measuring stick to me than a Denver game. I don't expect them to go into Denver and beat Denver. All right, when we come back, the bye week is over. What do we know about the Arizona Cardinals after 7 games and heading into week 9? We're already halfway through the NFL season. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Santan Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. May apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. Rick, what do you say you give me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind, as I start that clock? Oh, the autumn wind is blowing. Yes, indeed. And that means football is here. And the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting, of course, now through October 30th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Now, that's sheets, pillows, oh, you gotta love the pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames. Why would anyone get a frame that wasn't adjustable? Everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal, of course, is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. We of the Wu Fang Clan, we love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com for more information. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite, the F-150 truck XLT EcoBoost, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,700
$750 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1560 per $1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 11/03/25.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns wrap up their 3-game road trip tonight in Salt Lake City against the Utah Jazz. Tip-off is at 6, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 3 of the World Series is tonight at Dodger Stadium between the Los Angeles Dodgers and Toronto Blue Jays. Coverage begins at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. The series is tied at 1 game apiece.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
Welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. And Wolf, I know you were never a big fan of the bye week as a player. The bye week is over.
Yes.
Cardinals are back.
Yeah, you know what's amazing about it too, Luke, right now? Just the fact that week 9 is here in the National Football League. Week 9 already. What happened?
Football goes by too fast.
Wow, it blew by week 9. Basinonians, this is week 9. You're halfway through the season, even with the bye.
Hey,
you're halfway through it.
If you want some good news, the Cardinals didn't lose ground to the Seahawks, didn't lose ground to the Rams, picked up a half game on the Niners yesterday.
Yeah, so they got that going for them. Yeah.
How about that?
That's nice.
Forward progress.
It beats the alternative.
It does beat the alternative. And I was telling you off the air, I have this irrational level of confidence that they're going to beat Dallas. Now, I don't know what they're going to do in the other 9 games, but I have this irrational level of confidence that they're going to beat Dallas next Monday.
Can I just say it starts with 1? It starts with 1. And honestly, it does. You can say what you want, Basinonians, but it does start with 1. If you're ever going to turn around and play better, and, once again, do I expect the Arizona Cardinals to turn around and play so well they get into the postseason? No, I do not.
I'm not even sure. I was looking at this on Saturday. I'm not even sure 8-2 the rest of the way would get them in.
Yeah, I know. Think about that.
And they're not going 8-2.
Yes.
But I hear what you're saying. Like the mood has been so bad lately that don't you at a certain point just take a step back and be like, all right, I love football.
Yeah.
That's why I play this game. Let's just go beat Dallas.
Yes.
It's probably not going to mean anything in January, but it means something right now. You got to go out there and play them anyway, so why not try to beat them?
I think of my brothers inside that locker room, Basinonians. That's what I think of. I think of the guys, and you're sitting there at 2-5, and you want to make a run. It starts with 1. You have to go out and play better. And I think more than anything else, maybe you just want to focus on you playing better individually. You can't play for anybody else. You can only do what you can do. You play better. And I'd love to see that mentality take over the locker room. It doesn't guarantee you that you're going to go out and have wins. It doesn't. It just guarantees that you're going to go out and try harder and be better because of that.
You know, we're watching highlights during the first break of the show, and they're showing the Colts, and they're showing Jonathan Taylor run for another 3 touchdowns or whatever, two on the ground, 1 through the air, whatever. He's just going off. And it's hitting me, Wolf, that the Cardinals were supposed to be doing what the Colts are doing this year. If you look at the Colts and I know that sounds ridiculous right now. Oh, you think the Cardinals are as good as the Colts? They're 7-1. A, no, I don't. But B, they almost beat the Colts. And more importantly, C, this is year 3 for Shane Steichen. Last year, they won 8 games. That's exactly what the Cardinals did.
Yeah.
This was supposed to be the year the Cardinals finally took the step forward. The Colts, if you look at their last 3 years, 8 wins, actually 9 wins in Steichen's first year, 4 wins the year before. Jeff Saturday was their coach for half of that year in 2022.
Yeah.
But no, year 3 for Steichen. coming from Philly. I mean, the similarities are there. The Cardinals are supposed to take a step forward this year, and especially when you saw their schedule for the first 7 games. And yet the reality is you're 2-5, and you have to deal with it.
Yes, you're 2-5. What do we know about the Arizona Cardinals after 7 games of the season, brothers? I'm sorry, but this is where I start. Their offensive line is not as good as we thought it was going to be. And when I say we, I'm talking about me. I thought it was going to be better than what they were over the last 2 years. A better offensive line. I know you can say, well, Will Hernandez coming back. Of course, I thought he was going to be ready to go. I thought he was going to come out of training camp ready to go as a starter. I thought that was going to be the case. That was not the case. Of course, he had to get back into shape. He had to get that knee underneath him, get his legs literally underneath him again. But this offensive line, Jonah Williams, I think has got to play better. And I think Jonah Williams would be the first guy to tell you that he's disappointed in how he's played. I think they have to get their communication better. All I know is this offensive line holds the key and held the key coming into this season as to the Arizona Cardinals being good. Because if you can't protect Kyler Murray, forget about the chemistry between Kyler and Marvin Harrison Jr. Forget about that. If you can't open up holes, forget about any running back trying to run through holes. And if you can't score points, you're going to lose games. And you're going to put a lot of pressure on your defense, and we've seen that.
Yeah, no, I mean the chemistry thing. It's a good point. It's almost like, hey, how often do you still call or text your friend who moved away? How good's that relationship? Well, I have no phone service, so it doesn't even matter. That's kind of what it's like right now with the Cardinals. How good is Kyler and Marv's chemistry? I don't know, because Kyler has half a second to pass.
Yeah.
So when you try to put together what this team is through 7 games, you have to start with the offensive line. You're right, and it's a mystery to me because for the most part, it's the same guys that you weren't just throwing darts in the offseason and be like, oh, the offensive line's going to be good. The offensive line was fine last year. It wasn't like the top offensive line in football.
It was in terms of running the ball.
Yeah. But it was a good, I would say it was a top third of the league overall offensive line last year. It's the same guys. What's going on?
Yes, I don't understand. That's what is so confounding about this. Now, I understand they've got Justin Fry is their new offensive line coach. Clayton Adams, we know he's moved on. Still at the same time, I come on.
That
what
shouldn't
is
make
going,
this much of a difference.
You're using the same playbook, the same terminology. I'll guarantee you Justin Fry didn't come in here and change all the terminology. There's no way he did that. That's the offensive coordinator who does that kind of stuff.
And I try to look at the schedule and be like, well, okay, have they played 7 great defensive lines or something? I mean, they've played a couple really good ones in Seattle and Green Bay. It was interesting watching Micah Parsons take over in the fourth quarter again last night, too, against the Steelers. I mean, that's what he does.
Man.
But no, all of these defensive lines, Carolina's defensive line isn't amazing. New Orleans isn't. Tennessee's isn't. Tennessee's defensive line is one guy who is really good, but yeah, it is the most inexplicable thing in every conversation about what they are through 7 games. Has to start there, Wolf. And the other thing is this was the bye week. This was the bye week heading into the trade deadline. I'm not saying they can't still make trades. They obviously have just over a week. But as far as any significant change, if anybody was, hey, they're going to make a coaching change or they're going to announce a quarterback switch or any of that, last week's the week you would have done that, and you didn't. So what is changeable on the fly now going forward?
Agreed. I would say today is the last day. If you thought the Arizona Cardinals were going to make any type of change, today would be the last day that they would make that announcement. To me.
Yeah, because you're playing next Monday. Yeah.
So again, they're playing the Dallas Cowboys as well, based on a historically bad defense. Historically bad. And that's why this offensive line, I'm looking at this offensive line right now. Okay, well, I guess we're playing for keeps at 2-5 right now. I guess we're playing for keeps. We're coming out. It starts with 1 against the Dallas Cowboys, who are just really bad.
Unbelievable.
On the defensive side of the ball. They can't stop the run. They can't stop the pass. They can't stop you from scoring. They are bad.
If I was Kyler Murray, I would be finding everything I could to get on the field Monday night against Dallas. I'm sure he is. But, I mean, you talk about a matchup to try and get right. Dallas has given up. Here's their points allowed per game real quick.
Brace yourself.
24 against Philly. That was a good start. 37 against the Giants. 31 against the Bears. 40 against Green Bay. 22 against the Jets. 30 against Carolina. 22 against the Commanders. 44 against Denver yesterday. They don't stop anybody, Dallas. All right, when we come back... Had the bye week for the Cardinals, so you got to watch all different kinds of football yesterday, and it was not good for a historic reason. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Allen on the drive, floats one up short. Malaise is there to throw it down. He picked it up mid-air and then turned and jammed it.
Suns at the Jazz tonight. Pregame at 5, 6 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. The Brocktober sales event at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford, it is going on right now, brothers. I've been talking about this all October, as a matter of fact. The Brocktober sales event, $299 per month on a Broncos sport. Man, that's an amazing plan right there. $299 a month on the Broncos sport. That's not all, though. How about this? $399 a month on the Big Bronco. That's right, $299 on the Broncos sport and $399 on the Big Bronco during the original Brocktober sales event. There's all kinds of other incredible lease offers on the entire Ford lineup. Maybe you're into the Ford Expedition or the Ford F-150, not just Bronco and Bronco Sports. And for all these lease deals, not everyone qualifies. 36-month lease terms. See Santan Ford for details. Some fees apply. All offers expire 10/31/25.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvise here. That's why I went to Matt Davis and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money, it's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. So take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
I've got another confession to make. I'm your fool. Everyone's got the chains to break.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Will Kyler Murray be back at shotgun when the Cardinals take on the Cowboys next Monday night? We'll get into it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, so I wasn't joking, Wolf. This is supposed to be, or was supposed to be, the best sports weekend of the year because the NBA just started last week. The NHL going, the World Series going, college football, NFL. And it was a kind of a twist if you're a Cardinals fan. If you watch the Cardinals closely every week, or if you work in the media, you watch every second of their games, usually rewatch them a couple times. So on Sundays, you're not watching a whole lot of other games live whenever the Cardinals, you watch them in the morning if the Cardinals play late or whatever. So yesterday I was like, hey, I get to watch a lot of football, right? Here's the point differential in each game yesterday.
Okay. Yes.
11 of the 12 games were decided by double digits.
Wow.
All right. So I'm not going to read you each game and score. I'm just going to read you the point differential.
It was bad.
I'll start with Jets-Bengals. That was the game of the day. Jets-Bengals, a 1-point difference. The other games, 27, 24, 19, 18, 31, 14, 11, 20, 20, 24, and 10. Every other game was a blowout or close to a blowout.
Yeah.
Nothing came down to the wire yesterday.
Boy, you had to feel so good as well if you were a Bengals fan going into the fourth quarter.
You would think you could hold the Jets to 21 in the fourth.
You had to feel so good about going into the fourth quarter. Here we go. All right now. Wow. You're talking about all these games that were lopsided, and there were many. There's no doubt about it. Just an awful competitive week for the National Football League, or non-competitive, I should say. But the 39-38 win from the New York Jets over the Bengals, all I could think of, basically, is they scored 23 points in the fourth quarter. Okay? The Jets
scored
said, this 23 points. This is it. You're going down, Cincinnati. And that just blew my mind. Anyways.
There was definitely a moment where they sacked Joe Flacco, and it was the first time he got sacked in the game. Like, he was just slinging the ball all over the field, and then he got sacked, and he had this look on his face like, all right, I'm done. What am I out here? I'm getting sacked? Nobody told me that was an option. And that was the game of the day. That's not an exaggeration. It was the only game, like I said, that had any drama in the fourth quarter. I mean, I can't even find another one where it was like, well, you know, maybe the Panthers were going to score 38 unanswered and come back and beat Buffalo. You know, maybe the Saints were going to find their offense and go on a 3-touchdown run with Tyler Shuck against Tampa. Like, no. In most of these games, I don't think there was even any upsets, were there? I mean, all the teams that were favored, there were a lot of teams favored by over a touchdown coming into the weekend, which is rare. I guess the Dolphins over the Falcons was maybe an upset, but everything else was just kind of like, yeah, this is exactly what was supposed to happen, and it did in every game.
Yes, and speaking of what happened, I know you're going to do this. I know we're going to talk about this, but what happened to Cam Skattaboe, ladies and gentlemen, I know you saw it, Basinonians, right? We all saw what happened to Cam with the dislocation. It looked like a dislocation for sure. I'm sure there was probably some other damage that is done. I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to try to play one on the radio. I never liked or enjoyed doing that, but I will tell you, that's one of those injuries you worry about in regard to Cam. My heart goes out to this kid. I wanted to be present and help that kid up and get him off the field when I saw that. That was brutal.
Everybody was so miserable that he's hurt. You know, just on the human level, certainly here, because we're all Cam Skattaboe fans. He's got so many fans in New York. He's got so many fans just across the country. Wolf, did you see Eagles fans cheering him as he was getting carted off?
Yes.
Like Philly fans cheering a player, a division rival. No, I mean, it felt like everybody in the NFL suffered a loss on that one yesterday. He had surgery to fix a dislocated ankle, they're saying, last night. I mean, he's not I don't think they've officially ruled him out for the season, but I mean, it was a brutal injury. So
Ian Rappaport says he's done.
Did he officially say? I mean, we all know he is. It's just a matter of officially ruling him out. So, yeah.
And it's just, for me, he's so physical in how he runs. And, this was my biggest concern for Cam going forward. Nothing like this. Nobody could have seen this happening, of course, but all the hits that he delivers on so many other guys and the toll that it takes. This is going to be a tough injury for Cam Skattaboe, Basinonians. And the reason why I say that is because it's going to be a mental thing as well. It's such a horrific injury, such a weird injury. You typically don't see it. It's a rare injury for the most part.
Yeah.
For an NFL player to suffer this kind of dislocation. Yet at the same time, it's going to be a mental situation for Cam Skattaboe coming back and being okay. It's not just physically going out and being okay, hitting people the way that Cam hits people and running the ball the way that he runs the ball and cutting off that right leg the way that he does. It's more mental than it is going to be physical.
Yeah, it sucks across the board. And it's one of those, like, you would think if people were concerned Cam Skattaboe would get hurt at some point in the NFL because of the way he runs and he's running into NFL defensive linemen and linebackers like that, this isn't maybe the injury you would expect.
Right.
You would just think, hey, this dude's body's going to break down because he's running into giants at full speed. He just doesn't care. Mentally, he'll run right into them. So I hear what you're saying about the mental aspect of it. I think if anybody could shake that off quickly, it would be Cam Skattaboe.
Agreed.
But it was a terrible looking injury. It's just terrible that, that anybody's hurt, but especially him. Like I said, the impact he was already having around the league and just football fans that could kind of rally around the way he was playing. Here's Jackson Dart after the game.
Yeah, I was devastated. It's my boy, man. So seeing him go down and obviously like reacting to what happened and that sucks. It's the worst part of this game.
Yeah, it is. It was just horrific to see it and watch it. I know we all felt the same way on that. Many people turned away, of course. It's just part of the game. It's a dangerous game, and it's played by dangerous people. Can I just say this? And Luke, I think you already touched a little bit on it. If there's one kid who can overcome this and come back and be the same guy, and run exactly the same way, and for it not to be a physical thing, and for it not to be a mental thing, it's Cam Skattaboe. It's that kid. He can do it.
Yeah, I'm not picking against Cam Skattaboe. I think most people are feeling the same way you are. Like, how many times has this guy been doubted before ASU, at ASU, doing everything he did last year, and you had national Heisman voters being like, it's not that great. And then they see him play, and they're like, oh, never mind, I was wrong. Then he gets to the NFL. I mean, I had friends that went to ASU even going into this season. They're like, yeah, I was not going to work in the NFL. Well, why? And also, it really was. This guy was Emeka Egbuka, probably Rookie of the Year favorite right now. Skattaboe, close second.
Yes.
Man, like right there. And obviously now that's out the window. And the biggest thing, you just said it, like, you just hope he gets healthy and he can pick up right where he left off to start next season, because he was already proving the doubters wrong at the NFL level, and there is no higher level to prove them wrong. And it's not like the Giants have the best offensive line in the NFL either.
Yes.
It's not, because you're a fourth-round pick. You could land on the Super Bowl favorites. He could have landed on some team with a great roster around him and a great offensive line, and it could have been a lot easier for him. He landed on a bad team that is, or was, I don't know what they're going to do without him, but it was getting better at least, and he was kind of the driving force for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, the question marks were there in regard to Cam, and would he be able to stay healthy? Nothing like this, basically. This was a freak injury. Yeah. We're talking more about the upper body and taking the beating.
Yeah.
And would it change him? Of course, no is the answer to that. Yet at the same time, the body is something that is malleable, and it does break down after a while. The more work you expose it to and the more damage you expose it to, it will break down. But you wouldn't expect Cam to do that until year 5, year 6, somewhere in there. And it doesn't mean his career's over. It doesn't. This guy, if there was a kid that can come back, it's Cam Skattaboe. And I think we all feel that way.
It's brutal
I'll
to
keep saying that.
Because if the Cardinals aren't going to turn this around, watching the Giants was becoming one of my favorite things in the NFL this season. Just checking in on the Giants.
No doubt.
And not like I
Everybody
thought that they were
felt that.
I know, that's the thing.
I'm talking about outside of Phoenix.
It's not even just ASU fans or Giants fans. People were just like, this is awesome.
This
Everybody
kid.
loves if you weren't paying attention last year and you're not even the Giants fan, and maybe you just noticed him because of Red Zone or highlights or fantasy football or whatever, he was still kind of an underdog that was just coming from out of nowhere and running through everybody. And yeah, now, I mean, it just gets put on hold till next year, but still. All right, when we come back to ASU, the injuries are mounting for the Sun Devils. Can they make it through the rest of this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. You hungry? Twin Peaks has some great lunch combos, 11 to 3, so it starts in like 3 minutes today. Every weekday, mix and match with some great offerings like their grilled cheese, BLT, turkey avocado smash, and you can throw in some house or Caesar salads, garlic mashed potatoes, sweet potato fries, and more. Those are just parts of the lunch combos. They have an entire menu made for MVPs if you want to go that path instead, like wings, burgers, flatbreads, sweet and smoky ribs, green chili chicken soup, a bunch of desserts on the menu now as well. It's pretty much the perfect time to be at Twin Peaks, too, because football's here all day, every Saturday and Sunday, plus Mondays, Thursdays, mixing some Fridays. You got the baseball playoffs. We are down to 2 teams. That's getting exciting. Hockey and basketball have started, too. Great fights all month. Twin Peaks really is the perfect solution when you and your friends are looking for somewhere to watch all the action. Just grab a table. Order some food and drinks, live it up with their TVs everywhere. You won't miss 1 second of the action. Whatever you need, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations, so never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a game plan for your appetite. Meet the Sonic Smasher, the QB1 of burgers. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order with melty cheese and Smasher sauce. And this month only, buy 1 Sonic Smasher, get a free large drink when you order in the Sonic app. Hydration, covered. Flavor, elite. Open the app, call to play, and score yours now. Only at Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns wrap up their 3-game road trip tonight in Salt Lake City against the Utah Jazz. Tip-off is at 6, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 3 of the World Series is tonight at Dodger Stadium between the Los Angeles Dodgers and Toronto Blue Jays. Coverage begins at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. The series is tied at 1 game apiece. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey, it's Gambo. How much longer will ASU be without Jordan Tyson? And how can they survive without him? We'll discuss today at 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show. 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday morning. It is Wolf and Luke. And back to ASU, Wolf, where got a lot of injuries now, a lot more injuries than they had to deal with last year for sure. I think we should start, though, just quickly wishing all the best to Charlie Ragle, ASU's assistant head coach, who is stepping down essentially because of health issues right now. Stepping aside. I don't want to say stepping down.
Yes.
Stepping aside because of health issues.
This is, once again, especially at this point of the season, it is very, very difficult to lose a man like Charlie Ragle and the type of guy that he is. This is a coach that impacts everybody. Mm-hmm. And I'm talking about other coaches on the staff, not just players, of course, but other coaches on the staff. And the special teams coach deals with more players than any other coach outside the head coach.
Yeah.
So this is a massive loss, and all I can think of is the health and well-being of Charlie, of course, and his family.
We had him on Sparky's Den a few weeks ago, and just talking to him on the air, but also off the air, he was definitely like, I wish you were there for the conversation, because he was talking about how like special teams is just a mentality. It's just like a way of life, basically. You have to, not everybody wants to do it. You have to have that sort of different mindset,
speed and impact,
and running into people like
and impact.
Yeah. So you and him need to talk, because it was like listening to Wolf, but talking to somebody else. So obviously all the best to Charlie Ragle, and hoping for a quick recovery from whatever he's dealing with. For
yes,
sure.
Absolutely. We wish you well, Charlie. God bless you.
Sam Levitt in that game on Saturday, just to add injury to insults. We know he's playing hurt, obviously. He was playing hurt against Texas Tech, which is what made that performance that much more impressive. He left early against Houston. He came back. He did make some pretty big plays. Then he left again late in the game. Jeff Sims actually drove him down the field. ASU, for as bad as the first 3 quarters were, if they don't get that penalty on Houston's field goal attempt that Houston missed at the end, they get the ball back and they have a chance to tie it, and they had all the momentum, whatever. I mean, but So they were they had a chance to come back in that game and tie it late, but Levitt was out again late. So Kenny Dillingham, naturally, after the game, was asked what's going on with Sam.
Well, Sam got retweaked there at the end. So he got tweaked at the beginning. We sent him in there, got some imaging. He wanted to go right back in, and I said, no, you're going to get imaging before you go back in. I don't care how you feel. And then he came back, and then at the end he tweaked himself again, so we held him out. And Jeff did a really nice job moving the ball down the field. Moved all the way down the field, scored a touchdown, 2-minute drill. And then there at the end, bang, bang play, great play by them to knock the ball out.
Okay, so just listening to him there, it was a tweak and then a retweak that actually did it.
Great.
Yeah, I know. It really is. It's the situation right now where, can I just say, I don't expect to see Sam Levitt ready to go. This is just, it's getting to a point right now, the injuries. And Rick, you were actually on this last week. You were really heavily on this. And it was one of the reasons why you thought ASU was going to struggle, was because of how many injuries they have suffered. Now, we all understand Jordan Tyson, what a big deal he is. But it's more like, to me, guys like Ben Coleman, who
Prince
Dorba, guys on the line of scrimmage, but those two guys and the way they impact everyone else on the line of scrimmage, and they're difference makers. And you're losing those guys now. And for Sam Levitt to be beat up, this is the coup de grace.
The Tyson thing to me was going into the game was just kind of the nail in the coffin, I would say, just because there were so many other injuries and then they lost him. And going into that game, I was just like, I watched the tape of Houston and I was like, I see a team that's going to beat ASU here because they've got, more healthy talent.
Because they have their starters and ASU doesn't.
Yeah, that was basically it.
Connor Wigman, honestly, and you were talking about him as well last week. Man, watching him go out and be the player that I saw, he was the best player on the field.
Yeah, it's just a frustrating game across the board because I still don't totally know what to make of Houston. It kind of felt the same as after the Mississippi State game. Like, if you look at ASU's 3 losses this season, they got dominated by Utah. There was no way to walk out of the game and not think, okay, Utah's better than ASU right now. There's just no way. But I feel like healthy ASU beats Houston. And that's not a knock on Houston. I mean, they are 7-1. They have earned that. But it's frustrating. Of all the disappointments we've had in this city this year, ASU and the Diamondbacks are at the top of the list for me because they're so injured that we're like, well, yeah, why can't their second string make it? That's basically what we're watching. I want to play this for you, Wolf. I played it last week, but I asked Kenny about this on Sparky's Den last Wednesday. I haven't got to play it for you. And I tried to frame it up in a pretty open-ended way of, if the injuries you're dealing with right now, this was going into the Houston game, if that's just par for the course, if every college team is dealing with that this late in the year.
No, unfortunately.
I was hoping you were going to say yeah.
No, we've unfortunately had a few more guys banged up. Way more than last year.
Yeah,
that's for sure. I mean, right now, going into the season, there's 5 of our starters going into the season are banged up. 8 of the guys in our 2 deep on defense, so 8 of the top 22 are banged up in some capacity. But like I told the guys, nobody cares. In reality, the people in our little tiny circle care, and then the people that are fans of us don't care. You're either going to win or lose. The people that are fans of the opponents are probably happy, right? So the reality is you're either going to go get it accomplished or you're not, right? And then you got to work your butt back to get in good enough shape and get, rehab to get back in the field so we can go, play our best football.
Yeah, and again, ASU was all banged up going into this game, but Sam Levitt is the one guy based on the Sun Devils cannot lose in a game and expect to win. Seriously. He impacts the tangible, Luke, the intangibles he impacts. Both of those, the swag and the confidence of his teammates, not just the success of a play. Like, that isn't big enough.
Yeah.
The success of a play, the very tangible part of that, that's pretty big right there. Would you agree, Basin audience? But it's also the confidence of his teammates that he impacts collectively and the mentality thereof.
Well, the question now is what does this look like the rest of this season? Because everybody nationally goes into that game against Houston. It's like, well, they're playing without Jordan Tyson. Okay, well, yeah, they are. They're also playing without Kyson Brown, who was supposed to be their starting running back at the beginning of the year. Raleek Brown was supposed to be like kind of 1A, 1B, not the only running back. I saw somebody in the YouTube live chat today, too, asking, I think it was Mickey. Was it Mickey? Yeah. What's up with Udo?
Yeah.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
Not really an answer for you there. But Kyson Brown not playing. Xavier Alford, the heart and soul of their defense, hasn't played since the Mississippi State game. You mentioned Ben Coleman not playing. Prince Dorba, one of their best defensive players and pass rushers. Zyrus Fiaseu, all of these guys not playing in that game. It wasn't just Jordan Tyson who also didn't play. Then you have Sam Leavitt in and out of the lineup. Miles Rouser was questionable. Jordan Crook was questionable. Boogie Wilson was questionable. So those three guys are banged up. Part of the reason I thought ASU would get back to the Big 12 championship this year, Wolf, was because they had, so much of the same team from last year back.
Yes.
They're all hurt. None of them are playing now. So that goes out the window. It's not the same team.
You just can't lose Sam Leavitt and expect to be the same team. You just can't.
When they lose Leavitt, even when everybody else is healthy, they're not the same team.
And again, too, I'm sitting here and thinking of what it was like to be on that sideline and be in that locker room watching Sam, knowing he was not 100%.
Yeah.
You could see he was not 100%.
No. Join us next Monday at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 a.m. to 2. We're going to be doing the show out there. Your pregame for Cardinals versus Cowboys on Monday Night Football. Stop by for your chance to win Cardinals tickets and Innings Festival tickets. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for complete details. Speaking of that game, which quarterback gives the Cardinals the best chance to beat Dallas in Dallas a week from today? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Oso crosses over on Jokic to the rim and lay it in with the left hand. Nice move by Oso Iguodala.
Suns at the Jazz tonight. Pregame at 5, 6 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, just rest assured you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted number one by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024, Basinonians. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau right now. And, of course, you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. We're talking about shades that are industrial strength, Basinonians. Hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all. And installation as well, it's done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors with All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and is every step a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from a life without pain? Well, I've got great news for you because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, they tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. This is not science fiction. This is your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
Are you ready for a smile makeover? Have you dreamed about a beautiful new smile that you can be proud of? If the answer is yes, then let's get you in for a free consultation with ProSmile Dental, where they specialize in no prep or minimal prep cosmetic veneers. Have Arizona's top cosmetic dentists customize your smile with the Valley's only on-site cosmetic dental lab, where they custom create your designer smile with the exact color, shape, and size that you want. ProSmile has locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. Text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Big Red Monday.
This is Garrett Williams on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
I tell you what I want to do right now, Wolf, is I want to thank our listeners in Apache Junction.
All the way out in Apache Junction.
Apache Junction. Thank you for tuning in, whether you're listening on the radio, on the app, watching via YouTube. See Wolf's new hat that he's wearing today?
Yeah. What's up, Apache Junction? I hear it's kind of cool to actually hang out there this time of year, of course. Get some elevation to you and look at the lights coming from Phoenix. I hear it's pretty cool.
It's a cool view out there. Like if you're into hiking, you just turn around, walk out your backyard, and just start hiking. And yeah, there you go. And then you can see
in Apache Junction.
You can see, like you said, downtown Phoenix from way out there. Before we get into the Cardinals, Rick, do I even want to ask who Kellen picked for me in the picks? Because I don't know. I didn't know who I wanted to win yesterday. Do you have any idea how good or bad he did? That. Okay. If you're not here on Thursday, you don't get any say in what your picks are. So Kellen had to pick for me.
He was pretty nervous, I think. Nervous isn't the right word.
I could see Kellen being like, I'm going to pick
I think he was anxious.
3 bad teams for Luke. Because I got a lead to hold on to now, and that might be gone. I can see Jamal being like...
I think he was hoping to do well and then talk smack to you.
I mean, Kellen is pretty smart. And this was a week where the favorites won almost every game, so I'm hoping I'm okay, but I guess we'll find out. All right, let's boil this conversation down. Let's strip away what's the move in the offseason, what's the move for the rest of the season, who's the Cardinals quarterback in 2 years, whatever. Let's strip all of that away and just ask this as a very simple question now, Wolf, because it is a game week, even though you don't play till Monday. Who gives the Arizona Cardinals the best chance to win in Dallas a week from today?
Oh, I think that's really easy, for me at least. When you strip everything else away, it's Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
The reason why I say that, based on earnings, is because Kyler Murray hasn't been playing. Jacoby Brissett has been playing. And by the way, gone out and he's played very, very well. So, again, 1's a point, 2's a trend, 3's a pattern. I do believe that Kyler Murray is going to be the quarterback of the future for the Arizona Cardinals in 2025. After 2025, all bets are off. But for the rest of this season, yeah, I think he's going to be the guy.
I think this is the number now, right? Kyler's 9-0 in games played at AT&T Stadium, which includes high school, college, and NFL. Like he, for whatever reason, plays his best football there. And, it goes both ways. Some of those games he didn't have amazing numbers or performances. Certainly in high school and college he did. Some of them in the NFL, he did enough to win, but he wins in that stadium. I tend to agree with you. It's really hard to ignore what we've seen so far this season. Jacoby Brissett, and more so, I don't even like saying Jacoby Brissett. I just like saying the offense looked a lot better in the 2 games that he played as opposed to the previous 5. And it's funny how, bent out of shape some people get about this. Like, oh, really? He was that much better than Kyler? Yeah. They almost beat Green Bay and Indianapolis, 2 teams that have combined for 2 losses this season and are just running right through the league. Now, Jacoby Brissett didn't win those games. The Cardinals are 0-2 when Jacoby starts, too. Yep. I think if you are I don't see any way you can come out of this season and miss the playoffs and at least not ask questions about the quarterback position unless you're just content to miss the playoffs every year.
Absolutely.
So if you're going to ask those questions, I think you have to start Kyler in Dallas and see what he can do.
I think you have to do this going forward.
I'm
with you 100%.
Because the Dallas game is he always plays well in that stadium. The Cowboys defense is miserable.
Oh, my goodness.
Here's your get-right game on a platter, Kyler. Go out there. Don't give me this whole, he threw for 167 yards. Isn't that awesome? No, let's play some offense now.
Yes.
Go out there and torch Dallas like every other team does and get back on track.
And once again, I want to be clear on this. This is why I believe Jacoby Brissett at this point in time gives them a better chance of winning this game against Dallas because they are struggling huge. It's just horrific how bad their defense is. You watch this stuff on tape, and I'm telling you right now, you want to talk about not being on the same page? That's the one thought that will dominate your brain as you're watching the Dallas Cowboys defense, not being on the same page. There are mental errors, there are breakdowns all over the place. It's one of the reasons why they're number 31 in yards per game allowed and number 31 in yards per play allowed. There's some synchronicity that is there, Basinonians, and it's there for a reason. They're not good, and Jacoby has played really, really well. Now, again, that's the reason why I say right now Jacoby Brissett probably gives them a better opportunity. Having said that, to your point, you know what? This is home for Kyler. It feels like home for Kyler.
It's just such a weird spot because if you feel like you can still make the playoffs, I'm with you. You gotta go with the guy that gives everybody a better chance to win, and that is Jacoby Brissett. Whether you like it or not, this season that's been Jacoby Brissett. But if you are trying to answer questions long term, and I think you are, you have to go with Kyler because you have to get your answers. To me, you have 10 games. If you miss the playoffs this season, the only things you can get out of this season are development of your young players who are all hurt right now, so you're not even getting that, and answers at the quarterback position. Does Kyler come back and win you 7 or 8 of these final 10 games, and then that's your guy? And I'll maintain that's the best case scenario is if he's just your guy, so you don't have to go searching for another one. But if he comes out and, like I said, if it's another one of those, it's not Kyler's fault. His receivers drop passes. That's why he can't throw for more than 180 yards. Cool. Then we're just going to do this for another 7 years and never make the playoffs.
Yeah.
But if he comes out there and lights Dallas up and he gets going and he avenges the game against Seattle last year and he's playing better and he starts rolling, then you have a chance to maybe not fix it this year, but, figure things out, big picture. You have to get your answers. I'll say this, Wolf. Watching the early games yesterday, and you're watching Tua play, and Tua played well, but he hasn't played well lately.
Yeah.
And you're watching Kirk Cousins, who just looks done, and you're watching Justin Fields, and you're watching Dylan Gabriel, and you're watching Andy Dalton, and you're watching Tyler Huntley and Mac Jones, and just all these players. You're like, man, I know some of these teams have injuries, but they would love to have Kyler Murray right now, and it makes you appreciate having Kyler Murray. But you're not winning enough games with him, and it's over the course of 7 years now. So we need to get some answers here in the next couple months.
Yeah, honestly, I want to see the Kyler Murray of 2021, a guy that was pulling the ball down and running and making a lot of plays.
MVP candidate.
With his legs and throwing the dig route, the deep in route, throwing the out route as well, and doing that, throwing the ball down the field, chunk throws from time to time. I want to see more of that than the check down. And I know there's a lot of people that are trying to keep everything in front of them when they play the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
So they play a ton of zone for the most part, and they play that deep zone, which is one of the reasons why with Kyler, he's checking it down. Because they also want to play zone when he's checking it down. Well, he might pull it down himself and run the ball. You want to keep eyes on Kyler. So we're not seeing a ton of man for the most part.
It's the toughest thing about having this conversation because people are so extreme on either side. There are the people that are like, Kyler's terrible, he'll never do anything. And then there are the people that are like, well, Zay Jones dropped a pass, so we have to commit to Kyler for 5 more years. Like those are the two extremes. And yet you're really talking about a guy who hasn't been bad or good this year. He's just been league average. Like I said, there are plenty of quarterbacks. Watch the rest of the NFL where you're like, dude,
yes,
would much rather have Kyler Murray than, what 14 of these teams have at quarterback right now. But you do have to start moving forward. I'll go back to the Colts, and we were talking about earlier. Colts 8 wins last year, 9 the year before, 4 the year before that, just kind of hanging around it. You got a coach going into year 3, and they finally were like, hey, let's try Daniel Jones. It's not like let's try Patrick Mahomes. It was, hey, let's try Daniel Jones. And they look unstoppable right now. The only team getting close to them was the Cardinals 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, more than anything else, and I feel really weird saying this, brothers, but I'm going to say it anyways. My eyes it's going to be all on Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
Seriously.
100%.
In this game and how he plays. And I wonder how many people in the organization feel that way, too.
I'm guessing a lot. All right, when we come back, over to basketball. Did you see anything encouraging from a rough weekend? How about a rough weekend for the Phoenix Suns and a rough morning for me? Did you see anything encouraging from the Suns over the weekend? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm starting to think about, if you look at sacks, the Denver Broncos lead the NFL with 34.
Ooh, I like where you're going.
The Rams are 26, the Lions are 23, Seattle's 23, Pittsburgh's 22, Tampa's 20. The Arizona Cardinals have a measly 12 sacks in 7 games.
Okay.
I think they got to blitz more.
You got it. That's it.
I think they got to bring. I think they got to blitz more.
That's where I was hoping you were going. That's a big reset of what they need to do.
They're not getting home.
Nope, they're not.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. For over 25 years, Legacy Green Solutions has been family-owned and rooted right here in the Basin, brothers, that's right, delivering the best in artificial grass and professional service. They are simply the best, and Legacy Green Solutions is offering 15% for a limited time right now. All you need to do is text GREEN to 620-620. For over 25 years, man, can you imagine a yard with no mowing, no mess, and no more money spent on reseeding your lawn? Just clean, green perfection all year long. Why wait? Call my friends at Legacy Green Solutions today and upgrade your outdoor living with artificial grass you're going to love. We did it at the Wu Fang Clan, and you're going to love it as well. Again, Legacy Green Solutions is offering 15% off for a limited time. Text GREEN to 620-620 or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns wrap up their 3-game road trip tonight in Salt Lake City against the Utah Jazz. Tip-off is at 6, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 3 of the World Series is tonight at Dodger Stadium between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays. Coverage begins at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. The series is tied at 1 game apiece.
Well, you can tell everybody. Yeah, you can tell everybody. Go ahead and tell everybody.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Suns back in action tonight, closing out the road trip in Utah. How will they look in Game 4? We'll discuss tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Suns back at it tonight against Utah. Kevin Ray is going to join us in about an hour. Chris Cartman, I should point out, too, of Sun Devil Source, is going to join us in about 2 hours.
Okay,
to talk
cool.
Some ASU. And Kenny Dillingham is talking today during our show, so we'll get you some of that audio ASAP as well to get you caught up on what Kenny's talking about.
Also, today. Luke, you're 2-0 in the picks so far.
Nice. Kellen getting it done.
Chargers and Denver, and he picked the Chiefs tonight, which is probably going to be a win.
Nice work, Kellen.
Okay, yeah, that's well done.
I'm guessing most of you probably went undefeated this week, right?
I went 1-2 because I had the first pick, and I picked Cincinnati over the Jets because, maybe pick against the winless team, and the Jets won. And then I picked the Niners over Houston because, Houston, their offense looked really bad last week. But CJ Stroud just chucking it around like
it does
Tom Brady.
I feel like every crazy upset always seems to go against Rick this year. Where Rick will have the first pick and he'll pick a game that makes a lot of sense, picking against the Jets or whatever. Yeah. All right. So credit to Kellen.
Okay.
And that means I'm still in
well
first
done,
no matter
Killer.
what you guys did. All right. Let's get into the Suns. And Kellen's reward for picking well for me was covering the Suns as they went out and got smoked twice this weekend. Friday night, losing by 27 to the Clippers, and then on Saturday, losing by 22 to the Nuggets. The question, Wolf, because we are only 3 games into this season, and I don't think anybody expects them to be winning games on the road in Denver this year a whole lot, was there anything encouraging from those 2 games over the weekend? I got to be honest, I didn't see a whole lot.
I'm so glad to hear you say that because honestly, base earnings, that's one of the reasons why I put it in to the topics for our prehab. It was one of the reasons why I did it is because I couldn't think of anything that was really a positive based on what I saw. They were competitive in the first quarter, maybe. No, that to me was not good enough. The fact that Colin Gillespie, I think, might be a guy that could actually develop a little bit into a guy that could give you a little something at some point in time. The fact he had 8.7, averaged 8.7 points and 3.
That should be a
you're
promo.
Really, really, reaching.
That should be a promo for like the end of the year stuff, like Arizona Sports 2025. And then they cut to Wolf being like, I couldn't really find anything that would be considered a positive.
I just couldn't do it. And because of that, I put the question in there, hoping somebody else would be able to find something that was a positive.
No.
For me, the disappointment, again, my expectations are not that they're going to go out and be 3-0 at this point of the season. That was not my expectation, Basinonians. I think they're going to win like 37 games, and that might be a little high right now.
That might be ambitious right now.
That might be a little high right now. But to me, I thought they'd be competitive, especially because of the defensive end of the floor. Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Where was the defense? Where was this? This is part of our culture. This is who we're going to be. Where was the defense? I just didn't. I understand there were communication breakdowns. I get that. It happens when you go out and you compete, but it doesn't happen consistently all the time unless there's something else that is wrong as well.
I'm assuming, and this is kind of what I'm looking for from this team this season. You know, we've talked about like what do you consider a successful season? We talk about, you know, an established identity, be a harder working team than almost anybody you play, make that defense better. The other thing that really kind of is standing out to me now, Wolf, is I just want to see this team get better over the course of the season. I'm assuming that it is tough when you have so many new guys to have that communication and that chemistry locked down on defense by Game 3 in Denver. But it does need to get better. You know, you don't have your pick, so don't even give me the whole, well, you know, if they start losing, maybe they'll get that top pick. Well, A, there's no Wembanyama. B, if there was, he'd somehow go to San Antonio. And C, the Suns don't even have the pick. So,
That's right.
They've got no incentive to have a bad record. Tonight's game against Utah, these are the games that mean more to me this season than a road game in the second half of a back-to-back against Denver. I'm hoping they get to a point where they can upset some teams and be like, hey, you know, they remember that game they went in and they beat, you know, whatever, the Knicks or something, like some team they weren't supposed to beat. But right now, just show me you're better than the Utahs of the world, and we can start to build from there.
And we've been talking about this all morning, and we're going to continue to talk about it based on earnings, but it's true. For me, my expectation is that this team would be competitive, that they would be around in the second half. Like you could see them say, hey, you know what, they might make a run right here. They could make a run. Not that they were going to win games. Not that they were going to beat all of these other teams in the association. No, just that they were going to be competitive. They were going to be in it going into the fourth quarter. Now, again, it might get sideways on them. They might lose by 12, 14, 16 points. But, man, they're losing by 22.
Yeah, give us a reason to be actively tuned in the fourth quarter. You know, we're obviously going to be either way because of work, but give a Suns fan out there a reason to not just have the game on in the fourth quarter, but to actually be paying attention. Because if you're down 20 in the fourth quarter, nobody's coming back from that, and especially when most of your scoring right now is going through one guy. If you're looking for a positive, it's a very, very, very small positive. You know, Booker's shooting 56% right now, and everybody is covering him.
So Book is good.
Yeah, but I mean,
and we know Book is good.
He's even kind of struggling. Here's Jordan Ott on Devin Booker being more aggressive, but also turning the ball over a ton right now.
Yeah, they're aggressive on him. Right. You know, they're really aggressive on him, and I think it was a little bit of everything. That's always how it is. When something like that happens, it's always a little bit of everything. It's maybe not a great catch, not a great pass, great spacing. They're obviously aggressive with him. Like that's what they're trying to do, take it out of his hands. I thought last night he made great reads. Again, I think tonight he easily could have had 10 assists. So we'll keep trying to figure it out. That's what we're here to do. We have 79 games left every day. We've got to continue to get better, try to find solutions for our group. That's not going to change.
You're right, though. We don't want the positives to just be, hey, Devin Booker's good. You know, he's averaging
Right.
26.7 points a game through the first three games while shooting basically 56%. The only reason I even bring that up is because if you're an opposing defense, why would you focus on anybody that isn't Devin Booker right now? So the fact that he's scoring efficiently is good, but 18 turnovers through the first 3 games is not good. And falling behind big in every game is not good because you're not going to be able to come back most nights.
And I know that so many people are looking at this and they're saying, where's Jaylen Green? Where is Jaylen Green, of course? And just wait. It's going to be okay when Jaylen Green comes back. And I understand why some people would say that. And I'm as fascinated as anybody else to see that combination and how that might actually work. But I don't think it immediately makes them a better defensive team. And this is why, again, I am really disappointed in what we've seen so far on the defensive end of the floor. Now again, the communication, everyone's talking about it. Dylan Brooks is talking about the communication and the lack thereof. Jordan Nod has been talking about the communication and the lack thereof. I understand that. I guess I was just looking for a little bit more length, a little bit more athleticism, and a whole lot more intensity on the defensive end of the floor.
I'm looking at the YouTube live chat. David Garcia speaking the praises of Ryan Dunn. Ryan Dunn has looked solid. And then it's a lot of people arguing about who the Cardinals should play at quarterback. A lot of them. Just going back and forth. And then Jen says, hi.
Oh,
hi, Jen.
Up?
That's the most positive thing I've seen in relation to Arizona sports in like 4 days. Hi. Do you want to stay up to date on all our contests on Arizona sports? From tickets to the Cardinals, Suns, Innings Festival, and more, just text contest to 620-620, and we'll send you the latest on all our giveaways. That's contest to 620-620. All right, when we come back to college football, the Big 12 championship is most likely out of reach for ASU. It's not mathematically, but it's most likely out of reach. So what exactly are the Sun Devils playing for now, and how do you expect the next 4 games to look? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Bay Centurions, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC, man. If you've got some back issues, you need to go see DISC, ladies and gentlemen. I have had back issues in the past, playing as long as I did professionally. I can tell you my back and spine got beat up, and the spine surgeons at DISC, they've helped me in the past. It's one of the reasons why I love recommending them to you. DISC surgeons, they utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery as well. The DISC founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons, not only in this country, based on needs, but worldwide, man, in endoscopic and minimally invasive spine surgery. Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
Hey, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. So take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN. Hey, it's Gambo. How much longer will ASU be without Jordan Payson? And how can they survive without him? We'll discuss today at 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show. 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. Well, Saturday's loss to Houston raises quite a few questions now, Wolf, about how the rest of the season could potentially look. 4 games left in the regular season. You got Iowa State on the road this upcoming week. Not going to be easy. Iowa State's lost 3 in a row, but you know they've had this game circled for a while. You're going into Ames. Then a bye week. Then home against West Virginia, on the road against Colorado, home against U of A.
Yeah.
Now, I would assume a bowl game after that. The Big 12 championship is not mathematically impossible to get to, but you got to win out, and a lot of things got to go your way to the point where it's not even worth looking at those lot of things now, because now Houston's ahead of you too, and Texas Tech.
Yeah, and if you're somebody that is inside that locker room and you're playing for ASU based on Orleans, you're focused on Iowa State. You are focused on the next game, period, because what you just said, Luke, doesn't matter at all. Doesn't matter at all if you don't go and take care of your business against Iowa State.
Yeah.
None of it matters. Yeah, you've got a remote shot at still being in this thing, but it's not worth even looking at it. And this was a game that I used to love to play in because it was a situation where, you know what, just let the chips fall where they may. Go out and give everything that you have. Go out and do that. You might not be playing for anything except your own personal dignity and the pride that you have and how you play the game. And I think we need to see a little bit more of that from ASU, frankly.
How many people do you think are wired that way, especially at the college level? I'm not asking this like sarcastically or rhetorically. Yeah. I mean, I think that's one of the biggest questions facing ASU right now, and that's the reason I bring up the Big 12 championship, because that was not just a realistic goal, it was an expectation for this team this season. Now, as I said earlier, the reason it was an expectation for me is because they were returning so many starters, and they're all hurt.
Agreed.
So it's not even the same team that you – but the guys that are playing, you're talking about 19, 20, 21-year-old guys who you had this goal and this expectation, and it's probably off the table now. How do you make sure this doesn't spiral? And I think Kenny Dillingham and this coaching staff are the coaching staff you want in place to make sure these guys stay properly motivated and ideally internally motivated. But that's a question now, because it's not like the NFL where, oh, yeah, we can still make the playoffs. You need to find different incentive to win right now other than winning the Big 12.
What do you think ASU is playing for at this moment? What do you think they're playing for?
I mean, if I'm a player on the team, I'm playing for pride and just keep this going and just win some football games and get big picture. I think it is still vitally important that you find a way to go 9-3 because, and that's not necessarily for Sam Levitt or for Jordan Tyson or for, guys that might not be here next year, but I'm saying the direction of the program. You go to the playoff last year, you go 9-3 this year, and it's not what any of us wanted.
Yeah.
But it's not like you took a huge step back. It's a big if you go 9-3, because right now you're just 5-3. But if you somehow do that, it's like you went 9-3 and you had an unreasonable number of injuries. It's not like the program took a huge step back. It's a frustrating missed opportunity because I don't know when you're ever going to be in this position where you had a great team last year and got to bring so much of it back.
Yeah.
But I do still think big picture direction of the program, it matters that you win these games.
I think this is really, really fascinating to me, brothers, because, again, this is a situation why it's so important, the type of person you're bringing inside your locker room. Whether we're talking about the NFL or whether you're talking about the college level, whether you're talking about the high school level, the mentality inside the locker room of just saying, you know what, I understand we're having a disappointing season. I'm going to go do something about that. I'm going to go play even harder. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to do everything I can do to help us win. It's the reason why you need guys who are built that way. And there are a lot of guys who are not built that way, Basernians, and it's one of the reasons why you need your leaders inside the locker room to act that way, and one of the other reasons why you need your head coach to be really, really good in terms of focusing and concentrating and motivating his players. And that's the plus for Kenny Dillingham. I believe he's really, really good at that. But I will say, at some point in time, you have suffered so many injuries that they become problematic.
Yeah, because
and it's becoming that way for ASU.
The question now is, Sam Levitt wants to play every second of every game, no matter what the injury is. But at a certain point, is he going to gut it out the way he did against Texas Tech if it's just a game against Iowa State? Is this a situation where they have to step in and, as Kenny says, protect people from people and say, look, dude, you got a bye week coming up after this. Let's get you a couple weeks to get right, and you can be ready for West Virginia, Colorado, U of A. I don't think this team is going to have motivation issues. I think the bigger issue is what you just said, the injuries, because you're not just missing Jordan Tyson. You're not just potentially, playing with a banged-up Sam Levitt or missing Sam Levitt. You're missing a bunch of guys on defense, too, and the team you're about to play is good as well, Iowa State. So I do think it's big to find a way to still stack wins just for the – the narrative around your program.
Yes.
I get it when Kenny says during the season they don't care. I get it. He doesn't need to care about – the players don't need to care. But when you're talking about the narrative around your program in terms of recruiting, in terms of where you are on the national stage.
In terms of support.
In terms of support.
NIL.
Exactly. And, if this season just unravels and what are you 5-3 and you go 2-2 the rest of the year, you finish 7-5, then last year looks like a blip on the radar. I don't believe it was. I think they could lose out this season. Last year wasn't a blip on the radar. That you can't take last year away, especially because they have so many injuries this year. But there are people out there who want to say last year was a blip on the radar. If you find a way to win out and go 9-3, even though you're not going to be in the Big 12 championship probably, it's still a really good season if. It's a bunch of ifs. And it supports what you did last year and what you're building. But, the injuries are potentially going to make this tough. Here's Kenny Dillingham after the game on Saturday talking about what's left.
Yeah, we have the same record in conference that we had last year at this exact time. So, it's funny. Last year is there is no hope, right? This year there, is hope. Just funny how you can get lost in, in this whole thing. Like I told the guys, I was pretty mad in the locker room. But at the end, it's listen, we're at the same spot we were last year. We just got to go get better. Everybody's got to look themselves in the mirror, right? Coaches, players, everybody. And we got to go improve. And that's all you can do. So, it's frustrating. You hate losing. You hate losing at home. It was a really good run of winning at home. And now we got to start another run the next time we come home. But before that, we got to go play a really good Iowa State team who I believe we have the same, both, we were in the championship last year together. I think we both have the same records now. We have one more conference win than them, but another good team, another road team, and we got to go take care of business before the bye.
Take care of business before the bye right there. It does feel like this game coming up, when we're talking about what are you playing for, I think this is a fulcrum point of the season.
It does feel like that,
doesn't
doesn't
it? Feel that
Yeah.
way? Like a tipping point of the season.
Should we play fulcrum football for
this-
ASU?
Does it feel that way to you, Rick? Because I know you're heavy into this.
I mean, at this point, I think they're going to go 6-6. Like, they're so depleted that I think they're beating West Virginia.
Okay.
You don't think they're beating
West
U of A?
Virginia, I know that is.
I think I think they could win out West Virginia, Colorado, and U of A, but Colorado's on the road in the cold, and I don't know what Sam's status is going to be going forward for the rest of the season. It's kind of just TBD for me, but where they stand right now, I think they're beating West Virginia, and that's it.
They do need to get healthier, because at a certain point, again, if you're telling me, well, look how much better they are on paper, but half the starting lineup has red marks next to their name because they're not playing, then that's not. I still think they're deep enough to beat some of these teams on their schedule just based on talent alone. But to your point, I do think this one coming up swings things, because it's definitely the hardest game on paper they have left. And if you lose it, then it's the first time you've lost 2 in a row in a long time. You're going to the bye, and
as you know, though, it's all about Sam Levitt. It really is, and the health of Sam Levitt going forward. And Jordan Tyson coming back at some point in time, that'd be great.
Yeah,
there's no doubt. But it's all about Sam Levitt to me.
They're 0-2 over the last 2 years in games where Levitt doesn't play. And if you want to talk about a game where he was in and out of the lineup, then they're 0-3 in those games. I mean, you got to have your quarterback. When we come back, we'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. I'm sure they'll all be positive. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
At Fry's, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. Fry's shoppers never compromise. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Right now, 2-pound packs of Kroger brand 93% lean ground beef are on sale for only $4.99 a pound with your card. Fries, fresh for everyone.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouth-watering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite, the F-150 truck XLT EcoBoost, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details, offers, and 110325.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns wrap up their 3-game road trip tonight in Salt Lake City against the Utah Jazz. Tip-off is at 6, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 3 of the World Series is tonight at Dodger Stadium between the Los Angeles Dodgers and Toronto Blue Jays. Coverage begins at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. The series is tied at 1 game apiece.
And I'm hungry like the
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Oh.
On a Monday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. You all right over there?
Yeah.
Okay. He didn't sound
blew
right.
my brains out.
Yeah, he was sneezing like crazy. Bless you, Wolf.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that, Rick.
It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch, and as you can tell, Rick is here. Rick, what do you got?
ASU football lost 24-16 to Houston on Saturday to drop to 5-3 overall and 3-2 in the Big 12. How have your expectations changed for the Sun Devils after this latest loss?
So, this is where my expectations are, okay? Before the season, I don't remember if this was on the show, off the air, whatever. My thought was just don't go below 9-3 because stuff can happen.
Yeah.
And so now I didn't expect to have to be for them to be in this position, especially at this point in the season. But that's kind of still where I am. You know, you want to go to the Big 12 championship. It was a crazy opportunity with as many guys as you were bringing back in an era where nobody brings anybody back. And I do think if everybody's healthy across the board on every team, it's them and Texas Tech. I don't even really think it's close. But that's not the way it is right now. So to me, that sort of back of my mind threshold of just don't drop below 9-3, don't lose more than 3 games, is still on the table. But that's not going to get you big picture success that you were looking for.
Yeah, for me, Luke, my expectation was Big 12 championship all over again. Why not? Why wouldn't it be? When they're returning 20 of 22 starters.
Yeah.
Why would it not be that? That was my expectation coming into this season. It's going to be Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson, part due, all over again. Why wouldn't they get better? Why wouldn't everybody get better going forward? That was my expectation based on Ian's. So right now, man, How do I alter that expectation? With all the injuries they've suffered right now, try as hard as you can. And then I have no expectation beyond that because I think they're done in terms of winning the Big 12.
LSU fired head football coach Brian Kelly yesterday, 8 games into his 4th season with the program. LSU, Florida, Penn State, Arkansas, UCLA, Virginia Tech, Oklahoma State, and Stanford are the 8 Power 4 jobs now open. Which one of these jobs do you guys think is the best, and should we be worried about Kenny Dillingham taking any of them?
I'm not worried about Kenny leaving anytime soon. I think the way that he leaves is if he's here for a while, which is years and years more, and fan support wanes or whatever, and then, some amazing job comes along. Like, I think a lot of things have to happen. I'm not worried about him leaving right now. What, Penn State, LSU, Florida, those are probably the biggest ones that you just rattled off, right?
Yeah.
Probably LSU. But you're in the SEC. I mean, the SEC has like 6 great teams this year, so I don't know. Penn State, I guess, probably has the fastest path to success because you're really only dealing with Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana, and Michigan in the conference.
Yeah, for me, I'm a little bit different. I do worry. I am a little concerned about Kenny going somewhere else, and I realize it's not because Kenny doesn't love ASU. He does. It's not because Kenny doesn't want to be here at ASU. He does. But, man, sometimes money can really, really talk. And there's a lot of money that is out there. And I think, once again, I definitely wouldn't begrudge Kenny because taking care of your family is the number one thing. For me, at least, it was that. Taking care of my family in every way, shape, and form. Spiritually first, of course, financially. I think we all, as dads, would feel that way to some degree. But I do worry about that because he's going to be on a short list, I think, with a lot of schools that are out there.
It's such a weird... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So, to me, what's the best job that's out there? I think the Penn State job.
It's such a weird scenario that college football has built up. I was talking about this to some people on Saturday. It's like, and not even from ASU's perspective, but just because Lane Kiffin's name keeps coming up for every single job. And by the way, Ole Miss might win the national championship this year, but his name keeps coming up. It's such a weird situation that college football is built up of if your program's doing well, every time another team struggles so much that they have to fire their coach, you're in trouble. Every time, if you like your coach, every time another team fires their coach, you're the one that potentially suffers. That's how weird it is.
Especially if he's a young gun. He's coming along.
Because it's just such a free for all. You don't see this in the NFL of like, well, the Dolphins are going to fire their coach. Anybody who's good, their guy might just leave mid-season. It's not like that. But in college football, where there's no rules, just anything goes all the time.
And I say the Penn State job, and the reason why I say that is there's still a very provincial lot at Penn State. There's a mindset that goes with it where they have a little bit more patience, I think, than schools from the SEC.
Yeah, to me, the LSU job is the most intriguing for Kenny, actually, because the thing about the LSU job is if you look at Florida and Penn State and Arkansas and Virginia Tech and UCLA, they haven't had the success in Stanford, they haven't had the success that LSU has had as recently. Like, it was January of 2020 when LSU last won the national championship.
Yeah.
That's this decade.
It is, Matt Berry said this last week, and he's spot on. A lot of those jobs, especially in the SEC, like you're saying, will just chew you up and spit you out in 3 years.
Yeah.
Some of these, you only went 10-2. You lost to Alabama and Georgia 2 years in a row, you're done. And then it's just kind of like where you're coming back to ASU, hopefully, in a couple years. Because unless you're in like the college football championship every year, you're getting dropped.
And once again, I would, I don't want to see Kenny go anywhere. I want him to be the next Frank Kush for ASU.
I don't think he's leaving anytime soon, as long as fan support is still good. I don't think he's leaving this year.
And financial support.
Yeah.
The
But they're paying
Phoenix
them.
Suns were blown out on Friday by the Los Angeles Clippers and on Saturday by the Denver Nuggets. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now on ArizonaSports.com. And it asks, what one thing do the Suns need to improve this week? At Jazz versus Grizzlies versus Jazz. Free throw attempts, turnovers, points in the paint.
Yes.
All of it?
All of them. To steal a K-Ray answer, all of them. Turnovers. Let's just go with turnovers. I mean, I would assume the free throws come around. Points in the paint is probably going to be a process. Turnovers, that's the fastest way to losing or, winning games, especially when you're playing Utah twice this week. I mean, this really should be a winning week for you.
Yeah, it's hard for me to disagree with Luke on that. The turnovers, once again, the Suns are what? 23, yeah. Number 23 in the association in turnovers, 17.3 per game. Not sustainable.
Book has 6 a game right now.
Stunning.
Not great. I will go turnovers, and that leads 59%, points in the paint 21%, free throw attempts 20%. All right, Game 3 of the World Series is tonight in Los Angeles between the Dodgers and Blue Jays. The series is tied at 1 game apiece after Toronto's 11-4 blowout win in Game 1 and LA's 5-1 victory in Game 2 on the back of Yamamoto's incredible game. What were your biggest takeaways from the first two games of the series?
I think this is going 7. I think when we did our picks,
yeah,
I said Dodgers in 6.
No, I
think
thought
it's
the
going
Dodgers
7.
were going to sweep. To me, that obviously is not going to happen. Yet at the same time, they do have 3 consecutive games in a row. I just think the Dodgers are the better team, and I think we're going to see that by the end of it. I don't think it's going to go 7.
Toronto's offense, those games where they are hitting, and they hit everything. It's like, hey, a couple guys are hitting for Toronto, so here's 11 runs. Like, they don't have a game where we just scored 4 and we were hitting up. If a couple guys get hitting, they just score 11. It doesn't even seem to matter who the pitcher is. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, what is the most concerning part about this Arizona Cardinals season as we head into Week 9? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Kopinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away? You didn't have to wait around to sell your old place first. That's the perfect way to do it, and it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You can buy your new home now, you can sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard will give you cash so you can buy and move into that new home first. Just get that part out of the way on your timeline. You don't have to wait around, you don't have to do showings, no double moves or anything. You don't want to do the double moves. I've tried that. No good. Orchard cuts the hassle right out of the entire process for you. Then their experts will handle repairs on your old home and attract the right buyers by doing that, because Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products that can help them sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way. Orchard's Move First program gives you freedom to buy and move into your new home first and then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That way you can get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations. One great experience.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
Make sure I thank our listeners in Anthem right now. Thanks to everybody listening or watching on YouTube and Anthem. We appreciate
all the way
it.
Up there, northwest.
That is Wolf's kind of town.
And yes,
I like Anthem.
Anthem is so cool, man. Had a good buddy who lived up in Anthem.
Back to the show here, and what is now on the table here for the Arizona Cardinals. And biggest concerns coming out of the bye week. It's funny, the Kyler Murray question. Like if you say anything, you get people who agree with you upset at you. Like, well, you're not upset enough about Kyler. You're not upset about the quarterback situation. The biggest concern, really, to me, Wolf, you touched on it earlier, the offensive line for right now. The biggest big picture concern to me is that they're not getting better. Look around the league. Look how many teams are taking a jump this year. And I know every team can't take a jump every year, but teams that were down where the Cardinals have been, taking a jump. The Colts are the extreme. But, through 8 weeks, didn't we all think the Cardinals had a realistic shot to be 5-2 maybe? Some people were thinking 6-1, certainly at least 4-3, and instead you're 2-5?
Yes.
Where's the progress? There should be progress. If you're not getting better in the NFL, you're getting passed by. Nobody else is waiting around for you if you're sitting there crossing your fingers hoping Kyler gets it going.
Yes, the biggest concern I have is the offensive line as well, because once again, based on earnings, if your offensive line cannot protect your quarterback, no matter how good he is it going to be good enough? And by the way, if you can't open up holes to run the ball the way that they have over the last 2 seasons coming into this season, it's also going to be a tough sled for your quarterback because you can't run the ball. You can't protect your quarterback because you can't protect him physically from even a 4-man rush, or you can't protect your quarterback because you can't run the ball. Now all of a sudden it just starts to crumble around you, all because of your offensive line. And that is what we have seen, and we saw it from week 1. Week 1 against the Saints. We were talking about it, just the disappointment they weren't able to run the ball well enough, in my opinion. And it was one of the reasons why it was such a contested game.
Here's Jonathan Gannon on the health and performance of the offensive line.
The basics of offensive line play is move people in the run game vertically or horizontally and keep the pocket firm. Don't let your guy hit the quarterback. So just like every position, I think steps that we need to take to play a little bit better as a team and as a unit. and they're kind of in that boat.
Here's JG on Burns and Gambo. They asked him how the Cardinals can get more from the run game.
Comes down to the details. I think, how we set it up. We looked at that after that fourth game, and I think we just haven't seen it come to fruition quite yet. But I do think we're doing some good things there. Technique has to stay consistent, and then you look at from a schematic standpoint, are we putting our guys in the right spot? And Drew and I talk about that. I talk about that with the coordinators every day about that. But I think it's close, but it has to be better. I really do, because we're efficient, but we haven't been explosive, and I'd like to see a couple more 5-6 yarders to stay in front of the sticks, and so. But it's coming. It's a work in progress, but it's coming.
And it's got to come, too, if the Arizona Cardinals are going to turn their season around. And I'm not even talking about getting into the postseason, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just talking about turning their season around. If they're going to win more games and they're going to lose the rest of the way, it's got to start with the offensive line and fixing the offensive line.
Now you're getting into my big concern. Offensive line, I get what you're saying. Like, if that doesn't get fixed, I don't know how much else can get fixed, really. My bigger concern is, regardless of who you play at quarterback or, who is or isn't injured, there were expectations for this season. And I do think the Cardinals fan base was reasonably patient the last 2 years.
I agree.
If you're just tuning in for the first time and you don't live here, you don't follow these teams, you're like, man, you guys have set the bar so much lower for the Suns than the Cardinals. Well, this is where, the bar is for the Suns this year where it was for the Cardinals 2 years ago. If the Suns are going out there and just trying hard in 2 years, we're going to be freaking out. But the Cardinals are 2-5 right now, and people get upset when they talk about them. People are expecting the worst when they watch them, and yet at the same time, and JG just said this, and I know none of us want to hear it, all these games have been close. They almost beat Green Bay. They almost beat the Colts, two teams that might meet in the Super Bowl. All of their games have been one-score games, but if they keep losing, how ugly does this get? I just mean the feeling around the city and around the team if they keep losing.
Yes, so that's a great question, and just want to see them turn it around in the second half and play better. I don't know what that's going to look like. My expectation for them is they do not get into the postseason. I don't think that's going to be a shock to anybody right now when you're looking at just even the NFC West.
Yeah, just look at their division.
Just look at the division, man. Everyone else is 5-2, and the Cardinals are 2-5.
I think you would need, for the Cardinals to make the playoffs, I think you would need every wild card to come from the NFC West, really. I think you would need the entire division to make the playoffs. You want to start winning games, we can have the conversation. You win the next 2 games, you can have the conversation. But right now, the conversation is they are 14th out of 16 NFC teams.
Yes.
That's just, are they the 14th best team? No, I feel like they would beat some of these teams that are in front of them. But, that's their record.
So here's the other thing about it. It's not just the offensive line. It's also how will your quarterback play the rest of the way as well. And I'm not talking about big picture here. I'm talking about winning games. You need your quarterback to play well in the NFL to win games. And sometimes he plays well and you don't win games. Sometimes that is the case. But they need the rest of the way. They need their quarterback, whether it's Kyler Murray or Jacoby Brissett, and it's Kyler Murray as far as I'm concerned, the rest of the way. How is he going to play? Because this is it. When we talked about coming into this season, and this was going to be a pivotal year for Kyler Murray, and I think Kyler Murray would say that himself coming into this season.
He's a competitor.
He would acknowledge that. He's a competitor. Exactly right. Well, you know what? Here it is. The die is cast over the last 10 games of the season. They need excellent quarterback play to win 6 of them. They're going to need excellent quarterback play. Not just good, but excellent. And we'll see if he's got that.
The other part of this, too, is, people get offended when you're like, man, if they don't make the playoffs in year 7, Kyler's job here could be on the line. It's not just Kyler. Like, look at a lot of starting quarterbacks around the NFL. If your team's not winning for a few years in a row, your job's on the line. We could sit here and go through a bunch of different quarterbacks around the NFL. And you could do it. I would do it at the end of the year, but you could do it at the end of each season. How many? We looked at this, a couple weeks ago. 11 teams have different starting quarterbacks this year, and that's not even counting teams that are scrambling because of injury.
You've been all over this.
It's teams that are like, hey, we've missed the playoffs 2 years in a row. We're making a change at quarterback. Now, I don't think the Cardinals should have done that, but that's why this is a pivotal season coming into this year, and I'm sure those are conversations they are having in other cities. Look at like Atlanta. What, Michael Penix just got drafted a year and a half ago. What, this is year 2 for him?
Yes.
If they struggle this year and then they struggle next year, he probably won't be the quarterback in 2 years. Like, you don't get 10 years in the NFL.
That's right.
That's not a Kyler thing. That's that position.
And once again, since we're talking about concerns coming into week 9, of course, of the NFL season, can your offensive line be fixed based on earnings? That was number 1. Number 2, how will your quarterback play the rest of the way? That's number 2. And number 3 for me is Marvin Harrison Jr. Can he take off in the second half of this season? Because there will be questions. If he does not, there will be questions.
I put that out of my mind.
Going into year 3 if that doesn't happen.
There's only one guy on the field on any team that can answer those questions you just threw out there essentially by himself. Like, if you're looking at one player, that's the quarterback. That's, he can't make up for the offensive line, but he can make it look better than it is.
Yes.
Obviously, he controls quarterback play, and he controls what his receivers look like, too. And, in fairness to Kyler, this guy has been an MVP candidate halfway through a season before. He was Rookie of the Year. He's been to the Pro Bowl a couple times. He has ability to do a lot more than he did the first 5 games of the season, and he needs to do it now, and they've got the right defense that they're facing on board on Monday against Dallas. There's no better defense to ask for to go up against. All right, we come back to basketball. What does Kevin Ray want to see out of the Suns tonight in Utah? We're going to ask the Suns broadcaster. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Santan Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures. Until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You know, people talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calvise here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention, and we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns wrap up their 3-game road trip tonight in Salt Lake City against the Utah Jazz. Tip-off is at 6, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 3 of the World Series is also tonight. That will be at Dodger Stadium between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays. Coverage begins at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. The series is tied at 1 game apiece.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom and catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday. No K-Ray yet. You know, we used to joke about this last year, Wolf, because things had gotten so bad at the end of the season that we would call K-Ray and we were surprised when he would answer. And he always did, but it was just like, he was probably looking at his phone like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. I would assume he's not there 3 games into this season, so we're going to have him here in just a second, I would guess. But I do read a lot more into a game like this one tonight, or, you know, they play Utah again on Friday, Halloween. Some of these games where they are playing teams that either are definitely not expected to make the playoffs, like Utah, or even just these kind of like fringe play-in teams. Like Sacramento is kind of like a fringe decent, but in the loaded West, they might not be, you know, necessarily a playoff team. More so than games against like Denver and even the Clippers. I think Denver's better than the Clippers, though.
Yeah, no, I know where you're going on that. I totally understand that as well. But, we got K?
Oh, we got K. Look at that.
Yes. Okay, there we go.
He's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Kevin Ray. K, what's going on?
Gentlemen, what's happening?
What's up, bro?
Happy Monday.
Yes, indeed.
And what a happy Monday it is. All right, let's just from the 2 games over the weekend against the Clippers and Nuggets, you know, we knew coming into the season we're not just looking for wins and losses. We're looking for signs of progress. It's really early in the season, but when you watch these games, what are you looking for to see signs of progress with this team?
Yeah, you know, and I will say, even for myself, guys, I've had to remind myself that this is a year where, you know, we the fans have to kind of recalibrate our weekly, daily expectations. And so having said that, you know, in looking back at that game on Saturday night, because that was the most recent coming off of the back-to-back, you know, what I saw is a team that made some incremental steps from what we saw against a Clippers team. And look, and this is no excuses, but this is an ugly schedule to start the year. 3 games, 4 days. You go from LA to Denver, and I hadn't even forgotten with the time, like when we landed Saturday morning, my watch went from 2:09 to 3:09 a.m. We crawled into bed at about 4:30 on Saturday morning. And then you're jumping back, in time for the matchup here tonight. And, it is for these young guys, it's, as I said, it's kind of drinking from a fire hose. But, I've seen some incremental steps. What hasn't helped, obviously, is the injury situation. And it looks like we're going to be dealt with another injury starter sideline tonight in Dylan Brooks. Nothing official yet, but it's not trending well in that direction. But, the long answer to your question, Luke, is you're looking for some sustainability over long periods of time in both offense and defense. And speaking of Dylan, he was asked after the game the other night what he saw as the biggest thing they needed to do defensively to tighten up. And he said, communicate. And I would agree with that. Part of the problem is you're trying to communicate with a lot of new voices and a new system and against very high level elite teams. And I mentioned this on the broadcast the other night. I said, look, if nothing else, you don't like the losses and you certainly don't like getting down by 20 points, but it has given Jordan Knott and his coaching staff a whole lot of teaching material that they can start applying. And hopefully as they get healthier, we can start to see those steps a little bit bigger.
25 years ago, 4:30 in the morning would have been early for UK. But having said that, were you disappointed in anything? And if you are disappointed in anything in the first 3 games, what is it?
Yeah, I don't know that I would say disappointed, Wolf. Again, we've had a great run over the last 4 years, and as ugly as last season was, you still felt like on a nightly basis you had a chance to win just based on personnel, right? But having said that, you still don't ever want to go into a game feeling like, man, there's no shot at winning this. But so I don't know that there's anything that I would say that I'm disappointed in. I think they've continued to show the fight. They made a couple of 2 or 3 runs the other night against Denver. And, keep in mind, they were the home opening opponent for both LA and Denver. And you guys know and felt that energy for the Suns. So fortunately, tonight is not a home opener for Utah. So that's the one plus. But I don't know that there's anything that I've been disappointed in. Much of what I have seen was largely to be expected. Saw some flashes. I think the one thing that has been a little frustrating has been the level of turnovers. But like defense, I think part of that is you've got a new offense, you've got a lot of new faces, and with Book, I know he is averaging a career high 6 turnovers through the first 3 games. But I think a lot of that is him trying to play somewhere between facilitator and scorer. So I fully expect those numbers to go down as well.
Talking to Suns play-by-play guy Kevin Ray. Kay Wolf and I were talking about this earlier. A game like tonight against Utah, where on paper this is one of the few matchups on paper people are going to look and say, "Oh, you're probably better than Utah," or at least it's close. I read more into games like this than I do maybe against Denver. Yeah, you can't read maybe a lot into any one game this early in the season. But how much do you look at a game like tonight where you're playing a team that isn't expected to make the playoffs to see this is an opportunity for the Suns to grab a win and try to find some positivity to build this team around?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, look, we, EJ and I talked about it last week. If you come out of this first stretch of games, your first 4 games, 2-2, which is kind of what I projected, I think you feel pretty good about yourself. And especially, I felt that way knowing that Jaylen Green wasn't going to be back, and going back to that Denver game more specifically than LA, because they never really made another run against the Clippers. But just think how different this offense will be with Jaylen Green on the floor. I mean, this guy can get downhill fast. He can attack the basket, can shoot the basketball, off the dribble, and how much that is going to help Devin Booker. But yes, this is a game, I think, even without Dylan Brooks, which is unfortunate, because what that tells me is, if I'm Will Hardy, knowing how much Dylan Brooks has been a part of the Suns offense early, unfortunately, I think Devin Booker is going to see even more blitzes, more double teams tonight to try to get the ball out of his hands to force others. So that means, a couple of former Jazz players and Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal will likely have scoring opportunities. But this is a great chance to kind of plant your flag and say, okay, we got beat up over the weekend. We're going to learn from that, and we're going to execute and do the things. And who knows, it might be one of those kind of early glimpses of what we might see out of the youngsters, whether it's Rasheer Fleming or Man.
That's what I was going to ask you right there, Kay. Would you like to see more of Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming? Would you like to see them get a little bit more action?
Yeah, and look, I think they will. It's a reminder, we're just 3 games into this, and the Suns are going to be very intentional about how and where they play these guys, because as much as we want to see them on the floor and see what they can do, they also want to make sure they're putting them in the best position when they are on the floor. They know they're going to make mistakes, but they don't want to kill the kid's confidence or kill the kid's spirit. But to your point, Wolf, I think if Dylan does not play tonight, and I'm you're really feeling unlikely that he will, this is a night, especially with a big front line that Utah poses, that we could see both those young men.
K-Ray, always great to talk to you. Hopefully next time it's after a win. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay.
I'm down with that, boys. Be good.
That's Kevin Ray joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. You asked my question there at the end. I was like, how can I fit this question in? And you just stepped
talking
in
about the guys?
Yeah, about Malawach and Fleming, because I wonder who has the quicker path to playing time. So far they haven't played much, but it's 3 games, and the Suns are trying to win games here. So maybe they're not ready yet.
Has 18 minutes played so far, and Fleming 9.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Join the excitement at the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Santan Ford, happening November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park. Compete for cash prizes and the legendary Golden Paddle. Proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus, so it's for a good cause. Don't miss the epic mascot matchup at 12 p.m. featuring fan favorites like Big Red and the Suns Gorilla battling it out on the court. Text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team now. That's PICKLE to 620-620 to secure your spot. When we come back, what is going on with all the penalties with ASU, and is that something they can fix before Saturday? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This is a reminder again at how difficult what ASU is attempting to do is to actually achieve in college athletics. They need now to focus on beating Iowa State in Ames. They need to focus on being a 9-win team. You win 9 games, you don't get to the college football playoff, but it's still a number that shows you're hovering around the elite. They've got to stay grinding. It's just the sad reality of what they're trying to do. It is very difficult to be a winning program in the Big 12 every single week.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day. So no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Thursday, October 30th at Dirty Blonde in Chandler, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
Hey, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. So take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Will Kyler Murray be back at shotgun when the Cardinals take on the Cowboys next Monday night? We'll get into it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Wolf, when the dust settled on that awful ASU game on Saturday night, their 10-game home winning streak, which was their longest since the 1980 through 82 season, was over. They dropped to 5-3. It's their second loss in the Big 12, but also they lost by one score in a game where they were down 24-0 after three quarters. They absolutely could have come back and tied it late, but they had the penalty on the missed field goal at the end. They had a penalty that took a touchdown away. They had a penalty that directly gave Houston a touchdown from the 2-inch line.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about, hey, that penalty led to that drive, and that drive opened up this. Two penalties in this game were a direct 14-point swing.
Yes.
In a game that ultimately ended an 8-point loss. When all was said and done, ASU had 12 penalties for 76 yards, but the 76 yards does not tell the full story. So I said this earlier. I thought it was a horribly officiated game. People don't come to the games to watch the officials throw flags. I shouldn't know what the ref looks like. I shouldn't see the head official more than I see any player on either team. It's not why ASU lost, but, it raises it raises your frustration, and we saw that from the fan base. It also raises questions, though, about why is ASU taking so many penalties when this was not an issue last year?
Yeah, this is really interesting because I see this from the perspective of the head coach, from Kenny Dillingham. He's got to be really, really careful on this one here because they are correctable so much of the time. Getting a penalty is correctable. You can't do it. You can't hold this guy. Don't pull his jersey. You can't do that as a DB.
Or if you're Keith Abney, you're not allowed to jump at the same time as somebody else because that's magically pass interference in the end zone.
Still, okay. On a 50-50 ball, I'm with you on that.
Don't jump. How dare you?
Okay. At the same time, there are those that are correctable. The penalties that you get.
Pre-snap.
And you want to make that a point of emphasis. You want to make that a point of emphasis if you're a head coach. So you don't want to just dismiss the penalties and just say, those are awful calls. This was a horrible officiating.
No, that's me saying that. There was a lot of penalties that ASU should have avoided.
I'm thinking of Kenny and the way he's got to approach this for his guys.
Yeah.
We made mistakes. We shot ourselves in the foot. Whatever analogy or metaphor you want to use, go have at it. Because you do need to correct that as well. And so much of the time, man, don't be lazy with your hands. Don't be lazy with your hands. Get yourself in position and don't be lazy with your hands because that's what gets you in trouble so much of the time. Whether you're an offensive tackle trying to block, whether you're a DB trying to cover, a linebacker and a running back coming out. I mean, your hand on the face mask, whatever it might be, you can't control a lot of it. So you've got to make that a point of emphasis this week.
I'm sure Houston was sick of seeing the flags too. I think most people are like this. And again, I'm not saying this is why Houston won, but like if ASU won the game because they just threw a bunch of flags on Houston, I wouldn't enjoy that. Like, watch football. I don't want to see a flag on the field. It needs to be like an actual penalty if you're going to call it in a very key moment. And Houston had quite a few penalties too. It's just the ASU ones. Houston had 7. But the ASU ones were like, hey, a long kick return, we're calling that back. Hey, another long kick return, we're calling that back. Hey, a touchdown, we're calling that back. Hey, Houston fumbled at your goal line, we're calling that back. Hey, they missed the field goal and you have a chance to come, we're calling that back. It's just like, hey, a penalty in the end zone, let's throw that too. It's just made for ugly football. But to your point, Kenny can't approach it that way. And he was asked about the illegal motion penalty on the Shimon Mateer touchdown that really was a beautiful play by Mateer. That the penalty really had nothing to do with what actually happened, but that doesn't mean you don't call it. But here's Kenny and what he said post-game, at least.
Yeah, we got to get set. I mean, that's on us as a staff, not making sure guys are knowing where they're supposed to be and getting set. And before the motion, getting guys set, we just really switched our feet. It wasn't even on or off, which that's the part that kind of sucks. It's kind of like a small detail switch. And he recognized it halfway through, and it was an illegal motion. I mean, had no effect on the play, but was it a penalty? 100%. Just one of those unfortunate. We can't have it, and that's on myself to not let those things happen because, there's easily 10 points in that game just off that play alone, and some other things in that game where, this game was way closer than it was most of the night. I think the score, we just didn't play good enough is unfortunate.
It's such a tough balancing act. It really is, between blaming somebody else for you losing and then actually getting your kids to buy in and understand you've got to be more responsible as you play the game.
I would think the pre-snap stuff is the easier stuff to go to your team and say this needs to be fixed.
Yes.
This is the stuff we can control because there's bad calls against every team in every game.
Yes.
It's just, okay, when does it reach the point where you've taken over the game as an official? But if I'm a coach, I'm looking and I'm saying, anything pre-snap, that's usually fairly black and white. So we can clean that up.
Yeah, and it's incredible as well, the impact it might have on the sideline while it's going on, while all these flags are being dropped out there. It's something that you have to, as a player, you have to stay focused, Luke. You can't allow yourself to be distracted by the fact that there's dirty laundry all over the field and these zebras, they're against it. You can't start pointing fingers.
No, then you
have to look at yourself constantly. I know I talk about this all the time, but it truly is the mentality that you have to have. And can you imagine? It's so funny. You're talking about this. I went to a high school game, Basinonians. Horizon at Desert Mountain, as a matter of fact. Went there over the weekend. There were 8 penalties in the first quarter.
Nobody wants to see that.
Can I tell you right now, 8 penalties in the first quarter? And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Can you imagine if, in fact, that was normal for the game of football? Nobody'd watch the game of football.
No.
Nobody.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. And it's beyond ASU. It's just it needs to be a real penalty for you to keep stopping the game. It can't be like, well, we're looking for any, like that felt like, and I'm sure that game, if you saw 8 penalties in the first quarter of a high school game, that feels like one of those preseason NFL games where the officials are told, hey, we're emphasizing this new rule, so overcall it to drive the point home in the preseason, Yes. Nobody wants to watch that. It's like glass half full or glass half empty. Are you going in as an official saying, there's a penalty on every play, can I find it? Or are you going to try and let these two teams play out a game, and then if there's a penalty, you have to call it? Now, again, to your point, if you're ASU, I'm encouraged by the fact that they didn't seem to melt down over it.
Yeah.
And, it did make me think back to the days 15 years ago where ASU would take penalties where they would make a stop on 3rd and 11, and then the guy would just continue and just throw the quarterback out of bounds. And it's just like you built this reputation where officials are coming in looking at you being like, yeah, this is the team that takes dumb penalties. ASU doesn't have that reputation. So I was surprised to see that many called in the game. That's 19 penalties across the two teams. And it's like, to your point, if every game was like that, we would go watch a different sport.
It's amazing, basically. It's because it's bringing back memories where so much of the time, some of the greatest voice elevations I've ever heard in terms of screaming and yelling, it was over penalties and other players talking about penalties at halftime. And some of the team captains who would take exception to players talking about the penalties, like there was some zebra that was out to get you. You know what? Quit holding the guy.
Yeah.
And in other words, the personal responsibility has got to be emphasized.
Clean up
Otherwise,
the stuff you can clean up.
It can mess you up. And I'm talking about during the game.
Well, and you don't want to suddenly build a reputation as a team where officials come to your games thinking like, we got to watch this team because look at, they stack penalties every week. Because then that's understandable that, the officials are human too. Right. ASU does not have that reputation, so you don't want to start to build it. All right, when we come back, the bye week is over. If you could fix one Cardinals issue coming out of the bye, I'm going to give you the magic one. You can fix one thing. What would it be? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Do you lay this all at the feet of Kyler Murray? And do you just think a reset at quarterback in the offseason
throw him
is
right
enough?
under that bus and make it all on him?
And just say, we're going to try this again with everybody else and just make a change at quarterback and see what difference that makes. See if that changes the equation. I don't know. This is where it gets complicated.
I love that question, and I think the fan base would buy that. We don't think it's any of these people. We think it's him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite, the F-150 truck XLT EcoBoost, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details, offers, and 1103 2025.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. When it comes to your comfort, results matter. That's why Precision has been voted the #1 ranked AC company in the Valley for over a decade, delivering the best installation in the state. And now's the perfect time to upgrade. Get $2,500 off a new AC unit, plus receive the Valley's only 10-year workmanship warranty. Protect your home, lower your stress, stay comfortable all year long. Make the Precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns wrap up their 3-game road trip tonight in Salt Lake City against the Utah Jazz. Tip-off is at 6, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 3 of the World Series is tonight at Dodger Stadium between the Los Angeles Dodgers and Toronto Blue Jays. Coverage begins at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. The series is tied at 1 game apiece.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, final hour of the show here today on this Big Red Monday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Okay, it's a simple question, Wolf. You could fix one thing from the first 7 weeks of the season for the Arizona Cardinals moving forward. They still have 10 games. What would it be? I think mine would be win more.
Okay,
but I'm
yeah.
guessing we want to
Boy,
go more
that is
specific
big
than
picture
that.
right there. That is good. I like that. Win more.
Let's go more
I endorse
specific.
that.
Just win more games.
Okay, just win more games. You know what I want to say based on these? Because it makes an assumption as I say it. I would love to see Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray's chemistry take off in the second half. I would love to see that. Do you know why? Because it makes an assumption that Kyler Murray will be protected long enough where he can throw the ball.
That's a good answer because it's kind of like three answers at once.
So to me, that's how I would answer that question, that producer question, specifically based on our needs. I would say, you know what, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray's chemistry take off.
Yeah, I like that because it means Marv's playing well.
Yes.
It means Kyler's being more productive.
Yes.
You're right. There's almost no way they can do that without the offensive line being better. And chances are they would win more games, too, with yours. Mine would be specific to the ends of games. If you have a lead late, let's have some
That's a good one.
Some game-defining finishing drives from this offense. Now, you got to be in position to lead. I understand their schedule is rough the rest of the way. I almost don't even care about their schedule the rest of the way, to be honest, Wolf. Once you nearly beat Green Bay and Indianapolis, I feel like you have a chance to beat most teams, but also once you lose to Tennessee, there's nobody on the schedule I think you're definitely going to beat. You know, at this point, it's just you go Dallas, Seattle, San Francisco, Jacksonville, Tampa, Rams, Houston, Atlanta, Cincinnati, Rams again the rest of the way. There are, I don't even know, maybe one, quote, easy game on there, quite a few hard ones, but you know, all I've seen so far is that they're going to be close in all of these and not win. So what I want to see is them finish a game where they're within a score with 5 minutes to go.
Yes. No, I think that's a good one right there, but not as good as your finishing. Or that one specifically, when you said that. That hit me like a ton of bricks. Can your offensive line be fixed? Can it play better going forward? This is something we were talking about earlier on the broadcast based on our needs, but it's so true, the offensive line, and that's why I did like the Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray chemistry getting better, because it makes the assumption, if you're going to have chemistry, that your offensive line is actually going to be protecting your quarterback for the most part. For me, everything unraveled when the offensive line did not look like the offensive line we've seen the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And that is just a cold, hard analysis of the Arizona Cardinals. It's been the offensive line. And we all know, I feel for Justin Fry, because he is the offensive line coach, of course, for the Arizona Cardinals, coming in after Clayton Adams was the offensive line coach. Now he's the offensive coordinator. So he's moved on. For me, it's a situation where you're looking at this and you're thinking to yourself, my goodness, what did he change? What did Justin Fry come in and change that this offensive line would go out and not communicate? You know, we talk a lot about that in regard to the Suns and what their problem is. Well, the offensive line is having problems communicating, and we have seen game after game busts. Guys just not doing their job.
Yeah.
Mental errors. And mental errors will get you beat quicker than anything else.
Yeah, and that's the sort of stuff, again, you know, what can you control? If the other team is just bigger, stronger, more talented, you know, how much can you really consistently make up for it? You might be able to make up for it here or there, a game or two, or maybe you throw together a magical season. But overall, like, that stuff adds up. But if you're just not communicating right on the offensive line, or you're not on the same page, and it is the biggest mystery of this team to me this season, is why the offensive line has struggled, because most of these guys were your offensive line last year. I mean, Jonah Williams was hurt last year, but he was on this team. Paris Johnson, I think, is playing well. I mean, he's almost absolved from this. Evan Brown, Yelda Froholtz, Will Hernandez is now back. It's when does this offensive line look better? Like a game against Dallas coming up. Let's just use that as the example.
Yeah.
No, this is the benefit. You already had to pay the price of facing Micah Parsons against Green Bay. You probably beat Green Bay if they don't have Micah Parsons. Well, you're the weird team that plays Green Bay and Dallas back-to-back. So now you get the benefit of Dallas trading Micah Parsons away. How about you go have a clean game against Dallas, and whoever your quarterback is doesn't get sacked in that game? It's not like Dallas is very good defensively.
No.
So, the quarterback conversation, I understand it is a very real conversation. Again, to me, it's more big picture than right now. But neither one of them is getting any protection.
Yes.
So whatever side of that quarterback debate you're on, no matter what side, you can point and say, well, yeah, Kyler's not getting any protection. Well, yeah, Jacoby's not getting any protection. So this all starts with better protection.
Yes, better protection and being able to run the ball as well. I was talking about that earlier, man. It just, honestly, it puts a quarterback in a balanced offense when you can run the ball. You know, Basinonians, how important that is. You know how important that is. You don't want to become one-dimensional as an offense, ever. You really don't. There are few teams that are built that way to be good in one-dimensional offenses. There are few teams that could actually do that. Isn't that right, Graybeard? There are some teams that have been very, very good at that, of course. But for the most part, you want to take a human being and you want to put him in a balanced offense when he plays quarterback. And because of that, this is paramount for the Arizona Cardinals to get this offensive line fixed going forward, because the Dallas Cowboys, to Luke's point, they are not good defensively. This is something you can see it on tape when you watch it, that the Dallas Cowboys aren't good, and you can look at the raw numbers and see that the Dallas Cowboys aren't good. Would you say being dead last in the league in terms of first downs allowed is bad?
Not great.
That's bad. And, oh, by the way, when you pair it up with third down, the worst third down defense in the league is the Dallas Cowboys. They're number 31 in points allowed, giving up 31.3 points per game. I mean, can you imagine?
They give up, so Baltimore's defense has been really bad this year. They give up more than Baltimore. Tennessee is just bad. Dallas gives up more than Tennessee. The Jets just finally got their first win, and they give up. Dallas gives up more points than the only team that gives up more points than Dallas is the Bengals, and it's close. So if you're talking about trying to get your offense right, you could not ask for a better opponent coming out of the bye. Here's my question for you, since you bring up the running game. And I know Trey Benson can come back now in a couple weeks, but of the guys that are running right now, so Michael Carter, Amari DiMercato, depending on injury, and Bam Knight, who do you think has the upside?
Bam Knight.
Me too. I
I'm
want to see
loving
more Bam Knight.
Yeah.
I don't expect him to be Jonathan Taylor, but as far as just upside, I kind of want to see him get some more carries. I was looking at yards per carry so far. Michael Carter, these are all pretty small sample sizes. He is averaging 2.8. Bam's averaging 3.5. DiMercato's averaging 11.3, but they all came on this 171-yard run. I don't know if you remember it, Wolf.
I'm trying to remember, Luke. Oh,
it was kind of an under-the-radar play.
What did he do on that?
He must have scored, right? 71 yards. I don't know. I don't remember the play. This marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child, a student you know, could be next. Just text character to 620-620 and nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620. It's Character Counts. When we come back, all right, how is ASU preparing for the rest of the season? We're going to react to what head coach Kenny Dillingham just said. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Oso crosses over on Jokic to the rim and lay it in with the left hand. Nice move by Oso Iguodala.
Suns at the Jazz tonight. Pregame at 5, 6 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. Been talking to you about this for a while, but it is true. That healthy mouth, man, starts with your teeth, and that's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility with decades of experience and thousands of smiles already restored. Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust, Basinonians. This is your health, man, not a sales pitch. Come experience the ARIA difference. ARIA is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers that are out there. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy place every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, is celebrating fall's return with their annual Turkey Gobbler two-person scramble, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses, on Saturday, November 15th at the Victory Course at the Verado Golf Club. Proceeds benefit the Society of St. Vincent de Paul of Arizona. Open to the public. It's good fun and a great value with breakfast, golf, competition holes, team prizes, a big raffle, and a bounce-back golf coupon. All for just $149. Space is limited, so sign up today at bunkergolf.com.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brian's headed to the basketball court, but he's sick of this check engine light. So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fix Finder service,
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report.
No big, just a loose gas cap.
And gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. ASU Special Teams Coordinator Charlie Ragle is reportedly taking a leave of absence due to his health. Dylan Brooks is questionable for the final game of the Suns' road trip. And Arizona State guard VJ Wallace was hospitalized after injuring his lower leg in an exhibition game. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, thanks to our listeners in Fountain Hills right now, Wolf. Love Fountain Hills.
Fountain Hills is beautiful, is it not, brother?
It's beautiful this time of year.
Very, very cool place. There's a couple of restaurants out there, too, that are really, really good.
We should just do a road trip to Fountain Hills, do the show.
I'm not going to name them because of payola.
You don't want other people filling up your restaurants that you want to go to. I see how you are. You don't want to share the secrets. All right. ASU coming off that loss to Houston on Saturday. Iowa State this week in Ames, and then a bye week, and then the final chunk of the season. Kenny Dillingham just spoke while we have been doing this show, and he was asked, okay, I haven't heard any of these answers, but this is where we are right now. He was asked about other head coaching openings. So this is what he said.
I'm trying to win as many games as I can here. That is my number one focus, is our players, our football team, everything about us. That's simple. Like, I am so singularly focused on us to win football games, to become a better football team, this season. Like that's my singular focus.
That's the other part about this. We were talking about this earlier. College football has gotten so weird where if you're ASU, apparently, or if you're Ole Miss, or if you're any team that is doing well, Lane Kiffin's name is like top of every college team's head coaching list now when they fire their coach. And Kenny's is up there too. If your team's doing well, every time another team fires their coach, you're in trouble because you have to make sure your coach wants to stay. And then if you're that coach, I truly believe Kenny Dillingham wants to be here winning games for ASU.
I agree.
I'm not Kenny Dillingham. I'm not saying he's going to be here in 10 years, 15, 30 years, but I think it's a possibility. But you're going to have to answer the question every single time another team fires their coach.
Yes.
And if you're the media who asks the question, you kind of have to ask it too.
You do.
So it's just a stupid situation.
I know, but my advice to Kenny would be, of course, you know what? Accept these questions. Understand why they're being asked. And also understand it improves your situation right here as a head coach for ASU. It does. Because sometimes sometimes the organization or the company that values you based on audience will pay even more. So once again, answer the question, do it. If people are going to ask you about your status, I would say, hey, listen, I'm not going to get involved in any of this. Every time somebody's job comes open, I'm not going to answer these questions the way that you want them answered. I will tell you this, I'm very, very happy right where I'm at. And my focus and all my attention is right here at this job. You know what? It's great for Kenny because he doesn't have to pound his chest and say, look at me.
No.
You are doing that by asking the question.
But if you're any school that's building in the right direction, you have to watch like LSU, Texas A&M on Saturday and be like, oh, I hope LSU pulls this out. Otherwise, Brian Kelly might get fired.
So in other words, if you're a fan of ASU.
Well, or if you just are ASU, like, great, now we gotta it's a mess. It's a compliment to your point that Kenny's going to keep getting asked these questions.
Yes.
But it's going to get irritating because what if he really does stay here for 30 years? He's going to be answering this question every single year. And that's because teams are going to fire their coaches, especially in the SEC. If you don't win the SEC every 2 or 3 years, you get fired.
Yes.
That's the way. They were about to fire Kalen DeBoer in Alabama after they lost to Florida State to start the year, and they haven't lost since.
Well, I just would take the question being asked. I'd rip that. I'd get some audio. I'd rip it, and I'd just send it to Graham. Receive.
And then just stand there and play your answer off your phone each week. Like, here, I already recorded this. He was also asked about loyalty in college football and why it is questioned in 2025.
Because it's both ways. People get fired as quick as they get hired. So, it's how can people hate coaches as quickly as they love coaches? So I think it's just part of it is it's a volatile world where everybody wants to be first. And it's, to be honest, like Ricky Bobby said it best. Like, if you're not first, you're last in this thing. And I think that's why it's such a volatile profession, is everybody expects everybody to be first. And if you're not first, you're last, and you get fired. So when you are first, well, how do I stay first? Or what do I got to do to stay first, right? Because eventually you're probably going to be last, right? It's historically over time. And then the key is, how do you just not bottom out? And I think I've said that from the beginning. The goal is to create sustainability. The goal is to create a standard and to where your valleys are higher than they've ever been.
Never mind. That's a better way to answer it.
I'm not sure what to do with my hands.
Just quote Ricky Bobby.
Oh, so good. And he answered the question, too, and did it in a very entertaining kind of way. But it's one of these situations you never want to scold the media for actually asking a valid question, because I think it is valid. When a job comes open, now look, I understand ASU's not having the kind of year that it might be the best thing in the long run.
Well,
if you're an ASU fan, it might be the best thing for keeping Kenny here. And again, I'm not saying Kenny wants to go anywhere. I'm not. But it's never a bad thing when other schools want your head coach.
Think about what...
As long as he doesn't go.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't go.
If he stays, it's never a bad thing.
You've got one of the rare circumstances where I think he truly wants to stay. And again, this was his dream job. Doesn't mean he's going to stay here forever, but it would be different if his dream job and his alma mater was, Tulane or something, some small school where it's like, I've always wanted to coach there, but eventually Power 4 teams come calling. You're in a Power 4 conference.
Yes.
You were just in the college football playoff last year. You can get there just as easily here as you could at Florida. I mean, think about what he just said. He's right. Ricky Bobby also right. If he was at Florida right now and they had win your conference expectations and they were 5-3, 8 games in, he would be on the hot seat going into next year, because Florida goes through a coach every 3 years, and they're not the only ones. I mean, you're in the SEC. You better be in the playoff 2 out of every 3 years at least, or you're probably gone, no matter who you are.
Basin Onions, could you go ahead and at me on X as to when was Ricky Bobby? When YouTube, as a matter of fact. Hey, YouTube, you listening right? When was Ricky Bobby? When was that? How long ago was that?
The only problem with that is you don't know how to check the chat on YouTube, and I do, so now I got to go find
2006.
2006. Almost 20 years ago. Oh, my goodness.
More from Kenny. How about he was asked about Skattaboe. He was asked if he's talked to Scat at all since the injury.
I called Scat. He didn't answer, and then he called back, and I didn't have my phone, and then he went into surgery, and then we exchanged some conversation this morning. I'm not going to go into that, but really sad deal. That dude's just worked his butt off his entire life to get to where he's at. But it's a great example of if you treat people well, regardless of how he rehabs and regardless of his future, he's going to be successful based off how he treated people, the passion he played the game through football in 10 years and 15 years. That dude has built a brand for himself that's sustainable, and it's unfortunate what happened to him, but his success in life, is still going to be there.
Yeah, and you know what, too? So many people are going to give him every opportunity to go out and continue to do what he does and be who he is, because he impacts so many people around him.
You get a standing ovation from Philly fans, and you're on the Giants? I mean,
that is unthinkable.
You get a standing ovation from Philly fans, and you're on like a high school team from a different state. That's saying something. But you're on the Giants, and they give you a standing ovation because they don't want to see you carted off the field. That says all you need to know about Cameron Skattaboe, the way he's treating people around the league, as Kenny just said. And here's one more from Dillingham. He was asked if he's been in contact at all with Charlie Ragle.
Yeah, nothing about that other than like, hey, how you doing? You doing well? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Just casual, what you always do for a friend, mentor, stuff like that, checking on them. And in terms of how we're going to move forward, Jack Nudo is going to kind of take the lead there. I'm going to be involved. I was way more involved, last week, just because that's my role, as I kind of float around from that perspective. And then Coach Waz, who has experience being a special teams coordinator in the past, is also going to be very, very involved in the special teams underneath Jack. So I think we have a team together to go, replace him.
Man,
a lot of moving parts in a year where you didn't want to have moving parts.
No.
You liked what you had coming into this season, and as we said earlier in the show, I think we started the show off with this. Hopefully all the best for Charlie Ragle. That obviously more important than football right now. When we come back, sticking with ASU, just how quickly can they get back on track? We're going to ask Sun Devil source publisher Chris Cartman. He's going to join us here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
In the midst of this 5-game losing streak, you've had 3 games with Kyler Murray at quarterback where they've lost, but they've been in position to win.
Mm-hmm.
That's the similarity in the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Is Jacoby Brissett had them into position to win as well. They're close, but all signs point to Kyler Murray returning.
And again, part of me thinks that given where the record is, maybe this is what we need to see. Maybe we need to see this right here and now. Whether or not this offense can look just like it did with Kyler, as it did with Jacoby Brissett.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Choosing the right financial advisor is one of the best investments you could ever make for your financial future. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan to meet your goals. Did you know leaving an old 401k with a previous employer can create higher investment costs? If you have an old 401k you aren't sure what to do with, call Trajan Wealth today to discuss how to optimize those funds and get the money working for you once again. I can tell you, Basinonians, we of the Woo Fan Clan, we did that, man. We have a 401k that Trajan Wealth is going to roll over. Trajan Wealth, of course, is the place where you plan smarter and you dream bigger. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC, registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns wrap up their 3-game road trip tonight in Salt Lake City against the Utah Jazz. Tip-off is at 6, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 3 of the World Series is tonight at Dodger Stadium between the Los Angeles Dodgers and Toronto Blue Jays. Coverage for that one begins at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. The series is tied at 1 game apiece.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
All right, Chris Cartman of Sun Devil Source joining us right now to talk about the direction of ASU football after that loss to Houston on Saturday and the injuries they're dealing with and all of that, with still 4 games left in the regular season for ASU. Chris, thank you for the time. How are you doing?
Doing well, plugging along. How are you guys?
Doing okay,
Doing all
Chris.
right.
Really appreciate your time as always, brother.
All right, Chris, let's just go biggest takeaway, I guess, to start here from that Houston game, knowing what ASU had done the week before, knowing how successful they've been at home under Kenny Dillingham, knowing what was on the line, but also knowing, the injuries and everything else. What did you walk out of the stadium on Saturday thinking?
Well, I was shocked that they didn't score in the first 3 quarters of the game at home after a 10-game winning streak at home. And with all of what was on the line there, trying to get back to the Big 12 championship game, Sam Leavitt lost the ball out of his hand. That's kind of a random, inexplicable thing that happened. And ASU's continuing special teams blunders contributed to being in poor field position on numerous occasions, and also prevented them from converting a couple of field goals that would have been points. So that was pretty stunning to go 3 quarters without scoring at home.
Chris, we know that injuries, of course, have really hit the Sun Devils right now. What position room is suffering the most from injuries?
Yeah, great question. Somewhere between linebacker or offensive line or safety, it's like almost a tie when you think about it. Tate Romney didn't play in the game. Cyrus Fiaseu was already out. That's 2 of the top 4 or 5 linebackers. Then Jordan Crook didn't practice all week. You're going up against a Houston team that does a lot of quarterback design run, +1 runs. It's tough to prepare for that. They haven't had Xavier Alford at safety for 6 games, I guess now. And then Boogie Wilson, his top backup at the free safety spot, didn't practice due to injuries. Miles Rouser didn't practice at boundary safety due to injuries. Offensive line, you have a former walk-on starting center, Makua Pule. And then Wade Helton is never started before this season as a redshirt freshman playing at left tackle. That's kind of injury related as well. So they've been really hit across the roster with the injuries.
We're talking to Chris Cartman. Chris, Wolf and I were talking about this earlier in the show. They're 5-3 right now. 9-3 was not the goal at the start of the year, and it's certainly not a given. I mean, this could go sideways here with all the injuries. But if they could win 9 games, and that's at least a solid follow-up to last year, even though it probably doesn't get you where you wanted to go. How big is it in your mind that they still finish this season strong and still stack a couple successful years back-to-back?
It matters a great deal. Fans had very high expectations, and media did as well for this season, and injuries certainly played a big part in them not being able to accomplish that as it's perceived right now. But I think when you have sellouts in every game this season and expectations being so high, that's a very positive thing. I'm sure that Kenny Dillingham would say, we want that. That means that we're on the right path, and you have to be able to sustain the success. You don't want to see your players that you want to retain consider leaving in the transfer portal. You want to project that strength and your stability of what you're doing with your program to the recruits that you want to add in the winter portal as soon as the season is over. You want to retain all of your high school commitments and do well in high school recruiting, and you want fans to be able to still have a lot of confidence in what you're doing. So all of those ingredients are, I would say, required to being a successful and stable college football program, which is really hard to do in this era. And finishing really strong, if they could somehow win out, given what they've already had to overcome this season, I think that would be a really big deal.
Chris, do you have any information in regard to Sam Leavitt? Do you expect him to play against Iowa State?
I really don't know. I think that Leavitt has been in a week-to-week evaluation status since TCU. He hurt his foot against Baylor. He was limping around in practice before TCU. I didn't know if he'd be able to play in that game. He did. Then he practiced the week after the bye, took some time off on the bye, practiced before Utah. He actually looked fine. Wasn't running around, though, because he didn't need to be in practice, right? And then they decided to have him take a week off and try to get better against Texas Tech. Now, he got really hammered quite a lot in that game against Houston, took a lot of shots. A combination of, I think, the offensive line injuries that we talked about earlier and a good Houston defensive front, wiping some of those guys away, plus maybe Leavitt holding the ball a little bit too long, 3-4 seconds. Got to get the ball out, hit a check down. He wants to be so successful and make these big winning plays. But the foot has definitely caused issues in several weeks now. He's not playing at 100%. He also had the upper body undisclosed thing that happened in the early portion of that game. I don't think that's the thing that would in any way jeopardize his status for this week, but I don't know what's going to happen. We're going to find out more with his practice participation tomorrow, and then the injury report that comes out on Wednesday. Dillingham said he's not going to have a comment about it until Wednesday.
Talking to Chris Cartman of Sun Devil Source. Chris, you're the one that broke the Charlie Ragle news. What can you just kind of tell us about what that looks like now for ASU going forward?
Yeah, I've known Charlie Ragle for 20 years. He was a graduate assistant in 2006 under Dirk Cutter. Cutter got fired. That ended up actually being almost like a blessing in disguise in some ways for Ragle, because he went on to become the Chaparral head coach, and then he won 3 straight state championships, which propelled him into these getting assistant coaching jobs, Arizona, Cal, becoming the head coach before he got an ASU assistant head coach job in special teams. He had expressed to people recently that how poor that ASU special teams had performed this season had been weighing a lot on him. And he's a very fiery, emotional guy. He's had some health problems for several years that Kenny Dillingham alluded to in today's press conference. And the cumulative impact of these things intersecting with his health, the stress and pressure, and how poorly that ASU's done on special teams. It's hard to know exactly what percentages that those things impacted the way that he came to feel. But then he decided on Sunday, went into the office and told Dillingham that he wanted to take a leave of absence to really focus on his health, and that he wasn't in a great place. And of course, that's what the Sun Devils are focused on right now. And Dillingham did say today that who knows, months from now, maybe 6 months or less or more or whatever, if Charlie Ragle is feeling good and wants to come back to work, he'd love to have him, because Ragle was instrumental in he's not just a special teams coach, assistant head coach, very instrumental in helping to build the program into the success that was realized last year and into this year.
Great point, Chris. Great stuff as always, man. Thank you
so much, Chris.
My pleasure, guys. Thank you.
That's Chris Cartman, of course, of Sun Devil Source right there, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, we'll wrap things up with some Suns talk. What are you going to be watching for tonight when the Suns wrap up this little road trip in Utah against the Jazz? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Santan Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. May apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information, especially if you got a move coming up. You want to go to movingteam6.com. We all know that moving is a difficult proposition. There's no doubt about that. And moving Team 6, they understand that. You can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. After all, that's what it's all about. You're going to be glad that you worked with Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They are the moving and storage pros right here in the Basin, whether it's local, it's long distance, maybe commercial, residential move. They also have a massive air-conditioned storage facility right here in Phoenix. If you've got to store your furniture before that move, they can accommodate you. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a game plan for your appetite. Meet the Sonic Smasher, the QB1 of burgers. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order with melty cheese and Smasher sauce. And this month only, buy 1 Sonic Smasher, get a free large drink when you order in the Sonic app. Hydration, covered. Flavor, elite. Open the app, call to play, and score yours now, only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hey, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday night football, NBA, college basketball, and more. So take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
The only downside is this background music, Wolf. Are you ready to hear this while you...
It's a little different, isn't it?
While you say what you're... It's like... I don't know what it is. It's like something cartoonish and sad all rolled into one. But
I picked it because it said sunshine.
There's got to be like a good song with the word sun in it, right?
Yeah.
You know, I can change it. I thought it brought back like maybe 70s or 80s basketball vibes.
It does have a little 70s basketball vibe. That's true.
You know, it's honestly, at least it's not Black Hole Sun.
Yeah, but if it was that rejoin, you would love it.
Well, that's true too.
You'd be like, oh, you might want to turn this up.
Right there.
I'll
Black
update. I'll update the
son.
rejoin. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
All right. The whole point of this, though, is who you're watching tonight or what you're watching. I'm going to choose to go with who you're watching in this game tonight for the Suns. No Jaylen Green, and it sure seems like no Dylan Brooks in this game. So go ahead and take them off the board. For me, Wolf, I'm actually just going to go with the number 3, who I guess would be number 2 scorer on the team right now, behind Devin Booker if Dylan Brooks doesn't play tonight. And that'd be Grayson Allen playing against Utah, who, he played for that team before. He's averaging close to 16 points a game. I know scoring hasn't been their issue necessarily through the first 3 games, but also that's because Dylan Brooks is averaging 19 points a game. If they don't have him or Jaylen Green, who's going to score? Like, is this a 27-point game from Grayson Allen? They might need that. So I'll be watching Grayson Allen.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm going to go with what, Basinonians? The what? The Phoenix Suns can't play defense. They've been struggling with that. This is a culture that says we're going to play defense, but they haven't played defense well in 3 games. Number 27 in points allowed in 3 games, 126 points per game allowed. Number 28 in field goal percentage allowed, 53.2%. Now, once again, you're going to get beat, you're going to lose games, but the entire culture of the off season was built and predicated on defense.
Yeah.
And we're going to work, we're going to be a tough, defensive-minded team. That's how we're going to go about our business and win games. And that has not been on display through 3 games. Now, I know it's early once again, but if you're talking about disappointments, that is my biggest disappointment.
Well, and you are playing a team tonight that you would think you could get your defense on track against Utah. We're 3 games in. Utah's played 2 games. So Utah's right in the middle of the pack. They are averaging 116.5 points per game. That number's meaningless. They've played 2 games, right? They went off on the Clippers, actually, in their opener. It was their home opener. As K-Ray pointed out earlier, at least you're not going into another team's arena for their home opener like the Suns did twice over the weekend. You are playing Utah. You're going to play them again on Friday. This is the sort of team you should be able to beat this season. If you're really entertaining those thoughts of, hey, the Suns could match last year's win total or exceed it, or if you believe, hey, this team can contend for a play-in spot.
Yeah.
I know Rick before the season was like, my bold prediction, wasn't your bold prediction, Rick, that they not only make the play-in, they make the playoffs?
Yeah.
You got to win when you're playing Utah.
Well, here's kind of my key for the Suns, though, is I'm really high on Jaylen Green when a lot of people aren't, and he's not played yet. So
Yeah.
I think once he plays, it's going to start to work out.
He's honestly the player I'm probably most interested in seeing this season because Devin Booker can keep getting better, but relatively what he is. There's not another player on the team right now that could be a breakout star in the NBA. And Jaylen Green does have that potential. Is the second pick just a couple years ago? I mean, he does have that. But yeah, it would help if he played.
Yeah, I just, again, I don't want to oversimplify this thing, but when you listen to Jordan Ott just talk about, and you listen to the Suns talk about how they're going to play, it's always been defense, defense, defense. And we're going to be we're going to be a tough team. That's what we're going to be. And this is why I'm so focused on this and disappointed. And again, I realize it's only 3 games. I'm not going to overreact. I'm not going to do it. But if you're asking me right now, what's got my attention in regard to the Phoenix Suns, it is definitely their defense and the lack thereof. And I'm a little disappointed with that. Now, I know they've played some pretty good teams. Denver is a good team, no doubt. The Clippers, of course. Yet at the same time, I thought they'd do better on the defensive end of the floor.
It is something to watch. You're right, it's early. But it is something to watch because just because you want to be better defensively, if you don't have the defensively gifted players to actually do it, then that doesn't really matter. Now, we can't make that assessment until you're 40 games into the season or something. And to your point, 2 of their 3 games have been against the Clippers, who are pretty loaded offensively, and Denver, who is very loaded offensively. So let's see. Against a team like Utah, this should be a team that you look significantly better against defensively.
Yes. Even the Kings without
Sabonis, yeah.
The Kings, even them, I thought you'd do better on the defensive end of the floor. They gave up, I believe, it was 116
I mean,
in that game as well.
I'll give them at least a little bit of a pass because it's their first game ever together. But you're right. I mean, Sacramento doesn't have their best player.
Yes, I guess what I'm saying is you also practice, right?
It's true.
You
did have
practice,
man.
You know, you had some preseason games.
We're talking
as
about
well.
practice, man.
So I think, again, I expected a little bit more. So much based on these because defense is about want to. So much of the time it is. And you got to be able to communicate. I understand that. But so much of that is having a desire to do it.
In theory, you also brought in guys who maybe weren't big names, but you brought them in because you believe in what they can be defensively. So, yeah, I mean, look, here's Jordan Ott after the game on Saturday saying exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, we got to be better. I mean, there's no excuse for that. We're going to have to be better there defensively. This is a defensive-minded group at times. And then we just lose our way, but we're 3 games in. There's a sample size to all this. Right. A lot of that is who you play. I think we've played some good offenses. I think historically those 3 teams are going to be, and this year they'll be pretty good. So we'll keep looking. We'll keep looking, find ways to guard better, find ways to attack better. But yeah, 133, doesn't matter where you're at, that's probably not going to get it done.
No, you're not going to win a lot of games 134 to 133.
Yes.
He also talked, Jordan Ott did, about getting off to slow starts each game because, they were way behind the Clippers, never really came back. They were way behind Denver, never really came back. They were way behind Sacramento. They came back and won that game, but they were down 20.
I think last night was a pretty good start. Tonight we obviously got behind early, tried to stabilize a little bit where we were 4-6 points down. And once we got into the second unit, it felt like we were right back into the game early in the second quarter, and then the end of the second quarter hurt us. The end of the second quarter really hurt us. Again, all at that high post area. They got us with some switches. They got a little bit of everything. They had a 3, they had some layups. I think they had multiple layups. So that end of the second quarter really hurt us.
Yeah, you know what? The end of the second quarter really hurts. And I'm also thinking if you lose this game and don't play well on the defensive end of the floor, that's also going to really hurt.
that might be a little bit of a red flag if you're out there giving up 130 against Utah, because it goes back to the conversation we were having earlier and what you're looking for from this team this season. I think the biggest thing for me is I just want to see improvement. And I'm not expecting 82 obvious improvements from each game to the next, but just in general, you want to see this team significantly better a month from now than they are now. And certainly, after Christmas and after the All-Star break and by the end of the season. And this is a team, Utah, an opponent that if you are improving defensively, it's going to be obvious against Utah, whereas it might not be that obvious if you're playing some really good team. You might be better, but it might not be so obvious to everybody. Play better against Utah, you should win the game, honestly. All right, that is it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We've got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm starting to think about, if you look at sacks, the Denver Broncos lead the NFL with 34.
Ooh, I like where you're going.
The Rams are 26, the Lions are 23, Seattle's 23, Pittsburgh's 22, Tampa's 20. The Arizona Cardinals have a measly 12 sacks in 7 games.
Okay.
I think they got to blitz more.
You got it. That's it.
I think they got to bring. I think they got to blitz more.
That's where I was hoping you were going. That's a big reset of what they need to do.
They're not getting home.
Nope, they're not.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Mitch Vareldas here for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, the home of the 29-degree beer and the legendary 100-ounce Ballon, served ice cold and even better during happy hour, Monday through Friday, 2 to 7 p.m. Wind down with more deals that bring the flavor and the fun. With 4 Arizona locations, the party's always close. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, it's the fourth quarter. The clock's winding down on 2025. What should folks be doing right now with their taxes?
Gambo, this is crunch time. There are 2 big moves that people can make before year end. First, harvesting gains and losses, and then Roth conversions.
All right, give me the quick playbook. Gains and losses first.
Sure, if your investments are up, you can harvest some gains while taxes are still low under the big beautiful bill. If they're down, harvest the losses to offset future gains. Either way, you're putting points on the board.
All right, and how about the Roth conversions?
Converting IRA money to a Roth now means you pay today's low tax rates, and all future growth is completely tax-free. It's like locking in a win for retirement.
Folks, the clock runs out on December 31st. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns wrap up their 3-game road trip tonight in Salt Lake City against the Utah Jazz. Tip-off is at 6, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 3 of the World Series is tonight at Dodger Stadium between the Los Angeles Dodgers and Toronto Blue Jays. Coverage begins at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. The series is tied at 1 game apiece.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Monday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Oh, that was a pretty lousy sports weekend, wasn't it?
I think it's totally your fault.
I mean, here we go.
Your fault for going to the ASU game.
Here we go. I got a text from my boy Gambo.
Yeah.
About, when was that? Let's see. Friday night, looking through my text messages.
I'll blame somebody.
At 7:26.
Yeah. I blame you.
I blame you.
And I just got three words. I blame you. It was my first ASU game as a fan since I think like 2014.
Right.
It had been
show up and they don't show up. You were there, they weren't.
Bernsey showed up. You know what? If that's the exchange, I won't show up ever again. If they make a promise to show up every single time I don't, I promise ASU football and all the alum out there, I'll never go again. I'll never go again.
I'll show you, but I obviously can't show everybody because I thought they were going to win, so I took a nice little picture of the Houston truck. Because I park where the truck is.
The Houston
truck. I kind of park where their truck is.
Okay.
And I was like, I got to taunt them after the game is over.
So you took like a selfie of you doing forks up in front of the
just
Houston
a big Houston truck. And like, okay.
But you didn't send it, huh?
I didn't send it. Like, I did it before the game. You know, I parked and there it was. The big truck is this Houston on the side. So I took a photo. I'm like, I was going to taunt them after the game. But didn't get to that.
It never really did get to that. And whether it's my fault or special teams' fault or injuries' fault, whoever you want to blame, it's our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
And Wigman does take a knee. And that will do it to it. And Houston has come into Mountain America Stadium and handed the Sun Devils their first home field loss since November of 2023 as Houston builds a 24-0 lead through three quarters and then hangs on in the face of a Sun Devil rally in the fourth.
Yeah, no answer for the quarterback. Connor Wegman was terrific. He ran for a career-high 111 yards, accounted for 3 touchdowns. The ASU had a 10-game home winning streak snapped. It was a very special streak, so congratulations for them winning 10 in a row at home. But the Cougars knocked them off. That was a big win for them. For all intent and purposes, that might have been an elimination game for ASU. It's going to be hard for them to climb back into this thing. We'll go over that later on. But to me, the other thing was they had no answer for the tight end. You know, this kid, Tanner Koziel, was just incredible. Big play after big play after big play. They had no answer for the quarterback. They had no answer for the tight end. They clearly missed Jordan Tyson. Slow start again, Bernsey. Another slow start. Having to play from behind, it's commonplace for them to get off to these slow starts, and that ended up getting them beat.
There were so many things about that night that went wrong for ASU, whether it was, you mentioned the slow start, I mean, just getting down, not even down big that early. It was 10-0 at halftime, very doable. Even when it was 17-0, we were kind of joking like, okay, right where ASU wants them, right? They get down 17-0, that's where they do their best work. But, you know, start the second half with that 3 and out, and then the Houston touchdown drive. Okay, now it's 17-0, and now you're working from behind. The penalties were bad. The way the student section was dealing with the penalties was bad.
Oh, they were throwing stuff on the field.
It's just a terrible look. The
15, 20 objects got thrown onto the field.
Special teams were bad. The penalties were so mistimed. I mean, there was just so much.
Did it not seem like they were
wrong.
calling a penalty on ASU? Even the touchdown to Matea, 21 yards. Yay, touchdown! No, legal shift ASU. Like, seriously?
It was so,
you got to be kidding me.
We were sitting in the stands at Mount America Stadium. We had no idea what had happened.
Yeah, you're celebrating touchdown.
We're like,
there you go.
Wait a minute, what? How? Yeah. Gimbo, we didn't even know what they had called. I mean, seriously, we're like, what do they call? What was the we couldn't hear it
a legal shift
over the celebration. We had no idea what the penalty even was, just that there was a penalty. It was crazy.
It was just a bad game. They didn't play well. They got beat. They deserved to lose that football game. This Wegman kid, 17 out of 22, couldn't stop him in the air for 312 yards. He had 3 total touchdowns, but the rushing was incredible. I mean, they outrushed ASU. In ASU's building, they outrushed them. What was the number I had? 183 to 98, 183 rushing yards. The quarterback had 111 by himself. It was just like every play, big play, big play, big play. And this tight end, man, 7 receptions, 100 yards, a touchdown. He had a 16-yard pass that he caught to extend one drive. Yeah. He had a 21-yard pass. Every play was a big play, right? Every time they threw the ball to that tight end, it seemed it wasn't a 5-yard pass. It was something big down the field that they got with him.
And the research I was doing on on Houston, because I admittedly don't watch a ton of Houston football, he was the one guy who always popped. He was the one guy who always like, okay, look out for him. Watch out for him. He's really good. He's really this. He's really that. He was. Afterwards, Kenny Dillingham was crediting Houston and Connor Wegman.
They ran the ball, too efficiently with their quarterback, 21 carries, most of those direct runs for 124 yards. Running backs, 24 carries for 70-something, so that's pretty good defense, 3 yards carry, but the quarterback, direct +1, you got to give it to that kid. You got to give it to Connor, man. That dude was a warrior for them tonight to take the snap and run quarterback direct run 20 times, 18 times. You got to give him a lot of credit because he did a nice job. They did a good job up front.
Yeah, no answer for it. It wasn't as bad as the Utah game, but they had no answer for it.
The Connors kid, they shut down. I mean, they did. They shut down Connors, their main running back. He wasn't able to do anything. And then the tight end, this kid, he's a transfer from Ball State. He's got 43 receptions for 450 yards and 4 touchdowns already this year.
He's good. He's really good.
Half a season. 43 receptions in half a season. There was no matchup. They couldn't cover the guy. And it was just frustrating because one of the things we talked about last week is, Houston loves these long drives. They do. They like these long drives. That's what they got. They just 10 plays, 68 yards, field goal. 10 plays, 80 yards, touchdown. They just had these long drives that were leading to these scores, and an ASU kept shooting themselves in the foot with bad special teams play. Jesus Gomez missing 2 field goals.
Okay, one was not a great snap, but still not a far field goal.
The holder got it down,
and the whole sequence of the touchdown that wasn't, and then the missed field goal was an absolute killer. Penalties on special teams, and look, we certainly hope that everything is all right with the special teams coach who is, stepping away from the role to focus on his health. It's obviously been a rough go for special teams, certainly the last couple of weeks. But special teams, whether it was the penalties on the returns, the missed field goals, the punting again, which was not very good. I mean, 2 made field goals, and now in the fourth quarter, and I don't know if everything goes exactly the same, but you make those 2 field goals in the first half, and now in the fourth quarter, it's not as desperate, right? You're playing for a whole lot more, and you have a whole lot more to gain. But the penalties, they were ticky-tack. Yeah, it did seem like that they were calling them all on ASU, and none of them were getting called on Houston, and it just felt like a wave, one after another after another. It was a whole lot that went wrong that night. I know what Kenny's trying to say, like, hey, we're 3-2. We were 3-2 a year ago. It just, and we'll get into that a little bit later. It just feels very different now, especially when last year you played the teams at the top of the Big 12. You had a chance to make up for the fact that you were 3-2. You don't really have that now, right? You've kind of missed that opportunity. I mean,
now. They fought back. They gave themselves a chance, and then that big hit on Derek Asubio that kind of jarred the ball loose on that 4th down. But you don't want to put yourself in this position where you're down, 24-0 in a football game, and say, okay, we got to come back. I mean, Houston had a shutout for 3 quarters. I mean, for goodness sakes, it was, they had not, the Cougars, that's the first time they knocked off a ranked team on the road since 2017. So it's been a long time since they've done something like that. I was impressed with them. They played well. This conference is a lot of parity. This conference is tough. It looks like anybody can beat anybody on most given days. But, and Sam had to leave the game not once but twice.
Yep.
And, no Jordan Tyson. And now you just feel like you got an uphill battle. I mean, you should be able to win the rest of these games, but who knows?
The offense without Jordan Tyson. And I know what Kenny said after the game. He said, look, there were a lot of reasons why we lost that game. Certainly not having Jordan Tyson had something to do with it. They looked rudderless out there. 3rd downs, they were, 1 of 6 to start the game? They just didn't look like they knew. Malik McClain had a nice game. They looked like they didn't know who to turn to, where to go, who's our guy, who do we trust, who do we believe in. They didn't have that the whole night. It made a huge difference not having him out there to kind of bail out that offense when it needed to be bailed out.
And my goodness, could they just not have a penalty on a return, on a kickoff or a punt return?
Yeah,
Did you try not to have a penalty?
The illegal shift,
block in the back, holding.
The fumble at the 1 yard line. I mean, you would have taken possession. You would have kept points off the ball. I mean, it was just one after another, after another.
Shot themselves in the foot.
No doubt about it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, Kyler, apparently, is going to be back for the Dallas game. And just in time, because Dallas got whooped yesterday by Mitch's Denver Broncos. Yeah, two thumbs up. We're all
I'm so glad
we're all Denver Broncos fans when it comes to beating the Cowboys, Mitch.
So glad I picked up the Cincinnati defense to play against the Jets and benched the Denver defense. Got to be the dumbest fantasy football decision that's ever been made.
That's why you hire somebody to manage your fantasy
That's
team.
the dumbest fantasy. Yes, that is the number one dumbest. So I got -4 out of the Cincinnati. I would have won. I still can win. I'm favored to win. But I would have had like 12 more points because the Denver defense got after it.
They did. And we'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Santan Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
Global Credit Union offers, and I know this because I'm a member, very happy member of Global Credit Union. They offer everything a bank does, checking accounts and savings accounts and loans and all the things that you would count on for a bank, just done better at Global Credit Union, done with you in mind, their members in mind, like a legit, real, how can we make this banking thing easier on our partners? How can we make this banking thing easier on our members so that they can actually save money and get to the financial goals they want to get to, which is why Global members, like me, if you're a member, you pay low to no fees on your accounts. You get a better interest rate than you can at a bank. If you're a member of Global Credit Union, collectively, we all saved $195 million last year. It's a better way to do it. 10 branches throughout the valley, easy to use mobile app. You can become a member today. You need to explore becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball action, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, it's Wolf. Who should the Arizona Cardinals start at quarterback against the Dallas Cowboys? We'll ask Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson tomorrow at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo on this Monday, this Cardinal-less Monday. Had the bye week. Today got to sample some of the NFL without the Cardinals. A lot of blowouts yesterday.
Yeah, and a lot of things helped the Cardinals. If you still believe they have a chance.
It did.
Because I had said last week, go look at the matchups. This is a very, very favorable matchup for the AFC against the NFC in all these games.
Do you want to thank everybody out there listening, joining us today on the Burns and Gambo Show? A shout out to our audience in Avondale, Arizona. Hello, Avondale,
yes,
for joining us here on Burns and Gambo. Yeah, a lot of NFC teams lost. A whole bunch of NFC teams lost. I don't know if that gives me any hope that the Arizona Cardinals can get back into this, but the look ahead that you just heard for the Wolf and Luke show tomorrow, for what it's worth, there was a tweet from Adam Schefter from earlier today, or maybe it was last night, in which he tweeted out, it was from this morning, a week of expected quarterback returns. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson at the Dolphins, Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy at the Lions, Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray at the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, as expected. Murray back for the game at Dallas in Texas, where he's never lost in that stadium. This is a big game. Cowboys coming off of just an ass-kicking by Mitch's Denver Broncos. Yeah, they just took it to him. Almost couldn't believe how lopsided that football game was. Needing a win, a desperate win for anybody that's holding out, and a lot of us aren't. Their chances of making the playoffs are very slim. But if you're holding out hope, you've got to get that win next week against Dallas, get to 3-5, and then win the next week against Seattle, get to 4-5, and just give yourself a chance to get to 500. Any loss in these next two games, and that's the proverbial nail in the coffin.
Yeah,
you lose to the Dallas Cowboys, and that coffin's being shut now, but then the nails are actually in the coffin.
The coffin, the headstone, the graveyard, it's all way in the back of my mind right now when it comes to the Cardinals. I'm just not. I don't know about you. I'm just not there when it comes to the possibilities or what happened this week in the NFC, or did they get the help they need? I'm not because
I take a backseated look at it. I take a backseated look. Just okay.
Everybody's a little different. I mean, for me, I'm much more focused on the short-term, immediate goals of
playing better.
How does Kyler look after 2 weeks of being under assault the way he has been?
Finding ways to win.
Finding ways to win these games.
Fourth quarter defense.
The defense playing better. I mean, just like, and then the rest will kind of not take care of itself necessarily. But if we wake up 3 weeks from now and the Cardinals have rattled off a 3-game win streak and suddenly they're kind of sort of back into it, okay, then we can kind of embrace it then and talk about it then and look at the possibilities then. In the meantime, I think it's much, much better, and I think it's much, much healthier for us all to just look at the very, very short-term goals of what's in front of us right now. Kyler Murray's going to be back. He's going to play in a building where he's never lost against a team that he's always done well against and put up good numbers. Let's see how he does. Let's see how they do. Let's see how different it looks. You and I spent a lot of time during the bye week talking about, do they need to blitz more? Do they need to start Kelvin Beachum on the offensive line over Jonah Williams? Do they need to do this? Play that guy more? Play this guy less? How different does it all look coming out of the bye week? For me, is way more the immediate focus than whether a bunch of NFC teams lost yesterday. That's just where I'm at. I respect the fact we could be in different places, though.
I think we're in the same place. I mean, I'm looking at all of that stuff, too. I did look at this week's game and saw the AFC just kick the NFC's ass because the NFC's not very good, and thought that, okay, nobody gained a game on you. If anything, you came back a little bit. But here's the key thing for me. This Dallas defense is atrocious. Atrocious.
Terrible.
If you can't score 30 points against this defense, something's wrong. They gave up the
Careful what you wish for, Capo.
This is
I hope the Cardinals can do it. I don't know.
I can't imagine that you struggle against that defense. They gave up the most points in a game since week 5 last year. It was the second time this season they've allowed more than 40 points. So let's go over this. Second time this season they've allowed more than 40 points. It was the fourth time they allowed more than 400 yards. So you should get 400 yards against this team. They do it every week.
Yep.
So give up 400 yards. It's the fourth time an opponent had at least 25 first downs. So you should be able to get 25 first downs. That's the norm against this team. The Broncos had 179 yards rushing. They averaged 6.4 yards per carry. Like, if you can't run the ball against them, by the way, it's the fifth time that they've allowed more than 6.2 yards per carry. They can't stop the run.
Yeah.
It's the 5th time they've given up more than 144 yards rushing. This defense is garbage. If you can't move the ball against this defense, something is really, really off.
In some ways, because of that, this is the softest landing you could have asked if you're Kyler Murray, okay? I'm back home where I'm very comfortable, in a building I love playing in on Monday Night Football, so all the eyes of Texas are going to be on me. It's something he seems to very much enjoy, playing in that building, and I'm going up against a defense. I should be able to show everybody my value, my worth, what I can do, why I'm different, why I'm better than Jacoby Brissett, and you're absolutely right. If it doesn't happen a week from tonight against the Cowboys on Monday Night Football,
it's expected.
If it doesn't happen when it's expected like that, then we are so back to square one with this whole conversation.
I'm going to take it a step further. Even if he goes out and does it, I'm not sold on Kyler Murray.
Oh, no.
You're supposed to do it against this defense.
100%.
You are supposed to do it against Dallas's defense.
1,000%. If he comes out and dominates against Dallas, it doesn't mean, hey, we're fine. We're good. Everything's okay. No. It just means that, okay, one box checked. He came back. He did what he was supposed to do against Dallas. I'm worried about the opposite. What if he doesn't do it against Dallas? What if it's a struggle? What if it's more of the same against that defense in that environment? Then we're back to
Ben Jacoby's the starter versus the 49ers.
It's Jacoby Brissett time, right?
I think one more week of Kyler. I think you give him an extra week, and if you lose to Seattle and you're 2-7, and then you go to Jacoby, and we're done, and then you're done with Kyler. That's my opinion. Okay, I'm not saying it, but I would do. You lose to the Cowboys and the offense doesn't shine. Then you go on the road and you lose to Seattle. You come back, you're 2-7. Your season's over. You look at the draft picks. Just go to Jacoby at that point because you know you have to move on from Kyler. You know you have to.
Because you're trying to keep him healthy in the hopes that you can move him in the offseason.
Yeah, you don't want him to get injured. You just want to give yourself a chance to win. I'm trying to save my job if I'm a coach, and I'm not going to count on Kyler. Say, I got to win some games if I'm Jonathan Gannon. And if Kyler doesn't give you the ability to win football games, you're 2-5, and the games have been close and all one-score games. I get it. This Cowboys defense, they've given up 250 points. That's the third most in their history through 8 games.
I don't disagree with you about Kyler. I don't know if that's necessarily what they're going to do or not. Like, we can sit here and say that's what we would do, that's what I would do, that's what we think they should do. They have been so steadfast about starting Kyler upon his return that I don't know what will it take for them to lose their conviction on that. Is it another loss to Dallas? Is it another 2 losses to Dallas and San Francisco? I don't know. And I'm not saying I even know the answer to that question. I'm just kind of asking the question because I would have thought their conviction that Kyler might have been a little bit shaken anyway, just by how the last 2 weeks have gone. It's not. They've been firm about this. I mean, non-negotiable. He's got to be back.
But you're firm until you're not.
Well, but when is that moment? When is that tipping point moment of? And I know what you're saying. You're saying you believe it's 2 weeks from now if they lose both of these games. I'm curious if even that's enough to cost Kyler his job because they have been crazy firm about him still being the starter. We'll see. We'll see how he does.
There's times when owners are very firm about a coach until they're not, and you can be very firm about a quarterback until you're not.
That is very true. Now, because it's a Monday night game, everything gets pushed back a day. So, like Jonathan Gannon usually meets with the media on Monday.
Arizona sports breaking news.
All right, surprise us.
Per Tom Pelissero and The Wire, the Cardinals have released running back Michael Carter.
Oh. Okay. Let me process that for a moment. Okay, so you released Michael Carter. So now
Trey Benson back?
Is Trey Benson back?
They put him on IR after the Seattle game, right? So that was week 4.
Yeah, are we, in terms of time-wise, are we there? Have enough weeks passed for him to be back?
You have to get to 4 weeks before you be eligible to return.
Are we going?
I think that's what it is.
Are we going full Bam Knight, Amari DiMercato, if he's not back?
God, that's a real punishment for a guy that just couldn't hold on to the ball when he crossed the goal. Oh, wait, that wasn't him?
No, that was the other running back. So that's question number 1. Does that mean Trey Benson is on his way back? But number 2, Does that mean a healthy dose of Bam Knight and Amari DiMercato, or is there something I'm missing here? I need to think about this to see if there's something I'm missing here. It feels too soon for Trey Benson to be back. I thought they were talking like that was going to be a 6-week deal.
I'm surprised you don't have Connor, you don't have Benson.
I'm surprised Michael Carter doesn't have a role for you on your team.
He hasn't played well in these games. He did have 18 carries for 51 yards against Tennessee, but that's only 2.8 yards per carry.
Yeah.
7 carries for 11 yards against Green Bay, 1 point. The numbers aren't very good. He's got 35 carries for 97 yards, 2.8 yards per carry. They might just be looking at it and like, you can't help it.
But you still have to find somebody to get those carries, right? You have to find somebody to and okay, Darren Urban answering the question for me. Benson has to miss at least one more game for his stint on IR. So Trey Benson's out at least one more game. So it's not that. It's not
Walter Nolan?
Well, yeah.
But what about the running back?
It's not the same position, I know, but you got to clear a roster spot either way.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Like, who you're clearing a roster spot for? Is somebody coming back? And maybe that means somebody is coming back, but you still have to fill a void at running back. Interesting. But it's not, according to Darren Urban, it is not Trey Benson. He's got at least 1 week to go.
Who is it? They raised Darrenus Johnson, right? They have him as well?
Yeah, I lost track of that a little bit going into the bye week, but there was somebody on the practice squad. We'll have to look to confirm who it is for sure, but I would have thought Michael Carter would have been a useful
35 carries. Maybe they just figured, you know what? It's just he doesn't have it right now.
Yeah, when we come back.
Doesn't have it.
From the high of opening night to the absolute beatdowns the Suns took on Friday and Saturday, is this the new norm? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Allen on the drive, floats one up short. Malawatch is there to throw it down. He picked it up mid-air and then turned and jammed it.
Suns at the Jazz tonight. Pregame at 5, 6 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and may.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the
Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here, just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Happy Sports Equinox Day, everybody. If you don't know, it's the day where the big four major sports are all in action in one day. For us locally, that means we get to watch Phoenix Suns basketball. They're in Salt Lake City facing the Utah Jazz. Jaylen Green remains out. He's recovering from his hamstring strain. Dylan Brooks was listed as questionable last night. He's listed with right groin soreness. That designation has not changed to this point. The Jazz remain without Isaiah Collier and George Niang. Tip-off is at 6. Pre-game coverage starts at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Per the NFL's transaction wire, the Cardinals have released running back Michael Carter. Carter served as one of the team's primary running backs in the absences of James Conner and Trey Benson. And then Game 3 of the World Series takes the stage in Los Angeles. The Dodgers and Toronto Blue Jays are knotted up at a game apiece. First pitch is at 5. Coverage starts at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. Grab your crew, enjoy daily specials, cold beer, and the best sports ambiance in the Valley. 4 Arizona locations for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Suns back in action tonight, closing out the road trip in Utah. How will they look in Game 4? We'll discuss tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, Dan, in the first 3 games, the Suns have given up 71, 72, and 71 points in the first halves of the first 3 games, putting them in a deficit of 17 points, 16 points, and 17 points going into the third quarter.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching here.
Yeah,
on the
listen.
Burns and Gamble Show. That was a rough weekend for the Phoenix Suns.
It was. I mean, listen, we said this after the Sacramento game. Like, we're not, like, painting this picture that, you know, all is right and they're going to go win all these games. They're going to get drubbed. And they did.
Oh, they got drubbed.
They got drubbed. I mean, the Clippers were the first 20-point loss of the season, and then the Nuggets were the second 20-point loss of the season. And one of the things that I'm looking for is a team that's going to play hard and, you know, and fight back. And they did at times. They're just talent-wise. When you don't have Jaylen Green, he's one of your starters. And then for the Nuggets game, as we told everybody last week, it was very unlikely they were going to play Mark Williams in back-to-backs. So now 2 of your, you know, what should be your starting players are not playing against the Denver Nuggets, and you know you get drubbed in that game. It was tough. Now, you know, if there's good news, like Fleming got 9 minutes against the Clippers, and Malawach got 5, and Malawich got his first basket against the Nuggets on a dunk from Grayson Allen. So, you know, you get a little bit of time for these guys, but they're just talent-wise. They don't match up with a lot of these teams.
No,
they don't.
No, and they're just and defensively. I mean, that's why I led with the first half defense in these 3 games. Defensively, they're just there's no real identity. I wouldn't even know how to define the Phoenix Suns defensively right now. I mean,
Clippers were up by 30. They had 72 at the half.
Yeah.
And then at one point, they were up by 32 points.
Yeah.
Like, oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah. That one was just a nighty-night. At least the Denver game. And it wasn't as pronounced as it was against Sacramento.
Right.
But at least in the Denver game, there were a couple of pushes. There was a little push midway through the third quarter that I think cut it to 10 or 11. And then Denver immediately got it back to 20. Then there was that little push after the O'Neal 3. in the fourth quarter that got it down to like 9. And then Booker got the technical, and before you knew it, it was right back to 16 or 17, and that was the game. And it's just, there really is, like, defensively, I understand they're trying to play with a greater effort, and I understand that when you're playing the Clippers in Denver, they just have so much offensive talent, it's hard to account for it all. Offensively, they just don't have a whole lot to bring to the table. Like, we were giving Dylan Brooks a hard time for all those shots that he was taking in the opener against
Sacramento. Like, you have to take the shots.
Who else is supposed to take them on this
he
team,
took 18
right?
in that Nuggets
you
game.
just don't have a lot of guys. And Devin Booker is, I think, caught in the middle of trying to be, am I the playmaker or am I the only scorer we have, and which role do I need to play on this team?
I think you're exactly right. I think you're exactly right.
He's stuck right in the middle of those two things. Literally, there were moments in, I'm getting him confused now, whether it was the Denver game or the Clipper game, the moments where all of his turnovers in the Denver game, all of his turnovers, he's going up midair. He didn't know what to do with the ball. Like, he hasn't decided what he's going to do with the ball.
He had 8 turnovers against Denver.
And a lot of them is just him going up without a firm plan of what he's going to do before he comes down. I think he's stuck in the middle of, does this team need me to play make, or does this team need me to push it and score as often as I can, because we just don't have a lot of scores right now.
Yeah, I was surprised in the Clippers game. He only took 10 shots in the Clippers game. It's like, okay, they're going to blitz you. They're going to trap you. You're going to be double-teamed. A lot of the great players are double-teamed. So, that's going to happen. But you're right. I think at this point you are looking for, okay, if Booker's not going to take a lot of shots, is it going to be Brooks? I mean, can you get other guys involved? Mark Williams only played 14 minutes in that game. He only played 14 minutes. I thought that could be a matchup for them if they run up and down the court. But the Clippers, 12-0 run in the second quarter. They had a 12-0 run in the third quarter. These big runs that the Suns are giving up. They didn't have an answer for Harden in that game. Kawhi with Derrick Jones Jr. was terrific in that game. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you can say, okay, the Suns are getting more shots. They had 14 more shots, and they still got waxed.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're getting more shots. Okay, great. Getting these offensive rebounds, great. But if you don't make your shots and you're not efficient with those shots, then this is what's going to happen.
So far, you mentioned in some of those games, so far 3 games in, the Suns have gotten off 19 more shot attempts than their opponents combined.
Yeah.
But when you're bottom 10 in field goal percentage and you're bottom 10 in 3-point percentage, I don't want to say so what, but it doesn't matter. It matters a little bit, but it doesn't matter that much. If, to your point, you're not shooting the ball efficiently, they're getting clobbered at the free throw line.
They're not getting to the free throw line.
They're just not getting there. Devin Booker's the only one
but
who's
Green
getting to
will
the
help
line.
because Green plays downhill. Jaylen Green goes. This is one of the things I like about Jaylen Green is he's different than Book. He's not as efficient as Book, but he is like an elite level scorer. He's just streaky, but he can get to the free throw line. It'll be nice when they get him back.
And presumably the equation will change a little bit, to your point, when he does get back to help. And that's just where not having him in the preseason has hurt them, right? Like we talked about it in the moment. Like, okay, he's not going to miss that much time. But you are missing out on valuable reps where the two of them can work together and kind of figure out each other's game, because when he does come back, whenever it is, there's going to be that kind of inevitable sort of awkward acclimation period between the two of them. I guess defensively, that's where it's disappointing, because that was supposed to be the watch how much effort we play with and watch what we do and watch it how different it's going to be. And you give up 70 points in the first half in back-to-back games. You can sit there and say it looks better and it doesn't feel as bad, and you can tell they're trying, but that's the discouraging part. They're trying way harder than last year's team ever did, and they're still giving up 70 points every half.
Yeah.
It's still not even close to good enough.
They can't afford, from a talent level, until some of these guys develop, these younger players develop, they can't afford to have Jaylen Green out and Mark Williams out. No Jaylen Green, no Mark Williams in a game. It's like and
Dylan Brooks is questionable
for tonight's game.
They can't really afford to have him not out there either.
Yep.
Even though you're just playing the Utah Jazz, who were 1-1 to start the season.
My guess is the Jazz will not go for 70 in the first half tonight. That's my bold prediction. That's my bold prediction, is the Jazz will not go for 70 tonight.
If they do, it's going to be kind of like if Kyler and the Cardinals offense don't torch the Dallas defense.
Pizza on me for Friday if they do.
Can you make it Thursday? I'm not here on Friday.
I can make it Thursday.
Can you make it Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I want pizza.
Okay.
If
They go for 70. Lunch on me.
Devin Booker, after the Denver game, about needing to take care of the ball better.
I just need to start playing off one foot in the paint, get the 2 feet and make the read. Just careless with the ball. This could be more shot attempts. Still gauging it out, still learning our spacing, and just developing that chemistry I was just talking about.
And let's be fair to Devin here too. All right, this is gonna be a learning process for him. This is going to be an acclimate for the last 2 years. He has shared the floor. Say what you want about Kevin Durant and all of his high maintenance stuff. You've shared the floor with one of the most pristine offensive players in the history of the NBA. You're without that guy now. You're without Bradley Beal, and it's all on you. The whole thing rises and falls on whether Devin Booker can be elite. And so you gotta. I'm not saying that he's gonna reestablish himself as one of the true elite players in the NBA. But you got to give him time. You can't render judgment after 3 games. This is going to be a process for him and them, but him in particular, trying to figure out: am I making the smart basketball play every time down? Am I really going to trust Ryan Dunn in the corner every single time? Am I really going to trust Dylan Brooks to take all those 3-pointers, or do I need to take it upon myself to take some bad shots every now and then, because I am our best option at almost all times.
And you could get to the free throw line. You're Devin Booker. You're going to get a lot of calls that other guys don't get. So you got to get to the free throw line. But I think it's important for Book to take it upon himself to be more of a scorer, for sure.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, as we're coming up from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, that hardcore focus on special teams in the meeting was not enough for ASU, and it's been a problematic weekend for them in that regard. We'll tell you why next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This is a reminder again at how difficult what ASU is attempting to do is to actually achieve in college athletics. They need now to focus on beating Iowa State in Ames. They need to focus on being a 9-win team. You win 9 games, you don't get to the college football playoff, but it's still a number that shows you're hovering around the elite. They've got to stay grinding. It's just the sad reality of what they're trying to do. It is very difficult to be a winning program in the Big 12 every single week.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Stuart Willis and asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And if you are looking for a financial advisor who's local, who's a fiduciary, who can help you with a retirement plan, a financial plan, a tax plan, I highly recommend getting a free portfolio review from Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. They do a tremendous job, and they have for me in setting me up with my plan. It's imperative that you have a financial advisor that you have a relationship with, that you could talk, because things change, right? I mean, times change. Certain parts of your life when you're raising a lot of kids is a little bit different than when you're home by yourself with your wife or with your husband and the kids are all gone. Like, plans change, things change. Like, that's when you can spend that money on the big vacation and things like that. So it's important. Maybe jobs change. Maybe you changed houses. You downsized from one house to another. It's important that your financial advisor is on top of all of these changes in your life. That's why I recommend having one that you can actually reach and get in contact with. Call them at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-691-6641. That's 602-691-6641. 602-691-6641.
At Fry's, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. Fry's shoppers never compromise. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Right now, you can save on large avocados. They're perfect in so many dishes and are just 99 cents each with your card. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Santan Ford.
All right, we got Lauren here with the poll question. I believe it's ASU themed. There are multiple reports, including one from our own Tyler Drake, that according to the transaction wire, the Cardinals have also released cornerback Darren Hall. So they've released running back Michael Carter and corner Darren Hall. And internally here on the Burns and Gambo show, we're speculating the return of Walter Nolan and Garrett Williams. It's just speculation. We don't know.
I think this has to do with, okay, let's take a real look at some guys who are not performing well and not living up to what, and then making some changes.
But you've got, I mean, you're trying to clear
some changes.
Spots on the 53. And you're trying to, if you've got guys returning, so you're trying to look through it. And I just spent a minute trying to look through the injured players and okay, who's close? Walter Nolan could be close. Garrett Williams could be close. B.J. Ojulari, I have no idea. No idea what his status is. I haven't known what his status is for a year and a half.
Who? B.J. who?
Exactly. But those two guys, Nolan in particular, but Garrett Williams too, maybe. I don't know. That's speculation. It's not rooted in any reporting or facts or anything like that. It's just kind of trying to put two and two together. Lauren is here. She got a poll question for us. Are you asking us to put two and two together on the poll question?
No.
Okay, good.
No. You were right about the ASU.
It's
element
ASU?
of it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Hit me.
What is the Sun Devils' biggest problem right now? Is it the health of their top players, their red zone offense, or their special teams?
Oh, boy. I'm going to go special teams. That's a good one. But I'm going to go special teams. It's so bad.
The health of their top players. Sam Levitt was, he left, he came back. He wasn't right when he came back. Had to leave again. Who knows if he's going to be back this week. It's close. And we're going to talk about special teams in a minute. Put me down for the health of their players.
Health of their players is leading the way with 66% of the vote, 20% going with their red zone offense, and 14% going with their special teams.
That's the poll question.
Only 14% special teams. Wow,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's, you could make an argument that their special teams, if you're looking for one singular unit that cost them in that game on Saturday night, you could make an argument at special teams. Now, their offense wasn't doing them any favors either, but when you miss 2 field goals, when you have all those penalties on the return yardage, your special teams, you're punting, you weren't able to flip field position yet again. And I remember I walked out of Mountain America Stadium, not knowing what was going to happen with Charlie Ragle, their special teams coordinator, longtime assistant with Kenny Dillingham. But I thought to myself, the special teams coach of ASU might be in a little bit of trouble.
I had a lot of social media was kind of reacting at that too. Like, you got to get rid of the special teams coach.
Yeah.
Because it was just that bad.
He took a leave of absence from the team. He's neither been fired nor has he quit. He's taken a medical leave of absence. Here's Kenny Dillingham. Long answer, but kind of talking about his special teams coordinator and him leaving.
Yeah, nothing about that other than like, hey, how you doing? You doing well? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? You know, just casual, what you always do for a friend, mentor, stuff like that, checking on them. And in terms of how we're going to move forward, you know, Jack Nudo is going to kind of take the lead there. I'm going to be involved. I was way more involved, you know, last week just because that's my role as I kind of float around. From that perspective. And then Coach Waz, who has experience being a special teams coordinator in the past, is also going to be very, very involved in the special teams underneath Jack. So I think we have a team together to go, you know, replace him.
But Gambo, this was one of those rare occasions where, and we talked about this last week, ASU had been very good this year at taking something that was broken and kind of fixing it.
Not this time.
Not this week.
No, well, first of all, Gomez misses the 2 field goals. They weren't even close. One from 31 yards, one from 42. I know there's a bad snap on, I think, the first one, but still. And then the kid Zachariah Sample, fair catching a punt at the 10-yard line instead of letting it go in the end zone.
I'm so glad you reminded me of that one.
Like,
I forgot all about that.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
You're at the 10-yard line. If the ball's over your head, you have to let it bounce.
If you feel yourself backing up even 2
you
or
have
3
to let
steps,
it
just
bounce.
let it go.
Because now all of a sudden, instead of a touchback, you know, you've got to start the ball at the 5-yard line. That's a terrible. And then 3 times ASU had penalties from the kick returning unit. There was a hold on one return. ASU then had to start at their 18-yard line. There was a block in the back on another. They had to start at their 9. And there was a holding to start the second half, move the ball back to the ASU 10. I mean, 12 penalties overall. There was a targeting play on Miles Rouser. But those penalties on special teams, I mean, it's a field position battle is just – you know, you start at your 10, you go 3 and out. Guess what? They're basically in field goal range.
Yeah.
You're kicking from your end zone. They're getting the ball somewhere around midfield. Like it's death. It's death. You can't do it. You can't have those penalties. You can't fair catch a ball at the 5-yard line. You got to let it bounce. It's just it's football IQ. It's just smart decisions are not being made from the special teams unit.
Kenny Dillingham today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, penalties are, you know. We're in chase mode too many times. We're giving officials opportunities to throw flags. And that's how I looked at it with our guys. Whether I agree, disagree, that's irrelevant. If we get in chase mode too many times, you know, we're opening ourselves up. So we're going to really focus on not being in chase mode this week, improving that aspect. You know, obviously we got to punt, kick, snap, all the details of special teams we got to improve on. But, you know, first kickoff, we go down, pin them inside the 25. Unfortunately, we didn't have another kickoff to the fourth quarter, pinned them inside the 25. Third kickoff, out of bounds. So there was an improvement there. You could see it, you know, by the cover units. Punt was better, right? No massive punts given up. We covered pretty well. We put them inside the 15 a few times, so that was a positive. You know,
But then the penalties piling up as well, and I know the fans. I listened to the post-game show driving home. God bless Jeff Munn and his crew for taking those questions and comments. Did you hear any of it driving? I mean,
I was with Jeff in the press box. I sat in the press box for the game, and it was just an ugly game. But yeah, and fans are very upset because you know you want to come. This is a hard thing to say, but you want to come to expect your team to be good every year, and then when they don't, and you're disappointing, you're let down. That's actually a good thing. That's passion. That's caring. It's a lot better than being mediocre every year. So I think you got to embrace that. As much as it may suck to take all these calls because people are down on this or down on that, it's because that ASU set the bar high. They set the bar high with incredible expectations after what they did last year. So people are expecting them to come back and be good again.
They are. And they were upset with on more than one occasion, a caller would call up on the postgame show with this NBA referee scandal still in the back of everybody's mind. And credit to Jeff and his crew for shutting that talk down like right away. Like, we're not going there. We're not doing that. We're not talking about some conspiracy or anything. We're not doing that. But everybody was just hypersensitive to the flags. The Miles Rouser offside, which eliminated the fumble, led to a touchdown. The illegal shift, which Kenny himself admitted after the game. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a ticky-tack interpretation of the foul, but we did it. I mean, we did it.
Yeah, the Rouser offsides was terrible.
It was, but the illegal shift taking away the touchdown and then the missed field goal right after that. The two missed field.
But they weren't even close.
No.
Those field goals weren't even close.
And look,
like, oh my goodness,
we have done nothing but praise Jesus Gomez all year long. Thank
now
God
he's
they
missed
have a
like
kicker. 5 of his last 13.
He's
missed 5 of his after making 9 of his first 13.
Okay, so 5 out of 13. That's a kicking problem. Like, that's not a I trust you. That's not a I have all the trust in the world in Jesus Gomez to co-kick. I don't anymore. You've made 8 and you've missed 5. My trust in you's waned. I don't have the same trust.
Coming up next from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. So ASU is vulnerable, the most vulnerable they've been all year. So now what do? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about Pro Smile Dental. I was in Pro Smile just the other day, and I am amazed at their ability to a whole new smile in 2 weeks, a whole new smile with veneers. You can get a temporary smile the same day. You don't like your smile? You hate the way you look in photos and videos and social media. You don't smile. You're always hiding your smile with your hand, laughing, and just hiding your smile because your teeth are just not the way you want them to be. Pro Smile Dental, oh, they could fix it. Nobody does it better. From the all-on-4 implants to cosmetic veneers, if you are ready for a smile makeover, Pro Smile is the right choice. One of the reasons people love Pro Smile, very simple. All the work is done right there with surgeons, oral surgeons, not general dentists. And I'm telling you, a lot of these companies use general dentists, not oral surgeons. But everything is in-house right there. The implant center, the lab, the mills, the technicians, the anesthesiologists, all right there. Your entire smile designed on-site, not shipped out to 4 different places where mistakes can be made. The other thing people love is the financing. Great financing. You can go up to 10 years financing so you could have your new smile. But again, veneers, 2 weeks. From start to finish, you'll have your new smile in 2 weeks. Text PRO to 620-620. I'll get you all the info. That's text PRO to 620-620.
When you give a diamond, it's not just jewelry, it's a promise. I've helped people find engagement rings that start a lifetime together, anniversary gifts that reignite the spark, and holiday surprises that bring real tears of joy. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we make sure every piece tells a story, your story. I'm Diamond Dave. Come see me, and let's create that memory that lasts forever.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season, so give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Happy Sports Equinox Day, everybody. It's the day where the big four major sports are all in action. For us locally, we've got an NBA team in action, Phoenix Suns, on the docket. They're in Salt Lake City to taking on the Utah Jazz tonight. Jaylen Green remains out. He's recovering from his hamstring strain. Dylan Brooks also listed as questionable with right groin soreness. The Jazz will be without Isaiah Collier and George Niang. Tip-off is at 6. Pre-game coverage starts at 5 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Per the NFL's transaction wire, the Cardinals made a couple of moves today. They released cornerback Darren Hall and running back Michael Carter. Carter served as one of the team's primary backs in the absences of James Conner and Trey Benson. And Game 3 of the World Series takes the stage in Los Angeles. The Dodgers and Toronto Blue Jays are knotted up at a game apiece. First pitch is at 5. Coverage will start at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Will Kyler Murray be back at shotgun when the Cardinals take on the Cowboys next Monday night? We'll get into it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back here on the Burns and Gambo show on this Monday afternoon. Not a great Monday afternoon. Suns lose both games. They're back in action tonight against Utah Jazz. ASU now officially needing a whole lot of help in the Big 12. Whole lot of help in the Big 12. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Our colleague Doug Howler over at The Athletic writing about this loss to Houston on Saturday. Talking about how vulnerable ASU has become. Quote, truth is, Arizona State has wobbled for much of this season. Despite returning 4 starters on the offensive line, the Sun Devils have struggled with protection. Despite having an elite quarterback in Sam Leavitt, they are terrible in the red zone. Making matters worse, another hurdle or injury seems to surface every single week. Had the Sun Devils had Jordan Tyson, they might have survived their mistakes. Without him, they had little chance.
Yeah, they're not the same. There's something that's not clicked this year with ASU. It just hasn't clicked. And, you know, they're very close. They're very good at winning close football games. That's one of the things that Kenny takes a lot of pride in, winning close games. But, you know, as many close games as they won last year, you kind of think that, okay, you just wonder if the tide's going to turn at some point and, you know, you lose a close game. Now, the Houston game wasn't close at all until the final score showed it was close, but it really wasn't a close game at all because they were getting waxed by Houston 24-0. I mean, you can point to, I don't know if Cam Skattaboe, by the way, what a tough loss for Cam Skattaboe. Oh my God.
Our thoughts are with them.
Just terrible.
They classified that as emergency surgery, by the way. I didn't realize that until I read a report about it today. Like that was considered an emergency situation when he went into surgery to fix his dislocated.
Yeah,
I watched it once. I was like, oh
yeah.
God.
Somebody sent me a photo of it. I'm like, yeah, please don't.
Yeah,
I can't look at that.
Not good. We wish him the very best.
So
obviously.
you thought with Kanye Udo and Raleek Brown and the Brown and Brown guys that you'd have a good running attack. I wasn't so worried about that. Tyson was coming back. Remember, he missed the Iowa State game. He missed the Peach Bowl against Texas. You're like, okay, you got the best receiver. Sam's back. He's going to be better. Offensive line is back. Defense is loaded. What happened? What happened is that this conference is just good. Not only these games are hard. Like Mississippi State's not a bad football team. Then Mississippi State's not bad. They almost had a big upset. Was it this weekend, Mississippi State?
I did not see.
I gotta look it up.
Against Texas, right?
Against Texas.
Yeah, that was this past week.
Didn't they just give up two touchdowns at the end of the game? Like Mississippi State's not bad. Like they're not a bad football team. They had won 4 in a row. Then they lost to Tennessee by 7. They got waxed by A&M, but they lost to Florida by 2, and they were beating Texas, and they lost by a touchdown at the end. They gave up 2 touchdowns. So Mississippi State's not bad. That was one of those close games that Arizona State lost. They lost by 4. This game ended up being close. They lost this game. Just certain things are just not going their way. So what I think it is, in more than anything, I think it really is special teams. I think special teams has been a disaster for them. I think if they didn't have the problems on special teams, they wouldn't be in the situation they're in right now. I don't blame not having Skattaboe. I don't blame the offensive line. I don't blame the defense. I really blame it on special teams. You can't have these possessions starting inside your 10 all the time because you're constantly having penalties on a punt return or a kickoff return. You can't have that. You can't miss the amount of field goals. You can't have the 2 punts. Look, they almost lost the damn game to Texas Tech because their punter gave them incredible field position because they couldn't punt the ball.
Right.
I kind of think that one thing is wearing them down.
I respect your opinion, of course, and I'm certainly not going to sit here and say special teams doesn't have something to do with it. I just, in a moment like this, Gambo, honestly, I really do go the simplest explanation tends to be the truest. And I think the simplest explanation is that in not having Cam Skattaboe, they just don't have that one guy who can do that amazing thing when amazing things need to be done. And we had hoped that Sam Levitt could be the guy who could do amazing things when amazing things need to be done. And against Texas Tech, he was. He was that guy. Jordan Tyson was that guy in that moment. But it hasn't happened enough. And more often than not this season, like it kind of, in a way, in retrospect, it's easy to say this now. But you see them fall behind against Mississippi State and have to rally and lose. You see them fall behind against TCU and have to rally. You see them constantly playing catch-up all the time, right? Like we're just behind and we got to work so hard to get ourselves out of this hole. Sam has just not been consistently elite enough to make up for the fact that you lost an elite player in Cam Skattaboe from a year ago who just was able to fill the margins with a kind of greatness that they just haven't been able to achieve so far this year. That, to me, is the simplest explanation for why. You can look at the stats and say, from a running perspective, they've been able to fill the void mostly statistically. But there was something beyond stats with Cam Skattaboe. He ripped into your chest and stole your soul and showed it to you. Like, you cannot stop me. You will not stop me. ASU doesn't have that guy. Not consistent. Jordan Tyson, every now and then. Sam Levitt, every now and then. They lost that guy in Cam Skattaboe, and they just haven't been able to replace it. That, to me, is the simplest explanation for why this year is different. I don't know if anybody buys it or not, but that's, I think that's the easiest way to play it.
They were down 17-0 to Mississippi State.
Yeah.
And had to fight back to get back into the game.
And not because of Sam Levitt necessarily, because of a run game that got them back in the fold. I'm not saying Sam's not great. He reestablished himself a week ago as a very good quarterback for what he did against Texas Tech in the moment that needed him to be great. I think if they have a Cam Skattaboe type, I think they beat Houston on a Saturday evening at Mountain America Stadium. Maybe I'm wrong.
You might be right.
Or if they have a healthy Jordan Tyson, I think they beat Houston.
But then I could make the
Saturday.
argument too that if Gomez just hits the 2 field goals, and they stop taking all the penalties that have them play inside their 10-yard line,
absolutely make.
And
that
you don't
argument.
feel you don't feel the punt at the 5-yard line. You let it go in the end zone. Like I can make the argument that you could win the game if your special teams is just fixed.
To Tug's point. And this is ultimately, I think, the point of what he's writing. This whole season has just kind of felt like on the edge, hasn't it? Whether it's Baylor, whether it's TCU, whether it's Mississippi State, whether it's even Texas Tech. I mean, it feels like just a play here or a play there, everything. And maybe last year was the same way. And again, that's where something as significant as special teams shows up. That's where something as significant as Cam Skattaboe shows up. You know, maybe what I don't buy, what I really don't, is the idea that everybody was gunning for them and the pressure of that, they just kind of crumbled under that. I have a hard time believing that. I don't think that's what's happened this year to ASU. You know, like
the only game that they really like, I mean, the Utah game was the only game that like you just got clobbered.
Yeah.
You didn't have your quarterback. I think in some ways they sacrificed that game. But like to beat Texas Tech, the way they beat Texas Tech, like that's a good football team. Like it's there, it's in them. There's a good football team, but something's holding them back. And maybe it's not having Cam Skattaboe, or maybe it is special teams. But look, you take out the Northern Arizona and the Texas State games because those games you're supposed to win big. Mississippi State 1-score game. Baylor 1-score game. TCU 1-score game. Texas Tech 1-score game. Houston 1-score game. you can't always expect the one-score games to go your way.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just don't.
Kenny, after this was actually from today when he met with the media on how the team is feeling after this loss.
Yeah, I mean, you don't feel good, that's for sure. But like I told them, if you can't respond, right, you're going to struggle regardless of what you do in life. Like, you've got to be able to flush something, good or bad, and get back to it. And it's way harder to flush something in today's day and age than it used to be, right? So you got to be able to flush it and move on. It goes back to that reality show comparison. It's like you can't get lost in it. How do you get better? You go back to work. Simple.
And as Kenny pointed out on Saturday night after the game, we have the exact same record after 5 conference games as we did a year ago. And he's not wrong. I looked it up, and it's remarkable how actually in some ways similar the standings are to a year ago. And we'll get into this specifically a little bit later. Again, the big difference is last year, the 2 teams that were at the top of the conference a year ago were K-State and BYU, and ASU had games scheduled against both of them last year, which gave them a direct opportunity to climb specifically against the teams in front of them. They do not have that this year. They do not.
But I think they were also starting to play a little bit better. They were 5. Would you say 5-2, right?
They were
because they were 5-1. They had beat Utah, and then they lost to Cincinnati to be 5-2.
And they didn't lose the rest of the way.
But they lost to Cincinnati with their backup quarterback after they had just had a huge emotional win over Utah.
And they didn't lose after that. They won. They basically won out until they got to the Peach Bowl. Join Wolf and Luke next Monday, Backyard Desert Ridge. From 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., your pregame for Cardinals Cowboys on Monday night. Stop by for your chance to win Cardinals tickets and Innings Festival tickets. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details. Did the Arizona Cardinals make the most of their bye week, and can they make the most out of this week before Monday night? We'll talk a little Cardinals football next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Oso crosses over on Jokic to the rim and lay it in with the left hand. Nice move by Oso Iguodala.
Suns at the Jazz tonight. Pregame at 5, 6 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Let's take advantage of these great lease deals going on at Sanderson Ford. It runs out this week. This is the last week to take advantage of these Bronco lease deals that are just blowing up right now at Sanderson Ford. They're so good. People that like to lease and not own because you just want to be able to get into a new car every 2 to 3 years, they have some great deals at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, online at sandersonford.com. Here's your deals. You can lease a brand new 2025 Bronco Big Ben for only $399 a month for 36 months. You can lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big for just $299 a month for 36 months. And you're saying, okay, I got to put a lot of money down. No, not really. The Bronco offer requires just $1,810 down, and the Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. This offer expires on October 31st, so we're running out of time. If you want to take advantage of the great lease deal, head on over to Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online at sandersonford.com.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at progressive.com.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, at Total Wine & More, you'll love what you find this Halloween.
Me thirsty.
Oh, hey, Frankenstein. Did you enjoy that Cabernet?
Oh, good. Want margarita?
Well, all the villagers are raving about this tequila.
Ooh.
And we have it at the lowest price in town.
Economical.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call
Call 1-877-CARS-for-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877-CARS-for-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Thursday, October 30th at Dirty Blonde in Chandler, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks need pitching help, so who are the free agent starters available? The Cardinals' climb back into the playoff picture is steep, and Kenny Dillingham calls mentions in LSU and Penn State coaching searches, quote, useless. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Welcome back, Burns and Gambo. Welcome back to our audience in Gilbert, my adopted hometown. A lot of friends, family living out in Gilbert. We thank you for joining us here on this Monday. The Arizona Cardinals, a week from right now, will be in the Big D, getting ready to take on the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football with 10 games to go. With this regular season, 2-5. We all know the playoff odds. They're not great. They're not great at all. And with a lot of things to figure out on this football team. And, how Jonathan Gannon will, he'll meet with the media tomorrow. Not that he's going to give everybody a lot on what the plans are. I doubt that he would. But all eyes will be on the Cardinals on Monday night. Not necessarily to see if they can get back in this thing. I think that's not really the focus right now, Gambo. I think the focus is fixing the things that are broken for the Cardinals. And where do they prioritize those things? Because there are a lot of things that are broken for the Cardinals right now.
Yeah, I had said to you, I think, to me, a lot of it was the blitzing and everything. But, if you look at the issues, Teo Mackey did a thing in the Arizona Republic, and he went through a lot of them. And he talked about the run game struggling. Well, they just released Michael Carter today, who wasn't doing very well for them. James Conner is out. You've got at least another week with Trey Benson out. So can you fix the running game issues right now? Can you fix those? Because they haven't run the ball that efficiently. Last year, they were really good at running the football. We thought that this team was going to be built upon their ability to run the football, play good defense, and have Kyler not make a lot of mistakes. But this year, not the same. They're just 16th in yards per carry, 21st in rushing success rate. They've rushed for 5.5 yards per attempt in only one game this season. So they just haven't been able to run the ball that effectively, and that allows the defenses to really just stop the pass play.
Cardinals radio analyst A.Q. Shipley was on Bickley and Murata. He talked specifically today about needing to fix the run game.
Yeah, 1,000%. I think the biggest thing that they need to do is figure out what worked last year, get back to doing that. And I know there's some things that have been done differently on defense this year amongst the league that have kept rushing yards down a little bit. But we still got to find a way to get to that 100-yard threshold. We have to find a way to get the running game going, because that will open everything else up. If you look at the Indianapolis Colts, Jonathan Taylor, maybe the last couple of years hasn't been the Jonathan Taylor we're seeing now. All of a sudden, he's back to Jonathan Taylor. And guess what else? It makes Daniel Jones' job a heck of a lot easier.
Among the other things that Teo mentioned in his story, and you talked about Michael Carter getting let go, Darren Hall also got let go for what it's worth, the corner. So that's now 2 empty spots on the 53-man roster, which has just ramped up a ton of speculation about who the Cardinals might be
holding those spots for? Is it Walter Nolan? Is it Garrett Williams? Is it somebody else who's injured who might be on their way back? Of all the things, though, that Teo mentioned in his story, and I think this won't surprise anybody who's listened to our show, the fourth quarter defense was something that he's mentioned, and it's imperative that they figure out why a defense that plays great from quarters 1 through 3 gives up everything all the time in quarter 4.
We just can't. Yeah, it's something that is just, it boggles the mind. They've got a fourth quarter problem. They've been outscored 76-33 in the fourth quarter. And, you know, you just look at the drives that the defense has given up at the end of these games. 10 plays, 63 yards, walk-off field goal. 4 plays, 26 yards, walk-off field goal. 11 plays, 77 yards, walk-off field goal. 9 plays, 66 yards, game-winning touchdown. 10 plays, 48 yards, game-winning touchdown. 6.4 yards per play. It's like all of a sudden you play good defense for 3 quarters and you forget to play in the fourth quarter. I mean, the Packers converted that 3rd and 8 on the final drive on the pass to Kraft, and then, you know, Love hitting Kraft for 15 yards in that game against it's just time and time again, they give themselves a chance to win, and then the defense just folds in the fourth quarter of these football games.
Yeah, and on some of those, some of the early ones that you mentioned, I'll buy that the offense just did not do their part and did not do their job. And you could even argue they didn't do their part and didn't do their job when Jacoby Brissett was the quarterback. And you look at, you know, they had a 1st and goal or a 1st and something, a 1st and 10 around the 11-yard line against the Colts. They couldn't get it done then, you know, putting the pressure on the defense. They did the same thing against the Titans where they had a situation to score like they did. I mean, like there have been plenty of moments where the Packers, they had a chance to score late. They weren't able to do it. The 2nd and 9 that Brissett missed, the 4th down, you know, and the decision to go for it and the call you didn't like and not punting, things like that. You can make an argument that the offense has not done their share. But every single loss this year, the Cardinals defense has had a chance to step up and make a play in the fourth quarter, and they've been unable to do so. The other thing, and this one is maybe in my mind second to the fourth quarter defense, your playmakers need to step up, and specifically Marvin Harrison Jr. I know Kyler's going to be under a ton of scrutiny these last 10 games. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be under a ton of scrutiny these last 10 games, right?
I mean, I think so. Look, I like the way Jacoby Brissett was able to get Zay Jones involved and Michael Wilson involved. Like, I did like that. I mean, I think he's been better than Kyler in getting other guys involved and finding a way to get. But Marvin Harrison Jr., it's like, okay, it's just like, what were there, 2 catches in that last game? And it were good plays, 1 for 22 yards, 1 for 35 yards on that deep corner route. But they're just not getting the ball to him enough, right? You want to get the ball to your best players. Yep. And I still believe that he is one of their best players, but they haven't been able to go to him consistently the way they need to. Good on Brissett for kind of moving the ball around, getting other guys involved. They need that. I truly believe they need that. But you also want to establish Marvin Harrison Jr. as a problem, because what happens is this defensive coordinator has a guy that's capable of big games. They're going to put a lot of their coverage over to him. You're going to have a safety over the top. You're going to make sure, and that's going to open up for everybody else. Mm-hmm. And that's not happening right now because nobody's afraid of Marvin Harrison Jr.
No, and it's gotten, and as Teo points out in his story, it's certainly gotten better the last couple of weeks, but I think we can all agree that he's just not to the level that you expected him when you drafted him 4th overall in the draft a year and a half ago. And this one is an issue beyond just winning football games. And by that, I mean, this in some ways is a Monty Ford issue. You know, like this is hey, you've got these 4 first-round picks in the 3 years that you've been here. Okay, we'll give you that Paris Johnson Jr. has turned out to be really good. He obviously is. We'll give you that Walter Nolan has been hurt, so it's very hard to judge him because he hasn't played a lick since you drafted him. But the other 2 guys you drafted a year ago have just not made even close to the impact that you would expect a first rounder to make, right? And so if this is going to work the way, and this is stating the obvious here, but if this is going to work the way you need it to work, you have to hit on these first round picks, right? Like, and you have to hit on them better than you hit on Marvin Harrison Jr. and Darius Robinson. And again, I know I'm stating the obvious, but sometimes the obvious needs to be stated. It just hasn't been good enough.
Well, if you have 3 drafts and you don't and you have like 3 impact players out of those drafts, it really. Look, I always say this. The reason the Cardinals went to the Super Bowl, And you can say all you want about they finally got Kurt Warner, and obviously Kurt was crucial in them going to the Super Bowl. But it was 3 drafts in a row that brought in Bolden, Fitzgerald, Dockett, Dansby, Roll. I mean, it was incredible drafts. It was 3 drafts in a row where they got impact players. And like, oh, that's how you win. Monty knows you have to do it through the draft. Monty wants to do it through the draft. It's tough for Monty because some of these guys, good players, have been injured, and we haven't had a chance to really see them play, so I feel bad on that. But that if you don't hit on those drafts, it just pushes it back because you're not going to do it through free agency, and you're not going to do it through trades.
No, you're not. The lack of a 4-man rush was also mentioned by Teo as something that needs to get better. And he points out in the story the same thing we've been talking about for the last week. The Cardinals just really don't blitz that much, and they're trusting on their front 4 to get home, and their front 4 aren't getting home very often. And unless they're going to up the blitz rate, I mean, again, it's awesome that Calais Campbell has been such a great addition for the Cardinals. He can't be your best player or your second best player on defense. He can't be. Something has gone horribly wrong when a 39-year-old defensive lineman who's probably going to retire at the end of the year has been your second best defensive player for most of the year.
But you also need to bring Walter and Nolan along. You don't want to, you want to make sure he's ready. He didn't have any practices with pads on up until he came back. So you got to do it right. Now, he could be an impact player. They loved him in the draft, and maybe that's one that they hit on.
Yeah.
But they need it. Like, they need to have that.
And that's where these 2 roster moves today, Michael Carter and Darren Hall, both released. 2 roster spots on the 53-man are open, and there's a ton of speculation that it could be one for Walter Nolan and one could be for Garrett Williams. And we don't know. It's just speculation at this point, but a lot of people are kind of talking like I wonder if those 2 guys are ready to come back. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, what about the Suns' effort and the Suns' desire? Is it going to come back? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. And it's on that website, libertygmcaz.com, where you can book the coolest new exclusive service they have at Liberty GMC. Brand new. It's concierge service when it comes to your car. If you're anything like me, you really don't like wasting the time of getting your car serviced, right? It just feels like it's just an interruption that cuts right into your day. At Liberty GMC, this concierge service, they'll come to you, they'll pick up your vehicle, they'll perform the service, they'll return the vehicle to you. If you crave the convenience, if you're a small business owner, if you just don't want to deal with the hassle of getting your car serviced, it's awesome. And all you have to do is schedule online at libertygmcaz.com, where you can also check out the great deals on GMC's SUVs and trucks. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovik Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovik Santan Ford, located in the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-266-3845. Again, that's 800-266-3845. 800-266-3845.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Happy Sports Equinox Day, everybody. For those unfamiliar, it's the day where the big four major sports are all in action. Us locally, we've got the NBA covered. Phoenix Suns basketball on the docket. They're in Salt Lake City taking on the Utah Jazz. As far as injuries go, Jaylen Green remains out. He's recovering from his hamstring strain. Devin Booker is listed as questionable with right groin soreness. The Jazz will be without Isaiah Collier and George Niang. Tip-off is at 6. Pregame coverage starts at 5. It'll all be right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Per the NFL's transaction wire, the Cardinals made a couple of roster moves today. They released defensive back Darren Hall and running back Michael Carter. Carter served as one of the team's primary backs in the absences of James Conner and Trey Benson. And Game 3 of the World Series takes the stage in Los Angeles. The Dodgers and Toronto Blue Jays knotted up at a game apiece. First pitch is at 5. Coverage starts at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more. Only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Luke. What can we realistically expect from ASU the rest of this season? We'll get into that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Yeah, we got to be better. I mean, there's no excuse for that. We're going to have to be better there defensively. This is a defensive-minded group at times. And then we just lose our way. But we're 3 games in. There's a sample size to all this. Right. But yeah, 133, doesn't matter where you're at. That's probably not going to get it done.
Sure not after the, it could have been after either game. I think it's after the Denver game, but I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure which one it is, the Denver game.
Same thing.
Okay. I mean, it could have been after either one at this point, as the defense was just non-existent this weekend for the Phoenix Suns. They have given up, and we mentioned this before as we welcome you back to Burns and Gambo, they've given up 71, 72, and 71 points in the first halves of the first 3 games. And this is where, things get dicey, because it's early, first of all. There's a sample size element to all of this. Like, no one's going to reach any conclusions after 3 games. Secondly, I think we knew it was going to be tough sledding against the better teams in the Western Conference, and certainly the Clippers and the Nuggets are.
We didn't know who the Clippers were after they got clobbered by the Jazz.
No, but there's still a lot of talent on that team.
There's a lot of talent.
A lot of talent on that team.
A lot of talent.
A lot of guys who can shoot, and they shot the ball very well. And the Suns are, it's hard to explain this. I think you just have to kind of watch it. They are playing harder But when you're, I mean, they are. But when you're giving up 70 points, what does that even mean? You're playing harder. You're playing with more desire and more want to and more effort. But I don't even know what that means when you're giving up 70 points in the first half consistently.
I could play hard against Michael Jordan in a game on a one-on-one as hard as I can, but I'm not going to be able to stop him. And right now, as the Suns are playing hard, they're not stopping anybody. These shooting percentages for these other teams is just ridiculous. I mean, they can't get stops. So it's defensively, they just got to figure some things out. They got to be better defensively. So part of being better defensively could be if you're better offensively, but they've done a good job of grabbing offensive rebounds. The other night, they had how many offensive rebounds did they have in the first half? And they just didn't convert them into any. I think they had 10 offensive rebounds in the first half, maybe, and had 4 second chance points off of those. It's just, it's like, okay, we're getting these extra possessions. They know that that's how they're going to win. They're not going to have the talent most nights, so they've got to win by getting extra possessions. But the other thing is you were hopeful that Brooks and Dunn would give you this combination of guys that could be these defensive stalwarts. And we're not there yet. Maybe Malawatch developing into a premier shot blocker could help. And Mark Williams, look, he didn't play a whole lot the second game. He didn't play in the third game. So you got to take your time with him. But if he is able to get into a rhythm and Malawatch is able to play some, and then you've got Brooks and Dunn, because the defense has to improve. It can't play the way it's playing right now.
Yeah, and I think this is where nothing about what's transpired so far this season has surprised me, and I don't think it surprised you either. Most nights, and you said this just a second ago, they just don't have the same level of talent.
No, they'll be out-talented.
Just
doesn't mean they're not
going to
win games because they're going to have to outwork teams to win.
Like even Sacramento. I think Sacramento that night had more talent than the Phoenix Suns did.
And they were without Sabonis and Murray.
And they were still down 2 of their top 5 or 6 players, and I still think they had more talent out there in DeRozan and Levine and other guys. But the Suns were able to use that effort and turn it into the defense they needed in the second half they needed to turn that into a win. Tonight's game against Utah, I think this is one of the few games where you can say, okay, the Suns have equal to, if not greater talent than the team that they're playing tonight, at least equal to. Now, who's playing, who doesn't.
They have 10 guys, 23 and under. The Suns have 7.
Yeah.
The Jazz have 10 players. You go look at their roster, they have 10 guys that are super young. I think 23 or 24 and younger. So they're a really, really young basketball team. This could be a game that you go win. Now, they still got some good talent on that roster, but it's a very, very young roster. Very, very young.
Yeah, I think, and in some ways, I think this just circles back to the way we talked about this team before the opener on Wednesday and the way we talked about this team after the opener on Wednesday, the next day on Thursday. We need to keep the bar really, really low. And maybe for some, the way they played in the second half, I'm not saying you, maybe for some, the way they played in the second half against the Kings prematurely raised the bar a little bit, prematurely made some people think, hey, you know what, boy, that was really good, and maybe they're going to be better than we think.
I think
and
it was
maybe
more
they're going to, they're going to, Gambo's prediction of them winning you know what I mean? That maybe they've got a shot at doing this, and I think what has happened the last couple of games was the reminder that on most nights, and we could just sit down and look at the schedule. On most nights, the other team that they're playing is just going to have more talented basketball players than they are, and that eventually catches up to you.
I think the opening night was a blueprint of how they're going to have to win games. You're going to have to work your ass off. You're going to get down. You got to fight back. I think opening night was just that. It was a blueprint for how they can win basketball games.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I think it's also a blueprint for how some teams they play are going to let them back into basketball games. And I think a perfect example was against Denver on Saturday night. Denver got up big, got up quick, is a 20-point game, and I think what could happen a lot this year is that a lot of teams like Denver are just going to instinctually, naturally take their foot off the pedal a little bit. Hell, the Suns did it all last year, right? Where they just go, hey, man, we're up by 20. We got more talent than they do. We're going to win this basketball game. They ease up. Now it's on the Suns to get back in it when they do, and the Suns kind of did against Denver. They cut it to 10 or 9, and they did that a couple times in the second half against Denver. I think, Gambo, that's going to happen a lot this year for the Suns.
Team's going to let them back in.
Where a team is going to get up big, and they're going to get kind of fat and overconfident and like, all right, we got this.
And the Suns are going to go on a run because the Suns aren't going to quit.
Right, and they're going to slip into cruise mode, and the Suns aren't going to quit. They're going to show that energy and they're going to effort, and then it'll be on them to see if they can catch some of these teams off guard and finish like they did against Sacramento. They couldn't do it against Denver. Denver put Jokic back in, put Aaron Gordon back in, and that was it. It took about 2 minutes, and that game was done the minute they put those guys back in.
Right.
I think that hopefully for the Suns will happen a lot this year. I'm not hoping they're down big, but that these teams do kind of open the door and let them back in possibly.
And look, if you win tonight, you're 2-2. You're 500 team if you win tonight. But you're going to have to do that, right? I think the most important thing is to avoid these long losing streaks. And there's a big stretch coming up that's going to be very tough for them. Really tough stretch. I think, you mentioned it was like 14 games, and it's like the who's who of all the best teams, and that's going to be very difficult.
Yeah.
But I think that's what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to find ways not to have these 5 or 6 game losing streaks, because those are going to wear on a team.
That stretch starts in 3 weeks. And in 3 weeks, and I've mentioned this before, but I'll mention this again. Starting Friday, November 21st, home against Minnesota, home against the Spurs. Holy Victor Wembanyama, by the way. Home against Minnesota, home against the Spurs,
right.
Home against the Rockets, at Sacramento, at Oklahoma City, home against Denver, at the Lakers, at the Rockets, at Minnesota, home against Golden State, at Golden State, home against the Lakers. That is a whole month of elite.
No Rockets?
And then how?
No Rockets in it?
One
game against the Rockets.
1 game against the Rockets.
That should be a gimme. That's terrible. They just lost to Detroit at home. Lost to the Pistons at home. They might go to 0-3 tonight if they lose to Brooklyn.
There ain't going to be no gimmies for the Suns this year.
I know. I was teasing.
There ain't going to be no gimmies. None. And that's the problem too. Tonight against Utah, that's not a gimme. It's not a gimme.
No.
In the past 5 years, we would have looked at that as a gimme, and we would have looked as anything other than a 10-point win as, ooh, what the hell happened against Utah? Why did you only beat them by 7? Or why there's hardly an opponent out there that you can take for.
But if you want to be a team that exceeds expectations, you have to win games against the Jazz. You just do.
Well, 2 of your next 3 are against them.
You got to win games against the Jazz.
So there's that. 2 of your next 3
because there are not a lot of bad teams in the West.
No.
There just are not a lot of bad teams in the West.
Join the excitement at the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. It's presented by Santan Ford. It's happening on November 14th at the Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa. Compete for cash prizes and the legendary Golden Paddle. Proceeds will benefit Operation Santa Claus. Do not miss the epic mascot matchup at noon, featuring fan favorites like Big Red and the Suns Gorilla battling it out on the pickleball court. Text the word pickle to 620-620. Register your team now. That's pickle to 620-620 and secure your spot. What's the latest on Sam Levitt? What's the latest on Jordan Tyson? And are either of those guys going to be available in what turns into a very must-win game this weekend against Iowa State? We'll update you with the latest next on Burns and Gambo.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. May apply.
All of the billboards, all of the ads, just constantly getting inundated with this attorney and this lawyer and that law firm and things like that. And if you've been involved in an accident, you're probably trying to figure out to yourself, which is the one I need to call? I've been injured in an accident. I need help. And trust me when I tell you, having been injured in an accident, you need that help. We went without it, and it was a huge mistake all those years ago. You call Burke Simpson. You call Burke Simpson because as your homework and your research, surely you'll find this out yourself, has over 24 lawyers named in the Best Lawyers in America publication. They have over a dozen lawyers named in the Super Lawyers publication. They're listed as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. And their founder, Michael Berg, is listed as one of the 50 best trial lawyers in the country. Their law firm is stacked with great attorney after great attorney, and it makes the difference. If you're ever in the need, let the best team represent you. Call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at BurkeSimpson.com. Burke Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy place every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Suns at the Jazz tonight. Pregame at 5, 6 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Two different things. So, two different things throughout the game. And, I don't want to comment on the second. The first one was just kind of, a scare, hopefully, based off what we saw. The second one, we got to get more, look into it more. Before I really comment on it.
That was Kenny Dillingham on Saturday night after ASU lost to Houston, not wanting to get into Sam Levitt. So it's two separate injuries. He left in the first quarter and then left later after he re-aggravated a different injury. Either way, he didn't come back in the fourth quarter of that game. Sims finished it out. Now, today, when he met with the media, he did not want to get into specifics about Sam or Jordan Tyson and their availability for the Iowa State game. That'll come later in the week. We'll see. We'll find out what their availability is. I don't know if you have any insight on this particular topic or not, but that is kind of we're in the I don't know phase when it comes to either one of those guys.
When I was at the game, the one thing I was looking on was Prince Dorba because he was going to be a game time decision, and they decided to keep him out. So I would expect that he'll be back because he was close. He was close to being able to play in that game. So I think you'll get Prince Dorba back. I wouldn't be surprised if Tyson doesn't play in the next game, and I would think that Sam will be able to play in the next game. It's just a tweak. We'll see. They had to pull him out of the game and actually made a nice little comeback. So, with Sims, they gave, and actually, kid played good. He played a lot better in this game than he did in the last one. So that was good. So don't have an update now. I think middle of the week we'll probably have more of a one, but I would think Prince Dorba will be back. I still think it's going to be tough to get Tyson back after that injury because it is a hamstring. And then Sam's a tough son of a gun, so if he could play, I think he's going to play.
Kenny specifically mentioned Wednesday as the day where we might have more information about Sam and Jordan and their availability. Clearly, and Kenny talked about this post-game on Saturday night, not having Jordan Tyson out there, it wasn't the only reason they lost that game, but it was a big reason.
I mean, you're losing the number one pick at his position in the college football, so that's obviously, pretty critical for your football team when you're losing, him. Is that an excuse? Heck no. We didn't play good enough to win. Maybe if he played, maybe we have survived not playing good enough to win, but that doesn't mean we played good enough to win. You got to look at the facts, and the facts are we lost the turnover battle. We had too many penalties. We lost field position. We couldn't stop the +1 run game. And those have nothing to do with Jordan. And but, yes, not having Jordan Tyson 100% is going to have an effect in the football game, right? But that's not an excuse to why we lost the football game.
1 for 6 on third downs in the first half.
5 of 15 overall.
They were rudderless out there offensively. They didn't have a home base.
No.
You know what I mean? They didn't have like a whatever their core philosophy was, their very basic approach of how we're going to attack Houston. They didn't have that without Jordan Tyson, right? It just kind of felt like it was they weren't sure what to do offensively out there without him.
No, some of them were just really hard third downs too. But there was a 3rd and 10 incomplete pass, 3rd and 18 after a sack. Like, you're not going to do anything on 3rd and 18 after a sack. You just got to nowhere land right there. So there was like the 1 third down they did convert was a 3rd and 2. A lot easier to convert a 3rd and 2 in that first half. It was a run by Raleek Brown for 11 yards. But they put themselves in some tough situations on some of those third downs. But you're exactly right. I mean, they just weren't. There was a 3rd and 3. They went to Eusebio and it wasn't completed. So, yeah, who do you go to? I mean, Jordan Tyson's your go-to guy. So without him, there was a lot of struggles. Now, McClain stepped up. Malik McClain had his best outing ever, 7 catches, 159 yards. He was terrific on a 4th and 5 with 90 seconds left in the third quarter. He beat his defender and caught a pass for 36 yards. That was a big play. But overall, yes, it was obvious early. They missed Jordan Tyson. They didn't have that go-to guy. When everything got tough and you needed a big play, they didn't have him to go to.
No, and Sam's iffy health status didn't help anything either. I mean, he leaves early in that game. There's uncertainty about whether he's going to come back on a running play where, I was there as a fan. I was pretty close to the play. I was wondering about his head and wondering about a concussion, but that's probably not fair. That's speculative. I don't know. And then the next injury was something different. It was something else, maybe a re-aggravation of whatever it was that he suffered, before the Utah game or whatever the case may be. But even if he's available, okay, let's say for a second that he is available and he's going to gut it out. He's clearly not going to be 100%, right? And he very well might be without his number one target, which, you'd rather have him than not. This is one of those 60% of Sam Levitt's better than 100% of Jeff Sims kind of thing. But you're still dealing with 60% of Sam Levitt or 70%, whatever it's going to end up being. And that puts you at a supreme disadvantage in this game.
I think one more loss, and then you start to say, okay, we cannot.
You can't survive one more loss.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But if you do have one more loss, then it's like, you know what? We're not going to force these guys. You're trying to rush some guys back because you still have a chance at trying to get to the Big 12 championship.
I see what you're saying.
You lose to Iowa State, then the rest of the game, Sam's not 100%, you're not playing. You're not healthy, you're not playing. I'm not going to force you out there. I know Sam didn't look right, but there was that one play, and I thought it was an incomplete pass, but he was just running, and he just kind of lost it. Then he chased it for 10 yards. He just kind of
one that which I thought was a horrible
It was
call.
a fumble.
I thought it was
a fumble. I thought it was an incomplete pass.
I thought his arm was moving forward.
Right.
It just
And
slipped out of his hands.
incomplete. But then he chased it. Like, I was like, maybe he shouldn't have chased it. You know, they would have said, okay, it's an incomplete pass. But he chased it, making it look like he lost the ball. They reviewed it. They said it was a fumble. Houston took over. But that was just an uncharacteristic play for Sam because they were driving a little bit there. You know, they had a pass interference penalty. They had a big play to McLean. They were starting to go a little bit down the field. And then Sam just trying to throw it, and just I guess his arm didn't go forward enough, and they lost the ball, and it starts rolling down, and he's running after it, and now you're worried about him getting hit because he's running after the ball, and it was just a terrible play.
Yeah, and I can't remember exactly. I was watching the game, like I mentioned, as a fan, so I wasn't keeping like a bunch of notes like you were when you were watching the game in the press box. There was a play he made, I think it was in the third quarter, where he just looked like vintage Sam Levitt. I think he rolled to his right and just threw a dart on the run, and you're looking at that and going, okay, that's Sam Levitt, and he can still make those plays. But I think you're right. I think this is the game coming up this week where it's like, hey, if you can go, and if it doesn't work for us this week in Ames, that's it.
You're going to sit the next
losses,
one out.
You're going to sit the next couple out.
Right.
And there's a bye week mixed in there too, because at that point, I mean, we're kind of almost already there, and we'll talk more about this in a little bit. What defines success this year? We're looking at a different definition now. Now it's probably more about what bowl game you're going to go to.
I didn't think they could suffer 4 losses. Remember, somebody had me before, and I was like, I don't see 4 losses. But now you're 3.
Now you're 3.
And
you're 2 conference losses.
And you're going on the road against Iowa State, who's not a very good team, by the way. Not a good team. I was watching that game the other day. But it's Ames, Iowa, and you might lose the game.
Is ASU a very good team? I mean,
not right now. No, but when fully healthy, they probably are. I mean, but ASU is the team that beat the hell out of Texas Tech. So, like, that team, like, they're Jekyll and Hyde.
Yeah, but if you don't have Jordan Tyson, and if you have a 60% Sam Levitt, then you're not the team that beat Texas Tech. You're not that team anymore. You're a different version of that team, especially if you don't have Jordan Tyson. You're not that team
I don't
anymore.
disagree with that.
When we come back, it's 4 o'clock. It's the reset time. Lauren will get us caught up on what's going on in sports, I hope. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
In the midst of this 5-game losing streak, you've had 3 games with Kyler Murray at quarterback where they've lost, but they've been in position to win.
Mm-hmm.
That's the similarity in the situation. Is Jacoby Brissett had them into position to win as well. They're close, but all signs point to Kyler Murray returning.
And again, part of me thinks that given where the record is, maybe this is what we need to see. Maybe we need to see this right here and now. Whether or not this offense can look just like it did with Kyler as it did with Jacoby Brissett.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's a great time to buy a new air conditioning unit from Christian Brothers. And you're saying, okay, well, listen, we know this. We live in Arizona. We still have our air on for a little bit in the day. It's like it's still going to be like 89, 90 degrees. So you're going to cool your house down a little bit. But before you know it, we'll be putting the air conditioning back on. We don't have a long off season in Arizona. And we actually put our AC on for about 7 to 8 months out of the year. Right now, Christian Brothers is offering $2,500 off their top name brand AC units. Train, Goodman, Bryan, $2,500 off, and throwing in a free HVAC surge protector. So you're going to get that for free as well. They've even got a great special where you can get a free air scrubber with any full AC replacement. These are specials going on this month from Christian Brothers. They've been around since 1976, servicing the Valley. They do a fantastic job. They service my AC units, and they can do a great job servicing yours. Maybe you just need a repair. How about I give you $60 off any AC repair right now at Christian Brothers? Just call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our Easy Trade-Up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all...
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
People always tell you to stop and smell the roses, but I couldn't bend over to smell the roses. Now I can.
Chronic pain and stiff joints place limitations on life, but QC Kinetics gives patients amazing relief to finally live their best lives, like Andrea Southard.
It's amazing the freedom that these injections have given me. I'll be 49 in June, and I am too young to be in that much pain and that debilitated.
Extreme pain from osteoarthritis is no match for QC Kinetics. These are sophisticated, all-natural biologic solutions that directly target pain, restoring and repairing damaged tissue in your knees, back, hip, or shoulders. No surgery, downtime, or steroids.
I got my life back. I got my smile back. And I guess best of all, I got my laugh back.
Ready to shed the pain and get your life back? Call QC Kinetics.
602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246. QC Kinetics. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Happy Sports Equinox Day, everybody. It's the day where the big major sports are all in action at the same time. For us locally, we've got a participant in the NBA, the Phoenix Suns, of course. They're in Salt Lake City to take on the Utah Jazz. Jaylen Green remains out. He's recovering from his hamstring strain, while Dylan Brooks, listed as questionable going in, he's dealing with right groin soreness. The Jazz will remain without Isaiah Collier and George Niang. Tip-off is at 6. Pre-game coverage starts at 5. That'll be right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Per the NFL's transaction wire, the Cardinals made a couple of roster moves today. They released defensive back Darren Hall and running back Michael Carter. Carter served as one of the team's primary running backs in the absences of James Conner and Trey Benson. And Game 3 of the World Series takes the stage in Los Angeles. The Dodgers and Toronto Blue Jays knotted up at a game apiece. First pitch is at 5. Coverage starts right now over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student-athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock reset time on this Monday. Here is Lauren. Sorry about your Bears, by the way. Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, it wasn't good. I mean,
Marless Ravens. Yeah.
When basically everybody on your defense decides to hurt their knee, elbow,
Makes it
or tear
difficult.
their ACL mid-game, as we just learned, that makes it a challenge.
But still, Tyler Huntley, you know? I mean,
We lost to him last time we started for the Ravens.
All right. I mean, Gambo had a rough day with his Giants and Cam Skattaboe.
Oh, Cam Skattaboe.
Only Mitch is sitting on top of the football mountain right now.
I know.
With his
And
Denver
I still
Broncos.
kicking myself because I benched the Broncos
didn't do anything
defense.
wrong. You
and
didn't.
I picked up the Bengals defense because I thought the Jets sucked so bad.
I've been counseling him in here the whole time. Like, you made the right decision.
Yeah.
You did. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. Sometimes you just don't start the right guy. You made the right decision.
My biggest decision now is, do I get rid of Jordan Mason?
Get rid of?
The Vikings
No.
running back?
You don't get rid of him.
Bench him and start somebody else.
Mhm.
See how it goes. Write it out a little bit. Anyway, none of this is the top stories of the day on the Burns and Gambo show.
No, it's
Lauren is
not.
here with the top stories of the day on the Burns and Gambo show.
All right, we'll start with ASU because they lost 24-16 to Houston on Saturday. No Jordan Tyson and really no Sam Levitt.
Half of Sam Levitt.
Yeah, in and out in parts of the game. ASU does have to shake this one off fast because they've got Iowa State at 10 a.m. on Saturday.
Yeah, they announced that time yesterday, 10 a.m. I think it's going to be on TNT. So it could be a little chilly back there in Ames, Iowa, but I think more than anything. And Gambo's right. Iowa State's nothing special this year.
They had the lead, and then BYU was just like, okay, forget it, this game's over. And then the Iowa State kid threw a terrible interception, and then BYU from that point forward, I was watching that game because it was an early game, and then BYU took over, and that was it.
But I think this one's way more about ASU and the state of ASU going into that game. Special teams is still a mess. They've lost their special teams coordinator now.
Yeah.
Who knows if they've got Sam Levitt? Doesn't sound like they're going to have Jordan Tyson, though we don't know for sure. I mean, it's just, what exactly are you bringing with you to Ames? I would say it's way less about Iowa State and whether they're good to me than it is about ASU and what they've got.
The only thing I'll say about Ames, Iowa, there's no chance that there's anything going on in that town because every time I see one of their games, all they do is they show this big water tower that says Ames on it. Like, that's all you could show? Is there anything else to look at?
I've been.
Hey, here's the water tower. Okay.
I've been to Ames.
You have?
I have been. It's very
Is
close.
there anything other than a water tower?
It's really close to Des Moines, which is the largest city in Iowa. But I mean, they
If
love
they
their
show
football.
it on TNT, I'm like,
they love their football. They'll all be there, whether that team is good or not. The whole town will be there for that game. So you have to
they
deal
love
with that.
their water tower too.
I guess so.
In less than 24 hours after LSU suffered a 49-25 loss to Texas A&M, their third loss in their last 4 games, LSU fired Brian Kelly, and then today they fired their OC and QB coach Joe Sloan. Kelly's buyout, $54 million.
This is getting ridiculous. This is why you can't sign these guys to 10-year deals. He came from Notre Dame, 2021. Everybody thought it was going to give him a 10-year deal. And here you are 4 years in, and you're like, okay, got to get rid of the guy because, because they just haven't been good. They just haven't won enough games. They had that good year with Jaden Daniels when he won the Heisman Trophy, where they weren't bad. I think they won the West Division, but they're not lived. They're double-digit losses to A&M, Alabama, Florida, and all of a sudden you got to get rid of the guy. How do you write a check for $54 million?
The last 3 coaches at LSU all won national championships before Brian Kelly took the job. Bruce Feldman over at The Athletic immediately came up with a list on who might take the job. Put Kenny on the list. Kenny today was asked about it and said, I got bigger things to worry about than that. What's interesting to me, if you're going to talk about the buyout, Scott Woodward is the AD at LSU. Scott Woodward's last 2 football hires, Brian Kelly at LSU and Jimbo Fisher at Texas A&M, have resulted in $130 million in buyout money and 0 playoff berths. This athletic director, his last 2 football coaching hires, $130 million worth of buyouts and not 1 playoff berth to show for it.
Could you have not given Brian Kelly a 5-year deal? Could you have not said, hey, listen, we'll give you a 5-year deal. Come be our coach for 5. Why did they give the guy why did they give him 10-year deals to these guys?
Because he would have said no.
Okay, then he says no.
Well, that's what I mean. He's like, how bad do you want him? How bad do you want him?
Not that bad.
And if you want him that bad, that's the deal you're going to give him. It's what the marketplace, it's crazy, but that's what the marketplace will bear.
10-year deals have to stop. It's ridiculous.
And the biggest news coming out of the NFL. Cam Skattaboe dislocated his ankle yesterday playing the Eagles. He had an operation at the hospital in Philadelphia for his ankle. He'll miss the rest of the season, and it was announced today that Eagles chief of security visited Cam Skattaboe while he was in the hospital.
Big Dom showed up.
He dropped off pizza and cheesesteaks
No
for
way.
Skattaboe and his family.
Yeah, the do-it-all chief of security guy, who's always standing by Nick Sirianni's side.
He brought pizza.
Pizza and cheesesteaks.
And cheese sticks.
Yeah.
For Cam.
Cheesesteaks.
Cheesesteaks, because they're in Philly.
Yeah, cheesesteaks. Pretty good.
Bravo. Yeah, Cam Skattaboe tweeted out. That's got to be.
He had the operation in Philly with all those Eagles fans, huh?
Well, the Eagles fans stood up and started clapping for him when he went off the field in the cart. Everybody was like, Cam Skattaboe's
They love that guy.
uniting the Eagles fans.
That's a brutal loss. That's a brutal
Yeah.
loss.
Yeah.
And Malik Neighbors, their two best offensive weapons.
Giants are screwed.
Giants are screwed.
Not that they weren't screwed to begin with, but they're
But
even,
now they're really
they're extra screwed.
I don't know, that injury looks so. Can he come back in a year?
I don't know.
He come back
That
at
was
all.
pretty
I mean,
nasty.
knowing him, yes, considering that when he
But-
goes down on the turf,
man.
he sticks his hands up for his lineman to pick him up, and he's like, no, look at your
was,
ankle.
That was a vicious. One guy turned around and ran off the field like I can't look.
Yeah.
It was so nasty.
I can't look at that stuff.
It's
either.
going the other way.
I would have never been a doctor.
Oh, I watched it like 10 times.
They're so, is it women?
Lauren's a sicko.
Like, my daughter's a doctor. She can look at that stuff all day long. I get sick and I want to throw
Yeah,
up.
it so
Is it
doesn't
a
matter.
women thing? Do women just have tougher stomachs than men?
I looked at it.
Yes.
I think it
it's
is.
probably that. I looked at it twice. Once, and I'm like, let me make sure. Okay, yeah, that's
I get
that's
sick.
enough.
I want to throw up. I want to throw up when I see that. But my wife could look at that. My daughters could look at that. I can't look at it. I think it's
doesn't
women.
faze me.
I
It's a
think
woman
women
thing.
have tougher stomachs.
Maybe.
They carry babies, so they probably do have tougher stomachs.
I think you should drop the word probably from that assessment.
Yeah,
Other than
they
that, I think
have
you got
tougher
it.
stomachs
I
than
think
us.
women are inherently tougher. They carry babies.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
No problem.
Yep.
That's what we're here for.
Yep, this kind of.
Validate an entire gender. That's what
Done.
we're doing here on the
There
Burns
you
and
go.
Gambo
Yep.
show. Yeah, yes.
And Monday Night Football is the Commanders versus the Chiefs. Jaden Daniels is out for this one. Marcus Mariota is starting. And some more QB news coming out of the NFL is that Vikings quarterback Carson Wentz will undergo surgery on his left shoulder and will miss the rest of the season. J.J. McCarthy is expected to return this week for them, though.
Yeah, I mean, what happened to him is just brutal. What happened to Wentz is just absolutely brutal. They just let him get his head beaten in that football game. So his run comes to an end. And at one time, he was just the darling of the Philadelphia Eagles.
At one time.
At one time.
And 2 hours from now, the Suns will take on the Jazz in Utah. Jaylen Green remains out for them. Dylan Brooks is a game-time decision for the Suns. And tonight, the World Series continues. The series is tied 1-1 as they now head to L.A. Blue Jays and Dodgers starts in an hour from now, but you can listen to Pregame right now over on ESPN 620.
Great first game for the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
Great first game. Rockin' Snell in that terrible Dodgers bullpen. Just a terrific game. They just 9 runs, 6th inning. Hadn't been done since 1968. 9 runs in an inning. And then Yamamoto said, no soup for you.
Yes, he did.
No soup for you.
More Seinfeld
your
quotes, and he
second-
still hasn't seen it.
Your second Seinfeld reference in as many shows, and you don't watch the show.
You know,
That's impressive.
here's how I work. I don't know I'm going to say no soup for you. I'm just going, and Yamamoto says, and the first thing that popped in my mind was no soup for you. I could have said a million things, but I didn't know what I was going to say until I got to that point. Sometimes, you'll hear me like I want to say something, and I can't get any words out of my mouth, so I just stop, and I wait for you guys to fill me in. That's what came out of my mouth. No soup for you.
And that's the behind-the-scenes workings of the Burns and Gambo show right there. That's how we do it.
Since we've tackled all the toughest topics of the day here in this 4 o'clock reset, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. If you want to stay up to date on all of our contests at Arizona Sports, from tickets to the Cardinals and the Suns and Innings Festival and more, text the word contest to 620-620, and we'll send you the latest on all of our giveaways. That's contest to 620-620. Can this Cardinals season still be considered a success? It's kind of a loaded question. We'll try to answer it next on Burns and Gambo.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Santan Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. May apply.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team, from Stan the Man Lund to Lisa Lund and Matt Oliver. It's been a family mortgage company right here in Arizona for so many years, over 30 years of experience. The only mortgage company that I've used since I moved to Arizona, and they do a great job helping people with the refinances, new home loans, and getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. That's what they do at the Lund Mortgage Team. A lot of people right now, are getting pre-approved for a mortgage for free. That's pre-approved for free, and the Lund Mortgage Team will do that for you. A lot of people are like, hey, it's time to own a house. I'm tired of renting. Let the Lund Mortgage Team help. They'll get you pre-approved, and they won't even charge you for it, and that way you can go purchase a house. Now, Lund Mortgage Team, you go look up their 5-star Google reviews. You'll see a lot of local people that just swear by them because they do such a good job in taking care of the customers here. Not an 800 number, not fly-by-night. They're trying to get you the right mortgage with the lowest fees and the lowest rate, which will save you the most money. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
I'm Navy vet Phil Briggs, here for Navy Federal Credit Union. I always love Veterans Day because it's when I see my buddies posting up pictures of us when we were younger and built for speed. Navy Federal Credit Union also celebrates veterans of all branches and their families every day of the year. As a veteran, you can become a member and access exclusive rates, discounts, and financial tools for the whole family. So become a member today at NavyFederal.org/veterans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Help elevate your company's pride with workplace tips from Cintas. The right workwear helps your team look and perform their best. Cintas has work apparel for almost any job imaginable. Your team gets garments that are breathable, comfortable, and hold up to any job. Cintas even handles laundry and delivery every week with no upfront investment. It's all part of Apparel Plus from Cintas. Learn more at Cintas.com.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite, the F-150 truck XLT EcoBoost, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 11/03/25.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Will Kyler Murray be back at shotgun when the Cardinals take on the Cowboys next Monday night? We'll get into it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back here on Burns and Gambo. Shout out to our audience in Tolleson here on this Monday edition of Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Tolleson. Thank you for listening. We appreciate it. It sounds like Kyler Murray will indeed be back at quarterback this week. Adam Schefter, while not so much as reporting it, said there are 3 quarterbacks to expect back this week. Lamar Jackson is one, J.J. McCarthy is another, and Kyler Murray is a third. Jonathan Gannon, no media availability today because it's, everything's backed up a day because they're on Monday Night Football, so everything is backed up one day with the work week. We'll see what he says tomorrow, see what he announces tomorrow. I know there is a Kyler Murray media availability scheduled for later this week, so that sort of presumes that he's going to be the starter.
Yeah.
That's usually what they do. I think we're all sort of expecting that Kyler.
Well, you've seen 2 games of Jacoby Brissett. Kyler sat, he got healthy, he watched, and now, you couldn't have picked a better opponent than the Dallas Cowboys and their atrocious, pathetic defense, the worst in the NFL, for Kyler to go have a field day against. And if he doesn't have a field day, we've got a problem because that defense is just atrocious. It's so bad. So it is a good game for him. Going back to Texas, he's never lost in that stadium. And the Cowboys defense, he just let everybody score.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If I tell you that making the playoffs is not on the table, which at 2-5, it very much is not on the table. Everything will tell you it's not on the table. Is there any way this season can be successful for the
development
Arizona
of the
Cardinals?
young players? With any team in any sport, I don't care if it's baseball, basketball. To me, once the basketball season gets to a certain point, it's time to develop Fleming and Malawach, and it's time to develop Kobe Brea. And with the Cardinals, it's going to be time eventually Walter Nolan and Bijan Ojulari and Marvin Harrison Jr. and Rabbit Taylor Demerson, and I can go on and on. But really, to me, it's always been about that. Baseball, same thing. You've got to, at some point when the season's over, you got to play Jordan Lawler. You got to see if he can play, and Tyler Locklear and all these young guys. I'm a big believer in that. Once your season is over, I want to start seeing what that next generation looks like and developing those guys.
There was on AZ Central from, we often refer to him, Teo Mackey, who covers the team for AZ Central. This one really caught my eye today. I thought there was a lot in here that kind of made me think. Some of it was kind of, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Some of it you had to think about for a minute. 5 ways the Cardinals can make the 2025 season a success.
Okay.
And he points out, what a lot that we've talked about. Only 3 teams in NFL history have started 2-5 and finished with 10 or more wins. 10 or more wins is probably what it's going to take to be a playoff team, so it just goes to show how hard it's going to be. You likely need to go 8-2 to get there, to get to 10 wins. And it's just, I just don't know how you're going to do that, right? So here are the 5 things. Number 1, just play good competitive football. We haven't seen enough. We've seen, at times we've seen it this year.
Not 4 quarters of football.
Not 4 quarters of it.
But we've seen competitive football, just not 4 quarters.
They've lost every single game by a single score, so we can't sit here and say we haven't seen it at all this year. But the kind of football, and I know what he's talking about, the kind of football that made Jonathan Gannon kind of a talking point his first year on the job, like, oh man, those Cardinals play tough. And yeah, they might not have a lot of talent, but they will play you to the bone for 4 quarters. We haven't seen that team this year all the time.
We've seen a team that set an NFL record for 3 straight games, having a 7-point or more lead in the 4th quarter and losing all of them. That's what we saw. So I agree with that. I agree.
Clarity at quarterback. Just, you got to know.
I feel like I know already.
Okay.
But, okay, I mean, if you want to, seal it and cement it and all of that stuff, okay, I get it.
I feel like I know too, and I would guess that most of the fan base probably knows at this point.
Yeah, I'm ready for a change.
I'll take their side on this for the sake of argument. I can understand from their perspective, with the money that they've got invested in Kyler Murray and with the money that they stand to eat if they let him go in the offseason, I can understand why they'd want to do everything humanly possible to make sure they know. Because we're talking about a lot of money here, a lot of sunk costs, a lot of dead cap money, a lot of things you're not going to be able to do next year because if you decide to move on from that contract, you and I can sit here and say, yeah, I think we kind of know the answer to this, and we're probably right. But I can understand from their perspective why they would want to make absolutely sure he's not
one
the
playoff
guy.
appearance, no playoff wins since he got here.
Get it.
I mean, I don't know how much more proof you want, but okay.
Marvin Harrison Jr. breakout.
is something that 5 ways you can make this season a success. Marvin Harrison Jr. in these last 10 games goes pop.
Does that go hand in hand with Murray?
No, doesn't have to.
I mean, if Marvin Harrison Jr. pops and he's getting 7-8 catches for 120 yards and a touchdown or two, isn't it almost hand in hand? That would be Murray having to play great.
What if Kyler's not the one throwing him the ball?
Oh, okay,
what if they make a change?
We didn't say that, but if Marvin Harrison Jr. pops with Kyler Murray, that might also tell you something about Kyler Murray.
It could go hand in hand. I think you need to see the kind of play out of Marvin Harrison Jr. that justifies him being the 4th pick in the draft. Whoever's throwing him the ball, Kyler or Jacoby, whoever's throwing him the ball. Show me why we picked you 4th overall. Show us that guy. Where's that guy? Because you haven't seen that guy.
I'm trying to look what he's on pace for, and if it's even worse than last year. So he is projected to have, 58 catches, 962 yards.
Fewer catches, but more yards than he had last year. I believe that's fewer catches and more yards.
For 962. Last year he had 62 for 885.
Okay.
Yeah, I would expect like a top receiver to go over 1,000.
No matter.
Like,
I mean, honestly,
and not
that
50 or 60 receptions.
Not totally dependent on who the quarterback is either. That's not. I mean, you're the number 4 pick in the drafts. Are you, or are you that good, or are you not?
3 games this year, he's had 2 receptions. That's not good enough.
First round defensive linemen emerge: Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan.
Yeah, please.
That would go a long way towards making the rest of the season a quote-unquote success.
What if one of them pops?
Fine.
Nolan.
Fine. Are you like to pick one?
I'm just saying if Nolan pops.
Fine. It doesn't need to be both. I don't think.
Because then Nolan will have. Okay, so if this is true, Nolan would have popped. Marvin Harrison Jr. would have exploded. And what was the other one? I think I'm just trying to look at the first round picks.
Paris Johnson Jr., who's already there.
Jr. Yeah, he's okay.
Who's already there. So 3 of your 4 first round picks over the last 3 years will have established themselves as major building blocks for your future.
I can live with that.
Finally, play like a top 10 defense.
In the 4th quarter or just all 4 quarters?
Just in general. I mean, just, he sells it with the idea that it's kind of hard to sell the future of this team on the fans if you don't feel like you have a defense that is one of the best in the NFL, given that your head coach is a defensive-minded head coach and that you invested as much as you did in the defense. He ends it with this, and this is what got me thinking about it.
Okay.
He said, imagine this, an 8-9 record, which isn't great, but an 8-9 finish, clean competitive football, clarity at quarterback, a breakout second half for Marvin Harrison Jr., for Walter Nolan and Darius Robinson, and a top 10 defense.
What's number 1 on your list?
Of all of those?
Mm-hmm. I have one for me.
Clarity at quarterback. No, top 10 defense. Top 10 defense.
Me, it would be one of those 2 guys popping. You need great players.
Okay.
You need great players.
But he says his argument is that if you get all of that in these last 10 games, you can have something to look forward to next year, even if you don't go to the playoffs.
Okay.
It can plant the seed of, hey, you know what? Maybe we're on the right path. I don't know. Last year's team started 6-4 and ended 2-5. Can this year's team reverse it?
Based on the schedule, I would say no.
You would say no.
Based on how tough the schedule is.
Can this year's team start 2-5 and end 6-4 and be the exact opposite of what we saw a year ago?
You'd feel like you carry some momentum in.
That's kind
of
of
hey, if we would have won some of those early games, so we should have won. We've been a playoff team. Okay, I get it.
Up next from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, Devin Booker through 3 games. The good, the bad, the ugly. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Allen on the drive, floats one up short. Now watches there to throw it down. He picked it up mid-air and then turned and jammed it.
Suns at the Jazz tonight. Pregame at 5, 6 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
If you're on the job day in and day out, you know living with pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulders is miserable. The good news, QC Kinetics gets it. They understand guys like you.
They don't have the luxury of taking time off. They want to keep working. We are built for those guys that want to keep working and want to stay active. So the vast majority of who we see are the blue-collar guys like me and you.
QC Kinetics uses biologic therapies, just like pro athletes have used for years, to get you lasting pain relief with no surgery.
I want you to continue working. I want you to continue exercising. The joints are made to be moved.
The treatments at QC Kinetics are fast and non-invasive.
It's not a lot of time commitment on your part. There is no downtime or recovery time. You don't need short-term disability with what we do. We want to keep you active.
Call QC Kinetics now to set up your free no-obligation consultation. Learn how you can get real pain relief.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN.
It's football season, and while our teams battle on the field, America Roofing is battling leaky roofs across the state. Hey, that was us at Casa Galvisi. First a roof repair, then years later we bought a brand new roof from America Roofing. In Arizona, your roof better perform in the heat, wind, and rain. Trust my friends at America Roofing and their more than 25 years of experience, more than 400 employees, locally owned. Make sure, get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Happy Sports Equinox Day, everybody. It's where the big major sports are all in action on the same day. For us locally, we have a participant in the NBA, the Phoenix Suns. They've got basketball on the docket tonight. They're in Salt Lake City, taking on the Utah Jazz. Jaylen Green remains out. He's recovering from his hamstring strain. Dillon Brooks is listed as questionable. He's listed with right groin soreness. The Jazz remain without Isaiah Collier and George Niang. Tip-off is at 6. Pregame coverage starts at 5. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Per the NFL's Transactions Wire, the Cardinals made a couple of roster moves today. They released defensive back Darren Hall and running back Michael Carter. Carter served as one of the team's primary backs in the absences of James Conner and Trey Benson. And Game 3 of the World Series takes the stage in Los Angeles. The Dodgers and Toronto Blue Jays are knotted up at a game apiece. First pitch is at 5. Coverage is happening right now over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Luke. What can we realistically expect from ASU the rest of this season? We'll get into that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
It's Phoenix Suns taking on the Utah Jazz coming up tonight. We're going to be off a little early. And by the way, Amanda Pflugrad is reporting via her Twitter account that Dillon Brooks is out for tonight's game with right groin soreness. He will not play. Jaylen Green is out. Mark Williams is...
So the two Houston guys are out. No Green.
No Green, no Dillon Brooks.
No Brooks.
Yep, Dillon Brooks is out tonight. He will not play with right groin soreness. I don't know if we'll get an update from Jordan Ott pregame on how long of an injury that might be. If it lingers, the next game for them after tonight is
home Wednesday, Memphis
against Memphis at home on Wednesday. So no Dillon Brooks tonight, which only adds to the conversation and puts yet another cross to bear for Devin Booker tonight. One more thing for him to deal with tonight.
You traded Kevin Durant for Green and Brooks.
And neither one
of them playing in this game.
Yeah,
so
you haven't seen Green all season. And it's only been 3 games, but you haven't seen him all season. I said it earlier, and I really believe it. And I think you reacted pretty strongly to it in a positive way. I think Devin Booker right now, what I'm seeing out of him is a player who has been classically trained to do the right basketball play all the time. You know what I mean? To not force a bunch of shots, to not try to, hey, look, if I'm drawing 3 guys, I'm going to kick it out to the open guy, and I'm going to trust the open guy, right? And that's
right.
just who he is. That's what he's always been about since he's been here. I think maybe now I'm not saying get frustrated by his teammates' inability to do anything, but maybe the light is starting to come on a little bit that on this team, that in this situation, he just doesn't have the guys like that, and he might be in a position where he needs to force shots more than he ever has in his life because this team requires that out of him.
Look, the best we've ever seen with Devin. Look, Devin Booker took a step up when he got Ricky Rubio. That's when his game went to another level. And then after Rubio, Chris Paul came in, and he had a nice little run there of 3+ years having, great point guards that could put him in a great position. Now he's being asked to be the facilitator and then still be the scorer. That's a lot. That's a lot on guys. Now, there's a lot of guys in the league that are like that, okay? There's a lot of guys that ball-dominant guys, the ball's in their hand, Jalen Brunson, Luka Doncic. The league is littered with players who have the ball in their hand all the time. They've got to find a way to get others involved, and they still have to find a way to score the basketball. The Suns aren't going anywhere if Devin Booker's taking 10 shots in a basketball game. And that's what he did the other night against the Clippers. He took 10 shots.
Yeah.
Look, they're going to blitz you. They're going to trap you. They're going to try to force the ball out of your hands. The best players in this league are double-teamed all the time. You got to find a way to score around that. Now, this is a feeling-out process, too. He's playing with a lot of new guys. He's just trying to figure it out, and I get it. Clippers said that after they lost to the Jazz in Game 1. The Rockets are saying it right now, too. Hey, we're 0-2. We just lost to Detroit at home. Kevin Durant had 37, but we got to figure out how to play. Everybody's got to figure out how to play with these guys. So when you make a lot of changes, there is a period of time where you've got to kind of figure it out. Look at Dallas. They got their first win with Flag, but the first 2 games weren't pretty with the Dallas Mavericks. Like, oh, okay. So they've got to figure it out. So they got to figure out, okay, how do we play with this guy? And so I do think that there is a 10-game span where you think it's longer?
Last year, the first 10 games for the Phoenix Suns, they were 8-2. Oh, boy, did they fool us. Right?
Okay, but it was Durant and Booker being the mainstays.
No.
I'm talking about changes.
I'm talking about team success. Like I don't think you can just look at the first 10 games of the season and go, oh, that's who they're going to be. Okay, they figured it out. Because after 10 games, Suns had figured nothing out.
No, I think they have to just play with each other to kind of get used to each other. And when Jaylen Green comes back, he didn't even play with them in the preseason.
I'm just talking about last year's team, how we knew nothing about the Phoenix Suns after 10 games.
No.
After 10 games, we knew nothing about we thought we knew about the Phoenix Suns. We didn't know jack squat about the Suns. 10 games into last year. We knew nothing about them. That's all I'm saying. I think
we thought we did. It was just wrong.
Oh, that's what I mean. We just were wrong.
We were just wrong.
I don't even think 10 games is enough this year with all the changes that have been thrown at Devin Booker. And I'm not trying to excuse make for Devin Booker. I think we've made it pretty abundantly clear on this show. We're not, Devin Booker's responsible for Devin Booker. But I think given all the changes that have – and given the fact that he doesn't have Jaylen Green out there, who was supposed to take a lot of this burden – at least he's going to share this burden with them. And the fact that Jaylen Green hasn't been out there, I don't even think 10 games is enough to be able to say, okay, everybody should be comfortable with their new. How many of those 10 games is Jaylen Green even going to play? 5 of them?
Yeah.
6? I mean, he's already missed 3.
He's missed 3. Yeah.
So if he misses a couple more, now you're down to 5 of the first 10 games where he's not available. I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough to be able to say, okay, we're good. We figured it out. We're okay. Not when they haven't played together all offseason.
Sure. Yeah.
Not when they haven't played together.
Maybe he's
in the
back
preseason.
for the Memphis game on Wednesday. We'll see. But apparently he was getting close. He even tweeted something out the other day or sent it out that he was getting close.
The sooner the better, because then.
But they need to gel. They need to figure out how to play with each other.
Yeah.
You know, Book's got to figure it out. I mean, same thing when Bradley Beal came in here. He had to try to figure out how to play with these guys. They never did figure it out. So there is a process of time. I don't know what that number is, but there is a process that they've got to go through before they kind of click a little bit. You hope if they click at all.
On this team, given how much change they've gone through, the number that pops into my head is 20. It might take 20 games for this team to gel and figure it out and come up with their identity and
they've been down by
who they are.
They've been down by 20 in all 3 games they've played. So one of the things you look at is, okay, you don't want that to be your identity. You don't want to always be falling behind. You can't have that.
But this is where you need to get Jaylen Green. I mean, obviously you need to get Dylan Brooks back. He's out tonight. You need to get Jaylen Green back as soon as you can so you can start to gel your backcourt a little bit. You need to figure out what your deal is with Mark Williams. Like how long is that going to last before you feel like you can go full throttle with Mark Williams? And what does full throttle even look like with Mark Williams? That's the question we were talking a lot about last week. Like at his best, what is Mark Williams? Is he playing in back-to-backs? Is he playing 30 minutes a night? He never did that with Charlotte. He didn't play in a lot of back-to-backs last year with Charlotte.
No.
What is full throttle Mark Williams even look like on the Suns? Because he's your third best offensive option, your fourth best offensive option. You know what I mean? Like
on certain nights he's going to be higher than that.
Yeah.
But you would think Book 1, Green 2. And then it's open for debate on who the 3 is, whether it's Brooks or Williams or Grayson Allen, or depending on the guy. But I mean, I would expect that Mark Williams healthy is going to be a factor for this team. First game he played well. We're very excited. Second game he didn't play very much at all. He's very limited in the amount of minutes, so he had no impact on the game. And the third game he didn't play.
Yeah. I think Book is, and you can see it. You could really see it against Denver. Just leaving his feet, not knowing what to do with the basketball, not sure of what to do with the basketball. And I think point guard isn't new to him. He's played it plenty before. But I think running the team when you just don't – I don't have Kevin Durant to run with anymore. I don't have Bradley Beal to run with it. It's different. It's different. You just don't have the horses out there that you're used to having. And I think that has added a level of hesitancy to his game that and the fact, you know what else too? They're playing at a much higher pace than they have before. I think that has something to
playing
do with it
faster.
Too. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
For sure they're trying to. They want to play faster.
Right.
I think that impacts Devin Booker because they've been one of the slowest teams in the NBA the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Last 3 or 4 years with Chris. They didn't play with pace at
half
all.
court, slow, methodical.
So now he's got to get used to that too.
The pace is different.
Again, it sounds like I'm making a bunch of BS excuses for Devin Booker. I'm not. I'm just trying to say, understand that this whole thing is probably going to take a little time for him to get used to how different this all is.
It is, but there are times. But even with that said, there are times when you have the ball. And it doesn't matter what anybody else is doing. You got to figure out a way to get the free throw line or get a basket.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, ASU, their second conference loss. What does that mean for the bigger Big 12 picture? And is ASU out of the Big 12 championship game? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Kyson Brown not playing. Xavier Alford, the heart and soul of their defense, hasn't played since the Mississippi State game. You mentioned Ben Coleman not playing. Prince Dorba, one of their best defensive players and pass rushers. Zyrus Fiaseu, all of these guys not playing in that game. It wasn't just Jordan Tyson who also didn't play. Then you have Sam Levitt in and out of the lineup. Part of the reason I thought ASU would get back to the Big 12 championship this year, Wolf, was because they had, so much of the same team from last year back.
Yes.
They're all hurt. None of them are playing now. That goes out the window. It's not the same team.
You just can't lose Sam Levitt and expect to be the same team.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Mitch has been calling it the sports equinox all day long and trending now. All 4 sports in action tonight. NFL, Major League Baseball, the NBA, the NHL. Take your pick, whatever you want. It's up to you. Locally,
the former hockey team here has won like 7 games in a row.
You were talking with Lipinski about that.
I was telling
on
Luke.
His way out the door.
Yeah. The former hockey team has won 7 in a row.
He says he can't bring himself to watch. Because he's been watching lots of hockey, but not.
I think
he can't bring himself to watch.
I think there's a lot of people like. I think there's a lot of people like that.
Suns taking on the Jazz tonight. That game tips off at 6 o'clock. That's the reason why we're getting off a little bit early. Mitch is going to step in here for Here Come the Suns at 5. But Gambo and I will still be here doing a roundtable discussion with him. World Series baseball tonight, Game 3 from LA between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. That series is all tied, but game apiece. NFL Monday Night Football, the Chiefs and the Commanders tonight is on.
Could we get another NFC loss?
Could we get another NFC loss?
The NFC took a beating this
Does
week.
it matter for the Arizona Cardinals, or are they too far behind the 8 ball? And then, of course, you've got all sorts of other action in the NBA, NHL as well. That's what's on tonight. Oh, and there's, I can't believe I didn't mention this. University of Arizona men's basketball taking on Embry-Riddle tonight in an exhibition game.
Down goes Embry-Riddle.
Gambo's not-so-secret love affair with the U of A Wildcat basketball team continues.
It's crazy. I am a big fan of ASU football and U of A basketball.
It is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and I don't care because I didn't go to any of those schools, so I can do what I want. No, you can't tell me what to do.
And
I root for ASU football, and I don't root for U of A football, but I root for ASU football.
I went to all three, and I'll root for whoever
and
I damn
root
well
for
please.
U of A basketball.
Whoever I damn well please,
Exactly.
I'll root for. I really like. I went to all three. I can root for whoever I want.
You're damn right you can.
I can.
Don't let anybody tell you differently.
No, I can't. But your little childhood crush that you've got going with Arizona basketball, it's cute. Because you'll come in here one day in December or January and you'll say, oh my God, did you see who U of A beat? This year's totally going to be different. And then in March, you're going to come in here going, I can't believe I let them do this to me again. They broke my heart again.
You know, one of my first memories of moving here was U of A and Lute Olson winning the damn championship, knocking off 3 number-1 seeds.
That was a great day. I love that day.
That was
Simon
one of my
first championship.
If you said, what are your top memories of being here in Arizona? That's one of my top memories.
Yeah.
Is that team winning the whole thing?
I could see it. ASU losing to Houston. They're 5-3, 3-2 on the season.
Oh, here we go. This is our part we do. What it means. This is what we do. What does it mean?
What does it mean?
What does it mean?
What does it mean that they've got 2 losses? They're tied with the Utes, K-State, TCU in the conference win-loss record. They are in a very similar spot to where they were a year ago. For what it's worth, record-wise, when they were 3-2 in the conference, I looked at the standings this time a year ago. It's very, very similar. The difference is
4 teams ahead of them, and they don't play some of them.
And that's the difference. Is that last year, when ASU was 6-2 and 3-2 in conference, and still with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams in front of them, they still had the benefit of playing BYU and K-State, and they still could make progress against those teams because they played them head-to-head.
Because you beat them and then you won a tiebreaker over them.
This year's
you don't
team
have
doesn't
it here.
have that. Doesn't have that.
The BYU win overall. See, I was going into that game, and I was in the press box early for that game on Saturday. BYU was on. It was like, okay, I think we really need Iowa State to win. So somebody said to me, well, why? Don't you want BYU to win? I know you want Iowa State to win because you want BYU to get a loss, and then if you beat Iowa State next week, now that's better because you don't play BYU. So yeah, I think you were better if the Cyclones had won the game. But they did. So now you're sitting here, you're 3-2, but so's TCU, and so's Utah, and so's Kansas State. So you got all those teams that you're tied with, and you're chasing Texas Tech and Houston, who are both 4-1, Cincinnati and BYU that are both 5-0. Yep. So BYU and Cincinnati 5-0 in the league, Texas Tech and Houston a game behind them. It's going to be really difficult. Even if you win out, you just need so many other things to happen for you to be able to, because, you're going to lose some tiebreakers here, but you're 2 games behind BYU and Cincinnati with not a lot left to play.
That's exactly it. You can't lose another conference game, number 1. So you got to win out. Number 2, you still need a ton of help. And you're going to need help from BYU to lose. You're going to need help from...
And Texas Tech needs to lose, too.
Somebody in... It's okay if one of the teams in front of you doesn't lose. Okay, you're just trying to get a spot in the Big 12 title game. What you need is for one of the teams in front of you and a whole bunch of the teams in front of you to start losing a bunch of to come back to you so you can get into like a 4-way tie scenario for the last spot in the Big 12 title game. At this point, it feels like it's going to take a lot of help. I know, again, it's really easy to look to last year and say, well, they did it a year ago. And they did. They did do it a year ago. But beating K-State and BYU is why they did it a year ago, and they just don't have that avenue.
There's one avenue to me where I see where it could help. BYU has to win out and go undefeated.
Okay.
That would mean that they had beaten Texas Tech and Cincinnati.
Okay,
2 teams are ahead of you.
That would help.
So you need So now all of us, because you got to tie Texas Tech and you get a tiebreaker over them head to head. So you need BYU. So this week's game, you want BYU to beat Texas Tech. At Texas Tech, going to be hard. Then you need BYU to win at Cincinnati. Okay, so now if that happens, now you're looking at, okay, how does Cincinnati lose again? You need Cincinnati to lose to Utah this week. So for Cincinnati, you're like, okay, Cincinnati still's got to play at Utah, at TCU, home against BYU, home against Arizona. That's not an easy schedule. But Cincinnati's had a great year, but you need them to lose a couple of games just to force a crazy tiebreaker.
It's crazy. I think I'm just looking at the schedule right now. The team that I don't know if you're going to get any help from at all is the one you just lost to this past weekend. Listen to Houston's schedule the rest of the way.
Oh, they're not going to lose.
Home to West Virginia, at UCF.
Yeah, they got the easiest
home
schedule.
against TCU and at Baylor.
Yeah.
I'm sure there could be a loss in there. I don't want to say there can't be a loss in there, but it would seem to be kind of an upset if they did.
Okay, but then how do you get ahead of Houston? You can't.
You can't. They need to lose.
Yeah, so it's almost like I just don't know how you could do it because you need BYU to beat Texas Tech and Cincy, but then if BYU ends up ahead of you and Houston ends up ahead of you, you're out.
Well, okay, like you say, it's fine if BYU wins out. Win out. They get one spot in the Big 12 champ, fine.
But then you need Houston to lose.
Cincinnati needs to lose, and Texas Tech needs to lose, and Houston needs to lose. And now Utah needs to lose again because they have the tiebreaker over you. And it's just, you need a lot of help.
Projection for ASU, ESPN's projection for where they're going to play is that they will be in the, hold on, I just had it here.
I know what
Sun
it is.
Bowl.
Down in the West Texas.
They're in the Sun Bowl
Town
against
of El
either
Paso.
Duke or SMU. That's a December 31st game.
Yeah.
Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl, El Paso, Texas. That's the two predictions by Bonagara and Schlabach. SMU versus Arizona State, Duke versus Arizona State. So right now, that's their projection, the Sun Bowl.
Yeah. That tracks.
Yeah.
Honestly, where they are right now, that feels about right. That feels about right. That doesn't shock me one bit. You know, I'm like, oh my God, the Sun Bowl? No, that's kind of the season they've had. That's going to do it for us as Burns and Gamble.
But we're coming
not
back.
going anywhere. Here come the Suns with Mitch and us is next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
This is a reminder again at how difficult what ASU is attempting to do is to actually achieve in college athletics. They need now to focus on beating Iowa State in Ames. They need to focus on being a 9-win team. You win 9 games, you don't get to the college football playoff, but it's still a number that shows you're hovering around the elite. They've got to stay grinding. It's just the sad reality of what they're trying to do. It is very difficult to be a winning program in the Big 12 every single week.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun, and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because comfort specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2REPAIR, that's 602-2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the perfect place to watch the baseball postseason. Anything can happen, so step up to your plate and watch every game with scenic views on deck. Then stick around and watch all the football games, too. Plus, basketball and hockey are starting up with their wall-to-wall TVs. You won't miss 1 second of the action. That's especially important this time of year. Twin Peaks also has an entire menu made for MVPs and the great scenery they're known for. What more could you possibly ask for? Stop by one of their 5 Valley locations and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here come the Suns. Our pregame coverage of Phoenix Suns basketball. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
Game number 4 of this regular season as the Phoenix Suns are wrapping up a 3-game road trip, and I'm sure they're just as anxious to get back home and get off of the schneid. They've lost their last 2. They're wrapping things up in Salt Lake City, Utah against the Jazz. Welcome into Here Come the Suns, everybody. Expanded edition of Here Come the Suns. Mitch Varel this here. Burnsy so kind enough to give up the seat for me. Dave Burns there, and John Gambadoro there. Gents, this is going to be fun. I'm looking forward to
All
this.
right, Mitch. I actually heard somebody on the post-game show. I was driving home the other day from the Suns game, and I heard somebody say, Mitch, you are everything that I live for. You are what? Basically, some guy was like, Mitch, without you, like, I don't know where we would be. Like,
you know what's funny is I don't remember this call either. For what it's worth.
Yeah,
Wow.
there was some guy who was just ranting and raving about how great Mitch is.
Mitch
Some
is
caller.
great. Oh, we love Mitch.
He was.
Mitch
yeah.
does a fantastic job. So
Thank
lead us, Mitch. So you are. I'm more than happy to slide over
I am the
and
captain now.
give you the driver's seat. Absolutely, I'll sit in the back seat and just throw out a comment every now and then. Go for it.
So let's put it this way. The last time that I got a chance to talk about this Suns team through a microphone, it was after they had just lost to the Denver Nuggets, the final score there being 133-111. Other than today, the last time that the two of you got to talk about this team was coming off of that exhilarating home victory where they got down at halftime and then absolutely blew past the Kings. What do you think, Gambo, has been the biggest difference that you've seen from the Suns team in the 2 losses versus the 1 win?
The talent level of the teams they played. That play in teams that the Clippers have a ton of talent, experienced talent, and the Nuggets are one of the great teams in the NBA. And I just think most nights the Suns, as hard as they may play, they're going to lose because they're just out talented. Sacramento was without Keegan Murray, they were without Sabonis. They still had talent, but not top level talent. And the Suns were able to win that basketball game. I even called into the post game show with Mitch on that one. But I think that's what it comes down to. This Utah team, very young, a lot of inexperience. So I think you have a chance to win this one, even though without a couple guys. But I think that's the biggest thing to me is that the other teams just had too much talent.
The inability to come back in the second half. I mean, I think Gambo's right that's the number one thing is that on the nights where they play teams that have more talent, it's going to be very, very difficult for the Suns to compete. But I think beyond that, the one steady, consistent thing has been the first half defense. has been atrocious in all 3 games, giving up 70 points or more in all 3 games, being down by 16 or 17 or more in all 3 games.
I've got the numbers.
Against the Sacramento Kings, they were able to, when the Kings let their foot off the gas a little bit, the Suns were able to charge in and take control of the game. Denver is too good for that. The Clippers are too good for that. These teams are going to give the Suns pockets to get back in the game. There's going to be an inevitable let up by these talented teams that they play when they're up big in the second. You'd like to not be down by so many points in the first half, but I think if they are, a lot of these good teams will let the Suns back in. It's just a question of whether the Suns have the talent to take advantage of it or not.
There's one thing that has been very repetitive about this team through the 3 games, Burnsy, you hinted at it. The halftime deficits that the Suns have faced this season. Against the Kings, it was 17 points. Against the Clippers, it was 16. And then against the Nuggets, it was 17. The amount of points also allowed in those first halves of those 3 games, 71 to the Kings, 72 to the Clippers, and 71 to the Nuggets. And I'm only going to caution this by saying, yes, this Jazz team is young, but I would say they showed more in that Clippers victory where they stomped them than they did in that loss to the Kings where they barely got beat by 1 point. I think that this is just as much a test for the Suns as the other 3 games that they've played so far this year.
Yeah, I mean, the Jazz opened up with that big win over the Clippers. Everybody was really surprised at that. And, Ty Lue was like, give us 20 games. We got to figure out, give us 20 games. We got all these new guys. Look, in those 2 games, there were runs in both games. In the Clippers game, in the Nuggets game, there were runs. 10-0 run here, 10-0 run there, just to try to get back into the game. So that ability to fight was there. But in the end, the other team was just able to impose their will on him and said, okay, that's enough. We little pesky little Suns. Now it's time for us to blow you away. And they answered. And that's the problem. Sacramento, when the Suns made that run, Sacramento didn't answer.
No.
When the Suns made the run against the Clippers and the Nuggets, those 2 teams were able to answer.
Yeah, and I think, too, that the Suns they've got a lot of buy-in right now with a new head coach and a new philosophy and a new system. It's very clear everybody is, I'll use the word because everybody's using it, aligned on what the vision of this team should be. My worry is, and it's certainly not my worry after 3 games, and it might not be my worry after 13 games. This is going to take a while before something like this could happen. But my concern is that a month or 2 down the road, if they keep falling behind by a bunch at halftime, and if their defense in the first half continues to be this poor, when does that buy-in start to erode a little bit? You need to see some success to keep the buy-in alive, right? Otherwise, guys are going to be like, well, this isn't working. What are we doing? And so hopefully some measure of success or results or just anything to feel positive about kicks in sometime in the next few weeks so you don't have to worry about how much longer is this going to go before guys start to think that this system doesn't work and it's not worth all the energy they're putting into it?
And I think a lot of that is going to be dependent on how they can successfully put together offense because they've not been one of the higher scoring offensive teams. And obviously the deficits have been a big shine on how the defense has really struggled so far this year. But there's been a lot of pressure early on Devin Booker to be the primary scorer once again, like he was earlier in the decade. And it just hasn't been there yet. The first couple of games was okay. This last game, he was the most efficient, but he's not the leading shot taker on this team. And that alone is starting to concern me just a little bit.
You know what the interesting thing is? He's averaging, 28 a game?
Yeah.
Because he had 31 and Sacramento, like a quiet, he really had that many points. And then I think he had 31 the other night. The problem was the 10 shots that he took against the Clippers. Like he only took 10 shots in that game.
Right.
Now, Booker's, the one that they're not getting to the free throw line. He can get to the free throw line. Yep. He's a star player. He can get those calls. But I looked at it today and I was almost like, I was going to do hey, Devin Booker, but the average points are very misleading, I think. It's very misleading when you say, hey, Devin Booker's averaging 28 points a game because it doesn't seem like he's playing that well, and he's certainly not shooting the ball from 3, but I think he's at 33% from 3.
I think it's because of the turnovers mostly. 9 against Denver, 6 against the Sacramento Kings. He's clearly trying to figure out, who do I trust? Who do I not? When do I take it myself? When do I give it up to somebody else? He's a very fundamentally sound basketball player. He's been in that sense, he's almost like classically trained to understand that, hey, if the double is coming, if the triple is coming, get rid of the ball. There's an open guy somewhere. The hockey assists, maybe the pass that leads to the pass. He's very, very good with that.
Yes.
On this team, those services might be kind of moot. They might be kind of neutered in that this team and the way they're built, especially with no Jaylen Green, might require you to force it a little bit more and to look for your shot a little bit more and maybe be a little bit more selfish. And I that's going to be an awkward kind of trial and error phase for him because I just don't think he's really wired that way on a basketball floor, but he might need to be on this team.
I'm just curious if they can find ways to create off of his, you call it the hockey assist to set up the next open man, but can they make him have his own hockey assist, like where he passes it off to somebody else, breaks off away from the ball, and then finds himself open to be able to score it?
It's going to be so hard because he is going to be the focal point.
They just know to trap him.
Even when Jaylen Green comes back, he is going to be the focal point every single night for every single team they play. And
that's why Green is such a key piece to them because they're going to blitz Book. Green can go downhill. Green can go to the basket.
Yes, he can.
So that's the one thing that you'll have. We're not scoring. The Suns aren't scoring points in the paint. But Jaylen Green will be that guy. You want to blitz Book? That's where Green's got to make him pay. And if he doesn't, the Suns are in trouble.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, the two guys that you would have expected to be key scorers after Devin Booker, Jaylen Green, who we already know is not going to play because of the hamstring injury, and then the information that we found out just, a half hour ago?
Yeah.
Dillon Brooks is not going to play in this game either. He is out with right groin soreness, listed on the injury report late last night with that injury. Head coach Jordan Ott, I'm seeing courtesy of Dwayne Rankin's account. They said Brooks experienced it during the Saturday loss to the Nuggets, but he doesn't think it's anything serious. They finish up this road trip, and then they're back in action again on Wednesday, so you would hope that he's ready to go because without the assumed next two scorers in line, I'm really worried where the heck the rest of the scoring is going to come from. Is this the Mark Williams breakout performance, even though he's still limited minutes-wise? I don't even know who's going to be the second leading scorer on this team.
Yeah, he's capable of it. You've got Grayson and Royce, and if they shoot the three better, they could score from there. But really, it just comes down to defense, right? Because, they've got to get stops, and they didn't do that in these games. The second half against Sacramento, they did. But the Denver game and the Clippers game, there just wasn't enough stops. So we can talk about offense all we want. It's not going to matter if they're not getting stops because they're getting more possessions. They're getting offensive rebounds. They're not getting the second chance points. But hey, you get more possessions than the other team. That was one of the big Jordan Ott mottos. We got to get more possessions than the other team. Okay, but if the other team is shooting 15%, 20% higher than you are, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes hand in hand too. Of course the defense needs to improve, but I also think, look at that Denver game the other night. They had 7 players in double figures?
Yes.
The Suns had 3. Okay, and if Dillon Brooks isn't going to play, then it's Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, Colin Gillespie, Ryan Dunn, Oso Iguodaro, Nick.
Anybody else getting the double digits?
Defend like you're the late '80s Detroit Pistons. You are so limited offensively without Jaylen Green in terms of options and where you're going. Somebody's got to score the basketball, but there just aren't a lot of natural-born scorers in there when you don't have Jaylen Green and when Dillon Brooks is hurt and when Mark Williams is, what's he capped at 25 minutes? Is he playing the second night of back? We don't even know at this point.
We knew he wasn't going to play the back-to-back.
Yeah, they're so limited offensively right now. You take Dillon Brooks. I was the guy after the opener, Dillon Brooks, hey, chill. You're shooting the ball too much.
The first half.
Now I'm like, shoot. Keep shooting. You're one of the few guys out there that you feel like is kind of sort of an offensive threat. They need Jaylen Green back in the worst kind of way. In the worst kind of way.
He was the leading scorer for a Rockets team that was one of the best in the Western Conference last year. Yeah, he could help.
Bad.
Could help big time. All right, when we come back, we're going to expand this circle even a little bit more. We're going to bring in our own Kellen Olson, get his thoughts on the 3 games so far and what he's looking for in this matchup against the Jazz. That's Here Come the Suns next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
More Here Come the Suns coming up. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk? Next level. And the stakes? Oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch, Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and is every step a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from a life without pain? Well, I've got great news for you because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, they tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. This is not science fiction. This is your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900. Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Here come the Suns pregame, brought to you by Michelob Ultra on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Shout out to those of you getting ready to listen to Suns basketball out in Carefree. We salute you out there in Carefree. We've gone rounder here at the Here Come the Suns roundtable. Mitch Vareldis, John Gambadoro, Dave Burns, and now Kellen Olson, our Suns guru here at Arizona Sports, joining us here at the round table. Do you like your seat at the round table? Can I get you anything else? Do you need a napkin, some silverware?
No, you were tossing the alley-oop, LeBron to Wade, or Wade to LeBron, excuse me. I feel weird. I feel super weird. Like, Dave Burns on my left is weird in the first place, but also, like, I'm used to being over there with Burns here. If I'm with Gambo, I'm usually in that seat. If I'm usually with you, I'm usually in that seat, but you're over there.
Yeah.
I don't like this. This is throwing off my geometry a lot, but if I had to have my geometry thrown off with any other three lads, it would be you right here.
How about that? That's sweet.
I just love you all so much.
That's sweet. That's sweet.
Yeah.
You're proper to gas us all up before you're here for the next 10 minutes or so. And we appreciate you being here. I want to start with you because we've gotten to talk with the three of us a little bit, but I want to get your thoughts on what you've seen as far as like the difference between the Suns' win and then the two losses that we witnessed Friday and Saturday?
Yeah, it was finding their pockets to pounce on the game, right? Like you look at the way that Sacramento sort of drifted off in that game in the second half, especially at the start of the second half. The Suns were in there immediately. And I thought that Denver did have little situations like that, like we saw in the back half, or like the central part of the fourth quarter. They cut it down to 10 a few times, but then there was just a few possessions that didn't stack together to kind of make it a game. Because I think one of the most difficult things to do in basketball that Devin Booker talks about all the time, you'll remember, Gambo, when we would cover those games when they would be up 25 in the third quarter and then they'd have to sweat it out late, and Book would have that cut being like, it's hard because, yes, we do disconnect, and you're hoping that the Suns can be the other team doing that more consistently.
Well, they did it against Sacramento, right? They got down big and they came back and they put the pressure on Sacramento and they ended up winning the game. They did make some runs in each of the games. The Clippers and the Nuggets just weren't able to to close it out because those teams just have too much talent, right? They have more talent than Sacramento, so when things got tough, the Clippers had Harden, who had a great game. They had Derrick Jones Jr., who had a great game. They had Kawhi, who had a great game. The Nuggets, Jokic had a triple-double. Like there was just too many good players on those other teams, and they're going to run into that problem. Now, 2 20-point losses in a row. I keep my eye on this stuff. Because one of the things that I really don't want is I don't want this team to get blown out that many times like they did last year. So I'm counting. I'm keeping track of that. 1 20-point loss, 2 20-point losses. You don't want to keep getting beat by 20 points because that's not a good effort.
I do think teams they play, though, will provide those pockets that we're talking about. I mean, I think there will just be, because the Suns are at a talent deficit most of these nights, I think a lot of these nights they will be facing a deficit that might cause the team they're playing, especially if they're one that has a lot of talent, to kind of ease off a little bit and just have that natural disengagement or that disconnect. It's just a question of whether the Suns can fill the pocket. They did it against Sacramento. They couldn't do it against Denver. Denver put Jokic and Gordon back in that, and that's it. It was done. It took about a minute and a half in real time for it to be finished in that moment. Can the Suns position themselves? I don't want them to be down 20 points every single time, but if they are, teams will take their foot off the gas against them. Can the Suns take advantage when those moments happen like they did against Sacramento?
I want to play off your comment real quick about the 20-point losses that they've had already. Is it concerning to you that it's happened this early? Because I think while we can at least stretch our expectations or at least stretch our window of understanding of this team, like I'm at least giving myself until the end of November before I get declarative about anything. But the fact that they're happening within 3 games is a little bit either eye-opening or ear-open, however you want to describe it.
No, I wouldn't say. One, you're without your second-best player in Jaylen Green, who's going to score enough to help you mitigate that. Mark Williams is not at 100% as far as availability. With him, minutes. He's been a backup center and a minutes countdown on him. I did the math the other day. They had 22 losses by double digits last year. 14 of them, 14 times they were down by 20 or more. 13 times they lost by 15 or more. So, you start to look at that, and they lost by 23 last year. They lost by 23 to Sacramento, 27 to Denver, 26 to Cleveland, 31 to OKC, 30 to Boston, 38 to Golden State. I don't want to see that this year. I just don't want to see that. And I was a big believer that addition by subtraction, you get rid of those guys, and those guys would always whine when things got down. I was a big believer that would change. So far, 2 losses by 20 points. I think it'll get better.
Any concern for you, given how they've lost these games in particular?
Not yet. It's too early, but I have an infamous Twitter thread from 7-8 years ago where I believe it was the Igor year where I would tweet out a 5-0 Suns run has cut the Portland deficit to 52. They played in so many incredibly uncompetitive games, and you don't want to veer anywhere into that territory at all. We'll see. This is a big one tonight because I think that they are equal with Utah, even with the injuries that they have right now. But Utah is another team like Sacramento where they have guys that can score the basketball, and it's clearly something that's a deficiency for the Suns. Even look at Utah's bench. Bryce Sensabaugh is out there to score. They have Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton. They are out there to score. The Suns, after the guys that are out right now, they have Devin Booker, and then Grayson Allen has taken 12 shots a game. Then you got to go to Royce O'Neal, who's taken 25, and 23 of those have been 3-pointers. He's just been out there to space the floor. So who else is going to step up offensively in this game? And more importantly, can their defense get back on track? Big lineup against Utah, too. They got to worry about the glass.
Yeah, we talked about it in the first segment. I'm worried about the offense, and I'm worried about having enough options and hopefully Jaylen Green is back soon, and then hopefully they can figure out how it works with Jaylen Green. I think tonight's test is going to be, quite frankly, a decent litmus test for how they do against the bottom. Sort of like the Kings game was to a certain. I think we all know how they're going to do against the top. I think the top is going to be hard. It's going to be really, really hard for the Suns. They'll have their moments. They'll have their pockets of success. They'll beat a team that they're not supposed to. It's moments like this where I think we're going to find out the most about the Phoenix Suns and who they are and what they're going to be this year when they play a Jazz team or I don't even know whether Memphis I would put in that category or not. That's, I think, where we'll find out just how much progress they're making, because I think it's going to be hard to measure when they're playing the Nuggets of the world or the Spurs of the world next Sunday with Victor Wembanyama and the things that he's doing. That's where it gets difficult, I think.
What helps them then is they've got the Jazz twice this week. Once on the road, this game tonight, and then they're back in Phoenix on Friday. So at least get two separate looks at them. Who knows what the health of the Suns roster will be that second time around, but at least this first time, to your guys' point, I'm curious how it plays out. I'm also curious about the center matchup or the play in the front court. Walker Kessler.
Kessler's a beast.
He's a stud, but
He's
also right behind Walker Kessler, Yusuf Nurkic. Does he feel any sort of way towards this Suns organization? Does he try to maybe overplay a little bit?
His issue was with Mike Budenholzer more than anything else. So I wouldn't expect that. But, anytime you're playing a former team, I'm sure Durant when he plays them, Beal when he plays them. I think Beal's out tonight. I think those guys are probably.
Bradley Beal's out?
I think so. I think I saw that.
I love how all of us were just so used to hearing that. We're like, yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. I don't know how much motivation there is. I mean, Nurkic is a good player. It was just a shame it couldn't work out. Like, it should have worked out, but Budenholzer didn't allow it.
There's some other guys on this team that I'm curious about how they contribute to the performance-wise. Kyle Filipowski has been early on getting starts for this team. They've been playing really tall, I would say, Kellen, just based off the way of the availability of the guys that they have, because they're without Isaiah Collier and George Niang right now, but they're playing rather large, and they have the depth to be able to overplay some smaller lineups.
Yeah, and it's something I wrote about on ArizonaSports.com 2 weeks ago. It's like small ball, big ball, whatever you want to call it. Like, you're going to run different lineups. Do they go two bigs tonight? Because Filipowski's a big dude at the 2, or at the 4, and then Markkanen, if you want to call him the 3, he's a near 7-footer there as well. Offensive glass, defensive glass going to be a big deal here. And like you said, like Mark Williams, this would be a good night to get his best game as a Sun so far.
All right, we've got about a minute left, so I want to do a quick little prediction time. We assume that Devin Booker is going to be the leading scorer for this team. No Dillon Brooks, so who's the second leading scorer for this Suns team tonight? Gamba, I'll start with you.
Grayson Allen.
Okay, Bernsey.
Royce O'Neal.
And Kellen.
Gillespie.
I like it. I'm going to go with Mark Williams. I'm going to be.
I thought about Mark Williams.
We're all different.
I'm going to be
four differences.
I'm going to be a little pie in the sky. I think that in the minutes he'll be able to do it. He'll be able to show that offensive prowess that he has. But yeah,
I got at least 5 3-pointers for Grayson tonight.
Ooh.
There you go.
He's taking them 9 a game right now. That's
big night for Grayson.
He
5 plus 3-pointers tonight.
Seems to really step up against the Jazz too. I was seeing some comments pregame from Will Hardy of like, I've got nightmares about that guy. He's crazy. Hey, this was fun.
All right, thanks for having us, man.
Yeah, of course.
Appreciate it. All right, so we're teeing you up. We're getting you ready for Suns basketball, taking on the Utah Jazz. And then, of course, as the week looks ahead, they're going to be taking on the Memphis Grizzlies, the Utah Jazz again, and then the San Antonio Spurs. This is the last of a 3-game road trip that the Suns team will be on, so we'll get to see them at home again. Maybe we'll get to see Dillon Brooks when he's back on Wednesday. He's out tonight. Still no Jaylen Green. No update on as far as his availability going forward, but we're all looking forward to that day when it comes. John Bloom, Tim Kempton, they're standing by, getting you ready for all of the action that you're about to hear. They've got their own pregame show coming up, and it's a good one. So if you're still hanging around, still making that drive home, still listening in your car, however you consume your Suns basketball, hang around for John and Tim, because they're coming up next here on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.